The soldier spoke up in response. As we said, we don't know the details yet. The female reporter continued to question, but hasn't something been confirmed inside the dungeon? Kang-woo's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing the soldier's answer. That's right, we only know that it looks like a lion. He immediately realized the problem. It's Buer. People outside were still sharing information with each other. We have never faced it before, so we still need time to analyze it. The image of the mentioned monster replayed in his mind, ready to bathe any space it passed through in blood. He recalled Buer, one of the strongest predators in the second hell. It looked like a 5-legged lion and possessed a special ability different from other demonic beasts. Special ability, Devour. After slaughtering enough for its meal, Buer would lie down and rest, ignoring the herd of monsters surrounding it. Regardless of size, as long as it ate 5 prey a day, it would be full and wouldn't attack first. Memories of the first hell rushed back, making Kang-woo turn pale and hurriedly cover his mouth. Those Buers looking for food in the first hell were truly a nightmare. Thinking about those times made him nauseous. He started calculating. Anyway,
if there were already 10 victims, the boss must have appeared 2 days ago. However, Kang-woo was inherently a wise man. He smirked, his fingers scrolling continuously on his phone, thinking, this time it's easy. I just need to throw 5 monsters at it and kill it when it's full. He picked up the phone to make a call. Sister Yeonju. The other end of the line began to ring. That brat Kang-woo, what is it? Kang-woo went straight to the point. I want to ask you a favor. Yeonju was lifting weights at that moment. She gasped for breath as she answered. What is it? He replied, I want to enter a rank B gate, but the government is restricting it. Yeonju started to probe for more information. Are you a Nojangbu? Kang-woo just let out a faint laugh. Yeah, you can do it, right? You're close with the higher-ups, aren't you? Immediately after, loud clanging sounds echoed from the other end of the line. She still wanted to confirm one last time. Do you really have to enter that gate? Kang-woo replied without a second of hesitation. Yeah, he added, it's very important. Yeonju frowned and exhaled sharply, putting down the 2 dumbbells she was holding. It's going to cost you a lot. Kang-woo appeared completely calm. Don't worry, I'll pay you in full. She continued to advise him. Yeah, of course. I just hope you don't die at the hands of a mutant monster. The young man burst into an amused smirk. If I died that easily, would you be sponsoring me to this extent? The voice on the other end continued. Smooth talker, put the guard on the phone. As he approached, the soldier nearby immediately stopped him. You heard it already. Players don't have the right to.
Kang-woo held out the phone in front of the soldier with a smile. It's Cha Yeonju from the Red Rose Guild. The soldier looked utterly stunned. What? He brought the screen even closer to the soldier's face. Cha Yeonju from the Red Rose Guild. She has something to say to you. His actions caused a stir in the crowd. Who is that? Cha Yeonju? Did he say Cha Yeonju? Does Red Rose have someone like that? They haven't recruited anyone recently. Meanwhile, the soldier took the call. Yes, I understand. He hung up and let out a sigh. Although he seemed reluctant, the soldier still begrudgingly made an announcement. Mr. Kang-woo, you are allowed inside. You are considered an investigator for the monster incident. Everyone gasped in surprise.
Oh, he asked further, if you can defeat it, you must provide the information. Do you agree? Kang-woo appeared cooperative and took back his phone. Of course, I will start the investigation immediately and do my best to reassure the citizens. This incident attracted the attention of nearby reporters who exclaimed, Hey, take pictures! At this moment, the crowd became noisier than ever. Breaking news! Who is that? Is he from Red Rose? For behind, a blue-haired young man shouted loudly, Wait! Kang-woo curiously turned his head to look back. It was the Mir Guild, consisting of 6 members, led by Kang Sang-soo. He confidently made a proposal. Since the Red Rose Guild is allowed to investigate, we should be allowed in too, right? People continued to whisper and discuss. Is that Kang Sang-soo from the Mir Guild, the famous rookie lately? He's only been a player for 3 months and has already entered a rank B gate. Kang-woo looked at him and wondered inwardly, is this ponytail guy famous? Sang-soo continued in a probing tone. Are you the person Red Rose is sponsoring? Sang-soo's words took Kang-woo by surprise. Galloway armor, just looking at that special equipment makes it obvious. He was startled to hear the sarcastic remarks that followed. But don't you have any teammates? Is that all Red Rose can sponsor? Kang-woo flashed a social smile.
I prefer hunting monsters alone. Sang-soo's teammates looked at him and burst into scornful laughter. Heard you were still at the rank E gate recently, huh? Do you think this gate is just as easy? Sang-soo approached closer with a provocative tone. Guys like you usually die fast. He looked at Kang-woo with a superior gaze and bluntly disparaged him. You probably want to reach the sky in 1 step by catching the mutant monster, but since when does a newly 4th Awakened player dare to stick his nose into other people's business? Sang-soo's eyes became sharp as knives. He draped his arm around Kang-woo's neck. Why aren't you saying anything? Cat got your tongue? Kang-woo silently stared ahead with eyes cold as ice. The other guy kept mocking. Or are you scared? Sang-soo proudly pointed at his teammates and proposed. How about this? You're an investigator, right? Why not enter the gate with my team? That way you won't drop dead immediately upon entering. Though my team already has all positions filled. Then he laughed arrogantly. Now that I look at you, you look like a bloody mess, don't you? Why don't you bandage those wounds or something? At this moment, Kang-woo smirked. Sure. Sang-soo looked astonished. Kang-woo gently brushed the hand off his shoulder. Seeing you care about me so much, I didn't know how to react. I was actually afraid of going alone. His eyes narrowed as he gave his acceptance. Let's go in together then. Sang-soo's teammates in the guild.
The Mirror Guild kept spewing out terrible insults. It was strange. Didn't he feel any shame? How disappointing. Kang-woo didn't seem to care at all. In his heart, he began to count silently. 2, 3, 4, 5. Kang-woo's eyes gradually became distorted and grotesque. He glanced at Sang-soo with a grin stretching to his ears and thought to himself, I need 5 guys to make a full meal. Looks like there's 1 extra. Well then, shall we go? Curses rang out from the crowd as they saw the spatial gate opening. Is that bastard Oh Kang-woo, sponsored by Red Rose over there? The guy Cha Yeon-ju personally selected? I heard he's at the rank B gate. Hiding behind a building, Kang Sang-soo was standing holding a phone. He was reporting the situation before him. Yes, he is here. Vice Guildmaster Kim Young-hoon, the voice on the other end of the line, gave him orders. That person also didn't forget to remind him of the Mirror Guild's position in society. You must seize this opportunity to humiliate that guy in front of everyone. Even though they currently have the upper hand, you must not forget that the Mirror Guild is ranked higher than the Red Rose Guild. After that, Kang Sang-soo walked up to Kang-woo and thought, things should always be like this. Then he feigned annoyance and asked, What, you want to go in together? Kang-woo just turned his head back and smiled, replying, Yeah. Seeing the crowd of reporters surrounding them, he reproached himself inwardly. I was supposed to humiliate him in front of the reporters, but if he behaves so politely like this, I'll turn into the bad guy.
Even though he looked grumpy on the outside, Kang Sang-soo told himself not to act foolishly. Continuing to provoke would only damage the guild's image. He made a decision. Wait until they were inside the gate. The atmosphere became increasingly lively with the excited whispers of everyone around. Kang Sang-soo, walking ahead, suddenly turned around, hands on hips, and said, All right, let's go in. The blonde man walking behind was slightly surprised, but quickly replied, Fine. Those witnessing the scene were surprised and couldn't believe their ears. Red Rose and Mirror are cooperating? The reporters in the back, catching the breaking news, didn't stop filming and taking photos of Kang Sang-soo and his teammates. That's a scoop. He glanced at the person in front and cursed inwardly, this despicable bastard. A reporter then shouted, All right, the headline will be, 2 rival teams decide to cooperate to defeat the mutant monster. His gaze towards the person ahead wasn't friendly, muttering sarcastically, I don't understand why Red Rose is sponsoring a guy like this. The reporters outside kept urging, Just keep going like this. Kang Sang-soo held his spear, walked ahead and smirked. Whatever. I don't need to continue provoking this despicable guy anymore. But little did he know that Kang-woo was smiling a demonic smile behind him. Everyone around kept cheering. Let's end this. It's just temporary. There won't be a next time. The scene shifted to the inside of a dark tunnel. People moved in separate small groups. Kang-woo, walking slowly at the back, suggested, Now then, shall we combine forces to defeat the monster?
A person suddenly stopped, spat on the ground, and interrupted him. Hey, don't you have any shame? Kang-woo looked toward Kang Sang-soo, gave a forced smile, and asked back, What? He looked at Kang-woo, sighed, and spoke with disdain. Are you actually stupid, or just pretending? A few young men in blue hoods glanced over and chimed in. Just ignore him. He continued to hurl insults at Kang-woo, and the whole party burst into gleeful laughter after those mocking remarks. And here I thought you were something special, since Cha Yeon-ju personally picked you, but you're probably just a loser. Watch out, Cha Yeon-ju might end up the same way. A man with a scar in his mouth glanced sideways as he walked, asking in a provocative tone, That's right, Cha Yeon-ju is washed up anyway. The platinum-haired man in armor sighed softly, then spoke in a proud and boastful voice. Has she achieved anything lately? What about our Mirror Guild's Vice Guildmaster, Kim Young-hoon? A smug smile appeared on the lips of a girl with a face tattoo. He's the real deal. Wealthy background, handsome, and talented to boot. Truly a chip off the old block. A loud, mocking laugh erupted from Kang Sang-soo. The Guildmaster is a ranker too. Our Mirror Guild was built by a father-son duo, after all. What about Red Rose? Nothing but trash like him, huh? Folding his arms, Kang-woo walked silently in the back, his mind drifting into thought. Mirror Guild, is it? Mirror Guild. His thoughts turned to Kim Jae-hin, the Guildmaster and chairman of the Mirror Group, who had awakened alongside his son after the gate accident 5 years ago.
The abundant financial resources from Mirror Electronics helped him advance by leaps and bounds, eventually leading to the founding of the Mirror Guild. Kang-woo remained silent in the back, his eyes following those who were laughing and joking noisily. His private thoughts rose within him. The major guilds make a lot of profit, but since they had a corporation backing them even before establishing the guild, these guys must be filthy rich. They're practically swimming in money. Facing the current situation, Kang-woo rested his chin on his hand, his mind swirling with schemes. Should I just let these 2 guilds fight each other and then sit back to reap the benefits?
Hesitate for a moment, he dropped his hand and lightly rubbed the lapel of his coat. No, I've already received enough. Cha Yanju is still useful.
Kang Wu paused, arms crossed over his chest, meticulously weighing the potential benefits. It wasn't time yet. Only fools would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs for the future. Unaware of the demonic smile and the treacherous schemes forming in Kang Wu's mind, Kang Sang-soo continued chatting carefree up ahead. Besides, the Red Rose Guild is still useful, so if I have to cut someone down... Suddenly, Kang Sang-soo's voice rang out loudly. Where did that mutant monster disappear to? From behind, Kang Wu chuckled softly and spoke. Who knows? Why don't we patrol around this area? His face showed clear annoyance as he turned back to question, forcing Kang Wu to laugh it off to cover up. You think I don't know? We've been wandering around for a while and haven't seen anything. How stupid. Contemptuous and mocking remarks continued to pour out. Red Rose has really collapsed. Oh my, what about Cha Yanju? Ignoring those whispers, Kang Wu silently told himself, I should take it slow. The boss in the green cloak walked while rambling on. I think Red Rose will disband soon. The person at the very back chimed in. Of course, our side won't accept anyone from Red Rose. Suddenly, a whispery, demonic voice spoke up. Shall we go look for it? Still at the back, Kang Wu pressed his hand against the wall, and immediately countless glowing red veins flowed out, spreading everywhere. Touching the wall, thanks to the power of omniscience, Kang Wu was surprised to sense a life force. Ah, it was right behind that wall, and because it was still moving. Witnessing the jaw full of sharp teeth and drool dripping down, he thought to himself, so it's not full yet. Facing that scene, Kang Wu smirked demonically, and then condensed a sphere of white energy in his hand.
Lucky. Let's get started, shall we? Authority of charm. Kang Sang-soo, standing nearby, smelled a faint, pleasant scent wafting from his hand. What smell is that? The strange scent also aroused the curiosity of the kid in the blue cloak. That's right, it smells really good. The girl with the face tattoo also raised her hand to smell it, speaking with a voice full of suspicion. Huh, why is there a smell like this in the middle of a maze? Noticing the commotion behind him, the leader turned around and ordered, Hey, keep it down. A sly glint flashed in his eyes. That's right, the booer will smell this from afar. Hearing the noise, the group immediately stirred and warned each other. Something was approaching. It wasn't the footsteps of a normal monster. Realizing the unusual situation, the leader shouted an order. Prepare for battle. It must be a mutant monster.
Kang Sang-soo raised his weapon, shouting arrogantly, Kang Wu, hey, stay quiet in the corner. Don't go bragging that you caught it with us. His gaze rested on the man. Then a gentle question was uttered. Ah, your prediction of death is quite accurate, isn't it? Feeling provoked, Kang Sang-soo glared. What did you say? A gentle reminder was uttered by him, along with the guy's name. Sang-soo, do you remember what you said? Kang Wu burst into wild laughter. Guys like you usually die early. An energy beam grazed past his face in the blink of an eye, scaring the wits out of him. What the hell is that? Fear froze him on the spot, unable to utter a word as he witnessed the ferocious monster pierce through his teammate with its claws and lift him up. The monster bared its sharp teeth, looking down at the victim, resting on its claws. Kang Wu watched the unfolding scene with unconcealed interest. First, one is down. The leader quickly shouted to reassure the group. Focus! He rushed forward, ordering the members to attack the ferocious monster with all their might. Get into position and attack! Hurry up! Immediately after, another member had half his body bitten off by the wraith. Its elusive figure neutralized all attacks. With its agility, the monster constantly peeked from behind the wall, nullifying every attack move of the crowd. In panic, they just unleashed attacks blindly at the wall, sending debris flying. Kang Sang-soo replaced the leader to stabilize the formation. Everyone hold the formation! As soon as his words ended, half of someone's body flew past his head, making him freeze instantly. Right before his eyes, member after member became prey under the monster's claws.
The boss was intoxicatingly devouring the bloody feast. Meanwhile, Kang Wu was sitting comfortably on a large rock, silently counting the remaining number of people. 2 down. Kang Sang-soo was terrified out of his wits, screaming out orders. Damn it, prepare to open fire! The spear in his hand spun rapidly, forming a swirling vortex of lightning around it. After a moment of stepping back to gain momentum, Kang Sang-soo launched himself forward, using the lightning strike to pin down the monster. Kang Sang-soo roared with excitement. Right now, under his command, the survivors simultaneously rushed up to attack. However, in the very next second, that person's body was torn apart. Witnessing his teammate being dismembered right before his eyes, Kang Sang-soo's entire body froze. Impossible. His feet felt like they were buried in the ground. He could only stare helplessly as the monster hooked the teammate's corpse with its claws and shoved it into its mouth full of sharp fangs. I hit it with all my strength, but it still doesn't have a scratch. Before the bloody scene, the female mage trembled violently and then fell to her knees on the ground. "Save me." Her pleading voice kept echoing in Kangwoo's ears. "Please." He just smiled, silently counting each life one by one. 3, 4. The chaotic mix of sounds, including cries for help and attempts at reassurance rising from below, made Kangwoo feel it was truly ridiculous.
"Help me!" someone screamed. "Hey, what are you doing? Calm down and hold the formation." An angry face appeared as rude words poured out. "Since it's come to this," crouching down, Kang Sang-soo summoned a powerful stream of electro-optical energy. "This will be it." Dragging a trail of purple lightning from his spear, he rushed straight towards the monster. Kang Sang-soo's target quickly locked onto the boss monster. The final strike. He poured all his strength and emotion into this attack. Thunder Tyrant! Unexpectedly, just a second later, a powerful tackle from the monster sent him flying to the side. In a corner, Kang Sang-soo lay there, devoid of any consciousness. A moment later, he regained consciousness, his eyes widening in sheer terror. Hot tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Kang-woo smiled slightly. Right in front of Kang Sang-soo's eyes, the monster with glowing eyes was clamping down tightly on the lower half of the female mage. Kang-woo thought to himself, 5, it's over. The beast had just swallowed a human life. At its feet, Kang Sang-soo lay motionless. Luckily, he was still alive, even able to let out miserable groans. Realizing Kang-woo was still alive, Kang Sang-soo used his remaining strength to speak. "With you, surely it will be full, right?" But surprisingly, just a moment later, he appeared right on top of the monster's head. He was stunned into silence witnessing this scene. What? Kang Sang-soo's voice trembled. Meanwhile, Kang-woo spoke calmly to explain. "What about it? 5 times a day. If it is fed 5 prey, the berserker will reach a satiated state, and when that happens, it won't move unless attacked first." The truth revealed before his eyes still left Kang Sang-soo in disbelief.
No, it can't be. At this moment, he was no longer within his scope of attention. Kang-woo smirked, his mind full of calculations. The next step was simple. The power of darkness, the power of hellfire. I need to strike a blow powerful enough. It turned out he intended to use a single move to finish off the monster, to kill it in one shot. While calculating, Kang-woo's hands began to unleash his skills. Below, Kang Sang-soo's breathing was still heavy and intermittent. Meanwhile, high above, he had begun to gather strength, condensing energy for the final move. Before, I thought I needed to concentrate more to use multiple powers at once, but now that is no longer necessary. As soon as the thought ended, Kang-woo launched a fatal blow down onto the monster's head. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted right at his position. The explosion had not yet subsided when Kang-woo prepared for the next move. He soared high, his palm gathering a massive source of power. Trident. In just a split second, a flaming trident took shape in his hand. He gritted his teeth slightly, smiling. The notification suddenly appeared. You have obtained the rank 5 Trident skill. Next, he dashed forward as fast as lightning, then summoned all his strength to hurl the trident toward the monster. System notifications kept ringing out. You will receive additional accuracy when using memorized skills. The trident flew whizzing through the air, embedding itself straight into the giant beast's head. A scream of agony rang out from it. It looked to be writhing in pain, but before the monster could react at all, it was blown apart by the terrifying destructive power of the trident. As the explosion faded, he gently landed on the ground.
The system continued to display notifications. You have successfully defeated the monster Berserk. You have leveled up 6 times. The system displayed a series of messages for him. You have reached level 40. Your 5th awakening has been unlocked. Leveling up caused your stats to hit the limit. Your demonic energy stat increased by 7. Your demonic energy stat has reached 60, and a condition for extreme demon transformation has been met. Hearing this, Kang-woo suddenly reacted. Huh? He couldn't help but wonder. Extreme demon transformation?
It sounds just like a martial arts novel, doesn't it? Why isn't this explanation panel a bit friendlier? A detailed report on the information of the Extreme Demon immediately appeared. Extreme Demon information. Must undergo the initial step to be able to become a Demon Lord. Condition 1, reach demonic energy 60. Condition 2, unknown. Condition 3, unknown. Although described as detailed, the information is actually quite general. Realizing that, Kang-woo could only let out a weary sigh. It didn't give him any useful information about this Extreme Demon. Even so, this information panel still gave him a positive feeling. But I feel like it will give me a mysterious source of power. Extreme Demon. Demon Lord. Kang-woo recalled. This is the first time I've heard of this power, even though I was in hell for 10,000 years. I think I was right about my earlier hypothesis. He stood there with his arms crossed, his face full of thought. If he continued to increase his stats like a player, he could become even stronger than when he was a demon king in the 9 hells. As his train of thought stopped there, a cunning smile that was chilling to the bone bloomed on Kang-woo's lips. I could even far surpass that power, reaching an unimaginable limit. I thought I had already abandoned my greed.
But it seems I still haven't been able to shake off the habits from when I was the Demon King. The moment the thought ended, Kang Mu quickly made his choice. He should devour this boss monster first, Gluttony. While absorbing the monster's power, he pondered his current position. As an investigator of mutant monsters, I should preserve the corpse, but there is no way I would throw away this massive amount of demonic energy right in front of my eyes. While Kang Mu was assimilating the power, notifications continuously appeared. Your demonic energy has increased by 4. The overwhelming flow of demonic energy caused one side of his face to distort, but Kang Mu didn't seem to care much, as his mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. Dark attribute monsters will definitely give me more demonic energy stats. It increased by 4 even after I reached 60. Suddenly, a weak voice rang out. You... It turned out to be the whisper of Kang Sang-soo in his dying moments. Just now you... Kang Mu turned to look at him and burst into laughter. There's still one left, huh? He slowly walked towards Kang Sang-soo and spoke. Based on your arrogant behavior, I thought you would be the first to die. But you really are a talented individual in your guild, aren't you? Kang Sang-soo was terrified upon seeing this scene. Don't come over here. But he ignored him and continued speaking. Why did you treat your teammates like that? He lay sprawled on the ground, his voice whispering a question.
Are you planning to kill me? However, Kang Wu's attitude remained utterly nonchalant. Grabbing the man's leg, which was hanging upside down, he gave a faint smile and replied, Hey, what are you mumbling about? I would never kill my own teammate, understand? You still have a role to play, so naturally I can't let you die here. Kang Sang-soo's face showed clear astonishment. A role? Without any further explanation, Kang Wu just gave a fake smile and spoke up. Now stop trembling, I need to ask you a few questions. He asked the first question. Which bastard told you to provoke me when we were outside that gate? Looking straight at him with bloodshot eyes, Kang Wu silently made calculations in his head. Even a pathetic loser wouldn't act so maliciously right from the start. Besides, how did they know who he was, even though he thought no information had been leaked? Kang Wu reached a firm conclusion in his mind. There was definitely someone pulling the strings behind these bastards. Snapping out of his thoughts and seeing the man still refusing to open his mouth, he spoke. You're not going to talk. As soon as the words ended, Kang Wu used immense force to swing Kang Sang-soo, smashing him into the wall and creating a large hole. After the strike, Kang Wu approached him and asked again with a commanding tone. I'll ask you one more time. Who is it? Kang Sang-soo immediately opened his mouth to confess. It's Kim Young-hoon. He muttered the name. Kim Young-hoon. Why? Kang Wu silently thought to himself. Is it the guy we talked about last time? The image of Cha Yan-ju raising a wine glass suddenly appeared in his mind. Meanwhile, explanations continued to pour out from Kang Sang-soo. Mr. Young-hoon asked Cha Yan-ju out and was flatly rejected.
From that, a feud with the Red Rose Guild was born. Putting aside his train of thought, Kang Wu asked again. He tried to provoke me just because of that ridiculous reason? His breath was ragged, but he still tried to continue. And furthermore, he said they needed to change the guild's image, directing all attention to their guild. They wanted to execute an ideal superior to the Red Rose Guild. Kang Wu interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. So I was wondering how this bastard made an enemy of me, but he will suffer the consequences. Do you have a picture of him? Kang Sang-soo replied politely. Here is the photo. Kang Wu took the phone in his hand, muttering to himself. Just as you said, he is handsome. The photo showed Kim Shi-hoon, and Kang Wu silently thought, Kim Shi-hoon. They look a bit alike, don't they? No, or is it just because they are both handsome? He continued to ask even though he had what he needed. Anyway, are you telling me that I got entangled in a revenge plot and was used by that guy? Is that right? Hearing this, he cried and replied, I'm sorry, I just followed orders and I couldn't disobey. However, Kang Wu just dropped a sarcastic remark. But I saw that you were happily and comfortably following orders, weren't you? Hearing that, he stammered in confusion. But he immediately cut him off. It's okay, that's in the past. Then Kang Wu made a promise. And if you keep playing your role well, I have nothing to complain about. Kang Sang-soo was visibly delighted to hear that. I will do everything you say. After that, he just put on a fake smile and said softly, Don't worry, it's nothing difficult. Actually, it might be good for you.
The scene shifts to outside the gate, where a crowd of reporters is waiting eagerly. They begin to whisper and murmur as soon as they see someone stepping out. The gate is opening. Hey, who is coming out? Wait a minute, that's King Sang-soo and Oh Kang-woo. They're alive. The reporters quickly surround the two of them, pouring out a barrage of questions. Hey, what happened? Where are the other team members? Could they not make it through? Did they defeat the monster inside that dungeon? The anticipation makes the crowd of reporters increasingly disorderly. What happened inside the gate? Right at that moment, Kang-woo shouts with a panic-stricken face. Ambulance! Please someone call an ambulance! Mr. Sang-soo! At this moment, everyone's attention finally focuses on Kang Sang-soo, who is gasping for breath. Oh my god, why is his face all bruised up? Then they immediately turn their attention to him and continue asking questions. Why is he so heavily injured? What happened to him? Kang-woo hurriedly lays Kang Sang-soo on the ground and begins to recount the story. He fought against the monster in there. As he speaks, Kang Sang-soo beside him can only wheeze weakly. Save me! The reporters immediately interrupted and asked, So what about the remaining members? Kang-woo responded with a face full of pain. Yes, Mr. Sang-soo and I are the only survivors. He used a voice filled with utmost sorrow to answer. The others didn't make it. Those present also expressed their condolences upon hearing the story. Whispers began to rise among the crowd. This rookie survived against that monster? Even when the Red Rose Guild and Mirror Guild cooperated, they couldn't do anything? How could something like this happen? We should let the Huarong squad know as soon as possible and have them send someone over. Hearing that, Kang-woo immediately spoke up in response.
No, there is no need. He gently placed his hand on Kang Sang-soo's face and continued speaking. Although there were many sacrifices, the monsters inside have been exterminated. The crowd looked extremely astonished at his words. Did you destroy it, Mr. Kang-woo? But he spoke up to deny it. No, it wasn't me. The hero who saved my life and destroyed the monsters inside was Mr. Kang Sang-soo. Then his gaze turned down to Kang Sang-soo, who was lying motionless on the ground. A reporter managed to squeeze in, immediately pointing a mic at him and asking, "Can you give us more details about the situation?" Kang-woo maintained his sorrowful expression and nodded in agreement. Yes, of course. Then he began to recount the story. The moment we entered a place similar to a dungeon, we felt the intense aura of the monster. It felt like it was suffocating our chests. Someone asked, "Does that mean?" He continued the story. "That's right. That monster appeared right at the entrance." Kang-woo continued his story. "We all knew the situation as soon as we saw it. It was an opponent too dangerous that should not have appeared in a rank B gate." His storytelling pace became more urgent. We planned to run away, but because Mr. Sang-soo said that the monster might harm civilians if it escaped outside, we decided to fight. The entire crowd showed agreement. Because of that, the incident happened. That monster was too strong. Everyone began to imagine the image of the monster through Kang-woo's narration. It was exactly like the government's description. It had the head of a lion, its power was terrifying, and because its attacks were extremely cruel, the members of Mr. Sang-soo's team were killed instantly. Everyone was extremely shocked by what they had just heard. Immediately at this moment, perhaps the people around could not hold back their tears as the story was pushed to its climax. Mr. Sang-soo told me to run away, and then he faced that monster alone. He continued, "I could have run away, but I was frozen in place out of fear." He recounted, "It was a fierce and courageous battle, and when that life and death battle ended, Mr. Sang-soo had defeated the monster." The surrounding reporters kept recording his image along with the story he had just told. Kang-woo at this moment still did not forget to show gratitude as he continued speaking.
Even after he defeated that monster, he continued muttering the names of the fallen members until he lost consciousness. Even now, Kang Sang-soo is still whispering faintly, "Help!" Hearing that, everyone worriedly asked, "Mr. Sang-soo, are you awake yet?" Seeing that, Kang-woo immediately covered his mouth with his hand and said, "Please don't say anything until the ambulance arrives. Please save your strength." Hearing this, everyone spoke up in unison. "But Mr. Sang-soo treated you quite negatively, didn't he, Mr. Kang-woo?" The reporter from earlier brought the microphone closer to him. "Do you have anything to say?" Kang-woo still appeared distressed and hesitated. "About that," he explained, "that was because he was very worried about me, knowing my level was still too weak to explore this rank B gate. He simply always wanted me to be on high alert."
At this moment, the reporter seemed to understand the issue. "I understand what you were saying." Then Kang-woo closed his eyes, tried to squeeze out a few tears, and spoke. "I didn't know he cared about me that much. Sir," he exclaimed with the most sincere voice possible, "he is my benefactor and the true hero of this era." A series of articles were published after that shocking event. The story between Kang-woo and Kang Sang-soo covered all the front pages. The hero who defeated the terrible monster in the dungeon has appeared, an emotional battle. The reason he fought the monster to the end, Kang Sang-soo, the rookie of the Mirror Guild, has fallen into a coma, receiving support of 30 million won from the citizens. That hero did not wake up due to a cerebral hemorrhage. He will live in a vegetative state. Everyone will always remember him as a hero.
On the phone screen was a hot article titled, "Reporter's Choice, the Hero Who Annihilated the Mutant Monster." Cha Yen-ju looked at the screen and commented. No matter how she looked at it, the wounds didn't look like they were created by a monster. As she thought this, a panicked look flashed across her face. But by a human? She looked up and muttered to herself, "What is that bastard Kang-woo looking around for? It feels like I'm raising a time bomb." She suddenly heard Song Hin-ju's praise. "That rookie of yours looks cute." She emphasized once again, "That rookie of yours looks cute." Then Song Hin-ju, the guild master of Sale, asked, "Where did you find him?" Cha Yen-ju replied, her voice a bit confused, "What rookie?" Then she continued in a bored voice, "Why don't you leave? How long are you planning to sit here, old hag?" These words immediately made Song Hin-ju angry, and she shouted, "Who are you calling an old hag? You're the old hag." Cha Yen-ju's attitude suddenly became serious. Also, that mutant monster was probably caused by the demon cult. Song Hin-ju stirred the water in her glass with a spoon and continued, "It's only a matter of time before those outside the 5 great guilds find out about us. Those bastards have been very active lately." At this moment, the image switched to a person with an unusual appearance, accompanied by Cha Yen-ju's comment, If people find out there's a fake cult sacrificing humans, right when everyone thinks an era of peace has arrived after the establishment of the 5 great guilds, then perhaps the world will become chaotic again. Song Hyun-ju paused for a moment, then brought the teacup to her lips, enjoying it as she replied, "I don't know." Song Hyun-ju's next sentence surprised Cha Yen-ju greatly. What does the Red Rose Guild think about this situation? Seeing that, she continued, "Huh?" Just then, Kang-woo walked in from outside and called out loudly, "Do we have a guest?" He immediately received a warm welcome from Song Hyun-ju. "Hello." She kept waving her hand and said, "So you are the rookie personally selected by Cha Yen-ju." Kang-woo also replied politely, "Yes, nice to meet you. Who might you be?" Song Hyun-ju replied, "I'm just a friend of Cha Yen-ju." Then she slowly stood up and said, "Since there's a guest, I should probably get going."
Seeing this, he hurriedly stopped her. Miss, please continue your conversation. I'll come back later." Song Hui-ju insisted on standing up to leave and replied, "No, it's fine. I'm done with my business." Besides, her attitude suddenly changed rapidly. Song Hui-ju leaned her face close to Kang-woo's. "I already said I'm Yeonju's boyfriend." He looked a bit confused and could only stammer a few sounds. "Miss, isn't this a bit too much?" Then Song Hui-ju quickly walked towards the door. She left her remark and quickly departed. "Well then, I'm off." However, she still looked back with a regretful expression. Cha Yeon-ju. After she left, Kang-woo sat down in the chair and asked, "Who was that?" Cha Yeon-ju replied while sliding a card towards him. "Just an acquaintance of mine. Here, take this." Kang-woo looked at the card, printed with his photo and the words "Temporary Access Pass." Then he spoke slowly. "This is..." She quickly replied, "It's the pass for the S-rank gate you requested." Kang-woo picked up the card with a happy expression. "Oh, faster than I thought. Is this the power of Red Rose?" Cha Yeon-ju pulled the brim of her hat down slightly and replied, "Don't flatter me. I'm saying this just in case, but don't go hunting in there."
Hearing that, Kang-woo just looked at her without saying a word. A moment later, he slowly spoke up. "To be honest, I heard a few things you two were saying while I was outside." A faint smile blossomed on her lips. "I anticipated that as well." As she reached for her teacup, she continued, "Either way, sooner or later, I would have had to tell you about it." Opposite her, Kang-woo was also holding his teacup, blowing gently on it before speaking. "You mentioned the demon cult, didn't you? That fake cult behind the appearance of the mutant monster?" Cha Yen-ju expressed her agreement with him. "That's right. They are a bunch of lunatics who use living people as tributes in some sort of ritual. Lately, they have suddenly become very active. The image of a bizarre creature appeared once again. It was unknown how long they had existed or how large their scale was. Beneath it were creatures in black robes being illuminated by a group of people. Surrounding that group of 4 were others wearing similar attire. So our guild is cooperating with the government to hunt them down." At this moment, Kang-woo raised his voice in question. "What about the other guilds? I heard the other guilds in the 5 great guilds also know about them." Cha Yen-ju answered quickly. "That's correct, but we are the only ones cooperating with the government." Hearing that, he seemed disgruntled and asked, "Why are you doing this alone? Is it to increase the guild's reputation?"
She replied gently, "We don't do anything for free." The frame suddenly zoomed in on Cha Yeon-ju's blue eyes, which were wavering slightly, along with her words. "We will receive a large sum from the government to drive out the demon cult, but that is not the only reason," Cha Yeon-ju continued. "Many members who went to investigate the demon cult were sacrificed." As she said this, the spoon in her hand fell without her noticing. Cha Yeon-ju's entire body emitted a terrifying killing intent, and she emphasized every word. "Now, I will never forgive them." Kang-woo appeared all too familiar with this scene and only thought silently. "I don't know exactly how many members were sacrificed, but it seems the casualties are quite significant." He was still immersed in his thoughts. "So this is a rancor. Just looking at her, I can feel her killing intent. She really is strong." The corners of Kang-woo's mouth curled up into a slightly dangerous smile. "To the point that I want to fight her right here," he thought to himself. "But the most important thing right now is..." Then Kang-woo spoke up. "So what you are about to ask of me is..."
Cha Yeon-ju interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. "That's right," Cha Yeon-ju continued. "I want to request your help in subduing them. When we track down the traces of the demon cult," she said with her head still bowed, "I'm not certain of anything yet, but they are too strong for a fake cult." Cha Yeon-ju quickly reiterated her point. "We are critically lacking strong players." At this moment, she slightly lifted her face, directing a sharp gaze toward Kang-woo and said, "If you don't want to, I won't force you. I want you to decide right now." Kang-woo crossed his arms, listening attentively to every word she said. Would he accept this mission? His expression didn't change in the slightest. Suddenly, Kang-woo held up the card from earlier and said, "Don't worry." Then he brought the card back to his chest. He smirked and continued, "I should at least be loyal to the person who has helped me this much." Cha Yeon-ju looked a bit surprised. She stared at him unblinkingly. A look of joy mixed with happiness appeared on her face. Cha Yeon-ju continued, "Thank you." At this moment, Kang Wu revealed a terrifying smile and thought to himself, loyalty? Why wouldn't I participate?
Every time I interfere with their schemes, I gain more demonic energy. Che Youngju spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. Then, from now on, I hope you will cooperate with us in tracking them down. You might be called in case of an emergency. Kang Wu replied, fine. Che Youngju repeated, I will repeat it once more. Do not go hunting in the S-rank gates. He seemed a bit impatient. I know. The scene shifts to a road where a blue car is speeding along. The destination is located at Ogawicho Station in Seoul. While handling the steering wheel, Kang Wu smugly said, having a car is truly convenient. At this moment, a notification appeared on the system. 5th Awakening Attribute, Master of Demonic Beasts, rank S. Effect, you can summon a demonic beast from another dimension. The more demonic energy used during summoning, the stronger the demonic beast. The summoned demonic beast accepts the summoner as its master. You can only summon one demonic beast once every 3 months. After reading the notification, he thought to himself, since there is a limit of once every 3 months, I must summon the strongest possible demonic beast right now. Kang Wu visualized a vast space in his mind, where a sphere resembling Earth existed.
Inside the sphere were monstrous beasts trying to escape the black holes imprisoning them, accompanying his train of thought. If my hypothesis is correct, the gates act as a bridge between Earth and other dimensions. The higher the rank of the gate, the stronger the monsters that come through. The demonic beasts in Hell, known as spatial rifts, operate in the same way. If so, this summoning skill should work similarly. The power of the summoned beast will match the rank of the gate. The system suddenly displayed a notification. You have arrived at the designated location. Kang Wu stepped onto the ground. His train of thought continued. Then it's clear I have to use this new skill. Kang Wu continued at the S-rank gate. He was gradually approaching the giant spatial gate. This was the entrance to the Suwon S-rank gate, the outpost of Team 1 belonging to the National Player Squad, Hwarong. Kang Wu stood observing the staff member on duty performing checks. Then the man spoke up. Player O Kang Wu's ID confirmed. Permission granted to enter the S-rank gate. The atmosphere around him was incredibly chaotic. Someone shouted an order. Team 1 here. Return to your station. Return immediately. Kang Wu thought to himself, wow, security is really strict. If I didn't have Red Rose's backing, I wouldn't dare enter. The others kept shouting, open the gate, open the gate. He thought, well then, I guess I'll go in. Kang Wu then quickly moved deep inside the gate. As soon as he stepped out, he had to voice his admiration for the incredibly magnificent scenery. Oh, this sea is really vast. If there weren't S-rank monsters, this would be a great place for a vacation. Kang Wu started walking around. Let's see. Ah, this spot looks good. He then found a suitable spot and sat down. Summoning a demonic beast, huh? It would be great if it were a Cerberus. Just its physical body alone surpasses the demons of the third hell. Kang Wu continued his contemplation. No matter what monster it is, I can give orders to compensate for their stupidity. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Shall we begin? A notification appeared on the system.
Activating the 5th Awakening Attribute, Master of Demonic Beasts, rank S. At the same time, Kang Wu's body emitted a massive source of purple energy. His face showed evident pain while executing the technique. The entire sky also changed color due to Kang Wu's energy. At this moment, the system continued to display a notification, creating a summoning rift. A strange green rift appeared in the sky. Countless purple-blue veins appeared on his face, his eyes gleaming with determination. Kang Wu soared upward, his hands looking as if they wanted to tear the sky apart. The system continued to report. Successfully created a summoning rift. It displayed additional information. A larger rift has been created due to the demonic energy from the 10,000 Demon Corps, rank SSS. Kang Wu spoke wearily. Green? Then he thought to himself, the gates he had seen before were all green. 2 notifications continuously appeared on the system. Connection to the outside world cannot be blocked due to an error from the Gaia system. A spatial gate connecting to the Ernor continent has been opened.
Kang Wu looked utterly astonished at this notification. Where the hell is the Ernor continent? Shielding his eyes from the blinding light ahead, he continued his train of thought, hoping there was no mistake, hoping he wasn't returning to hell. A system notification appeared again. Summon demonic beast. Kang Wu slowly lowered his hand and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, that didn't happen. The summoned demonic beast is... He looked up with a face full of shock. This is... A notification was displayed. You have successfully summoned a demonic beast. The system continued. Daughter of the demon dragon Kagov, of the Agnar caste lineage, has become your summoned monster. Kang Wu faced the gigantic creature and exclaimed, A dragon? A dragon? Kang Wu seemed a bit confused, but its current state seemed a bit abnormal. Strange sounds began to ring out. Then people with a strange appearance jumped out from inside the fissure. The strange language they used made him unable to understand a thing. What kind of language is this? What crazy stunt are these people pulling?
Kang Wu looked toward the blond young man who was shouting something. He observed them while thinking.
I know that ever since the gates opened, there haven't been outfits like this in Korea, but those kids really look like they just popped out of a fantasy world somewhere. I have to try to figure out what they are saying first. It seems there is a power that allows me to communicate with those who don't speak the same language as me. Kang-woo began to utilize his power, the power of communication. Then words he could understand began to ring in his ears. The person who appeared to be their leader panted as he ordered his teammates. Everyone, fall back immediately. The girl standing next to him carefully observed the situation and then spoke. Calm down, Zenon. They stared warily at the dragon in front of them. Look at that dragon. It's literally about to die. Another person spoke up. Oh, I see. It's no longer capable of harming others. Elon also sighed in relief after hearing his teammates' words. Yeah, what a relief. He suddenly spoke up, attracting their attention. Who are you people? Zenon turned his head, smiling at Kang-woo. Ah, are you okay? Then he began to introduce himself. My name is Zenon von Allen, the third prince of the Allen Empire. Kang-woo asked back with a slightly strange look in his eyes. The Allen Empire? He immediately replied. That's right, and you? Looking at them, he thought to himself. I've never heard of the territory of Illinois or the Allen Empire. Now I have a clearer view. This is an elf, and that one over there is a dwarf. He looked towards a short uncle standing nearby. Are they really from another world? Kang-woo stood there, looking at the panting dragon.
Its body was riddled with wounds, big and small. Good grief, I don't know what's going on, but I can't let the demon I summoned die easily like this. Then he pressed his power down onto the dragon's head. Power of resurrection. A stream of energy, like threads, wove through each wound, gradually stitching them back together. At this moment, Leon shouted in horror, Wait, what do you think you're doing? The dragon's voice suddenly rang out. So you were my master? Thank you for healing me. Kang-woo replied while healing. Ah, it's nothing. At this, Leon stood frozen on the sidelines, stunned to hear the dragon speak. The dragon spoke. I apologize for appearing before you in this state. Kang-woo looked at it, his mind filled with thoughts. It's speaking directly to me through telepathy. It has definitely acknowledged me as its master. But the injuries it sustained. He began to comfort the dragon in front of him. It's okay. It's okay. From behind, Leon held a sword to his neck. You bastard, he growled angrily. Are you the master of this monstrous dragon? Kang-woo looked over with a calm gaze. He asked, Let me ask you a few questions first. Why are you guys trying to kill it? That made Leon even angrier. Are you seriously asking that because you don't know? That is a brutal demonic dragon. It caused a catastrophic drought and plague. Because of this demonic dragon and its magic, countless citizens of the Empire have lost their lives. The baby dragon lay there, trying to explain. I didn't do that. I already told you. Kang-woo stood there, interpreting the baby dragon's words. He spoke up. Yeah, she said she didn't do those things. Besides, if she had the power to cause a drought, her existence would be close to a god. If that were the case, no one could defeat her. She also wouldn't be injured and gasping for air just to survive like this. Regardless of that, Valen didn't listen at all and only retorted spitefully. No, that was definitely the doing of this demonic dragon. There is no other explanation for the situation. Helplessness welled up inside him, wandering thoughts appearing in his mind. Damn it, he won't listen at all. Valen immediately got into a combat stance. To save the suffering citizens of the Empire, that demonic dragon must die. Kang-woo spoke up, looking at him as if looking at a fool. Ah, is that so? Kang-woo thought to himself. I hate bastards like this, those who only care about their own justice and shut themselves off from listening to anyone who opposes them.
Vel unleashed his move, his berserk power erupting into a gigantic fireball, hurtling straight toward Kang-woo and the dragon. Kang-woo spoke in a tone tinged with mockery. What you say might actually be true. Perhaps this evil dragon really was the beginning of the drought and plague that devastated the Allen Empire. But so what? I don't care what Echidna did. She is my person now. Rage flared up, causing him to grit his teeth and growl, his hand clenching into a fist. I have no intention of abandoning a subordinate I summoned. The initial gentleness on Velen's face had vanished, giving way to fury. You malicious devil! As if pouring oil on the fire, Kang-woo's tone was filled with provocation. I really am a devil, young man. Velen's true nature was now exposed, and he roared. I knew it! You really are a demon, you bastard! Velen raised his sword high, his voice ringing out with determination. For the pitiful citizens of the Allen Empire who have suffered so much, for the children crying in misery. His teammates around him also looked at him with eyes full of pride. We will help you. Well done, Velen. You've taken down a dragon.
There is no reason you cannot defeat a pure demon. With eyes full of admiration, the girl standing behind could not help but marvel as she watched his back. So cool!
The dwarf standing nearby also chimed in. I will help you, but you will owe me a lot of dark beer later, kid. Standing opposite these fools who were praising each other, Kang Wu felt nothing but helplessness. They are seriously ridiculous. Did that whole group eat something wrong today? Standing behind him, Echidna began to look worried. Master, you must be careful. Xenon charged forward, his scream echoing. Take this! A powerful slash accompanied by a wind-tearing explosion cut straight towards him. Kang Wu frowned and shifted into a defensive stance. That is not an attack I can simply block. Luckily, I have equipment. I should finish them off quickly. Immediately after, he stomped one foot hard on the ground, then repeated it with the other. Mogwak, echoes, Zeon. The ground shook, cracked, and shattered after that move. He skillfully combined his moves: explosive power, adaptability, erupting heatwave. Flames shaped like phoenix tails rushed towards the opposing group. A member of that group immediately raised a shield to block the attack. Iron wall.
The fireball seemed to become more violent, then circle behind him at his command. This unexpected move forced him to turn his head in astonishment. A terrifying explosion, accompanied by a scream of pain, rang out, knocking Xenon's entire group away. He roared, calling out to Ao. From the center of the explosion, Kang Wu rushed out at terrifying speed toward Xenon, leaving him no time to react. He gritted his teeth, his face etched with anger. The battle was far from over. Xenon was pressed to the point where he could only continuously retreat passively, completely unable to counterattack. He dug his feet firmly into the ground, once again taking a stance and rushing straight at him. Kang Wu was reminded of a familiar move. A gust of wind? What kind of move is this? Xenon began to charge. Alan's swordsmanship, first form, storm sweep. Immediately after, countless chaotic sword strikes were unleashed throughout the space. By then, Kang Wu had channeled his power to envelop his entire body, authority of Iron Wall. He delivered a kick that sent the guy flying. Kang Wu looked at his opponent with a gaze of utter incomprehension. Why does he have to shout his skill name while fighting? Though I find it quite amusing. From the other side of the battle line, a shout rang out again. Right now, Xenon! He rushed forward once more, swinging his sword powerfully towards him. Kang Wu immediately used the momentum to jump to the side and dodge.
However, Vallon refused to give up, madly closing in and slashing at him repeatedly. His slashes were so powerful that they created blinding flashes of light around them. At this moment, Kang Wu seemed to be at a disadvantage, forced to continuously retreat to dodge the opponent's attacks. Vallon struck the ground with a powerful slash, causing a terrifying explosion. While dodging, a thought ran through Kang Wu's mind. This kid is truly strong. If I hadn't gone through the Fifth Awakening, I would have been in danger just now. Vallon, gasping for breath, let out an arrogant laugh. Do you see that, you demon? After those provocative words, a sense of amusement rose within Kang Wu. The kid is too honest. He roared, "Ah, slash!" Then he rushed towards Vallon, forcing him to use the sword in his hand to block. Right at that moment, Kang Wu suddenly changed direction and delivered a straight kick to Vallon's leg. The thunderous kick caused him such pain that his face turned pale and his body trembled as if he were about to collapse. His voice became stammering. What is this? You said slash." Kang Wu looked at him and smirked inwardly. "Do you think just because I said slash means I can't kick you?" He let out a mocking laugh. "You fool." The girl on the other side shouted in panic, "Vallon!" He stood panting, but didn't forget to warn his teammates. "Everyone, run quickly. We can't win. He's too strong." Kang Wu glanced at Vallon and smirked. "Tsk, of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is indeed the best one."
The battle ended the moment your leg was injured. The girl spoke up with a look full of dissatisfaction. "No, we cannot do that. How can we leave you behind and run away?" Vallon hurriedly urged, pretending he was still fine. "I'm fine, so at least save yourselves first. Everyone, the Alan Empire must rely on you to look after it from now on." Kang Wu's patience had reached its limit. He delivered a kick and mimicked the guy's words. "The Alan Empire must rely on you to look after it from now on. Just run away while I sacrifice myself heroically." Vallon lay flat on the ground, constantly muttering, "Damn it." Kang Wu stood there, his voice full of threatening implication. "Let's end this." For Kang Wu, every battle played out according to the same script. To survive, he only knew how to hunt and kill. There was no room for empathy, benevolence, or even rage. In the dark hell, emotion was something too luxurious. Just as he swung his hand to finish off Vallon, the girl rushed out to block him. "Wait." Kang Wu cast a puzzled look at her. The girl ceased pleading and begging. "Please, I beg you, kill me instead of Vallon. If something happens to him, the Empire will surely collapse. Our brave hero." Vallon suddenly felt a bit moved. "Jella!" Tears fell as Jella used her glittering eyes to plead earnestly.
The hope of countless people of the Alan Empire and the person I love most. Xenon's gaze upon her became complex, his mouth ceaselessly calling her name, Jenna. She ignored his attempts to stop her, turning to desperately plead with Kang Wu. "I apologize for expressing my feelings to you in this state, Prince Xenon, but I thought, if I don't say it now, I won't have any other chance. Determination was evident in every word Jenna spoke. I will give you this life. I will do anything you ask. The person beside her continued to call her name incessantly. Jenna! Despite those calls, she remained resolute. So please, please spare Zenon's life. He could only sit helplessly on the ground and scream, No, Jenna! Witnessing this touching scene, Kang-woo spoke mockingly. Haha, no way. Jenna's eyes widened in surprise, seemingly unable to believe what she was hearing. Excuse me? He continued his sarcasm. You've been spouting nonsense for a while now. If this guy dies, will something collapse and hope be lost? Kang-woo cast a scornful look at them. Then what does that have to do with me? I don't care about that at all. You are the ones who started this battle first. If the current situation were disadvantageous to me, would you have left me a path to live? Seeing their expressions, he let out a mocking laugh. No, right? If you raised your weapons to kill, you must also be prepared to die on the battlefield at any time. Hurry up and throw away all those sentimental emotions from TV dramas.
Brats! Kang-woo's face clearly showed disgust as he looked at the ones before him. Jello stammered at this moment, unable to speak properly. Wait, about that. Leon was still lying sprawled on the ground, his voice filled with malice. Disgusting thing! Kang-woo spoke up. Disgusting, you say? He looked at them and mused. Isn't a group of people ganging up on a lone person more disgusting? Kang-woo clenched his fists tight. Feints are the basic foundation of combat, he voiced out. Ha! Let's just get this over with. I'll help you out with the least painful method in a single strike. A notification board appeared. Entities other than summoned monsters have been detected. All external entities have been removed by the Gaia system.
The images of those people suddenly blurred as if they were about to vanish into thin air. Velen exclaimed in astonishment. What is this? Kang-woo furiously rushed forward with his fist clenched tight. Damn it, I won't let you go anywhere. That expensive-looking equipment is my reward, he thought. Since they came from another world, nothing would happen even if he killed them. He couldn't let an opportunity like this slip away. The sound of the system panel rang out again. The Gaia system has successfully eliminated external entities. Kang-woo's fist passed through empty air, and he muttered in frustration. Damn it. A wave of rage surged in his chest. The world had returned to silence. How could it be this meaningless? Wait, don't tell me, Kang-woo started, turning sharply towards the dragon. He gradually calmed down and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the summoned dragon was still behind him. He jumped down from the cliff, thoughts flowing ceaselessly in his mind. But what is the Gaia system? Is it something with a protective feature to prevent intrusion from the outside? When I first set foot on Earth, I also saw a few messages mentioning the Gaia system. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Multi-dimensional protection mechanism. Gaia system has been activated. Complete elimination of the cause of the fissure is deemed impossible. He muttered to himself. It seems the system cannot operate on its own.
Could the recent appearance of hell monsters be related to this? I noticed they started appearing about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Wait, if it was during that time, isn't that my fault? Thinking back on my previous actions, cold sweat breaks out and my spine goes cold. Thinking about it won't do any good. Damn it, I just wanted to escape hell to eat kimchi stew. What should I do? Is there any way to fix this mistake? Echidna suddenly spoke up from behind. Master, have those people left? Kang-woo was startled, his words hesitating a bit. Echidna hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, sir. He scratched his head and replied with a sigh of relief. It's nothing. Kang-woo thought to himself. That's right. Just thinking about it won't give me the answer, so resting won't help at all. He gently comforted her. Just lie here a bit longer. Let me treat your wounds first. Echidna was moved and hurriedly spoke. Thank you, master. Kang-woo happily approached, using his power to heal the dragon. I am your master after all, so naturally I have to treat you. He thought, first I need to sort out the new information. Kang-woo suddenly asked, but you're too big. Can you control your body size? Echidna quickly replied, yes, I can do that. Please wait a moment. He gently reached out and touched the dragon's nose. Yeah, thank you. I still have one more thing to ask. What is the Nor continent? According to Echidna, the Nor continent is a place in another world. The largest country there is the Alan Empire, where people know how to use swords and magic. It is a world filled with elves, monsters, and dragons. Kang-woo thought to himself, so all those non-demon monsters also come from the Nor continent?
That makes sense then. With innocent eyes, Echidna turned back to ask him, Master, where are we going? Kang-woo replied, Home, we are going to our residence. He calculated silently, because technically it wasn't his home. Echidna asked again, What is a residence? Are we going to Master's nest? Kang-woo smiled awkwardly. Well, you can call it a nest if you want. He thought, that doesn't sound too bad. Echidna hurriedly thanked him. Master, thank you. She felt shy about being invited to the Master's nest. It's been a very long time since someone shared a nest with me. He drove while making conversation. Then you must have been lonely for a very long time, right? Echidna immediately replied and started telling about her past. Yes,
I used to live with my father, but then one day he left me behind and disappeared. Kang-woo felt a bit puzzled. He disappeared? She continued the story. That's right. After that, I spent most of my time alone in the nest reading books. He suddenly spoke, his tone somewhat sympathetic. Alone? That must have been very lonely. Echidna continued her reminiscence. Yes, I was very lonely. But then someone suddenly walked in while I was there. Kang-woo asked hurriedly with a puzzled look. Was it Velen? She answered sadly.
I really didn't do anything. I didn't cause the drought or the plague. I kept saying that I didn't do it, but no one believed me. Kang-woo looked at her with eyes filled with pity. This trembling, her gaze. Echidna looked straight at him with teary eyes. Master, do you believe me? A flash of empathy crossed Kang-woo's mind. I am extremely familiar with that look, because I used to be like that too, from what I can remember. I remember growing up in an orphanage. The desire to meet my parents was something incredibly luxurious. I just wanted to be loved. I wanted to be cared for, and I wanted someone to recognize my existence. I told them to throw away all those nonsense emotions shown in TV dramas, but I am no different. Kang-woo suddenly spoke up. Even if everyone in this world blames you, he gently placed his hand on the little dragon's head to comfort her. At least I will still believe in you. Kang-woo wiped the tears lingering on Echidna's eyelashes, then quietly watched her for a moment. After that, he looked up and continued driving with a radiant smile on his lips. Echidna kept murmuring throughout the journey, Kang-woo, Kang-woo, your name, I will remember it. At Seo's house, she was hugging the little dragon in her arms with an incredibly happy expression. So cute! Her embrace tightened so much that it made Echidna let out a squeak.
Kang-woo, save me! Seo gently hugged the baby dragon. Her name is Echidna, right? Why is she so cute? Kang-woo quickly turned away to avoid its pleading gaze. His mouth was happily chewing food. I didn't expect you to accept it so quickly. After all, she is a type of monster. Seo answered him. How could I not accept such an incredibly cute summoned monster? She hugged the dragon even tighter, her voice full of affection. She's so cute. Cuteness is justice. Kang-woo ate while observing her thoughtfully. Did her power decrease along with her body size? She got caught. Echidna hurriedly escaped Sewa's embrace and ran to his side for help. Kang-woo, this human is too scary. He looked at her and started a conversation. How are the team members lately? Is the leveling going well? Sewa smiled gently, answering his question. Oh, it's fine. Our levels are rising incredibly fast, so I think we will complete the third awakening and enter C-rank gates soon. It is all thanks to you, Kang-woo. He stopped eating abruptly and looked up with a confused expression. Sura continued her story. You helped find good members for me, and your teachings have been very helpful too, Kang-woo. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to dream of a life like this from the start. She smiled gently. So thank you very much, Kang-woo. Those words filled his heart with emotion. Turns out this is what it feels like to be liked by someone. Kang-woo spoke, a gentle smile on his lips. I am the one who should be thankful. Then he secretly felt happy inside. This feeling wasn't bad at all. Sora made a suggestion. Kang-woo, can I put Echidna to bed? He hesitated a bit. Yes, go ahead. Then he quietly thought in his head, I am so jealous. The next morning, the morning sunlight shone straight into his eyelids. Kang-woo wearily blinked his eyes. Why do I feel more tired today? Sora had just finished preparing breakfast at that moment. Are you up? He scratched his head and answered in a sleepy state. Good morning. She looked a bit worried. You woke up later than usual. Kang-woo spoke up. Yeah, I feel terribly tired after that dream. Sora hurriedly asked about the situation. Are you okay? He stretched wearily. It's okay. I'll be fine. Don't worry. Sitting next to him eating breakfast, Echidna turned to ask him, Kang-woo, did Master sleep well? He replied awkwardly. Well, it was okay. He widened his eyes, his face full of weariness. At this moment, Echidna spoke up. Sora, this is so delicious. Sora smiled happily and put a pot on the table. Oh my, you must like cereal, huh? Do you want more? Kang-woo stood by and shouted quickly when witnessing their actions. The little girl Echidna looked at Sora with expectant eyes and replied.
Is that so? Kang-woo turned to look at the little girl beside him in surprise. Echidna, what is with this appearance? Xiaohua couldn't help but be a bit astonished as well. Isn't it that she can transform? Following that, he also asked Echidna, can you shapeshift? The little girl began to explain. I'm not sure either. I felt something strange while sleeping for the first time, and when I woke up, I had become like this. Kang-woo gradually accepted the reality. Is that so? He thought to himself. She felt something strange while sleeping? It must be related to why I felt extremely exhausted this morning.
I hope she can turn back into her dragon form. Hope her power is sealed just like mine. If she can't transform back, it's going to be really troublesome. Kang-woo suddenly spoke up. Echidna, can you revert to your original form? The girl began the transformation process. Wings abruptly burst out, scaring the wits out of Kang-woo. Oh no, he shouted. Echidna, stop. The windows of the house shattered after that transformation sequence. After everything settled, Kang Wu looked a bit dazed. You mean whether in human or dragon form? Echidna sobbed in reply. Yes. He stared at the girl unblinkingly. So you can change back too? Echidna turned her face away, not daring to look him in the eye. Yes, I'm sorry, Kang Wu. Soa, the girl beside them, smiled gently and comforted her. It's okay, you didn't know. But next time, don't transform in the house, okay? Echidna bowed her head, sobbing. Yes. Kang Wu sighed. Yeah, you should get used to human life, Echidna. The girl had stopped crying by now. Okay. He thought to himself. Maybe because she accepted me as her master, she's been influenced by me. Now that I see it, she speaks human language quite fluently. Standing in front of him, the girl looked at Soa with pitiful eyes. Shall I carry rocks over so you can fix the nest? She smiled awkwardly and hurriedly replied, No need. Kang Wu looked at the pouting girl. In this form, he could take her to many places. That's good too. Soa suddenly made a suggestion. I've already called someone to fix it. Let's go back clothes. He looked up at her. Clothes? She looked at him happily. Yeah, for Echidna. My old clothes are old and don't fit very well. Kang Wu took the opportunity to ask, where do you want to go? Soa spoke up. There's a big shopping mall nearby. I plan to go there. Her eyes sparkled with joy. Do you want to come along, Kang Wu? Sitting next to them, Echidna's eyes also lit up. Oh, are we going out? Let's go, Kang Wu. Let's go together. He felt flustered by the gazes of both of them. That might be a bit difficult. Soa asked with a sad tone.
Are you going hunting today too? You should take a day off. Echidna also chimed in. Kang Wu, aren't you going? He scratched his head in confusion, smiling awkwardly. I'm not going hunting. Kang Wu looked up. I have to go to this place today, at a building, he began to explain. So you opened a spatial gate to a continent called Airnor and summoned a dragon as a subordinate. Kang Wu answered quickly while scrolling through his phone. Yeah, the person opposite continued asking. And those bastards from that Airnor place got lost because of the Gaia system? He hummed in agreement to brush it off. Young Ju looked straight at him with a stern voice. And your subordinate has turned into a human, so you want us to issue an ID for it? Kang Wu kept his eyes glued to the phone, his voice full of admiration.
Oh wow, you are surprisingly sharp. Yunju looked at him with a hint of irritation. What do you mean by that? He then turned to ask her, Do you know anything about the Gaia system? Yunju took a sip of tea before answering. No, this is the first time I've heard of it. I can't believe you summoned a dragon to be your subordinate. What exactly is your identity? Kang Wu looked at the photo on his phone and couldn't help but laugh. He replied while busy texting. Isn't it a bit too late to ask that now? Yunju felt completely helpless. I really don't know who I've been helping all this time. Kang Wu's eyes lit up. So you can do it, right? Yunju sighed and had to agree. All right, just send me the photo. Hearing that, he smiled happily. Thanks. I also want to request one more thing. Yunju showed clear annoyance on her face. What else? You really have a lot of demands. Kang Wu hurriedly made his request. I need an S-rank gate.
A voice suddenly echoed from outside. Yeah, come in. Excuse me. He hurriedly looked over. This voice? It was Bei Qian. The girl entered from outside, her tone full of command. Cha Yanju, I have something to discuss with you. Kang Wu looked at the girl and thought to himself, why is the commander of the Hwarang squad here? Huayan stepped in. Do you have a guest? Sorry for interrupting. Yanju hurriedly stood up, her tone full of politeness. It's fine, we finished talking anyway. Huayan breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. Is this the rookie you were sponsoring? He sat opposite, silently thinking. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Yanju looked at him with a bored gaze, then began to introduce him. Yeah, he doesn't belong to our guild, but we've been cooperating recently. Huayan reached out her hand, her face revealing no emotion. Nice to meet you. I am Bei Qian, commander of the 3rd Division of the Hwarang Squad. He also awkwardly introduced himself. I am Kang Wu. Then he thought, having Red Rose backing me up is really troublesome. Huayan's expression softened a bit. Kang Wu? Are you the person I met in front of the S-rank gate last time? Yanju also appeared quite surprised and asked, have you two met before? Kang Wu, did you beat up soldiers there or something? Huayan quickly turned to refute. What are you saying? He is an extremely polite and upright person. Yanju looked at him with eyes full of disdain.
Polite and upright, Kang Wu laughed heartily. You flatter me too much, Commander. I can't possibly accept such praise. Yunju covered her face, letting out a helpless sigh. Truly disgusting. Anyway, what did you intend to say? He spoke up, making a request. Can I receive a pass for the S-rank gate? Then he smiled slightly at their astonished expressions. What? Yunju clutched her head and slumped into the chair. Why do you want to hunt in an S-rank gate this time? Kang Wu hurriedly offered an explanation. It's a bit dangerous to go alone, but if I bring my subordinates, it'll be easy. Yanju's eyes lit up. You also know it appears in the S-rank gate, right? He put on an expression as if it were obvious. Of course, wyverns, mountain giants, giant ogres, and Lake Alquiero. Yanju issued a warning. Even if you hunt there, you must not go near the lake, do you understand? Kang Wu nodded repeatedly. I know, don't worry.
Huayan finally showed her confusion. Wait, an S-rank gate? What are you two talking about? She thought back and spoke up. Just a few weeks ago, he was still hunting in a C-rank gate. Yunju sighed. About that. This guy is an exception. You can just trust his ability. She felt completely helpless before Kangwoo's excessive confidence. Huayan looked at his figure and pondered deeply. Did he hide his identity when he was at the C-rank gate? Even so, even national rankers want to avoid S-rank gates. She spoke up. I don't know the details, but it seems you have quite a formidable ace in your hands.
Yanju's face looked clearly depressed. I don't know if I have him in the palm of my hand or if he has me in his, she thought. Kangwoo suddenly spoke up. Then I'll be going now. Everything I requested can be done, right? Yunju looked up and replied, Yeah, presumably from tomorrow you can go hunt in the rank S gate. She cautioned him carefully. Be careful. Even for you, that is still a very dangerous place. Kangwoo gave a faint smile. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Then he turned and left. Yunju's eyes now showed clear vigilance. So, what did you come here for? Did you find clues about the demon cult? Huayan half closed her eyes and replied, It's not that. Yunju pulled her hat down low. Then what is it? The person opposite hurriedly continued. But I am looking forward to this. Yunju's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking forward? The other side responded. That's right. Huayan continued the story. You heard about us having a member infiltrate the demon cult, right? Yunju hurriedly interjected. Yeah, I was surprised you guys managed to do that. Huayan continued. That agent reported that they could hand over a video containing evidence at the contact point. Yunju asked, A video? Can't they just send it? Huayan looked a bit troubled. The situation is quite tense. We haven't been able to communicate much these past few days. After hearing the situation clearly, Yunju stared at her. All right, where is that contact point? Huayan hurriedly replied. Tomorrow, in Suwon, Hwasong. Yunju mumbled to herself. Suwon, Hwasong. She seemed to remember something. Wait, if that's the case, it's near the rank S gate where Oh Kang-woo wants to hunt.
Ta-da! Echidna jumped up in excitement. How does it look? Kang-woo, does it suit me? Putting on his jacket, he praised the girl unceasingly. Yeah, it looks great. Did you buy it at the convenience store with Soa yesterday? Echidna twirled around in delight. The girl beamed and looked behind her. Thanks, Soa. Kang-woo likes it. At this moment, Soa looked at the girl and smiled awkwardly. Echidna is naturally cute, so anything suits you. Kang-woo put on his shoes. All right, let's go hunting. Standing inside the house, Soa carefully reminded him. All right, Kang-woo, please be careful. She looked at the two of them, her cheeks flushing slightly as she thought to herself, hunting with Kang-woo. Meanwhile, he was chatting with and instructing Echidna thoroughly. You must not transform, remember? The girl obediently agreed. Yes. A tinge of sadness rose in Soa's heart. I wish I could go too, but is my rank high enough to... A voice suddenly interrupted her train of thought. Soa, startling her. Ah, yes.
Kang-woo suddenly asked, You're going hunting today too, right? Soa, feeling a bit flustered, replied, Yes, I'm getting ready to go. He cheerfully extended an invitation. I'll go with you someday. I want to try hunting in a party with you. Echidna, standing nearby, also appeared incredibly excited. Can Echidna go too? Kang-woo hastily teased. Yeah, I pass. Echidna immediately whined. Don't be like that, Kang-woo, you're so stingy. Soa silently watched the two of them chat, then a happy smile bloomed on her lips. Yes, I'm really looking forward to it. Kang-woo looked at her smile and thought, Soa probably has enough combat experience now. I need her to develop further. He spoke up. See you later then. Echidna also used a cute voice to say goodbye to her. Bye-bye, Soa. At the same time, in Seoul, inside an S-rank gate, Kang-woo began to instruct. You must remember these 3 things carefully. First, do not go near that lake. It's full of dangerous monsters. Is that clear? Echidna obediently replied, Yes. He continued to instruct her. Secondly, after I stall for time, you must not rush out immediately, but must support me. The little girl excitedly shouted, Yes, master. He continued. And finally, no matter what happens, do not revert to your original form. I don't need to attract any more attention.
Channeling all his power into his fist to attack the monster. An earth-shaking collision sound rang out, powerful shockwaves spewing out as the 2 fists met. Kang-woo stared at the monster in front of him and silently assessed. I guess it must be around S-rank. Even though I used the authority of 10,000 caddies, it didn't even flinch. But naturally, I can handle this level.
The monster slammed a powerful punch down, cracking the ground open. He continued to dodge and then utilized his authority, the power of the black spear. A long spear pierced through the monster's throat, causing it to howl in excruciating pain. The monster hurriedly shut its mouth tight, then used its hand to snatch at him. Echidna, standing behind, hurriedly shouted, Dark Dale! Countless blades began to slash incessantly at the monster, causing it extreme agony. The hand gripping Kang-woo also gradually loosened. He excitedly continued to use his power, his mouth ceaselessly exclaiming, Nice, Echidna! The monster growled after being attacked straight in the head by his power.
It immediately screamed in pain as it was struck by bolts of lightning. A notification appeared. You have defeated the giant ogre, rank S. Your EXP is increasing. You have leveled up. After the grueling battle with the monster, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Kang Wu stood on the corpse of the monster, thinking to himself, they said they only hunt with guilds or players above level 65. The EXP increases corresponding to the difficulty, seeing as I leveled up after taking down just one.
From afar, Echidna ran over with a face full of excitement. Kang Wu, did I do well? He praised her as she ran past. Yeah, you did great. The wyvern could only move moderately, but you handled it completely. Echidna smiled innocently. I was surprised too. I think it's because I was summoned by Master that I became stronger, Kang Wu. He looked a bit confused. Is that so? Then he looked at her and pondered. She's this strong even though she's not in her original form. Perhaps when she returns to her original form, we'll have a bountiful hunt. Echidna stood there, her small nose twitching. There's a very fragrant smell. Suddenly a roaring sound rang out. He stood there, looking up with a face that couldn't hide his astonishment. A flock of wyverns. Kang Wu hurriedly hugged the girl next to him tightly. Tsk, I guess they were attracted by the battle just now. He instructed. Hold on tight, Echidna. The girl hurriedly closed her eye tightly. Understood. Kang Wu quickly assessed the surrounding situation. There are too many of them. We need to retreat for now. He was still exerting all his strength. The authority of super speed is a movement skill on a flat surface.
Therefore, it would be easy for them to intercept us. In that case, Kang Wu held Echidna tightly and leaped out of the danger zone. Wings of the sky. He utilized his power to manifest a pair of wings. He then used those wings to soar into the sky. The swarm of monsters behind chased at full speed, intending to sink their sharp teeth into his wings. Kang Wu hurriedly accelerated and turned back to check the situation. They are too fast. He flew while skillfully dodging the snaps from the monster swarm. He thought to himself, but escaping shouldn't be a problem. Before Echidna's eyes, a scene unfolded as if space itself was being torn apart. The little girl trembled as she clung tightly to him. My dress! Kang Wu! Kang Wu! The girl ceaselessly called his name. A surge of power from within the girl gushed out, startling him, and he hurriedly called her name. Echidna! The girl screamed in anger. Kang Wu praised me for looking beautiful in this dress. A gigantic leg slashed across the swarm of monsters, causing them to howl in pain. Echidna used her dragon leg to attack the monsters powerfully, tearing them into pieces. The swarm of high wyverns was terrified, stopping and looking at each other in panic. Immediately after, Echidna used her mouth to attack them. She brutally tore the enemies apart before Kang Lu's utter astonishment. Echidna seemed to go mad, attacking the monster swarm chaotically. The notification panel rang out once again. Your familiar has defeated a high wyvern rank S. Your familiar has defeated a high wyvern rank S. Kang Wu witnessed the scene with a somewhat helpless expression. He smiled bitterly and thought to himself, this looks just like the Echidna who was half dead because of Velen and his guild, doesn't it?
The notification board kept ringing ceaselessly. Your familiar has just defeated a wyvern. He looked at Echidna and thought helplessly, she is much stronger than I thought. Could it be that she... The notification rang again. Your familiar has defeated a wyvern. Kang Wu looked at the dragon roaring frantically before his eyes. Is she even stronger than me? A while later, Echidna groggily woke up in Kang Wu's arms. He asked solicitously, are you awake yet? The little girl looked embarrassed being held by him and stammered, Kang Wu, where is this? He replied, we are still inside the gate. Are you okay? Echidna hugged his neck tightly, looking dizzy. Yes, but I don't have any strength left. Kang Lu replied gently, I understand. Echidna, it seems you used a bit too much power. You fainted right after transforming back. The little girl looked down at her uniform with a pouting face, feeling sad inside. Is that so? My clothes. He spoke up to comfort her. It's okay, don't worry about it. We can just buy more. There are many clothes that suit you, Echidna. The little girl looked up at him with teary eyes. But these are the clothes you gave me. He put on a threatening expression to scare her. Tsk, Echidna, from now on you are not allowed to transform without permission anymore. I don't like people who go crazy because they can't control their anger. Seeing that, Echidna quickly averted her eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please don't abandon me. He showed sympathy and reached up to pat her head. What are you saying? Abandon you? This is the first time we fought together. Just don't do that again, okay? Echidna sniffled, clinging tightly to him, and cried out, okay.
Kang Wu felt awkward, blaming himself inwardly. Did I go too far? However, his actions were extremely gentle. Good girl. Now let's go back and buy some clothes. Echidna obediently replied, yes. He recalled the recent events. Still, he had to admit that going berserk right in the middle of a battle was indeed a very serious matter. Anyway, the result was still very good. What satisfied him the most was that his experience bar had skyrocketed from level 41 to level 49. I did think she would be stronger when transforming back to her original form, but I didn't expect she could take down so many golems alone. Kang Wu checked his body status. Although his demonic energy had been exhausted, just as he thought, Echidna could transform into a human and become even stronger than her original state because she had accepted his demonic energy after becoming his summon beast.
Echidna could deploy greater power than before by using her own demonic energy. If her own demonic energy increased, the amount she could use would surely increase as well. A sense of unease rose up. Kangwoo ceaselessly stroked the little girl's head. It seemed the burden on her body would also increase. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted from behind him. This sound, is it a giant ogre? 2 of them? Kangwoo thought to himself. If Echidna weren't here, he might have chosen this place as the end for them all. He walked to a tree and gently set Echidna down. The fighting spirit still lingered on him, but a question arose in his heart. Should I warm up a little? Before Kangwoo could make a move, 2 strange young men had already finished off the giant ogre. One possessed dark skin and a face exuding belligerence. The other radiated an aura so cold it was freezing, leaving Kangwoo standing there in a daze, looking at them. The man in the flowery shirt spoke up, his voice hinting at relief. "Hello there, that was dangerous. Were these 2 your prey?" Hearing those words, Kangwoo immediately took a defensive stance with high alertness. He silently scrutinized these 2 strangers, even though he didn't know who they were. Just then, the companion spoke up, replying to the guy in the flowery shirt. "His prey? Can't you see how tired he is? Clearly we just helped him out." Kangwoo silently formed judgments about their backgrounds. The guildmaster of the Onuri Guild, Cha Min-woo, and the guildmaster of Hanul, Korea's #1 ranker, Baek Kang-hin. What kind of coincidence is this? To think he would meet 2 guildmasters at the same time, right when he wanted to avoid attracting attention.
Kang-hyun looked around with excitement. "So it seems there's no one else around here, right?" the companion replied. Clearly he was a newcomer who entered here after the level restriction was lifted. Kang-hyun stepped forward and draped his arm around Kang-loo's shoulders in a friendly manner, making him startle slightly out of awkwardness. "That's good then. Hey, meeting like this is fate. Let me walk you to the gate." He glanced at Echidna and spoke. "It looks like you're very tired." Kang-loo repeatedly tried to refuse. "No, I'm fine. The 2 of us can protect ourselves. You 2 must be very busy. Just go ahead." Even so, Kang-hyun headed him off. "What? Are you sure you'll be okay?" Meanwhile, Minwoo turned away to search for items from the ogre corpses, muttering grumpily. "This guy is really annoying." Suddenly, his eyes froze at a strange object lying deep inside the monster's carcass, while Kang-hyun was still busy trying to persuade Kang-woo. "This is an S-rank gate, and you even brought a child along. Listen to me, I'm not a bad person." He could only force a smile to let the matter pass.
"You 2 have already helped me once. I can't trouble you anymore." As for Moon Young-ho, he was bending down to extract the stone stuck hard in the ogre's blood vessels. Kang-woo scratched his head, offering a faint smile. "You really don't need to worry." After a while of fruitless persuasion, Kim Young-hoon decided to put aside his intention. "If you say so, then let it be," he replied cheerfully. "Thank you for understanding." After the confusing incident surrounding the monster's corpse, Moon Young-ho's suspicion about Kang-woo's identity grew deeper. The scene changed. Kang-woo kept calling her name in hopes of waking Echidna. He held her snugly in his arms, his voice gentle. "We're out now. Wake up. I told you we'd go buy clothes. Let's go or we'll be late." She responded with a tone that was still sleepy and groggy. "All right." Kang-woo pulled his phone out of his pocket and used Google Maps to search for directions. A lot happened today. Echidna in the High Wyvern. Let's see, is this the shortest way to the shopping mall? It looks a bit strange. With no other option, Kang-woo was forced to follow the directions on his phone. It's probably near the S-rank gate, so there aren't many people. Echidna suddenly woke up completely and called out to him. "Kang-woo?" Echidna pointed into the deep alley inside. "I smell blood coming from there. Human blood." This story actually started a few days ago. A strange young man was quietly carrying out his reconnaissance mission. I have disguised myself and infiltrated the demon cult. From what I've seen inside, they are much crazier and crueler than I imagined. I have filmed shocking footage and avoided the enemy's eyes and ears.
Because a jamming device was installed to prevent information leakage, I couldn't send that footage out. After I sent a message to headquarters requesting a meeting, the eyes and ears around me became much denser, as if they were always waiting for me to make a move. And then they caught me. Back in reality, the young man, his body covered in injuries, was trying with all his might to escape. Damn it, he clutched his stomach in pain. Have I reached my limit? No, I can't die here. I still have to get this chip out at any cost. I must get it to Captain Baekwa-yen by all means necessary. The sharp pain from his ribs grew more intense, causing him to collapse in the middle of the road. The young man struggled to stand up amidst gasping breaths. Damn it, my body isn't listening to me anymore. But I can't just stop like this. Just one more step. The young man thought anxiously. Even if it's just one step, I have to get close to the gate where the Waterong squad is stationed. At that very moment, Echidna and Kang-woo appeared just in time. The little girl shouted in panic, pointing at the bloodied young man. "Kang-woo, over here." He looked up at the two with hazy eyes, then tightly grasped Kang-woo's hand, making him freeze in surprise. "Ah," the young man spoke urgently. "Here, please, take it." Kang-woo asked curiously, "Is this a data chip?" As soon as the chip was handed to Kang Lu, the young man immediately fainted, his life or death uncertain. Kang Lu confusedly knelt down, gently shaking him. Hey, what is this? Hey, are you okay? Echidna timidly hid behind his back, looking at the body in front of them. Even until now, Kang Lu could not fully understand the message the young man wanted to convey. What kind of chip is this? Kang Lu raised his hand, his eyes fixed on the man lying motionless with his blood-stained body. He wondered what had actually happened and the purpose of this memory card's existence. Kang Lu gently placed his hand on the person's head to examine the situation. He began to use the power of omniscience.
A few vague pieces of information gradually surfaced, pulling him into a train of thought. Sixth Awakening? This guy was quite a veteran. Since only players level 60 and above who have undergone the Sixth Awakening are permitted to enter an S-rank gate, it is certain that he didn't come out of the gate. After finishing his examination, Kang Wu immediately stood up, carefully inserting the memory card into his phone. The only evidence I have is this memory card. Let's take a look. A file containing a video immediately appeared on the screen. A video clip? Is that it? Kang Wu's gaze suddenly changed as he went completely silent. He gripped the phone tightly in his hand, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. That strange reaction of his made Echidna feel extremely confused. Kang Wu's face suddenly flushed red as he thought shyly. Porn? He almost lost his composure, trying to suppress his body's reaction while silently cursing. What the hell? Why did he give this to me with such determination? He didn't look like that kind of person. Kang Wu focused intensely to analyze the situation. Did I miss something? But just a moment later, his face turned bright red with excitement as his eyes were glued to the phone screen. It feels so good. The first time I've watched porn in 10,000 years. Echidna asked with an innocent voice, Kang Wu, what are you watching?
Kang Wu was startled and hurriedly tried to hide it. He explained in a calm tone. I was just looking at some important evidence. He tried to compose himself. Calm down. Suddenly, an unusual noise rang out as a group of mysterious and strange people rushed towards Kang Wu. They landed one by one, standing proudly opposite him. He took a step back warily, a question rising in his mind. Who are these bastards? A figure wearing a red demon mask spoke up.
You bastard, so you watched it, the video on the memory card. Kang Wu was still stunned, his face full of bewilderment. What? His mind was a mess of doubt and suspicion. How did they know? The person opposite him suddenly threatened bluntly, because you watched that video, we cannot let you live. Kang Wu genuinely found the situation confusing. Huh? What are you talking about? He thought to himself. Since when is watching porn such a serious crime? They took turns questioning him. You still dare to pretend you don't know after watching it? Truly, a shameless bastard. Or is it that you don't know the value of that video? Sweat poured down, and Kang Wu's nerves tautened like strings as he thought, what are these freaks babbling about? He carefully put his phone into his pocket. I don't know what this hellish situation is, but I can be sure they intend to steal this video. Kang Wu took a combat stance, his eyes glaring fiercely. How dare you try to steal the first porno I've watched in 10,000 years, he thought with determined will. No matter what, I will protect this video. Kang Wu replied to their demand in a cold tone. Sorry, but I can't give you this. They sneered, drew their weapons, and began the battle. Finally showing your true colors. There's nothing more to say. As soon as the words were spoken, they all attacked Kang Wu simultaneously. Kill him! Not to be outdone, he immediately leapt up and retaliated with his skill. Authority of Black Iron. Kang Wu easily used his bare hands to crush the red demon's weapons. Not only that, but he also utilized his authority to unleash a continuous combo of kicks, easily wiping them out one by one. Witnessing that scene, the leader panicked and hurriedly ordered, Everyone, release your power. One of them spoke up hesitantly. But sir, if we do that, the leader lost his composure and screamed, We'll all die at this rate. I don't know where this son of a bitch came from. However, facing Kang Wu's terrifying aura, they were even more afraid to act recklessly. But he is a monster. Immediately, he threw a powerful punch at the leader.
That punch shattered his mask completely. For a moment, Kang Wu froze, his eyes widening in shock. Echidna stood offside, calling out anxiously, Kang Wu, what is that? Kang Wu stopped his attack, instinctively becoming cautious. This aura. The red demons transformed into a completely different form and became more ferocious than ever. They bared their sharp fangs threateningly. He thought to himself, It is demonic energy, just as I thought. These guys are members of the demon cult. They are transforming themselves into demons. Kang Wu gritted his teeth, letting out a deep sigh. If this continues, torturing them will be meaningless. Echidna whispered a warning to him, Kang Wu, they are very dangerous.
The little girl was about to offer assistance, saying, I'll help too. But before she could finish, Kang Wu interrupted to reassure her. No need to worry, Echidna. He clenched his hand into a fist, displaying immense pressure and terrifying power. If we're talking about expertise in dealing with these bastards, I'm the best there is. Kangmu didn't flinch in the slightest before the group of muscular red demons waiting to tear him apart. He leaped high, brandishing a sharp blade in a combat-ready stance. A demon roared savagely, opening its mouth wide with hunger towards Kangmu. He directly threw an infinite punch, landing a critical hit on its stomach, while confidently thinking to himself, "They are inherently just simpletons." The demon let out a miserable shriek of pain and lay motionless on the ground. Kangmu calculated that they still possessed the regenerative abilities of demons, so he rushed forward like a magical tornado, sweeping through everything, sparing no one. "I'll at least beat them up with this much force." Any demon that fell into Kangmu's hands met a tragic end, as he easily claimed their lives without expending much effort. Kangmu swung his hand, slashing straight into a red demon's face, leaving it no time to defend. Seeing the opportunity, another one tried to ambush him, but he quickly detected it and spun around to dodge in time. Kangmu didn't hesitate to strike him with a surprise move packing destructive power far beyond its imagination. He could easily neutralize almost all attacks from the red demons, watching their cohorts fall one by one before him. He started to feel a bit restless and uneasy, sweat pouring down profusely. The red demons originally intended to growl and intimidate Kangwu a bit more, but unexpectedly, the terrifying aura he emitted terrified them into fleeing, so cowardly that they didn't dare to look back. Kangwu smirked, revealing a sinister smile. He pointed his finger forward, a drop of purple liquid dripping from his fingernail. "Lake, it's a bit too late to run now." The red demons, who were in the midst of fleeing, suddenly exploded in excruciating pain. The leader could not endure it any longer. He was in such pain that tears fell from his eyes. He screamed miserably, but it was all too late. After settling everything, Kangwu calmly retracted all his power, put his hands in his pockets, and stepped over the bodies lying scattered on the ground. Kangwu picked up the phone, his voice full of confusion. "What the hell is this?" he thought to himself. No matter how he looked at it, it was just porn. Why did the demon called target it? Kangwu's face suddenly turned red. He thought with a look that was half shy, half excited. "Is this worth it?" Suddenly, a voice spoke up.
"Is this the place?" Baek Hwa-yan hurriedly answered Cha-Yan-ju, who was standing stunned on the roof looking down. "Yes, the signal is coming from here." Kangwu panicked and hurriedly covered his phone screen. "Cha-Yan-ju." Meanwhile, Cha-Yan-ju stared wide-eyed as if struck dumb, involuntarily calling his name, "Oh Kangwu." Cha-Yan-ju jumped onto the wall and landed softly, not forgetting to adjust her cap. She questioned him in a gruff tone. "What the hell? What are you doing here?" Kangwu sneakily put his phone into his pocket and asked tentatively, "Did you see it?" Cha-Yan-ju looked blank. "Huh?" Kangwu laughed it off. "Nothing." Baek Hwa-yin looked down from above with a bewildered expression. "Mr. Kangwu." Kangwu suddenly spoke up, causing Baek Hwa-yin's eyebrows to knit slightly. "But what are you doing here, Cha-Yan-ju?" He reached out, asking sincerely, "Why is everyone suddenly gathered here?" Cha-Yan-ju tried to reply calmly, "Just work." Baek Hwa-yin jumped on as well. She hurriedly asked, "Mr. Kangwu, did you happen to come across a memory card containing a video?" Kangwu let out an "ah." He held the memory card up high. "Do you mean this?" Cha-Yan-ju let out a sigh of relief, feeling much lighter inside. "That's right, that's it." She ordered with a serious attitude, "Hey, give it to me. The footage inside that memory card is extremely important to us." Kangwu looked clearly conflicted, hurriedly clutching the memory card tightly. "This thing?" Cha-Yan-ju glared at him impatiently. "That's right, I need to use it right now." Kangwu's face flushed red. His whole body froze as he thought to himself, "Use it right now? For what exactly?" Kangwu was so embarrassed his face turned crimson. He stammered, "Right now?" Cha-Yan-ju let out a tired sigh. "How many times do I have to tell you? Hand it over."
Kangwu coughed lightly, finally agreeing to hand over the memory card to her. Here." She accepted it with a look full of suspicion. "What is this?" Kangwu couldn't stop himself from having wandering thoughts. Surely Cha-Yan-ju wasn't actually asking for porn, right? There must be a lot of interesting things in there. Cha-Yan-ju carefully plugged the memory card into the USB port. She didn't hesitate to make a blunt suggestion that made his face turn pale. "Since things have turned out this way, Kangwu, watch it with me. This is something you will have to know sooner or later." Kangwu turned his face away, feeling uneasy inside. Whatever that secret was, it was still.
Cha-Yan-ju suddenly turned to ask Baek Hwa-yan, "How is the condition of that agent?" Baek Hwa-yan looked at the man's body on the floor and carefully replied, "He is dead." She carefully covered his face with a cloth and then spoke in a low voice, "Kangwu." Baek Hwa-yan slowly stood up and asked sternly, "Can you tell me what happened here?" Kangwu pretended to scratch his head, acting as if he was completely clueless. "I have no idea. I'm not sure what happened either." Baek Hwa-yan continued to probe. "So the moment you received the memory card, these guys rushed in to attack you?" Kangwu honestly replied, "Other than that, I don't know anything else to explain." She suddenly hesitated a bit. "I guess your presence here was just a coincidence?" Baek Hwa-yan maintained a calm expression. "Anyway, Kangwu, since you happen to be working with us, we should watch the video together, and..."
Cha Yanju, standing next to them, had long since flushed red in both cheeks, hurriedly pulling her cap down to hide it. She indignantly held up the phone containing the sensitive video and shouted, What the hell is this? Hey, Kang-woo! Cha Yanju's hand was trembling violently from agitation. She was furious. You bastard! You swapped it, didn't you? Kang-woo covered his mouth with one hand, turning away, while the other hand delicately covered a kid in his eyes. He explained gently, I am innocent. That is the original copy. Baekwa-yeon, with tears in her eyes, rested her chin on her hand and gave her verdict. This video is just a fake.
Cha Yanju didn't seem very convinced. Yes, Baekwa-yeon nodded. Right, we have to take it back to headquarters and decrypt it before we can see its actual content. Embarrassed, Cha Yanju rasped in a dissatisfied tone. No, but why do they have to use porn to disguise it? Baekwa-yeon simply shrugged indifferently. It makes perfect sense. Even headquarters recommends using adult films as an external cover. Kang-woo heard this and thought to himself, it really does make sense. So the original video must be related to the demon cult. They were supposed to transfer the video to each other here, but things fell apart in the end. Cha Yeon-ju let out a sigh of relief. Whew, so was there any other recommendation? Baekwa-yeon patiently explained. Animal documentaries too, but using this is the most effective. The flames of rage in Cha Yeon-ju's heart immediately flared up violently. She pointed her finger angrily at Kang-woo and scolded. Hey, you watched it, didn't you? Why didn't you warn me? He innocently coughed lightly. Well, you said you needed it urgently, so... She grumpily cut him off. Use what, you damn jerk? Echidna suddenly rushed forward to block Cha Yeon-ju's path. Although the little girl was so scared she had to squeeze her eyes shut, she was determined to protect Kang-woo. Don't be so rude to Kang-woo anymore.
Cha Yeon-ju looked at Echidna with a puzzled expression. Come to think of it, who is this kid? Kang-woo patted the girl's head and introduced her casually. The familiar I told you about before. Cha Yeon-ju asked again, half-tabbing. So this little kid is the familiar? She imagined a cunning Kang-woo riding a very special spirit beast, half skull and half living. She couldn't help but pout in disdain. She just looks like a normal child. Don't you prefer this type? You described it wrong the last 2 times. Kang-woo sighed helplessly. What kind of person do you think I am? Baekwa-yeon immediately intervened. I just spoke with headquarters. She held up her phone and spoke urgently. Since that agent is dead, we must check the video content as soon as possible. Let's go straight to the headquarters at Suwon Station immediately. We can decode the video there. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Hwarang squad. At this moment, a powerful voice rang out. All units, attention. Baekwa-yeon led the group, glancing arrogantly at her subordinate. Captain Park Jun-suk, is the night field delivery staff all right? The man named Jun-suk bowed respectfully. Yes, Commander. Total count 30, absent 0, casualty 0.
Over, Go Nayeon replied. Understood. Baekwa-yeon began to announce clearly, making everyone's expression turn even more serious. So now I have a few things to announce. Agent Kang Jun-hoon sacrificed his life while on duty. To ensure our comrade's death was not in vain, all of us must exert even more effort to complete this mission. She lowered her voice. Team Leader Park Jun-sol, I will contact the families of the fallen soldiers. Please ensure they are fully compensated for their loss. The families of those who have served the country cannot be allowed to suffer disadvantages. Upon hearing this, all subordinates spoke up in unison. Yes, ma'am. Kang-woo thoughtfully observed her. He thought to himself, she really was born to be a soldier, wasn't she? Baekwa-yeon turned to exchange more words with Jun-sol. We have obtained the encrypted intel chip with the fake video, so start decoding the video immediately and be ready to report in the investigation room. He immediately obeyed. Yes, Commander. Baekwa-yeon suddenly asked. Can I speak with General Jang Hyun-jae right now? Jun-sol politely replied. General Chang Hyun-jae is currently on an overseas trip to Japan to investigate an SS rank 8. Therefore, he cannot be contacted at the moment. She pondered. I understand. Chang Hyun-jae is Baekwa-yeon's direct superior and also the most powerful figure in the Hwarang squad. His power is so immense that, with the exception of Baekwa-yeon, no one in the country dares to stand against him. Baekwa-yeon sighed in frustration, thinking to herself, if the general were here, perhaps we could have saved him. She spoke up. Understood. We will head straight to the investigation room. Decode that video immediately. We will not have the night roll call today. Dismissed. The subordinates shouted in unison once again. Attention! At that moment, a mysterious film was being projected. The setting in the video was somewhat gloomy and eerie, with a figure standing silently at the highest point amidst candles. Following that, another person entered. This person performed a respectful bow. Bishop, Your Eminence, Red Cardinal Bishop. The leader revealed a red demon mask, coldly signaling with his eyes. Speak. The subordinate immediately reported clearly. Preparations for the summoning are almost complete. The leader wearing the red demon mask turned around. He looked down below. How much longer? The subordinate, kneeling on the steps and not daring to raise his face, replied. 4 weeks. No, if we accelerate the progress, it will be completed within 3 weeks. The leader received the information and asked further. 3 weeks. Faster than I thought. Have you received the sponsorship this time? The subordinate quickly replied. Yes, sir. Since we are a major guild, most of the items they contributed to us are grade 8 or higher. The subordinate suddenly looked up, grinning gleefully, revealing a face full of malice. It won't be long now. Our wish will come true.
If everything goes smoothly this time, the guild might grant us a bigger reward. The leader bluntly cut him off. Shut up. He scolded the subordinate without any mercy. Are you already fantasizing about success? This is just the first step, yet you're already indulging in a sense of achievement. Hearing that, the subordinate realized his mistake. I apologize. This subordinate was foolish. The leader leisurely walked up to his subordinate and raised his voice to remind him. Remember, from now until we achieve our goal, we still have a long way to go. You won't accomplish anything with that kind of mindset. The subordinate flusteredly replied, This subordinate will correct it immediately. The leader stood right at the spot where the camera was pointing, articulating every word clearly. Until all preparations for the summoning are complete, you'd better keep your mouth shut. There's nothing worse than deluding yourself with empty fantasies. The subordinate replied decisively, Yes. The subordinate suddenly looked up abruptly. He looked straight at the camera recording his image. He spoke in a calm tone. And also, he tilted his head, giving a dangerous look. It seems there is a little rat right here. Baekwayan was the one presiding over the meeting. After the footage ended, she explained, The video ends there. Kang Wu crossed his arms, lost in deep thought. That mask belonged to the bastard who recruited people into the demon cult, the Red Cardinal Bishop. Judging by the scale, there's probably more than just one person. They even mentioned a summoning ritual and another major guild. His eyes suddenly darkened.
From that, 3 possibilities could be deduced. Kang Wu put forward his first conspiracy theory. First, if the one wearing the star-shaped mask is called the Red Cardinal Bishop, then there must be someone else holding even greater power than him. Following that, he envisioned a rift in space. Second, they are preparing to summon something from Earth. Finally, he considered the possibility of organizations secretly allying with each other. And third, there was a large guild behind them providing support. Kang Wu spoke in a serious tone. Right now, I guess we have no other choice but to investigate the major guilds. Baekwayan asked, The reason? He answered without hesitation. Since the spy has been caught, they will do everything possible to hide whatever summoning plan they have. Kang Wu reminded her, We no longer have an intelligence source, so it will certainly be extremely difficult to extract any more news related to the main cult. He frankly expressed his personal view. The only thing left we can intervene in is to investigate which guild is supporting them. Of course, excluding the Red Rose Guild, which is collaborating with the government to hunt down the demon cult's traces. Baekwayan looked at Kang Wu with eyes full of admiration. She did not spare her praise, making him puff up with pride. Aho, Kang Wu, are you an expert in this field? What a coincidence. Your deduction is really fast.
Cha Yanju bluntly poured cold water on the idea with a look full of disdain. No, he's always like that, quick-witted and cunning. She sprawled listlessly on the table and sighed. But how are we supposed to find that guild now? Even the government struggles when trying to investigate the guilds. Baekwayan closed her laptop, earnestly looking for a solution. Touching the major guilds is indeed a difficult problem. If we use force to mandate an investigation, it will create unnecessary friction. Kang Wu suddenly spoke up. There is a way. Cha Yanju asked curiously. What way? He looked up with an arrogant expression. Just set a trap for them.
The demon cult targets high-grade sacrifices as prey, correct? Cha Yanju, still unable to shake off her boredom, listlessly replied, Correct. That's why we've lost so many rookies. Noticing Cha Yanju's attitude, Kang Wu felt a bit awkward. Oops, did I accidentally touch on a sensitive topic? She hurriedly waved her hand to deny it. No, it's fine. Please continue. Kang Wu curled his lips, confidently presenting his plan. The main bait of this strategy is those rookies. To reiterate, their targets are low-level players who possess high-level special abilities. Baekwayan frowned, resting her chin on her hand in thought. Recently, there have been many staged incidents at low-rank gates, and the number of missing persons has increased alarmingly. Kang Wu gently replied, Right, so we can spread a rumor. With a gloomy face and a blazing aura, he looked at the two of them. That at a low-rank gate there is an extremely talented player. From what I've heard, that person must be at least rank S. We can bluff like that. In Kang Wu's mind, the image of a fish taking the bait suddenly appeared. He excitedly explained, I heard the Red Rose Guild is targeting them. They must be formidable. Just lie like that. Because they fear losing a delicious piece of bait to someone else, they will have to act immediately. Baekwayan nodded in agreement but still hesitated slightly. Good idea, but they've been set up by intelligence once before. Are you sure they will act so rashly and recklessly? That damn Red Cardinal Bishop seems very cautious. Kang Wu lowered his head, maintaining a terrifying demeanor. They will definitely have to act. Cha Yanju looked surprised. How do you know? Kang Wu smiled coldly. Because they are the demon cult, wolves that cannot control their thirst for power. He clenched his trembling fist in excitement, thinking to himself, the closer they get to the demonic threshold, the more they will hunt for power. Once they have injected demonic energy into their bodies,
How can they refuse this temptation? Kang Wu flashed a radiant smile at Bei Kuai-yin.
Besides, even if they are cautious, they won't be able to completely wipe away all traces. She hesitated a bit. Even though we have patrols, there's no sign that these staged incidents will decrease. Meanwhile, Chayanju was completely convinced by this idea. All right, let's try it then. Who will we use as bait? A low-level player but possessing high-level superpowers, already famous, or a member of a large guild? She raised her eyebrows. Also, don't even dream of using people from my guild. Chayanju glanced at Kangwoo. It might be selfish, but I have no intention of using my guild members unless they have to participate directly in combat. He spoke casually to reassure her. All right, I understand. You have to save your combat power, right? Kangwoo grinned slyly, becoming unusually dark. As for the bait, I know someone perfect for this role. The scene shifted to Kim Shi-hoon, who was leisurely walking with his jacket slung over his shoulder.
He wearily strode on the way home. Inside the house, a woman lay motionless on the mattress, seemingly having stopped breathing. Kim Si-hoon rushed over and sat down beside her. He grasped the woman's hand tightly. For a brief moment, a cold glint that was hard to conceal flashed in Kim Si-hoon's eyes. No one knew what he was plotting. In the small, warm room bathed in golden sunlight, Kim Si-hoon sat listlessly before the silver-haired woman, his eyes turning empty as he gently caressed her hand. The atmosphere was submerged in an endless sorrow. At that moment, Kang Woo was lying on the roof of the opposite building, using binoculars to observe Kim Si-hoon. He groaned. Oh my, Si-hoon, that fool. Kang Woo's eyes glistened with tears as he thought to himself, he takes care of his sick mother every night. He really should be the protagonist. Then he looked down to check the information on his phone.
Anyway, the reaction is better than I thought. Kang-woo scrolled through his phone, noticing that most of the news revolved around Kim Si-hoon. It had been a week since the baiting plan, and rumors were spreading faster than he expected. He thought with satisfaction that although it wasn't skyrocketing like a rocket, it was still rising steadily. At the same time, a few pedestrians down below were chatting happily. Hey, have you heard about Kim Si-hoon? Who? He's a famous rookie. Is that so? But I bet he's no match for Bei Kuai-yin. Why am I even discussing this with you? Kang-woo pondered. There was only one person on his side who could spread information like this. The scene shifted elsewhere. A hand was nimbly typing on a keyboard, accompanied by a voice. Yes, I can create a bit of a stir, just like this. Kang-woo prayed silently. If anyone in his group knew about Kim Si-hoon, please pretend not to know anything. He suddenly had an idea. Surely it was the name he saw earlier. That person was the human resources manager of Red Rose, Park Young-woo. Kang-woo calculated that Bei Kuai-yin was a straightforward person, so there was no way she would do something like that, and Chayanju probably just gave the order. Suddenly, Kim Si-hoon opened the door and stepped out. Kang-woo quickly got into position. Oh, he's moving, he calculated in his head. Then I should get started too. At the C-rank Mokdong gate, Kim Si-hoon approached everyone in a friendly manner to say hello.
I'm here. Kang Tae-soo welcomed him with a cheerful smile. Oh, you're here, Brother Si-hoon. Choi Eun-bi waved excitedly. Hello, Si-hoon. So-ah just gently tilted her head and smiled. Hello. Amidst the bustling crowd, Kim Si-hoon asked worriedly, So-ah, is something bothering you? Are you okay? Kang Tae-soo immediately spoke up. About that, he recounted with a dejected voice. Brother Kang-woo is usually very busy, but he hasn't been home for a week. At a nearby location, someone was hesitantly striking up a conversation with a person wearing a strange iron helmet. Do you want to form a party? The person in the iron helmet refused without hesitation. I already have other plans. Kim Si-hoon wondered, can't anyone contact him? So-ah sadly lowered her head, her voice sorrowful. It's not that we can't contact him. We text and call every day, but he seems to have disappeared somewhere. Kim Si-hoon scratched his head awkwardly. It doesn't seem like something happened inside the gate. Even when we press him, he just avoids the topic. Kang Tae-soo grunted in agreement. Choi Eun-bi solicitously comforted So-ah. Don't be sad anymore, sis. The girl tried her best to coax her friend. He surely has a reason for not coming home. He should be back soon, right? So-ah sighed. Maybe, she suddenly asked, maybe he's tired of my cooking? Choi Eun-bi was startled. Eh? Huh? What? So-ah's eyes showed even more weariness. She harbored a bundle of negative thoughts. Is that why he doesn't want to come home, or does he like another girl? Choi Eun-bi immediately patted her shoulder to reassure her.
There is no way he has another woman when he already has someone as beautiful as you, Uni. It might actually be the opposite. She looked surprised. The opposite? Choi Eun-bi revealed a face full of craving. She daydreamed with a sweet voice. Brother Kang-woo is still young. Living under the same roof with someone beautiful like you, that's just too stimulating. Kim Si-hoon coldly tapped Choi Eun-bi on the head with his staff, bluntly cutting her off. Stop it. Misoa, don't listen to Eun-bi. He shared seriously. I'm sure Brother Kang-woo has his own reasons. First of all, unlike us, he is a high-ranking player. Choi Eun-bi took off her hat and innocently asked Kang Tae-soo, Is there a bump on my head? He examined it carefully before replying. No. Seo felt somewhat comforted. She smiled slightly and acknowledged it. Yeah, you're right.
Kim Shi-hoon spoke up gently to encourage her. I understand that you are feeling uncomfortable, Miss Soa, but all we can do is continue to do our best to become stronger so that we can stand side by side with Brother Kang-woo as soon as possible. Hearing these words from Kim Shi-hoon, Seoa felt re-energized. She pulled herself together, becoming more spirited. She politely made a suggestion. Then let's go. Everyone responded in unison. Okay, let's go. Kang Tae-soo enthusiastically raised both hands to the sky. Let's go hunting! Behind them, the person wearing a strange iron mask continued to silently watch them without looking away.
He suddenly muttered, "Arrived at the rank C gate already." When the mask was lifted, the person was none other than Kang-woo. He thought with satisfaction it was hard to believe that everyone had reached level 20 and completed the third awakening. To him, it still didn't seem like enough, but it was a remarkable speed of progress nonetheless. Beside him, a man suddenly spoke up. "I smell dried chili peppers." Kang-woo took off his helmet and sighed helplessly. But it had been a week. He thought back to his previous conversation with Seoa. "But don't you think we are progressing incredibly fast? It's all thanks to Kang-woo." He felt even more sad and depressed. It might be due to the work, but seeing her suffer was truly. Kang-woo shifted to a different train of thought. At this moment, Echidna was lying on the bed groaning, teary-eyed, burying her face in the pillow and whining, "Kang-woo, where is my Kang-woo?" Her mother was beside her, constantly coaxing, "Eat some fruit, Echidna." And not just Miss Seowa, he was the only one Echidna could rely on.
So it must be even more miserable. Kang-woo reached up to stroke his hair, scratching his head in frustration. "I haven't been able to eat or sleep properly." He gritted his teeth. "I also want this to be over with." On Kim Si-hoon's side, the group had begun engaging the beast. Kang Tae-soo used his shield to forcefully block an attack from a ferocious monster. The monster landed a heavy punch on the shield, making him grunt in exertion. Kang Tae-soo grimaced, trying his best to defend. "You're stupidly strong, aren't you?" He seized the right moment, suddenly lifting his shield to execute a counterattack. How about this? Caught off guard, the monster couldn't regain its balance and stumbled, nearly falling. Kang Tae-soo moved his shield aside. He hurriedly shouted, "Si-hoon, right now!" Kim Si-hoon raised his sword, unleashing the water dragon sword art. From behind, Seoa quickly cast a support spell for him. Enhancement, second form. Kim Si-hoon rushed forward, unleashing the deadly ultimate skill Flying Dragon first form, easily taking the monster's life. It roared in extreme agony as its lower body gradually turned to dust. The monster spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then it grimaced, frantically seeking revenge. Spotting Kim Si-hoon standing there, it charged madly to attack. But he immediately used the lightning spear skill in just the blink of an eye. The monster's entire body convulsed wildly from the lightning strike, finally turning into a charred black corpse, exhaling a cloud of suffocating smoke. Kim Si-hoon saw it lying motionless on the ground. He sheathed his sword with peace of mind and heaved a sigh of relief. Kang Tae-soo rejoiced. We took it down." Choi In-bi stood from afar, raising her staff and reminding, "Brother Tae-soo, don't say that." Kang Tae-soo laughed gloatingly. "It's definitely asleep. We also got experience points." Choi In-bi walked over. The little girl instructed with a serious look, "Even if we're only hunting one, we shouldn't relax." Kim Si-hoon spoke up with a serious tone. "Just as predicted, rank S monsters are quite strong." Kang Tae-soo was cautious. "We didn't have any issues with 5 lizard men, but I think just 3 of these are dangerous enough." Thinking of the scene where Brother Kang-woo hunted alone in this place, Kim Si-hoon could only scratch his head and smile wearily. Kang Tae-soo gave him ceaseless praise. "In less than a month, it's truly impressive that we've leveled up enough to hunt a troll." "It's all thanks to you, Si-hoon. I've felt it since before we formed the party, but to think you were this talented?" Kim Si-hoon awkwardly replied, "That's so embarrassing." Choi In-bi spoke up with an attitude that was both cheerful and somewhat flattering. "That's right, just like that. You're like the main character in a shonen manhwa." Kim Si-hoon replied affectionately, "In-bi's magic is also very impressive." Kang Tae-soo quickly returned to the original topic. "We should gather the magic stones and start moving." I can't believe I forgot about that. Let's finish up quickly and go." While observing the monster's body, Kim Si-hoon spoke up. "I heard that the coagulated blood in a troll's heart can be sold as an ingredient for medicine at a high price." Unexpected joy made Choi In-bi let out a jubilant cheer. "Do we have a shovel? We can sell it then." Kim Si-hoon couldn't suppress his laughter. After taking everything in, Kang-woo returned to his observation duty. A secret joy crept into his heart, moving him to the point where he had to rub his nose. They had become stronger than before. Just as predicted, it was all thanks to his teaching. Kang-woo quietly pondered their combination. It was a smooth play, without a single wasted movement. Now each of them understood their role and moved accordingly. Kang Tae-soo was the tanker and crowd controller. The main damage dealer and buffer was Kim Si-hoon. Soara could also create buffs, so she was still useful when they didn't need healing.
The troll was taken down by sub-damage combined with protection. He felt a sense of relaxation and satisfaction. Now I think I don't need to help them anymore. Kang Tae-soo happily bumped shoulders with Kim Shi-hoon. Mr. Shi-hoon, seems you're very famous lately, huh? Kim Shi-hoon looked bewildered. Really? Choi Eun-bi smiled with her eyes squinting in excitement. We're rich now. From a high rock, Kang-woo quietly cast his gaze down at them and sank into thought. Aside from this, it was time for them to act. The image of the mysterious red-masked demon appeared in Kang-woo's Mac. A week has passed. Are you guys planning to just stand still? A vague sense of unease suddenly rose within him. Maybe they were just being truly cautious. Were they not planning to do anything when delicious rookies were right in front of their eyes? While pondering, Kang-woo's gaze drifted over Kim Shi-hoon's group. I spent years in hell, so I know very well that there is no better food than that. Finally, he squatted down, placed the binoculars on the ground, and let out a sigh, his mind heavy with tension. If the rumor had been spreading for a week, there was no way they hadn't heard it. I'll have to observe carefully. Kang-woo utilized his authority of observation. Countless thoughts were piling up in his head. No matter how much he thought about it, there was no way those guys would overlook this. If it had been a week, that was certainly long enough for them to check it out. They would definitely come. They could arrive at any moment. But, I found 2 players. They are high level enough to take down a troll in a single hit, and they didn't even take the magic stone. They are running towards Kim Shi-hoon. Kang-woo froze, his hands clenched tight, his face twisting terribly as he grinned maliciously.
They finally took the bait. Chapter 49. Suffering a fatal injury, the monster collapsed in agony, fresh blood from the cut across its belly staining the ground. Kim Si-hoon sheathed his sword and let out a sigh of relief, not forgetting to praise and encourage his teammates. Everyone did a great job. Kang Tae-soo looked at Kim Si-hoon with a gaze full of excitement and admiration. Wow, Brother Si-hoon, no matter how many times I see it, I still find it hard to believe. You even took it down without Eun-bi's support. Kim Si-hoon could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. Well, I was just lucky this time. I could do it thanks to everyone's good support. Choi Eun-bi raised her hand to speak. Brother Si-hoon, if you keep this up, I'll become unemployed, won't I? Just take it easy. The embarrassment made Kim Si-hoon's face flush, and he didn't know what to do but laugh it off. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he hurriedly shouted a warning. Soa, there's a troll behind you, everyone! He immediately deployed the combat formation. Whoosh! The ferocious monster raised its club, clearly intending to attack them. Kim Si-hoon issued a command. Eun-bi, distract it so Soa can move to the back. Choi Eun-bi immediately obeyed. Yes, brother. However, before they could act, the monster was sliced in half by a slash, just as a strange voice rang out. I was wondering who it was. Kim Si-hoon frowned. You are... The person spoke calmly. What a coincidence. It was Kim Young-hoon. Kim Si-hoon couldn't help but be astonished. Kim Young-hoon. He displayed an arrogant and mocking attitude.
Kim Si-hoon, I didn't expect to see you here. Kang Tae-soo whispered. Is that someone you know? Isn't he the vice guildmaster of the Mirror Guild? Choi Eun-bi hesitantly glanced at Kim Si-hoon. Brother Si-hoon. At that moment, he was suddenly swept into his own train of thought. Kim Young-hoon, the vice guildmaster of the Mirror Guild, one of the top 5 guilds in the country, and the son of Kim Jae-hyun, the owner of Mirror Electronics Group. Kim Young-hoon spoke bluntly. He was born with the shiniest golden spoon in the Republic of Korea. As a player, Kim Young-hoon's talent is quite mediocre, unlike his father.
One of the top families in Korea. However, by using his father's power and fortune, he had surpassed the others. Kim Si-hoon struggled to maintain his composure and spoke up. Why are you here? Kim Young-hoon let out a sarcastic laugh. What do you think? It's because I want to hunt. Kang Tae-soo, Choi Eun-bi, and So-ah all fell into an extremely awkward situation, only able to exchange glances. Kim Si-hoon lost all patience and retorted. Then why don't you go your own way and get the hell out of here? Kim Young-hoon burst into laughter, his voice full of mockery. Hey, aren't you being a bit rude to your older brother? Sudden anger flared up, causing Kim Si-hoon to snap. Who are you to call yourself my brother? Kim Young-hoon merely curled his lips into a contemptuous smile. Well, I guess we can't be considered normal brothers, since you have that filthy blood flowing inside you. Hearing those insults, Kim Si-hoon prepared to draw his sword and attack in a frenzy. What did you say, you bastard? Kim Young-hoon stepped over the monster's corpse, arrogantly issuing a challenge. What, you planning to hit me? Why don't you give it a try? Kim Si-hoon gritted his teeth in fury. Tsk. Kim Young-hoon also intended to point his sword at Kim Si-hoon. Ah, right, there's a rumor about you lately. He looked clearly bewildered, asking back with skepticism. A rumor? The man casually enunciated every word. I heard you possess an incredibly special ability, estimated to be at least S rank. Witnessing Kim Si-hoon's expression, Kim Young-hoon became even more triumphant. It's not hard to see why you appeared at this time. I didn't think you would awaken as such a high-ranking player, Si-hoon.
Kim Si-hoon tightened his grip on his sword hilt. What do you mean? Kim Young-hoon reached out his hand towards him, sticking his tongue out maliciously. I just happen to need a sacrifice like you. Pressing his advantage, Kim Young-hoon continued to dominate. Now that I look again, the other sacrifices look pretty decent too. Wow, it really is a gold mine. Kim Si-hoon raised his guard to the maximum. Sacrifice? Kang Tae-soo also felt equally furious. Damn it, is he an irregular player? Choi Eun-bi anxiously called out to Soa, "Sister-in-law, hurry, get behind me."
Seeing Kim Young-hoon targeting Soa, he immediately stepped forward to shield her, displaying a protective stance. Kim Young-hoon spoke with a calculating tone. Of course, that girl won't be used as a sacrifice. He licked his lips, his gloomy face exuding a perverted and deadly aura, because I have thought of many other uses for her. Unable to endure it any longer, Kim Si-hoon swung his sword and rushed straight to attack Kim Young-hoon. You piece of trash. But with just a wave of his hand, he easily knocked the boy away. Kang Tae-soo anxiously watched Kim Si-hoon. Brother Si-hoon! Cho Yoon-bi started in horror. Brother Si-hoon! Kim Si-hoon gritted his teeth, his breathing becoming heavy from exhaustion.
He thought to himself, filled with dissatisfaction. What was that just now? Even though we might be at different levels, how could he counterattack at such close range? The trusted bodyguard, the giant figure named Kim Young-hoon, was about to rush up to strike back for his master, but he signaled to stop. Hey, you stand still. Kim Young-hoon raised his sword, activating the absolute defense state. That bastard. Suddenly, he swung his sword and rushed to attack Kim Si-hoon. He is mine. Kim Young-hoon burst into arrogant and gloating laughter. When you rushed towards me, were you that confident? He unleashed consecutive moves, determined not to give Kim Si-hoon any opening to fight back. Or are you tucking your tail between your legs now? The relentless attacks forced Kim Si-hoon into a purely defensive stance. He uttered a cruel threat. Try attacking me back. Tsk. A moment later, Kim Si-hoon seized the opportunity to turn the tables, swinging a lightning-fast sword strike towards Kim Young-hoon. Unexpectedly, he had anticipated it and easily took him down in an instant. Kim Si-hoon suffered a thunderous blow from Kim Young-hoon, gritting his teeth in pain. He didn't stop there, delivering a direct kick that sent him flying into the rocky cliff face. Kang Tae-soo exclaimed in shock. Si-hoon! Choi Eun-bi exclaimed in horror. Brother Si-hoon! Kim Si-hoon collapsed by the rocky wall, his face stained with dirt, gritting his teeth to endure the wound on his abdomen, thinking, I get it now.
With all his might, Kim Si-hoon tried to force himself up, his determined gaze fixed on Kim Young-hoon. That swordsmanship was not being executed by Kim Young-hoon himself. He leisurely walked towards him, dropping a curse. Fool! Kim Young-hoon dusted off his outfit, his face filled with contempt. How dare you attack me when you have that filthy blood? He had no idea that Kim Si-hoon was gradually figuring everything out. The sword he was holding was moving him. It was a special system formed by all the technology and resources of Mirror Electronics. This system relied on sensors to detect the opponent's movements and move the user's body to automatically protect them. Anger made Kim Young-hoon's face turn red, and he gripped the sword tightly. You insolent bastard, son of a bitch. If you're a bug, then act like a bug. Once again, he rushed forward, launching a barrage of attacks at Kim Si-hoon, who was heavily injured and lying sprawled on the ground. But this time, Kim Young-hoon's sword path was completely blocked by Kang Tae-soo. He remained unscathed, applying force to increase the pressure on him. This muscle pig. Kang Tae-soo's whole body tensed up to resist that terrifying power, and he gritted his teeth in response. I don't know what your relationship is with Brother Si-hoon. Kang Tae-soo's feet were gradually grinding against the ground from the pushing force. He still stood tall, declaring boldly, but as long as I, Kang Tae-soo, am alive, don't you dream of doing anything to Brother Si-hoon. Kang Tae-soo utilized a shockwave force.
In an attempt to push back Kim Young-hoon and create distance from Kim Si-hoon, despite his exhaustion, he tried to close his eyes and shove him away. At this moment, Kang Tae-soo realized with astonishment. He looked up. Huh? What is this? I don't feel any reaction at all. With a sturdy protective layer, Kim Young-hoon shouldered his sword, looking at him with indifferent eyes. Hey, what are you doing? It turned out Kim Young-hoon had activated absolute defense in the form of armor, a triumphant smile blooming on his lips. Idiot, how dare you confront me with that trashy equipment? Kim Young-hoon continued to unleash his technique, utilizing demonic energy. Before Kang Tae-soo could even grasp the situation, he gently flicked a blow that sent him flying. Kim Young-hoon glanced at the spectacular explosion behind him. A satisfied smile appeared clearly on his face. Even if you didn't interfere, I would have settled the score with you after taking care of the little brother. At this moment, his gaze shifted towards Kim Si-hoon. A subtle movement made him feel a bit puzzled. Kim Si-hoon seemed to have shed his old skin, adopting a completely new demeanor. He performed a few skillful sword flourishes in front of him. Soa devoted herself wholeheartedly to assisting Kim Si-hoon so he could execute the hidden dragon sword art.
Kim Si-hoon moved with astonishing speed, rushing straight forward. Fifth form. He swung his sword, summoning a violent current, creating an incredibly beautiful technique, Wind Dragon Emergence. The tip of Kim Si-hoon's sword aimed straight at Kim Young-hoon's position. Hidden Dragon Sword Art. He gritted his teeth, raising his sword to defend. Damn it! But this time, Kim Si-hoon had unleashed an attack that was both magnificent and full of power.
He summoned the dragon shadow to rise, akin to a threat. Fifth form, Wind Dragon Emergence. Kim Si-hoon's mind was filled with determination and a thirst for vengeance. He roared in anger. Kim Young-hoon indeed blocked his sword path, but he did not expect the power this time to increase manifold, even more terrifying than the previous attacks. What? Kim Si-hoon mustered all his remaining strength, knocking Kim Young-hoon far away, creating a spectacular explosion. He gasped for breath in exhaustion, his hand holding the sword becoming heavy, as the move had drained quite a bit of his energy. A familiar voice suddenly rang out, leaving Kim Si-hoon stunned. Is that it? Thanks to the protective armor, Kim Young-hoon was completely unharmed. He calmly uttered a taunt. Since when did you become like this?
Activating protective armor, Kim Young-hoon brutally kicked Kang Tae-soo, who was lying on the ground, looking at him with utter contempt. A person of lowly origin. Kim Si-hoon started and cried out, "Tae-soo!" He arrogantly issued a challenge. "There is no way for you to lose gently." Kim Si-hoon gritted his teeth in anger. "You bastard." A sudden flow of memories rushed into his mind. Academics, sports, even his abilities as a player. Kim Young-hoon once again channeled power into his sword, but this time he pointed it at Kim Si-hoon, asking condescendingly, "So what?" Kim Young-hoon tightened his grip, initiating a move. Everything can be accomplished if one just has the money and power to order people around. He grit out each word, "Your weak ability." Kim Si-hoon froze. A surprise occurred. Kim Young-hoon was also using the exact same Hidden Dragon Sword Art, fifth form, Wind Dragon Emergence, that Kim Si-hoon had just executed to counterattack. He laughed triumphantly. "Let's see how long you can block this." Kim Young-hoon swung his sword with immense power. His face had distorted into that of a cruel demon. "Die by your own attack." The terrifying speed meant Kim Si-hoon could only just raise his sword to block by a hair's breadth. His whole body trembled violently, trying to brace himself against the destructive attack. Kim Young-hoon had no intention of showing mercy. He waved his hand, knocking Kim Si-hoon far away, causing him to be completely submerged in a thick cloud of dust. Seeing the scene, Kim Si-hoon's teammates panicked and shouted, "Si-hoon! Brother Si-hoon!" Conversely, Kim Young-hoon felt incredibly triumphant. He laughed wildly and gloatingly. "So this is your limit." Sora ran to Kim Si-hoon's side, who was now lying motionless and lifeless, and she hurriedly cast healing magic.
"We must treat him quickly," Kim Young-hoon roared. "This is the difference between you and me." With no other choice, Cho Yun-bi had to take the lead. She channeled magical power from her staff to attack Kim Young-hoon. Lightning Spear. However, his armor was too solid, almost unbreakable. He frantically hurled insults at Kim Si-hoon. "Kim Si-hoon, no matter how crazily you try, you will never surpass me." So-ah was extremely concerned about Kim Si-hoon's condition. She tilted her head and gently shook him. "Si-hoon, under these circumstances, we can't prolong the treatment. I've only given you first aid." She urged him affectionately yet urgently. "I'm going to support Un-bi. You must wake up quickly, okay?" Kim Si-hoon groggily opened his eyes. He thought to himself, "I can still breathe, but my body has no strength left." Seeing Kim Young-hoon standing there safe and sound, his heart couldn't help but swell with resentment. "Is this as far as I go? I was determined to take revenge on those who abandoned my mother and me." Kim Si-hoon glanced over at So-ah and Cho Yun-bi. Both were risking their lives resisting for his sake. Not only was he unable to take revenge, but he also saw Kang Tae-soo writhing on the ground, enduring the pain of his injuries. Unable to even protect the people he loved, Kim Si-hoon bit his lip in pain and helplessness. It was all because he was weak, because he lacked power. But then, his eyes suddenly widened, as a question flashed through his mind. Is power absolutely necessary? While Kim Si-hoon's group was in the midst of battle.
Kang-woo witnessed the whole incident through his binoculars. He silently made a judgment. That guy is the one he referred to as holy water or something. Kang-woo sprang up. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips as he bared his teeth. The guild connected to the demon cult is indeed the Mir Guild. Finally, I have the answer. He took off his hat and pondered deeply. Kim Si-hoon is the son-in-law of a tycoon. There is something quite similar. I thought they just looked alike, but I didn't expect it to be him. Kang-woo began to stretch comfortably, looking quite pleased. I have all the necessary contacts for the plan. Let's proceed slowly. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. That's right, I need power. Kang-woo didn't understand what was happening. His face became bewildered.
Huh? Kim Si-hoon suddenly sprang up, his body emitting a fierce bolt of lightning, the power to take down the enemy. Se-wa turned her head in amazement. Si-hoon? Cho Yen-bi also gasped in astonishment. Brother Si-hoon. Kim Si-hoon gritted his teeth, swung his sword high, and the Wind Dragon Emergence technique reappeared once more. I need power to protect the people I cherish. The system immediately sent a notification. Kim Si-hoon, the messenger of demon slaying, has received the power of the martial god Shan Tae-hwang. Kang Woo's lips twitched, unable to believe what was happening. Could this be an awakening in a critical situation? Is it really an awakening? The system continued to send 2 or 3 more notifications. The vessel was not yet complete, so only a portion of the power was received. Learned the highest level of the hidden dragon sword art. Learned the initial stage of rebirth. Kang Woo could only force a smile. That's right, the system sent 2 more notifications. The messenger of demon slaying, Kim Si-hoon, has comprehended a new technique. Learned Cloud Dragon sword art in Cloud Dragon Step. He silently cheered, telling him to just consider himself the protagonist. Kim Si-hoon seemed to have turned into a completely different person.
He frantically rushed towards Kim Young-hoon to attack and roared ferociously, "Kim Young-hoon!" Kim Ji-hoon's face was horribly distorted, his eyes showing only the whites. He unleashed a barrage of slashing attacks, sending both of them soaring into the sky. By this time, he finally realized that the situation had spiraled out of control. What the hell is this? Kim Ji-hoon had landed a slash on Kim Young-hoon's shoulder, terrifying him to the core. Facing Kim Ji-hoon's fury, he panicked, thinking to himself, is it completely impossible to block? Kim Young-hoon attempted to counterattack. Don't laugh. But all his efforts vanished into thin air as Kim Si-hoon initiated the next move, Hidden Dragon Sword Art, 5th form. He unleashed a completely new technique, Wind Dragon Emergence, Cloud Dragon Sword Art, 3rd form. Kim Si-hoon did not give Kim Young-hoon any chance to recover. He rushed in like a meteor, attacking him head-on, Cloud Dragon Chaotic Dance. Kim Young-hoon had no way to defend himself. The panic in his heart rose higher and higher. Impossible! How can this be? Kim Young-hoon witnessed Kim Si-hoon moving at terrifying speed, creating multiple clones from different directions to attack him. He was horrified to realize the truth, both strength and speed. Kim Si-hoon pressed the blade right against Kim Young-hoon's face, who had completely lost his composure and could not move to resist. Are stronger than mine. Kim Young-hoon thought bitterly, how could I be pushed back by him? Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoon closed in once again and slashed deeply into his other shoulder. Kim Young-hoon was terrified and hurriedly retreated to dodge the attack. First, I must keep my distance. In this dire situation, he had to resort to his protective armor. Activate protective armor. However, everything fell upon him like karma. Too late. Fortunately for Kim Young-hoon, Moon Young-ho arrived in time to block the attack with an iron axe. His safety was ensured. He aggressively swung the axe to counterattack Kim Si-hoon, forcing the boy to jump away from the area to dodge. Kim Young-hoon was so scared that his face turned pale. He questioned, Moon Young-ho, what took you so long to appear? Moon Young-ho replied respectfully, Vice Guildmaster, my apologies. The system displayed a red warning line. You have been seriously injured by an attack. If you do not circulate your energy quickly, internal injuries will worsen.
Kim Si-hoon panted, clutching the wound on his stomach with one hand, thinking to himself, if just the wind pressure from his sword swing was that powerful. He narrowed his eyes, clearly showing extreme caution. I'm not sure about Kim Young-hoon, but this man, Byun Myung-hoon, approached Kim Si-hoon, carrying an axe, his voice full of intimidation. Just admit it, you can't fight against the Vice Guildmaster. He cleared his throat threateningly. If you come along obediently, you'll only lose one arm. At this moment, Kim Si-hoon could only breathe with difficulty, having no strength left to resist. Si-hoon looked up, his eyes filled with hatred. He used his hand to prop his sword against the ground to keep from collapsing, his other hand clutching his aching chest. The figure towering before him right now was Moon Young-ho. Gripping the axe tightly in his hand, he preached in a raised voice. Accept it. You cannot defeat the Vice Guildmaster. Just come with us obediently. If you do, I will only take one arm. Despite the pain tormenting his body, in the mocking words, Si-hoon still resiliently shouted, Don't talk nonsense. Just as he finished speaking, the axe blade flew towards him with terrifying speed. Moon Young-ho gripped the axe handle tightly, using full force to press it hard into Si-hoon's chest, pinning him flat on the ground. He uttered coldly, Take this. The attack was too sudden, leaving Si-hoon no time to defend himself. He could only scream in pain and despair. Si-hoon frowned, gritting his teeth to endure, but couldn't stop a curse from escaping. Damn it! In his heart, a thought of giving up on everything flashed by. This body couldn't take it anymore. Si-hoon tried to open his eyes wide to look at his arm being stepped on by Moon Young-ho. The man raised the axe high, acting like a superior teaching a lesson. The privilege of the weak is to suffer pain. The sudden pain caused blue veins to bulge on his face, his mouth slightly twisted. An indescribable uneasiness rose in his heart, yet he still cursed silently. Damn it! Has it come to this? Has it come to the point where I have to die? Suddenly, a call rang out from the depths of his subconscious. Si-hoon, I'm sorry. His mind drifted to a distant memory. Looking up from below, a brilliantly lit room appeared where the call continued to echo. "Mom, Mom." Then the scene of a happy family in that room gave way to the image of a small alley. A woman hugged her son tightly and whispered, "I'm sorry for letting you appear in this world," along with the confession, more tragic than anything, of the boy from years ago.
You don't need to apologize, because I can endure it. I really want to say thank you, Mom, for giving birth to me. Si-hoon snapped out of his flashback, lying there with tears streaming down his face. Si-hoon's mood instantly plummeted into an abyss. In the end, I still failed. How ridiculous. He trembled as he uttered his last words. "Everyone, I'm sorry. It's because of me that you all got dragged into this." His heart was in turmoil, ignoring the screams echoing towards him. Si-hoon! Eunbi also burst into tears, blaming herself, thinking she couldn't protect everyone. Si-hoon wasn't any better. He felt tormented for not being able to protect everyone into the very last moment. He watched the axe blade decisively chopping down. He screamed in silence, "I am truly sorry, everyone." Then, letting the tears continue to roll down, Si-hoon closed his eyes to accept his destiny. But a sigh and a familiar voice pulled him out of his stupor. "Well said." Si-hoon's eyes widened, turning his head to look at the familiar figure blocking the axe right in front of him.
His voice trembled. "Not bad, Kang-woo." Meanwhile, he raised his hand, ignoring the force Moon Young-ho was using to press down, and casually asked, "The privilege of the weak is to suffer pain, is it?" Kang-woo tilted his blade, creating a crack in the giant axe, then coldly remarked, "That's right, I think so too." Then he unleashed a spinning kick, a kick that sent him flying backward, to the astonishment of Si-hoon and the guy hiding in the corner. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes, half his face submerged in shadow, as he declared in a deep voice, "I will let you know what that privilege is like." On the other side, he was still struggling to stand up. On this side, Si-hoon still lay still. He tried to suppress his frustration and asked hesitantly, "Why, Kang-woo, why are you here?" He scratched his head, replying with embarrassment. Well, Kang-woo didn't quite know how to answer, his eyes darting around, feeling a bit hesitant. "I've been sitting and watching this whole time to catch you acting like those demon cult guys." He couldn't say that. Finally, he just said a sentence to gloss it over. "I'll explain later." Finishing his sentence, Kang-woo turned to call the people behind him. "Eunbi, Soa, I'm bringing Si-hoon over there. Please treat him." They quickly responded with a yes. As the three hurriedly took Si-hoon away, Moon Young-ho had regained his footing, growling furiously. "Are you from the Hwarang squad?" Kang-woo curled his lips, speaking sarcastically. "If it were the Hwarang squad, why would I be alone?" Moon Young-ho immediately looked mysterious and said, "In that case," but he immediately interrupted with an indifferent attitude. "No need to get acquainted. Stop messing around and come at me." This action successfully provoked him. An orange energy was activated around the handle of the axe. Moon Young-ho gritted his teeth, snarling each word, "You arrogant brat." Finishing his words, he leapt up, rushing straight at him, but then abruptly halted his attack. He frowned, his body trembling slightly, as a voice akin to one from hell resonated once again. "You said it yourself. The privilege of the weak is to suffer pain."
As he spoke these words, Kang-woo's crimson pupils dilated, his mouth agape, while his hand crushed the other's axe blade until it deformed. Myung-ho's entire body trembled with fear. Unable to move, he could only let out faint whimpers. Kang-woo approached him without hesitation, calmly affirming, "I will guarantee those rights for you, with all my might." Through the dark lenses, the image of Kang-woo appeared like a madman, causing Moon Young-ho's spine to go cold and his forehead to break out in sweat. A sense of unease rose in his heart as he wondered, who is this guy? Realizing his ally was at a disadvantage, from afar, Kim Young-hoon immediately shouted a reminder, "Moon Young-ho, demonic energy, use the demonic energy." Seeing him stand motionless, the man immediately yelled in anger, "What are you doing? Do you want to die? This is an order. Use the demonic energy now. For the sake of Mirguild, sacrifice your life." Moon Young-ho's hand holding the axe trembled slightly. A second later, he relaxed his grip on the axe, placed one hand on his chest, and stood upright solemnly as if facing Kim Young-hoon. He respectfully responded, "As you command." Immediately, from where his hand was placed, a terrifying power surged out from within Moon Young-ho. His entire body rapidly mutated before the satisfied gaze and excited screams. Moon Young-ho transformed into a massive monster, roaring loudly into the sky. Baring his jagged teeth, he stood before Kang-woo and growled to show off his power. This scene made Kim Young-hoon, who was hiding behind a rock fissure, feel incredibly exhilarated. He burst into a fit of delightful laughter, his whole body immersed in ecstasy, and ceased not to praise. "Excellent, Moon Young-ho. With this, we will win." Kim Young-hoon's eyes rolled back, his face becoming twisted. Hiding behind the rock, he continuously cheered. "Kill him! Finish off that arrogant bastard! You scoundrel! Let's see how good you are. The final winner will be me, forever and always." Amidst the madness unfolding behind him, Moon Young-ho obediently began his attack, but Kang Woo maintained an unusually calm demeanor. A moment later, Kang Woo finally made his move. A purple light enveloped his body. Kang Woo curled his lips confidently and mocked. "What? You are the most demonic one among those I have ever met." Saying that, he raised his fist, summoning the authority of Iron Wall, followed by the authority of Divine Power, and attacked the monster head-on.
Leaving him no chance to resist, he could only stare blankly. Amidst screams of pain, blood incessantly gushed from his mouth. Witnessing this scene from afar, Kim Young-hoon's entire body instantly turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, his heart filled with extreme panic. What? Impossible! He looked at the giant corpse lying motionless in the distance. Along with the ferocious monster, Kang Woo was approaching. Young-hoon couldn't stop wondering, is he a ranker? If not, how could he easily defeat Byung Mung-ho even when he was using demonic energy? On the opposite side, the savage laughter and Kang Woo's terrifying face made him even more panicked. Run, I must contact Dad quickly. Young-hoon didn't dare rest for a second, despite his breathing becoming heavier with fatigue. His hand took out a round object. It was a crystal ball used for communication inside the gate where there was no signal. But somehow, inexplicably, Kang Woo had appeared right behind him.
He maintained that terrifying expression and asked, "Where are you going?" This made Young-hoon jump in fright, and a second later he received a gentle blow that planted his face straight into the ground. Curled up on the ground, Young-hoon whimpered in pain, his eyes glancing back in fear. He stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Without giving him time to answer, Kang Woo delivered another stomp, pressing Young-hoon's head firmly into the dirt. He then mocked loudly, "Do you only speak when you're terrified? Is that how the demon cult taught you?" Looking at the hand that was trembling yet still clutching the crystal ball, Kang Woo sneered, "That thing you're holding, are you trying to contact Kim Jae-hun?" He stammered, trying to justify himself. About that, but Kang Woo cut him off with a tone and face full of anticipation. "It's fine, go ahead and call." Through that crystal ball, another one on the other end began to glow. The man sitting back in his chair was slightly startled. He gently touched the crystal ball and asked, "What is it?" Kang Woo's cold voice transmitted from the other side. "Hello, is this the guardian of Mr. Kim Young-hoon?" This confused Jae-hun, who hurriedly asked back, "Who are you?" He let out a mocking, "Ah" sound, and then announced, "Nothing much, other than the fact that I'm holding your son hostage." Hearing this, he quickly cursed, "Dad, this bastard!" In the very next moment, he was beaten to a pulp, only able to scream in despair. Hearing the screams, the old man clenched his fists, trying to suppress his rage. Jae-hun's face darkened, becoming extremely gloomy as the sounds of beating and sarcastic remarks followed. "Is your son going through a rebellious phase? Why doesn't he listen? Did the family teach him properly?" It took a while before the old man could utter two words.
Stop it. Over here, Kang Woo held the crystal ball in one hand, while the other gripped the chain created from the authority of confinement, tightly binding Young-hoon and pinning him flat under his foot. He curled his lips in amusement, speaking to the person on the other end of the line. "It seems you are worried about your son, aren't you?" He spoke in a mocking tone. "Your son's current condition isn't very good." This made the old man anxious, and he hurriedly shouted, "What do you want?" Kang Woo did not hesitate to state his conditions. "If you want to save your son, enter the C-rank gate in Mokdong. Of course, come alone." Following that was a long silence from Jae-hun. He burst into maniacal laughter, licking his lips as he unleashed sarcastic remarks at the old man. "If I tell you to come alone, will you actually listen? I know people like you very well. Don't think about trying this or that. Just prepare yourself thoroughly." He pressed the crystal ball close to Young-hoon's mouth so the old man could clearly hear those groans. This action succeeded in driving the old man mad. "Are you sane?" Hearing that, Kang Woo raised his voice even more provocatively. "Your worry is boring me. So will you come alone?" The old man tried to keep his tone as calm as possible, hiding his uneasiness even as his 5 fingers gripped the desk hard enough to leave indentations.
Kim Jae-hun threatened, "What will the consequences be if the government military does something like this? You dare do this to me, Kim Jae-hun." He bluntly replied, "I am not the government military." The old man asked in astonishment, "Are you alone?" Kang Woo narrowed his eyes and calmly answered, "I'm still single." This time, it really drove Kim Jae-hun crazy. Blue veins popped out on his forehead as he cursed, "You bastard! Do you know who I am to dare do this to me?" He laughed loudly in response. "Do I have to know?" This made Kim Jae-hun even more furious, but before the old man could explode, Kang Woo continued, "Is it necessary to know?" "I don't think so." He began to use mocking words. "Do you know me? If you don't," then he grabbed Young-hoon's hair and pulled his head back, raising his voice provocatively, "then you have to be beaten." Kang Woo grabbed his head and shoved it straight into the communication crystal ball so that Kim Jae-hun on the other end could clearly hear his son's painful groans. This successfully made the old man roar, "Enough!" He lowered his head, put his mouth close to the crystal ball, and issued a threat. 20 minutes, only 20 minutes. If he doesn't show up, the rest is up to your imagination. The old man did not yield either, shouting back, "I don't know who you are or what you want. If you're doing this for blackmail, don't regret it."
His voice was incredibly firm, but the hand with bulging blue veins crushing the table betrayed Kim Jae-han's mood. Fortunately, only his voice was transmitted, so he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position, and Kim Jae-han's furious attitude didn't sway Kang-woo at all. He gritted his teeth and roared, not forgetting to utter a threat. "I will definitely find you. When I find you, I will tear you into 100 pieces." He showed no concern or fear, replying to Kim Jae-han with a single sentence, "Good luck." Then he delivered a powerful kick to Kim Young-hoon, simultaneously shattering the communication crystal. Kang-woo calmly stood up and said to the man chained like a dog, "All right, Kim Jae-han is done." His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at him, whimpering, "Help! Help me, please! If you need money, I just need to beg my father and there will be plenty." Kim Young-hoon's appearance at this moment looked truly pathetic. He lay still, not daring to move, only able to weakly utter please, his mouth ceaselessly mumbling, "Please." He kicked him over again, speaking indifferently, "Money is fine, but that's not what I need." Trying to open his swollen eyes, Kim Young-hoon asked with difficulty, "Then what do you need?" At this moment, Kang-woo feigned embarrassment, smiled, and said, "Kimchi stew and world peace." Hearing this, he felt as if he had been struck dead. Kim Young-hoon screamed in despair, "Stop talking nonsense. Whatever you want, I can find it." Meanwhile, he just rubbed his chin and replied nonchalantly, "You don't believe me when I say that? I summoned all my courage to say it." He roared in anger, "What do you want?" But before he could finish his sentence, he received a thunderous slap across the face. He had no choice but to obey. Okay, I'll set up." Kang-woo looked excited again. "I have to prepare to meet your father." Young-hoon was startled and asked back, "Meet my father?" He grinned broadly, feeling indescribably happy inside. Fine, who knows what he's thinking, but as long as he meets his father. In an instant, Kang-woo's aura suddenly changed. An illusion of long hair appeared. He gave a ghostly smile and said, "It's fortunate that Kim Jae-hin loves his child." Young-hoon's eyes widened at this terrifying sight. Kang-woo's form was now that of a three-eyed horse laughing gloatingly, speaking in a teasing voice.
To bring despair to the one he loves. How simple it truly is. Under the glittering night sky, a group of people supported each other as they left through the warp gate. Only he was still being dragged along the ground, looking devoid of any vitality. Tae-soo leaned on his shoulder as he walked, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you. I can walk on my own now." Kang-woo glanced over to assess the situation, then nodded in agreement. "Ah, all right then." The group stopped, and he spoke loudly. "Everyone, head back as I said." He hugged Si-hoon tightly and exclaimed happily, "Hey, oh Kang-woo, I'll take him." So-ah looked at Tae-soo with concern and gently reminded him, "You haven't been recovering for long. If you overexert yourself," he quickly reassured her. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, two figures suddenly appeared. One of them was Yenju. Standing with her hands on her hips, she spoke with clear indignation. "I tried to contact you. Where the hell did you disappear to? I even dragged Hwayen and the military here." He could only let out a forced laugh as an explanation. "It was pointless, really. I just had some preparations to attend to." Tae-soo couldn't help but be stunned, his jaw dropping as he saw the two people facing them. They were none other than the guild master of Red Rose, Cha Yenchu, and the captain of the Hwarang squad, Baek Hwayen. So-ah, standing next to him, shared the same suspicion. "Kang-woo, are you close with those two?" Taking the opportunity, he tilted his head triumphantly and said, "Let's just say we have a bit of an ill-fated relationship."
Yeonju snorted in annoyance at his smug attitude and spoke up, "I should be the one saying that." Then she glanced at the person beside him with a question. "Who is this?" "Isn't it Si-hoon?" The girl looked a bit awkward and softly introduced herself. "I am Han Sewa." Yeonju looked up and then looked down again, her face sulky and unhappy, only emitting a few grunting sounds from her throat. She crossed her arms over her chest, dissatisfaction clearly visible on her face. Sewa was bewildered, not understanding the situation, so she chose to remain silent. A moment later, she asked a question in a frustrated tone. "What is your relationship with Oh Kang-woo?" Sewa wasn't the submissive type either. She immediately retorted, "Miss Cha Yeonju, what is your relationship with Kang-woo? Why are you speaking so intimately and familiarly with Kang-woo? Even I'm not that close yet." Only he remained calm, waving his hand to signal a truce. "Save the introductions for later. That's not important right now." He told Sewa to take the other three home first, then gently assign tasks. "Tae-soo, you haven't recovered yet, so don't overexert yourself." He replied with a serious attitude. "I know." Sewa also obediently agreed in silence. "Yes, Kang-woo." When Hwayen lowered her voice to ask, "Where is the prey?" he replied, "Over this way." Tae-soo held his head with an apologetic look. "I'm so sorry. Those two are holding Si-hoon." Witnessing his anxious appearance, he scolded, "I told you not to overdo it since you're injured." On this side, the girl looked down and asked curiously, "The person you guys are dragging on the ground?" Kang-woo hoisted him up and spoke boastfully. "That's right, still alive." Upon hearing this, Yeonju also glanced over and dropped a nonchalant remark.
At first I didn't recognize him, but it really is Kim Young-hoon. This Kim Young-hoon guy can be used as a hostage. The people behind couldn't hide their astonishment. Is that Kim Young-hoon? That's crazy. Hwayan rubbed her chin and added, "Kim Jae-hin certainly won't let this slide." Kang-woo declared nonchalantly, I'm not letting him slide either. Yeonju closed her eyes, letting out a sigh filled with worry. Is it finally turning into an all-out war? Once the Mirror Guild is involved with the demon cult, something is bound to happen, but she never thought that day would come so soon. Hwa-yeon also felt equally confused. Kang-woo, I apologize, but we haven't been able to gather that much power yet. If an all-out war breaks out, we might face difficulties. She furrowed her brows, hesitation visible in her eyes. Asking this now might seem childish, but aren't her actions a bit too rushed? He maintained a strangely calm demeanor. You don't need to worry. No battle is easier than facing an enemy who has lost their mind and is acting alone. Hearing that, his entire body trembled in anxiety. Yeonju asked again, her voice unable to hide her surprise. Do you mean Kim Jae-hin is the one who lost his mind and is acting alone? Kang-woo rested his foot on Young-hoon's head, tapping rhythmically as he spoke. A father's love for his child is boundless, isn't it? Yeonju spoke again with a face full of anxiety. As far as I know, Kim Young-hoon isn't exactly.
But Kim Jae-yeon was different. Even if his son was taken hostage, would he lose his reason so easily? After a moment of contemplation, his eyes suddenly flashed. His face clearly revealed excitement. We'll just have to wait and see about that. As soon as Kang-woo finished speaking, a convoy of luxury cars rushed in, one after another. The group behind could only stare in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. When the cars came to a stop, a foot stepped onto the ground, followed by a roar filled with fury. So it really was you people, Cha Yen-shu, Baek Hwa-yeon. The old man gritted his teeth, shouting angry curses. How stupid. What do you mean no power? You took my son hostage? Who was the one talking to me just now? A stream of purple fire radiated from Kim Jae-yeon, a testament to his rage.
Despite that anger, a provocative call still rang out. Here, that caught Jae-hun's attention. He frowned, scanning the area. The group blocking the front immediately parted to the sides, revealing Kang-woo waving his hand, while the other hand dragged his son heavily along the ground. He even exclaimed with a look of amusement, "Here's the real one." The scene before him made Jae-hun furious. He gritted his teeth audibly and growled each word. That goddamn bastard. He tried to appear calm, then took a step forward, his eyes filled with defiance. It's fortunate that you didn't run away. Kang-woo flicked his hand, casually throwing Young-hoon forward. He replied coldly, "What are you thanking me for?" He froze as he saw his son's body flying towards him like a kite with a broken string. He only had time to utter a single sound. "What?" Then stared wide-eyed. Fortunately, two sharp-eyed bodyguards rushed forward to catch him and called out anxiously, Young master, are you all right?" Two people in the back felt frustrated witnessing the event. They shouted in panic, "What are you planning? Hey, what are you doing? Why hand over the hostage like that?" Over here, after finishing their inspection, the bodyguards reported, "He's just injured, nothing else. Nothing has been attached." Hearing this news, Jae-hun could temporarily feel at ease. Only then did he turn his full attention to dealing with him. "What is your goal?" Kang-woo huffed, mocking. "Just saw you were so worried. Just asking, you know." That attitude successfully provoked his rage, causing him to roar, "Hey, oh Kang-woo!" He still replied in a calm tone, "Why not say hello? Aren't you looking for your son?" Jae-hun tightened his grip on his son. Murderous intent surged in his eyes again, but he suddenly heard a faint groan from him.
He immediately ignored Kang-woo's mocking attitude and turned to call out anxiously, Young-hoon, wake up." When he noticed signs of him regaining consciousness, Jae-hyun lowered his voice and asked, "Young-hoon, are you okay?" Even though his miserable condition was right before his eyes, Jae-hyun still felt uneasy and couldn't speak clearly. "Say something." After a long groan of waiting, Young-hoon finally opened his mouth, but his words caused a huge shock to the old man. "Who are you? Who are you?" Unable to believe what he just heard, Jae-hyun's face darkened as he asked back, "What?" But the final result was still the exact same answer. "Who are you?" The old man seemed to sink into despair, his trembling hand gripping his shoulder tightly, whispering soft words, "It's me. I am your father." That grip terrified Young-hoon, making him scream, "It hurts." As if having a nightmare, he kept struggling and screaming, "Let go. Who are you?" The group of bodyguards hurriedly rushed in to intervene and kept trying to calm him down. "Young master, please calm down." But it had no effect. He just stared at the old man's face and screamed in fear, "Who are you? Where is this?" The old man's pupils suddenly constricted, his whole body frozen, not understanding what was going on. "Young master, what is happening?" While Young-hoon, with his bruised face, was crying and fiercely resisting, "Let go, save me." Behind him, he smiled with satisfaction, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Jae-hyun instantly realized the problem. His eyes swept towards Kang-woo, roaring each word with resentment. You bastard, what did you do?" A terrifying aura radiated from Jae-hyun, knocking away the bodyguards standing around. Yeonju stepped forward to block the formation, shouting an order, "Everyone stand back, don't get involved, he's my prey."
On this side, he had truly exploded, losing control and stomping his feet heavily on the ground, causing rocks and debris to scatter everywhere. He used a maximum frequency of sound to speak. "What did you do to my son?"
The bodyguard hugged Yanju tightly and stepped back, shouting to reassure, "Chairman, please calm down." But Jaehan was now left with only rage and heard nothing. Only his own roar echoed, "What did you do?" Despite the chaotic scene, Kang Woo stood calmly observing with one hand in his pocket. In front of him, Yanju had begun to unleash her move. She rushed forward with her arm wrapped in a protective layer. After a sky-shattering explosion, Kang Woo stood right nearby but was unharmed. He remained in his original position. Only his hair fluttered slightly in the wind. The aura that Jaehan emitted was truly terrifying. That was the characteristic of the Ninth Awakening, strong chi. He rushed forward, pushing his aura to the peak. Yanju was not inferior in the slightest, summoning her legendary weapon, the red blood thirst. Both roared loudly to boost their momentum. The distance between them narrowed by the second. The two streams of energy also began to collide more violently, causing the surrounding scenery to blur. Both Kim Jae-hen and Cha Yanju threw their hands back, ready to unleash their full power to take down the opponent. His eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying light.
Out of the way, Jaehan's punch struck forward powerfully, causing a slight tremor. When the dust settled, Yanju's slender figure gradually appeared. Her eyes shone with determination. As she raised her hand, the chains moved according to their master's will. They tightened around Jaehan's massive body. He struggled uncomfortably. "You wretched thing!" After being held back for a while, Jaehan finally broke free. Drops of sweat from fear and exhaustion ran down Yanju's lovely face. The guy roared in anger. "You stupid piece of trash!" He swung his fist straight at Yanju. This punch carried the name of despair. Fortunately, she managed to dodge that vicious blow. But the man did not stop attacking. Out of the way! Before Jaehan could launch his next strike, Baekhyun suddenly appeared. She pulled both hands back and shouted, "Gale!" Whirlwinds rose up, wrapping around Jaehan's body. He was knocked backward. Due to the immense impact force, Jaehan's upper shirt was torn apart.
"You people, you bastards!" Amidst the smoke and dust, Kang Woo's face, filled with fury, gradually became clear. Seeing that hateful face, Kim Jae-hen's momentum flared up even more. He raised his hand to the sky and roared, "I said get out of the way!" As soon as he finished speaking, he punched the ground hard, sending debris flying. He screamed frantically, "Move! Get the hell out of my way!" Although terrified inside, Cha Yan-ju stubbornly raised her fist and shouted softly, "Spear! Chains!" Even though the chains cut deep into his flesh, Kim Jae-hyun could still move. He threw the chains upward, dragging Cha Yan-ju's body and flinging her into the air. Her eyes were filled with vigilance, and a thought flashed through her mind. What the hell? I can't believe he could pierce right through the center like that. However, Kim Jae-hyun's entire body was covered in a mess of chains. The cause of this phenomenon was that Cha Yan-ju had acted immediately after that. Even though he tried his best to pull the chains, she remained firm, holding her ground tight. She calculated inwardly. Even though Kim Jae-hyun is powerful, he acts only as a tanker, so she would continue to increase the damage dealt to him.
He won't be able to just ignore the damage I've inflicted up until now. He growled in annoyance, calling it a cheap trick. Yanju kept calculating in her head. If only we could land just one critical hit. Hwa-yeon was so exhausted she could barely stand, having to use her sword to support herself. As his whole body struggled, Yanju's body was suddenly thrown backward. The main reason was that the chains had snapped. Jaehyun roared like a wild beast. He grabbed a sharp shard of glass and panted heavily. Jaehyun turned his gaze toward Kang Woo, who was standing there, and cursed. "You bastard." His smile struck almost to his ears, and his eyes gleamed with the light of a demon. Seeing that expression, Jaehyun was so angry he almost froze. You, he screamed as he rushed toward Kang Woo. "You damned scoundrel." The old man raised his fist forward. "You bastard." Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Hwa-yeon, holding her sword, had stabbed him straight in the back. She panted, having almost exhausted her strength, while the bodyguards and Kim Young-hoon clamored and shouted, "Sir, what the hell is this? Let me go! Young master, please calm down!" The other guy's roaring didn't stop. "Let me go, damn it!" Hwa-yeon pulled the sword out, causing Jaehyun's body to stagger, but he still held his ground. The old man struggled to step forward, the two remaining girls watching his figure wearily. Jaehyun coughed violently, but still tried to speak. "You bastard."
His fist merely grazed Kang Woo's chest before he collapsed. Finding it ridiculous, Kang Woo grabbed Jaehyun by the hair. "Seriously, what happened? Did you think you could kill me?" Only then did he smirk with a mysterious smile. "Do you know who I am?" At the headquarters of the Hwarang squad, Yeonju spoke up to question him. "Why don't you explain yourself now?" Kang Woo looked at her with a puzzled gaze. She continued, "About Kim Young-hoon, what did you do to him?" Kang Woo replied casually, "That? I just altered his memories a little." Yeonju tossed a wary look at him. "His memories? You have that kind of ability?"
He arrogantly boasted about his strength. I have many talents, as you know. Don't tell me you haven't realized it. I am very useful. She kept her suspicious gaze fixed on him. Stop it, this isn't about talent. Who are you, really? Kang Wu suddenly called her by her full name, Cha Yanju. Then he slowly placed his hand on her shoulder and spoke gently. You don't need to know everything, nor do you need to understand everything. You just need to prove that you will support me wholeheartedly. And of course, in return, I will also help you. We will root out those bastards from the demon cult, the ones who took everything precious from you. Isn't that enough? So let's continue our cooperation. Faced with that tone, which was both smug and somewhat chilling, Yanju hesitated for a moment before sighing and thinking to herself, It's true that I shouldn't have raised this tiger cup, but I guess it's too late for regrets now. She replied with a smile. Fine, let's continue our cooperation. Inside the interrogation room, Jaehyun was tightly bound by seals of power. The voice of Captain Hwayan echoed, We have a few questions.
Since when did you start trading with the demon cult? What exactly is the summoning? And what is the identity of the person wearing the crimson mask? The man suddenly smiled. He didn't utter a single word. Baek Hwa-yeon angrily slammed her hand on the table, her voice full of harshness. Kim Jae-yeon, answer me. She continued. You are no longer the CEO of Mir Electronics, nor the guildmaster of Mir Guild. Now you are just a criminal, the one who cooperated with that crazy cult. After a moment of contemplation, Jae-yeon finally spoke. Do you think I will tell you everything? It doesn't matter how much power the Hwarong squad has. You are still just dogs of the government. You are all loyal bitches, doing everything they say. Baek Hwa-yeon, do you know how many members of the council have associated with me? I am the boss. I can crush you with one hand. How dare a bitch bare her fangs at her boss? Suddenly, a purple blood chain pierced straight into him. Cha Yanju spoke up. Then let me ask you. Baek Hwa-yeon was startled and turned back to look. Yanju completely ignored the captain. Answer me. Jae-yeon was being pressed tightly against the wall, groaning in pain. Yanju, without any mercy, kicked him hard in the chest, making the old man cough up blood. Answer me immediately, you bastard. Baek Hwa-yeon hurriedly intervened to stop her action.
Stop, Yeonju. We cannot let Kim Jae-hyun die. Suddenly, Jae-hyun burst into chuckles. In the end, you will lose anyway. You can't even understand how massive they are, and what they are plotting, you can't even imagine. Faced with that reckless attitude, Yeonju gritted her teeth. You. Kang-woo suddenly spoke up after remaining silent for a while. You two have done very well. Step back. Now, let's have a little chat. Jae-hyun frowned and stared at him. Your presence here won't change anything either. Do you think I'll tell you everything? Kang-woo said with absolute confidence. Yes, you will have to tell me everything. Jae-hyun couldn't stand his personality. Nonsense, he interrupted him overwhelmingly.
I will bring him back. Jae-hyun's entire body suddenly froze. What? Kang-woo revealed a gloomy expression befitting the true nature of a demon king. Your son, Kim Young-hoon. I will bring him back intact, just as he used to be. So speak. Tell me everything you know about the demon cult. His whole body shriveled up, he lowered his head, and then for some reason burst out laughing. The two girls also stared blankly at the two men, laughing like madmen. Jae-hyun glared at him and cursed. You will go to hell eventually, no matter what. Hearing that, Kang-woo secretly smiled with delight. Actually, I just returned from hell. Jae-hyun began to recount the story from the beginning. I met that man about 8 months ago. Baek Hwa-yeon asked back, Are you talking about that man wearing the blood-red mask? He calmly replied, That's right. Cha Yanju also asked, And you don't know who that person is? The other party nodded in confirmation. Correct. Kang-woo calculated in his mind. So even Kim Jae-hyun knew nothing about the masked man. He demanded, Continue. Jae-hyun continued the story. He made me an offer. If I provided tributes for their ritual, he would turn me into a demon. Cha Yanju frowned in question.
Wait, and then you agreed to that? How could you agree the very first time you met him? Jae-hyun calmly scoffed. You only say that because you don't know anything about demons yet. She asked in annoyance. What do you mean? He had to explain. Demons are immortal. As long as their necks remain intact and their heads aren't blown up, they can live forever without aging. Kang-woo frowned and asked, Eternal life? And you believe in that? Jae-hyun replied, That's right. Why? Jae-hyun began to recount. Because they have existed for thousands of years. The two girls exclaimed in unison. What? Kang-woo's expression also stiffened slightly. His voice continued to ring out. They have existed for thousands of years. No, even longer than that. They have been expanding their power while hiding all over the world. Of course, they only became active again in recent years. He fell into deep thought. So the demon cult appeared thousands of years ago?
At first, I only thought it was a guild founded on the day of the disaster, but it seems they have taken root deeper than that. It will be harder than I thought to uproot them completely. Cheonju continued to ask, So you kidnap people to use as tributes for eternal life? The other side replied stammeringly. That's right, she angrily cursed. You're truly a crazy old lunatic. What do you want eternal life for? Do you want to do something crazy? Despite being scolded, he still laughed with delight. You really know nothing. The physical body of a demon retains the mind and amplifies desire. Cheonju asked back in confusion. So what? Kim Jae-han continued to ramble on. You will never feel bored with life. You will be able to keep your youth and live eternally. Isn't that the greatest thing? Cheonju showed no interest in this matter. How is this even possible? Cut the crap. He maintained a firm attitude. It really is possible. Would I bet everything on something uncertain? She thought to herself with annoyance. If Kim Jae-han is that certain, I can guess how the demon cult is expanding its forces. Meanwhile, Kang Woo was silently refuting the old man's baseless words. Bullshit. Living with burning passion, unquenchable desire, it's not good at all. In fact, it's more terribly painful than anything else in the world. This bastard doesn't know anything about demons. Kim Jae-han's voice continued to ring out. So I provided everything as they requested, and there were a few guild members who accepted demonic energy during their ritual. Baek Hwayeon asked curiously, Demonic energy? Is it like magic? He calmly answered the query. It is the power of hell, similar to magic, but also different. Cheonju suddenly spoke up and asked, Do you have demonic energy?
He remained calm. No, I haven't received it yet. Baek Hwayeon's face became grim. Why? Didn't you join the forces of the demon cult to obtain it? He continued to explain. According to the one wearing the blood-colored mask, they need to prepare more to turn me into a demon. If you choose to accept demonic energy, you probably won't be able to control your desires and could become a mindless monster. Someone spoke up asking, Then why did people in your guild accept it? Kim Jae-han uttered incredibly despicable words. It can grant them power immediately. Isn't that too useful for disposable pawns? Cha Yeonju couldn't suppress her anger and cursed, You piece of trash. Baek Hwayeon calmly asked further, So, about the summoning, what do they actually want to summon? Kim Jae-han replied, A demon. Hearing the answer, both girls looked puzzled. Kang Woo was slightly startled. A demon? Right, they are planning to summon a demon. Baek Hwayeon revealed extreme anxiety. A demon? How do they intend to summon it, and where? The other party continued speaking.
I don't know, but according to them, the dimensional wall, the thing that prevents them from summoning demons, is gradually weakening. The red-haired girl couldn't understand anything. What is this dimensional wall? What is he talking about now? Kim Jae-hyun calmly explained. About a month ago, I heard that they were able to summon a demon because the dimensional wall was weakening. Cha Yeonju answered in shock. A month ago? At this moment, cold sweat was pouring down Kang Woo's face. He asked himself in anxiety, Is this all my fault? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. So that means, at the same time, a system notification appeared. Core fissure has been detected. His train of thought continued. The reason why the demon cult started acting like this. The system issued a notification. Gaia System's multi-dimensional protection mechanism is activating. A mysterious figure was standing in front of a pink energy sphere. Is it because of me? Because I broke the Gaia System when I returned to Earth? Cha Yeonju narrowed her eyes at him with a suspicious look. Her confused thoughts began to surface. Doesn't it recover automatically? A voice rang out asking Kim Jae-hyun, Is that dimensional wall still in such a weakened state? He frowned and replied, They say it's getting weaker by the day. Kang Woo's thoughts turned frustrated at that answer, and he cursed silently. Damn it. In his mind, Kang Woo tore at his hair in sheer aggravation. At this rate, won't all the demons and monsters join hands and rush headlong to Earth? Does that include those from Airnor as well? Damn it. I'm going to lose my mind. Outwardly, he tried to suppress it and replied, Understood. He helplessly told himself, Just worrying about this problem won't solve anything right now. Let's just focus on the demon cult first and figure it out later. Kang Woo looked at him and asked, Where is the national headquarters of the demon cult? Can we find that masked bastard there? Kim Jae-hyun, who was tightly bound, immediately replied, The location I know of currently has no basis whatsoever.
They might be somewhere completely isolated by now. Kang Woo sat down opposite him and pressed. Somewhere else? Kim Jae-hyun obediently replied, Yes, they might have even completed the preparations for the summoning ritual by now. Cha Yeonju threw him an irritated look. Done already? Wait, didn't you say more sacrifices were needed? Isn't that the reason you wanted to capture Kim Si-hyun for the summoning ritual? Kim Jae-hyun closed his eyes and hummed. I don't know anything about that. Cha Yeonju slammed the table with a thud, raising her voice. Hey, Kim Jae-hyun, what you've been saying this whole time makes no sense at all. Your guild is the one that offered the sacrifices, so why on earth wouldn't you know whether there are enough sacrifices or not? He looked at her and smiled. We are evaluated based on ability. Kang Woo, who had been listening this whole time, suddenly cursed, startling both of them. Damn it. Hearing him curse, Cha Yeonju asked, What does that mean? Kang Woo scratched his nose, showing his annoyance. There isn't just one. His next sentence left Cha Yeonju and Baek Hwayeon completely astonished. It's not just the Mir Guild that has roots connected to the demon cult.
The room received only flickering rays of light from the outside. A figure full of authority was seated within.
Under the candlelight, he spoke up. Kim Jae-hyun has been captured. I thought he would be somewhat useful. The Red Cardinal Bishop looked at the image of Kim Jae-hyun through the crystal ball and scoffed, but he was defeated far too easily. A figure dressed in black below nodded in agreement. But since we have obtained enough tributes from other guilds, I do not believe the plan will be delayed at all, Red Cardinal Bishop. He narrowed his eyes in annoyance, thinking to himself, but I still cannot understand it. Why did Kim Jae-hyun get directly involved in this matter? He felt irritated seeing his pawn get caught by some nameless nobody. Is it because of that bastard? The scoundrel coming from the subordinate below saw the figure appear and immediately spoke. If I remember correctly, his name is Oh Kong-woo. The Red Cardinal Bishop glanced at his subordinates and whispered a plan. We need to confirm everything again. His mouth opened to ask a question.
How is the situation with the support forces from the guild? Yes, sir, the support has arrived. What about the item we received? It is a demon stone containing compressed demonic energy. It has enough energy to amplify your power, Red Cardinal Bishop. And from there, we will be able to complete the plan. Very good. What about instructions from the guild? There are no specific instructions, sir. None? I guess they want us to handle the rest ourselves. We must hurry. The plan will be executed as intended. Start with Seoul. Yes, sir. Sewa, I apologize for making you worry. We are back to square one. Now we have to investigate other guilds from scratch again. Cheer up, Yeonju. It's not like we didn't find any clues at all.
Kong-woo, the government will have an additional reward for you. Cheon-ju stood beside him, complaining. I'm so tired. He was startled, pointing at his own face and asking back, what? Baek-hwayeon raised an eyebrow and smiled as she recalled his expressions. Because we found the connection to the Mir Guild and subdued Kim Jae-hyun so easily. It's all thanks to you. Kong-woo scratched his nose proudly. I hope it won't be something useless like a medal or a trophy, right? She closed her eyes and affirmed to him, I'm not that kind of old-fashioned person. I will contact you privately to discuss your reward. She continued, you can look forward to something big. Hearing that, his eyes lit up like car headlights. If Baek-hwayeon is hyping it up like that, then...
I'm really looking forward to it. Under the lights of a high-rise building, a voice called out, Kang-woo. So-ah called out timidly, Welcome home, Kang-woo. Echidna also ran after her, acting spoiled, and called out, Kang-woo. The little girl said, on the verge of tears, Kang-woo, where have you been all this time? Closing the door, he looked at the little girl and replied, Sorry, I had some business to handle. Echidna pouted and reproachfully asked, Kang-woo, I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Recalling the people with eyes rolled back and his eerie gaze made her think to herself. Tears streamed down her cheeks. You aren't planning to abandon me, are you? I'll behave better if I did something wrong, so please don't leave me alone. Kang-woo looked at the sobbing Echidna and gently comforted her. That's not it. It's not your fault, Echidna. He pulled her into his arms and said, Besides, there's no way I would ever abandon you, so don't worry. Kang-woo stroked Echidna's head and thought silently, I really feel guilty, even though this wasn't something within my control. Echidna spoke up with a weak voice. Kang-woo. He continued his train of thought. She is just a child who has just overcome loneliness, yet I couldn't take care of her myself for a whole week.
Seowa approached and asked gently, Kang-woo, have you finished handling everything? Kang-woo immediately replied, Yes, Seowa. I apologize for not being able to give you a more reasonable explanation. She bashfully continued, It's okay, it's fine. I know better than anyone that you truly care about us, Kang-woo. I'm sure you'll tell me everything later. Hearing these words from her, he felt a bit moved. Seowa asked, It's late. Have you eaten anything yet? I'm sure you haven't, so I made some kimchi stew for you. Kang-woo's eyes lit up brightly. Kimchi stew, he exclaimed. Kimchi stew? All right, I'll have some kimchi stew. Looking at the pot of kimchi stew boiling on the table, it was hard to hold back. He softly voiced out, Ho-ho, that's exactly what I was thinking. He rejoiced inwardly. I knew it! Seowa is truly an angel descended to earth. At the hospital one morning, Si-hoon grabbed his arm which was receiving an IV drip. Did you guys hear the rumors about me and secretly observe me because you thought I belonged to the demon cult? Kang-lu replied, Yes, as soon as I heard the rumors, I knew right away it was you, Se-hoon. Si-hoon lowered his head, his face full of worry. Where did those baseless rumors come from anyway? He sat down next to him to reassure him. The player circle isn't that big, and our party has talented people. Gossip is inevitable. He replied, Aish, I understand. Kang-lu looked at him. Right. In reality, he also thought the rumors had some truth to them. Well, the rumors weren't entirely wrong. Even if he didn't spread them, they would have spread anyway. Why the long face? But couldn't you have told us in advance? Kang-woo was startled and glanced at her. She frowned. I know you have many secrets, Kang-woo. I know this definitely isn't the first time you've kept secrets from us, and I also know it's to protect us. She clenched her hands tight. But the more you do that, the more I feel the distance between us growing.
I had the feeling that I would no longer be able to reach out to again. Therefore, he scratched his head, feeling a bit regretful inside.
I apologize for making you worry. She was slightly surprised to hear that, looking at him in confusion and focus. It's okay. I am not the one you should apologize to. I am sure you had your reasons. I just had a slip of the tongue, he hurriedly replied. No, you have the right to say that, he explained. It is also because I am the one who made a member of my family worry like this. She suddenly blushed, stuttering.
As family, her hand was hot and trembling. Kang-woo continued to show his remorse. I can't guarantee that things like that won't happen again in the future, but I will try my best not to make you worry anymore. She turned her face away. Then, in that case, he looked at her. What? She looked straight at him seriously. Then please speak more casually with me. Kang-woo couldn't believe his ears and asked again. Huh? So-ah's face flushed red, but she still tried to express her feelings. Why not? I thought you said you would try harder as a family member. You already speak less formally with Miss Cha Yan-ju, so please don't be so formal with me either. Kang-woo became confused. Was that what she had been thinking about all this time? The people around felt like they had just been served a high-quality display of public affection. All right then. Without anyone noticing, Tae-soo and Eun-bi had put on a pair of 3D glasses. Wow, I think I've had enough seasoning for the whole year. The girl sitting next to him chimed in. This deserves an Oscar. Sewa? Their trembling hands touched each other. She replied, Yes, brother Kang-woo. The atmosphere suddenly became romantic and sweet. He lowered his head, his face blushing. Then, why don't you speak more casually with me? She replied shyly. I find speaking like this more comfortable. Echidna suddenly stood right between them. She exclaimed, Kang-woo. She jumped in to sit between them, handing an orange to Kang-woo. Peel this for me. Kang-woo was startled. Oh, okay. Looking back, he pointed at the orange in his hand. It's already peeled. She frowned. Then pick off the white parts. Si-hoon spoke up. Come to think of it, Kang-woo. He felt a bit guilty, speaking in a low voice. I apologize for ruining such a happy atmosphere, but I have something I need to ask you. Kang-woo replied, It's fine. Go ahead and ask. He clenched his hands tightly. What happened to Kim Young-hoon and Kim Jae-hyun? He smiled gently while peeling an orange. Them? They will rot in prison for the rest of their lives. He continued to explain the events that had taken place at the Mirror Guild, as well as the collapse of a technology empire. You don't need to worry about them being released. The things they did are unforgivable, no matter how much money they use for bribery. Their headquarters, Mirror Electronics, is in chaos because of this.
I also heard about your situation. Kim Jae-hyun played tricks to ensure you would be drowning in debt. But the words he spoke next moved him deeply. You will be properly compensated regarding that matter, and since your mother seems to be ill, she will be transferred to a more advanced facility with our help. Tears began to roll down Si-hoon's cheeks. Thank you. The emotion made Si-hoon's speech broken, leaving those sitting nearby feeling sympathetic. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Si-hoon covered his tear-stained face with his hands. His intense emotion made Kang-woo feel a bit awkward. Kang-woo, you really are. Si-hoon looked at him with affectionate eyes. My savior. He sincerely expressed his feelings towards him. Reflecting on everything that had happened since the day Kang-woo appeared in his life, Si-hoon looked up at him with glistening eyes. Meeting you was the luckiest moment of my life, Kang-woo. Just like Tae-soo, I will consider you my sworn brother and treat you like my own older brother.
Kang-woo broke out in a cold sweat. Don't say things like that. You're making me feel guilty. Kim Shi-hoon sat on the hospital bed, clenching his hands tight, his voice trembling. I will regard you as my sworn brother and treat you like my real older brother. Kang-woo could only watch helplessly. He closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and said, Well, if you say so, I suppose I'll speak more casually with you then. The boy sobbed, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Kang-woo. Thank you, big brother. Kim Shi-hoon stammered. Finally, I can seriously tell you about this. Kang Tae-soo broke out in a cold sweat at his words. There are some things I've been hiding from everyone. Lying on the hospital bed, Kim Shi-hoon clenched his fists and spoke slowly, confirming the rumors. I am a player who obtained a special ability during my first awakening. That special ability is called Descendant of the Martial God, and it is SSS rank. Although I still can't use its full power because I'm still at a low level, it says that I will soon be able to use the authority of the martial god Chan Tae-hwang. Those words made Eun-bi's eyes widen in shock. She looked at him and spoke, Gosh, an SSS rank special ability? No one has ever obtained such an ability during their first awakening. Kang Tae-soo also exclaimed in horror. I knew it. I knew you couldn't be an ordinary person.
Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, filled with doubt and waiting for an explanation. Si-hoon, how were you able to awaken as the descendant of the martial god? Kang-woo, however, just silently let out a sigh. Seeming to intend to recount the story, he began to explain to everyone. I'm not sure about the details, but the message I received when awakening as a player seemed different from everyone else's. His next words were like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stunned and in disbelief. Due to an error in the Gaia system, I was selected to become a guardian. That's what it said. Kang Tae-soo asked curiously, The Gaia system? What is that? Kim Si-hoon frowned at him and replied, I'm not sure either. Kang-woo's eyes widened in astonishment, because even a ranker like Cha Yan-ju knew nothing about the Gaia system, yet Kim Si-hoon had just mentioned it.
He silently calculated in his mind. Not only that, but he was also chosen as a guardian to assist the system. He immediately turned to question him. Si-hoon, on what day did you awaken as a player? Si-hoon looked at him and answered, It was May 22nd. So-ah exclaimed in surprise. Ah, isn't that the day you and I met for the first time? Kang-woo replied, That's right. Kang-woo silently recalled the day he returned. The fact that King Si-hoon awakened as a player on that very day further solidified his speculation. His awakening happened precisely because he had caused the error in the Gaia system. If the presence of a guardian is to fix this situation, Kang-woo smiled while observing him. Then, is Kim Si-hoon the key to restoring the Gaia system? Choi Eun-bi showed excitement and cheered happily. So, are you a hero of the world or something like that, Si-hoon oppa? Standing next to them, Kang Tae-soo also exclaimed in amazement.
It's truly amazing. Kim Si-hoon sat on the hospital bed, glanced at the two of them and spoke up. You guys are making me shy. Kang-woo rested his chin on his hand, his eyes fixed on him. He had once thought that he held the main role, but now it seemed his importance far exceeded that. A clear laugh rang out from the opposite side. Now we are members of the hero's party, right? Kang-woo sketched a meaningful smile, thinking to himself that turning him into his subordinate was the right move. Kang Tae-soo turned to look at Si-hoon and said, All right, why don't you rest for now, until you are fully recovered? Noticing Kang-woo standing up, he called out, Are you leaving? Brother, Kang-woo replied in a cold tone. Yeah. Just as he stood up to leave, a hand grabbed the hem of his shirt. I'm going now. Si-hoon held onto his shirt tightly and asked, Young, are you really going? Kang-woo frowned. Ah. Eun-bi looked at him tearfully and asked, Are you leaving, sir? Kang-woo turned his head and replied, Yeah, I don't want to disturb you since you need to rest. What the hell is this? Kang-woo thought to himself, cold sweat breaking out as he looked at Si-hoon's expression.
Why are you looking at me like that? He looked at him shyly and spoke, I'm fine, so just stay a little longer. His expression suddenly changed as he turned his head to look at Echidna and Sewa. Could it be? Echidna looked up. Kang-woo, can I go with you? Sewa clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, recalling Kang-woo's words that he would be busy for a while. He thought in confusion. They often say that subordinates and confidants will naturally be attracted to their master. He glanced over to observe Si-hoon's expression. But even he was like that? A scream in his mind urged him to escape from this place immediately. Kang-woo leaped out of the hospital room, his voice echoing from afar. Then I'll leave the group's matters to you. Contact me if you need anything. From inside the room, a call rang out. Wait, brother. Beneath an office building, a horde of monsters was rushing in fiercely. Echidna channeled power into her hands and shouted, Dark Gale. A beam of purple energy shot straight into the monster pack, while a figure moved swiftly, swinging a sickle to slash at each one with the authority of the iron axe. A pale white hand grasped something tightly, while a silhouette of a young man swung a large scythe high, utilizing the authority of Frost, Leviathan. A system notification suddenly rang out. You have received the skill Leviathan, S rank. The figure of the young man holding the large scythe swung it up once again, releasing the authority of Frost, Leviathan. The system chimed a notification once more. You have received the skill Leviathan, S rank. The young man continued attacking that monster and then slashed consecutively at other giant monsters. Amidst the scene of blood and fragments flying everywhere, Kang-woo and the little girl landed safely after he retrieved his scythe. You have gained experience. The system notification sound kept ringing ceaselessly. Your level has increased by 1. Kang-woo realized that gaining another level was truly not easy at all. Not easy. You have reached level 50. The 6th awakening has been unlocked. A new special ability has been unlocked. Even so, Kang-woo quickly regained his cheerful look and excitedly opened the system board with eyes full of expectation. Finally, I'm level 50. Let's see what the new special ability is. 6th awakening special ability. Question marks. The line, when you reach extreme demon transformation, the special ability will be fully unlocked, appeared. The appearance of question marks on the system board made Kang-woo's mood sink. Question marks again. I don't even know what the conditions for extreme demon transformation are, so how can I unlock it? A gloomy aura began to envelop him. Noticing Kang-woo looked troubled, Echidna hurriedly ran over to ask, Kang-woo, are you okay? Are you tired? Deep down, he was still relentlessly bitter about this. It really makes one bitter. However, his face appeared completely cheerful. Ha! I'm fine! Kang-woo felt something glowing in his palm. He lifted the egg and greeted it. Hello! From inside the small egg, a voice suddenly rang out. Hello! Ah, Kang-woo, it's Seah. Are you busy right now? It turned out to be Seah talking to him through that egg. Kang-woo answered her question. I'm fine. How is the preparation for moving going? Seeing that everything around seemed to have been packed into boxes, Seiya replied to him, "We are almost done, so you just need to come home." Kangwoo asked about her mother's situation. "All right, what about your mother?" "Mom said there are still a few things to clean up, so I should go first. My mom will take a taxi later." All right." At this moment in Seiya's mother's room, she was smiling while looking back at old photos.
All right, I will be there soon, Kangwoo had promised Soa, and the scene was now set at the iPark apartment. When Soa saw the exceedingly spacious room, a look of surprise flashed across her face, and she asked him, "Kangwoo, are you sure we can live here?" To little Echidna, this place was magnificent, and her eyes sparkled as she admired the house. "Wow, this nest is so big." Kangwoo smiled gently and said to Soa, "Of course, after all, we are family, and I don't want to live alone in such a big place." Conscious that this was not her home, Soa felt a bit hesitant. "But you bought this place. How can my mother and I live off you like this?" He explained the origin of the house to her. "I didn't spend money to buy it. The Red Rose Guild bought it as a gift for me." Hearing his explanation, a look of surprise flashed across Soa's face, and she asked him back, "Red Rose? You mean Chayanju?" While the two were talking, little Echidna was still happily running around. "Yeah, that's right." Hearing his confirmation, Soa's outward expression didn't change at all, but deep down she was actually quite sad, because she had thought Kangwoo bought this house for her sake. Chayanju certainly had the ability to buy such a luxurious apartment.
Easily situated in the heart of the city, Seiwa quietly gazed at the scenery outside the apartment, her heart filled with turmoil, while little Echidna ran around carefree. It was so frustrating, but she couldn't deny the difference in class. Hey, besides, her house is right next door too. Seiwa realized her own inferiority, loving him so much, and tears began to roll down her cheeks. Little Echidna chirped, calling out, "Kangwoo, Kangwoo, Kangwoo, what are we going to do tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? Well, I don't have any plans yet." Hearing the conversation between Kangwoo and Echidna, Seiwa's eyes suddenly lit up as if an idea had just struck her. Little Echidna spoke to Kangwoo with an adorable expression. "Is that so? If you aren't busy then." Seeming to guess the little girl's intention, Kangwoo gently patted her head and said, "Last time you wanted to go out together, right? Why don't we go tomorrow then?" Hearing Kangwoo agree to go out, the little girl was overjoyed and jumped up and down, repeatedly saying, "Yeah, I love it, I love it." On the other side, hearing that Kangwoo agreed to go out with the little girl, a hint of sulkiness appeared on Seiwa's face. "Where should we go?" "Anywhere is fine as long as I can go with Lord Kangwoo." The two happily discussed the outing for tomorrow. How could this be? Both Chayanju and Echidna are... Seiwa wanted to snatch Kangwoo from their hands, so she determinedly resolved to tag along.
"I want to go too." At a shopping mall, it seemed Kangwoo had decided to go shopping with everyone. "Kangwoo, look here." You're right. The three of them played together very happily. Little Echidna tried on a lion costume that looked extremely cute. "Let's take a picture, Echidna." "Okay." Soa happily took pretty photos of Echidna. Witnessing that scene, Kangwoo also unconsciously smiled, secretly recalling the last time they had gone shopping together. "I'm glad they are so close." The young man felt very happy seeing Echidna and Soa laughing and joking happily. "Do you want to try this one too?" "Yes." Echidna tried on one outfit after another, and every single one received praise from Soa. He had been worried because Echidna was quite shy around strangers, but witnessing her being close with Soa, his heart also felt happy. Because Echidna relied completely on him, didn't want to interact much with strangers, and only followed him around all day, he had been very worried. But with Soa's presence, he believed the little girl would adapt soon enough. Little Echidna hugged Soa tightly, showing that the relationship had become extremely close. However, looking at the scene before him, Kangwoo's face was no longer as cheerful as before, and he smirked forcibly.
So today, these two people planned to turn him into a reluctant coat rack for the two of them. His body was currently piled high with shopping bags. Contrary to his expression, the two girls continued to stroll happily. "How many more clothes are you buying?" Kangwoo, who was carrying all sorts of things on him, looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "This place?" His body trembled with excitement. "I can eat everything? Can I eat everything I want here?" Seiwa walked behind him, replying with a bit of confusion. "That's right." Seeing his excited face, she secretly wondered if Kangwoo had ever been to a food court before. She spoke up. "This isn't exactly a special place, but you can still eat a wide variety of foods." The dishes displayed attractively made Kangwoo salivate uncontrollably. "So this is the food court I've heard about. Gosh, I can't believe a place like this exists." He clenched his fists, blaming himself for completely forgetting that his purpose in returning to Earth was to enjoy life and savor all the worldly delicacies. He shouted his order. "I want to order every dish from number 1 to number 168 on the menu, and add 10 bowls of kimchi stew from each counter too." The person accompanying him confusedly tried to stop him. "Kangwoo, we have to go to the counter to order. Please calm down first." Kangwoo sat before a sumptuous feast that made him crave it intensely. "Here it is." Seiwa timidly sat aside. "Enjoy your meal." Kangwoo picked up his spoon, his eyes focused on the pot of soup in front of him. "Can we start eating now?" He scooped up a spoonful of hot soup and marveled. "Of course, I'll start with this one." Kangwoo put the food into his mouth and chewed voraciously. Its flavor definitely can't match Seiwa's kimchi stew. He picked up a piece of cake, but it seemed to be of slightly poor quality.
He immediately dipped the piece of bread into the pot of soup, his stomach telling him to prioritize quantity over quality. Sewa looked at him with surprised eyes. Kang-woo leisurely enjoyed the bread along with a spoonful of soup. This tastes better than I thought. He wondered if he should try eating multiple things at once, then called out, Sewa? Echidna asked, Is that the way we are supposed to eat? Sewa covered the little girl's eyes with her hand and gently reminded her, No, don't learn things like that. Echidna and Kang-woo continued to eat enthusiastically without caring about their surroundings, happily clearing the table of food. Great, that's how it should be. A voice suddenly caught his attention. Right, just like that. His eyes widened in surprise at the mysterious person's words. You should mix everything together when eating soup. Kang-woo looked up at the muscular man standing in front of him. Chaemin Hyuk, this person. But the man greeted him. Hello, brother. He lifted his sunglasses, laughing as he spoke. Long time no see. After placing a mysterious object on his table, he hesitated. Oh, and Kang-woo, still holding the spoon with food, turned his head to look. So what is the Guildmaster of Hanyul doing here? Chaemin Hyuk waved his hand. Don't speak so formally with me. He laughed and added, I came to tell you some good news, brother, so just speak comfortably with me. Sewa and Kang-woo looked at each other skeptically. Good news? He pulled down the sunglasses he was wearing and asked with a bright smile. From what I've heard, you are a rookie of the Red Rose Guild, right? Kang-woo, holding the spoon at his mouth, replied coldly. Well, I haven't completely joined them, but we are cooperating with each other. Chaemin Hyuk placed his hand on his shoulder. Then it's easy to talk. He leaned close to his ear and lowered his voice. Brother, join my guild.
Cha Min-woo offered a figure, 5 billion won, and we will also provide you with a house and a car. I will give you everything, much more than what you currently have. The price he proposed left Sewa and Echidna in shock. Cha Min-woo popped the tab of a Coke can, laughing as he said, I will also give you an executive position. Kang-woo picked up the Coke can, smiled and replied, I had high expectations, but they are still too small. Cha Min-woo glanced over. He chuckled, patted him on the shoulder and laughed loudly. You're really funny, brother. Is that not enough to satisfy you? Then Cha Min-woo immediately asked, Then what condition can satisfy you, brother? Kang-woo put the half-finished Coke can down on the table, letting out a sigh. Who knows? Currently I have no intention of working under anyone, no matter what the conditions are. Cha Min-woo hesitated for a long while. Then how about this?
Cha Min-woo took off his sunglasses and said, If you join my guild, I can give you a piece of legendary rank equipment for free. The thing he just mentioned was extremely precious. Legendary equipment are extremely rare items, impossible to buy even with money, unlike the equipment of ordinary players. These items are not created from the corpses of normal monsters and magic stones, but crafted from materials collected from boss monsters. They exist in rank 5 gates or higher. Their characteristic is that they become a part of the owner when equipped, and no one else can use them once the link is established. There is also a high possibility that the equipment will reject the owner because the binding conditions are incompatible, even if they worked very hard to possess it. The guy crossed his arms, looking like he was considering the offer. Moreover, legendary equipment is also famous for its ability to maximize all stats. That really is a sweet offer.
Cha Min-woo quickly understood. You seem interested in it, don't you? Kang-woo nodded. I won't deny it. He opened one eye to look at him. But if it can't enhance my demonic energy, it's meaningless, so I still refuse. This time the captain wasn't too surprised, merely chuckling. I anticipated as much. All right. Before leaving, he politely handed over a business card. This is my contact information. If you change your mind, give me a call. Not only that, he placed a few more items on the table. Ah, here. Cha Min-wook unhesitatingly added more ingredients to mix into the pot. If you're going to mix everything, you need to add this too. This is what you call the authentic flavor. Echidna pointed at him. That person also said we have to mix them. Sewa continued to coax the little girl. No, you shouldn't do that. The easygoing man waved goodbye to them. See you next time. While the other two were talking, Kang-woo quietly scooped up a spoonful of that chaotic food mixture. Sewa, can you try this? The girl firmly refused. No way. Bik Kang-hen. Yeah. After that filling meal, he returned to the Red Rose Guild. He refused such a good offer? For what reason? He answered while resting his head on his hands. Right now, I don't want to work under anyone. Cha Yan-ju sighed and made a remark. You really are an oddball. Kang-woo, sitting across from her, suddenly smirked. And even without joining the Hanul Guild, I can still obtain it.
Fairly and equally from the contribution I earned by doing my best to protect other players, right? The girl beside him muttered softly. I want to say something, but I think I should keep my mouth shut. They headed towards the elevator, but the conversation wasn't over yet. Anyway, did you notice anything dirty about Baek Kang-yun? Cha Yun-ju pondered. After searching her memory for a moment, she recounted. I've met him a few times, since both he and I are guildmasters of major guilds. The young man asked further, what kind of person is he? She smiled and gave her opinion. As you've also felt, he is truly someone you can't see through.
Kang Wu was still quite curious. That much is obvious, but aren't there any rumors about him? She pressed the elevator button while whispering, repeating his words. Rumors? She hesitated before the button. Come to think of it, Bei Kang Yun was criticized once. A fierce battle took place. Perhaps it was during the world ranker evaluation. There were countless discussions about our country having a world ranker for the first time, but he failed against another ranker and was eliminated. It was quite a tragedy. He immediately asked, who was the other ranker? Cha Yanju began to describe that person's appearance.
That person is the master of a mythic weapon called the Eye of Surtur, a Japanese guy named Utsumi Gima. Because he lost to a Japanese guy, public opinion was not on his side. Kang Wu looked skeptical. Is that all the rumors say? The girl walking ahead admitted, that's all I know. The young man snorted, feeling a bit anxious. I hope I won't face any backlash just because I rejected him. However, Cha Yanju reassured him. He's not that kind of person. If there's a problem, that idiot will just laugh it off. He thought about it and completely agreed. She's right. At this moment, another person was waiting for them ahead. Everyone is here, Yanju called out cheerfully. Ren. The girl in the formal royal outfit greeted both of them. We've been waiting for you, Kang Wu. Please come in. She led them to a place where a giant test tube was placed. During the investigation of the Mir Guild, we coincidentally discovered an item that hadn't formed a bond yet. I recognized it the moment I saw it. Cha Yanju spoke up. Giuliano, you must have suffered quite a lot, Kulan. She scratched one ear, smiling awkwardly. Don't bring that up again. Even higher-ranking people weren't suitable for it. While she was still asking, his eyes were completely captivated by it. What do you think, Kang Wu? The item was floating in midair. Equipment information. Name, Black Pearl Coat. Rank, Legendary. Unbound. Basic stats, Physical Defense 660, Magical Defense 480. All stats 5.
Special feature. You can use the Kraken's Rage to double your stats for 1 minute. Once Kraken's Rage is used, it has a 24-hour cooldown. Information. This code is created from the clotted blood of a Kraken's heart. Cha Yanju couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Not all the effects are purely positive. Bei Kuaiyan agreed. It seems so. The girl hesitated and turned to look at him. Its stat enhancement effect is extremely good, considering the innate stat of 5 and the special effects. However, almost no player possesses innate stats. Stopping mid-sentence, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. Kang Lu's face was now blooming with a cunning smile. Oh, Kang Wu, don't tell me you. The young man was currently incredibly satisfied. Truly an amazing piece of equipment. Standing in the system room, Cha Yanju pulled her cap down low and said, Are you the only player with innate stats? I mean, considering your growth speed, it probably isn't anything too strange. A figure of a young man approached the floating coat. If you didn't have innate stats, that would be a different story.
Because this was the pinnacle of all legendary equipment, Kang Wu gazed at it passionately and spoke up. Yes, I love it. Kang Wu raised his hand, making a salute gesture to Bei Kuaiyan. Thank you for this wonderful item, Huaiyan. I will continue to dedicate myself to the complete eradication of the demon cult. She looked at him and smiled back. I am also very glad that this equipment has found a worthy owner. From now on, please look after us. A hand reached out to touch the floating coat. So, Huaiyan, he asked as he took the outfit, I just need to put it on. Cha Yanju crossed her arms and replied wearily, Yeah, just put it on like a cloth armor. He draped the outfit over his body and carefully adjusted the belt. The system notification rang out. You have acquired a legendary item. The imprinting ritual on the Black Pearl coat begins. Black streaks of blood appeared on his body. The system continued to chime. The Black Pearl coat has confirmed O Kang Wu as its master. Looking at his hand cracking into streaks along with the continuous notifications, scanning owner's stats to optimize the effects of the Black Pearl coat. Innate stat, demonic energy, confirmed. He clenched his fist in astonishment. Demonic energy stat? Behind him, a fierce flame flared up along with the system notification. Ownership ritual complete. Cha Yanju crossed her arms and asked, How does the legendary equipment feel? Kang Wu patted his chest and laughed loudly. Can I get 10 more of these?
Cha Yanju asked helplessly, What are you thinking, man? Bei Kuaiyan laughed out loud. You can only equip 5 items regardless of their rank. Seeing him excited as he put on the new shirt, she spoke up. If you take any more, their effects will be nullified. At times like this, you look just like a rookie. Kang Wu admired it for a while and then asked, Is that so? He thought to himself, so that means 5 items or fewer is fine, right? Witnessing Kang Wu's excited expression, Cha Yanju could only stand there in silence. Seeing his delighted appearance, she asked, You must like it a lot, huh? He closed his eyes in delight and replied, Of course, I absolutely love it. Cha Yanju pointed provocatively. Then, do you want to test out right now how strong it is? She clenched her fist and called his name in a provoking manner. Oh Kang Wu, let's fight. A hand, quick as lightning, grabbed Cha Yanju's cap. Aren't you underestimating me a little too much? The 3 of them slowly walked into the empty room. Huaiyan, is it okay to wreck the training room a bit? No problem. It was built for that purpose anyway. When constructing it, they calculated for situations like this, so unless there is a special impact, it won't be damaged at all. Cha Yanju glanced over and replied, Okay. She muttered to herself, Oh Kang Wu, I wonder how much stronger he has become now. Recalling his destructive power, she could only think that the issue didn't just lie in his growth. If that were all, how could he have defeated Moon Young-ho back then? After all, the stat difference between the two was still too great. Cha Yanju clenched her hands, glancing slightly.
Kang Wu has something special about him, beyond just level and stats. I must use this opportunity to figure out what that special quality is. Cha Yanju, well, whatever. Kang Wu stretched to warm up his body. I just want to test the power of this newly acquired outfit, and she is the perfect subject. I also want to see just how much this party is willing to invest in me. Baek Hwa-yan rested her sword on the floor, pointed her hand and shouted, "Now then!" The two took their fighting stances. At her command, the match officially began. As soon as the words left her mouth, Kang Wu immediately rushed towards Cha Yanju. He threw a straight punch at her. Cha Yanju was not one to be underestimated. She glared back as she leaned back to dodge the blow. Kang Wu pressed down hard with both hands. Yanju's punch quickly flew towards his face in return. Cha Yanju channeled her power, attacking him directly. Kang Wu blocked the attack with his hand and silently made an assessment. The damage output didn't exceed what was necessary. Perhaps she wanted to open with close-quarters combat first. The corners of his mouth curled up into a demonic smile. Going on like this is making me a bit annoyed.
A loud explosion sent rocks and debris flying as Kang Wu knocked Yanju's arm away. His fist grazed her face, and a hand suddenly grabbed the brim of her hat. "Aren't you underestimating me a bit too much?" Then he raised his fist, gently reminding her that wearing a hat would only obstruct her vision. Immediately, a fist retaliated against him. The attack was launched with the intention of taking him down instantly, channeling her power while throwing back a teasing remark, acknowledging that he was no ordinary player. In this situation, Kang Wu maintained extraordinary calm, gently dodging every chain Yanju aimed at him. Immediately following was a skill with terrifying destructive power from Yanju's position. She stood blocking Kang Wu's path, gathering all her strength to unleash a powerful technique. He was instantly knocked back dozens of meters, causing dust to cloud the air. Refusing to admit defeat, Kang Wu clenched his fist and immediately activated his special ability, Kraken's Rage, Demonic Energy Stat 5. Witnessing this scene, Yanju couldn't help but worry and raised her hand to cover her face. In that blink of an eye, Kang Wu dashed right through her. Hwa-yan, seeing this, immediately shouted to intervene. "Yanju, stop!" But before she could finish her sentence, Yanju's red chains rushed towards Kang Wu with astonishing speed. He immediately utilized his clawing ability, then deployed the wings of the sky, shooting towards Yanju. She tried to use the red chains to fight back, but failed. Kang Wu glided past gently, his eyes now glinting with killing intent.
Asserting the status of someone who has confronted demons for thousands of years, he showed no reverence or fear towards anyone. He continued to channel his technique, his power exploding violently. That power helped increase the damage dealt to Yanju. When this massive stream of energy appeared and collided with Yanju, it exploded, forcing her to writhe and use her hands to defend herself. Her red chains began to shatter completely after his attack. Next, Kang Wu somersaulted again, switching to another attack stance. He clapped his hands together and began to execute the next move, Authority of Supersonic. An ear-splitting screech echoed through the space, causing both Baek Hwa-yan and Yanju to cover their ears tightly in discomfort and pain. At this moment, streaks of demonic energy appeared on his face. Seizing the opportunity, this was the moment. Before Yanju's astonished gaze, he activated the Authority of Divine Power skill and threw a punch straight at her face. Seeing his fist rushing towards her, she worriedly thought, "I can't dodge in time." Immediately, she switched to a defensive stance. She planted her feet firmly against his attack, but with just a single punch, all her efforts until now vanished into air.
With a loud shout that shattered the sky, Yanju's protective barrier completely disintegrated, leaving nothing behind. Hwa-yan, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but watch in astonishment. After the move, Kang Wu's hand was still radiating energy, while Yanju's had slumped on the ground, panting and smiling at him. Behind her, a large section of the wall had been destroyed by his recent attack. Yanju couldn't help but curse, "Oh, Kang Wu, you damn monster." The room had instantly turned into a desolate battlefield. Cha Yanju sat on the ground and exclaimed, You absolute monster." At the same time, the system notification rang out. "The duration of Kraken's Rage has ended. You can use this skill again in 2 hours." He withdrew his hand and silently marveled. "This thing is amazing." Kang Wu looked down at Cha Yanju sitting on the ground with a serious expression, realizing he now understood why everyone was so obsessed with owning legendary rank items. He couldn't believe he was able to defeat Cha Yanju in such a brief moment. Cha Yanju propped herself up on the ground and laughed loudly. "It's truly unbelievable."
She looked at him, panting as she praised, "You really are a monster." He reached out his hand and said, "It's all thanks to the legendary rank equipment." Cha Yanju took his hand and spoke, "Hey, I have legendary rank equipment too, but looking at your freakish face," she hesitated, Are you really human?" He helped her up and joked, "Of course. Besides, aren't you glad I'm not your enemy?" Cha Yanju stumbled to her feet, laughing dryly in response. "Even so, I still can't fully trust you yet."
Baek Hwa-yeon stood to the side, trembling all over. You too! You too! Baek Hwa-yeon exploded in anger and roared. Do you two have any idea how expensive this training room is? Millions of dollars in citizens' tax money were poured into building this. Kang-woo scratched his head, muttering a few unintelligible words, while Cha-yeon-ju glanced around. The sight of the demolished room made her even more frustrated. She couldn't believe they had destroyed it to this extent. Both of them timidly stammered in unison. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Baek Hwa-yeon's anger flared up even more. Don't you two know how to control yourselves? Tone it down a bit. When players level up, everyone faces two enormous obstacles. Baek Hwa-yeon buried her face in her hands, saying mournfully, You are banned from using the training room for the time being. Cha-yeon-ju turned to scold him. Why did you use an area of effect skill? Kang-woo avoided her gaze, replying, Because I saw how strong you were. This is partly your fault too, you know. A voice on the phone rang out. Yes, I understand. Baek Hwa-yeon gave a wry smile, adjusting herself for a moment. How much is it? Kang-woo rested his chin on his hand, wondering how he would pay for the training room repairs now. Cha-yeon-ju muttered, Why did we spar here anyway? Even if it was a hassle, we should have gone to a dungeon gate. Kang-woo pondered deeply. If I'm forced to pay the repair fees, I could sell the magic stone from the giant ogre. But wouldn't that take time? He stood beside her and spoke up. Now that I think about it, you said that defeating high-level monsters would drop legendary rank equipment materials or other rare items, right? Cha-yeon-ju glanced at him. Ah, yes. He uttered a sentence that made both women turn back to look. Then do you want to go catch one right now? Baek Hwa-yeon looked at him and said, Alkiro? Are you referring to the boss of that S-rank dungeon gate? Kang-woo rested his hand on his chin, replying smugly, That's right. Cha-yeon-ju crossed her arms and frowned. Hey, she asked in a suspicious tone, you do know what kind of monster that is, right? Alkiro is a boss dwelling in the lake at the Suwon S-rank gate.
No player has ever been able to catch this monster. The most difficult problem is El Kylo's habitat. Since it is underwater, melee attacks can almost never reach it. It also has extremely high magic resistance and often hides underwater, making long-range attacks extremely difficult. That is why people believe that defeating this monster is impossible. Kang-woo lowered his hands and laughed. I know hunting it is a bit tough, and will drop. Besides, this isn't just about money. Yeon-ju was startled and asked, Then why? He smiled and looked at her, replying, My 6th awakening stage. Hunting it could also be the key to solving my level restriction. When players level up, they all have to face two major barriers, absolute effort at level 59 and absolute talent at level 89. The most common method for a player to break these limits is to defeat powerful bosses to surpass their own limits. Cha-yeon-ju frowned, pursing her lips tightly. Well, I have been stuck at absolute talent for a while now. Instead of killing giant ogres day after day, maybe trying this will be more effective. A voice spoke up, asking, eyes looking at Echidna, who was clinging to him.
Cha-yeon-ju glanced around, assessing the situation. Wait, so a level 89 player lost to a level 58? What the hell? Cha-yeon-ju scratched her head and spoke. All right, I'll help you. Kang-woo gave a thumbs up, his eyes sparkling. That's good then. Cha-yeon-ju sighed and asked, So what's your plan? She put her hands in her pockets and looked around. I'm telling you again, even if it's you, hunting it with just the two of us will be impossible. Kang-woo rubbed his chin, looking meaningfully at Baek Hwa-yeon and spoke. Well, I do have a plan. He continued. We will need an extremely talented melee combatant for this plan. Baek Hwa-yeon closed her eyes and replied, In that case, I will participate too. She started and called out, Hwa-yeon. Baek Hwa-yeon looked at the training room and said sternly, I was the one who trusted you two to use this training room, so this is partly my fault as well. Cha-yeon-ju's eyes sparkled as she looked at her. Ani, big Ani. She continued, As expected, you are completely different from a certain piece of trash who destroyed this place and then shifted the blame to others. Kang-woo, fuming with anger, asked, Who are you implying? Baek Hwa-yeon spoke up, mocking him. But I have to ask, what kind of plan requires a melee class to hunt Alkiro?
Kang-woo confidently crossed his arms and spoke. Well, you'll find out soon enough. Cha-yeon-ju asked with wide eyes. So our party will have 3 people? Kang-woo winked and replied, No, 4. Echidna will be coming along too. Baek Hwa-yeon pondered for a moment. That kid. She thought deeply for a while before speaking. If possible, I would also like our team to have 1 more person with a melee class. Kang-woo silently assessed that Shi-hoon's level was still too low for this subjugation. Baek Hwa-yeon called out his name. Mr. Kang-woo. He was startled and replied, Yes? Baek Hwa-yeon made a suggestion. If you need to find someone with experience in melee combat, I happen to know someone. At an S-rank gate on a green prairie, a monster was screaming miserably before the small silhouette of a young man. You have successfully defeated an intermediate monster, giant orc. You have leveled up. You have reached level 59. Your leveling process has been restricted. All experience received from now on will be stored.
Once the restriction is lifted, all earned experience will be applied at once. So I really have to overcome this leveling restriction. I heard that talented players don't face such leveling restrictions, so I had hoped that... Chai-Yan-ju asked loudly, "Oh, Kang-woo, are you tired already? We haven't even killed the boss yet."
Kang-woo's voice sounded gently. Has everyone arrived? It's just that I haven't reached the level cap yet. Continuing, he slowly took a step forward. I haven't used too much strength yet, so everyone doesn't need to worry. The girl couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Really? This person is... Baekwayon immediately introduced. This is the skilled close combat player I mentioned earlier. The man with golden hair greeted. "Hello, I am the captain of Hwarang Squad 2, Gu Hyun-mo." Kang-woo silently calculated. Captain of Hwarang Squad? Then he introduced himself. "I am Kang-woo. Nice to meet you." Finishing the sentence, his thoughts continued. "Then I think he must be at least as strong as Baekwayon." "Yes, nice to meet you." He assessed. His fighting style seems to use dual swords. If he is strong enough, then things probably won't be too bad. Hyun-mo looked down at Echidna and asked, "Mr. Kang-woo is the rookie who planned today's hunt, right? Is that correct? I can't believe you already hunted a giant ogre." He continued asking with a puzzled look, "But why is there a child in such a dangerous place like this?" This child is my summoned monster." Hyun-mo let out a cry of surprise. A child is a summoned monster?" Baekwayon stood nearby, crossing her arms and replying, "I will tell you more about Mr. Kang-woo later." She rubbed the tip of her nose and said, "Right now you just need to know that he is as strong as Chai-Yan-ju." Hyun-mo showed an expression of disbelief at what he just heard. On the same level as Miss Chai-Yan-ju? He was astonished by his own line of reasoning. How can someone who just became a player 2 months ago? How could he be compared to Miss Chai-Yan-ju? She is one of the highest-ranking players in Korea. The captain never mentioned him. Hwa-yun cheerfully turned towards Kang-woo and asked, "Is there anything else, Mr. Kang-woo?" The corners of his lips curled up into a slight smile as he replied, It's fine." Kang-woo did not spare his praise. "Captain of the Hwarang Squad, if it weren't for you, recruiting such a talent would have been incredibly difficult." She laughed heartily and quickly added, "I'm glad to hear you're pleased, Mr. Kang-woo." Hyun-woo hurriedly strode towards Kang-woo. "Mr. Kang-woo, I have a few things I'd like to ask you." He replied with a puzzled expression, "Yes?"
He leaned in and whispered to Kang-woo, "Can you tell me what exactly is your relationship with Captain Baekwayon?" Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately replied, "We don't have any special relationship." Baekwayon's sudden voice made Hyun-woo jump. "Captain Park Hyun-woo, I understand that you have many questions about Mr. Kang-woo, but we don't have much time." Kang-woo had a reluctant thought. So he has feelings for her. Yes, I see. Yeonju turned to speak to him. "All right, put this funny couple aside and let's get into position. Alkiro will appear soon." Kang-woo smiled and sparked. "We don't need to move anywhere. We are already exactly where we need to be." Surprise was evident on her face as she exclaimed, "What? Aren't we in the territory of the stone giants?" Kang-woo immediately offered an explanation. "They aren't aggressive monsters. There's no way you could use them to attract Alkiro's attention." He asserted decisively, "They are the core of my entire plan." He said, "All right, I'll keep it brief." On the ground lay iron chains. Hyun-woo crossed his arms and approached. "I've prepared the chains right here." Kang-woo lifted a foot, and from it tendrils began to spread out. "All right, understood. Then shouldn't we start right away?" Kang-woo's pupils suddenly glowed red, marking the beginning of the world's first hunt for Alkiro. A ripple originated right beneath his feet. It was the authority of tides. While Kang-woo stood still on the ground, the surface rippled with small waves. He slightly tilted his head and looked forward. It was coming. A strange creature was slowly emerging from the water. Beneath the surface, a dark shadow was moving at a dizzying speed. Kang-woo, while observing from the shore, gave the signal. "It's here." The shadow from the depths gradually revealed its form. Baekwayon tightened her grip on the chain, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yeonju in a state of high alert. Echidna also half closed her eyes to focus her senses. Hearing his shout, the little girl immediately crouched down to take a stance. "Everyone, get ready." A massive column of water suddenly shot up right in front of him. The water monster surged up from below. It leapt out of the water, its eyes cautiously darting around to observe. The monster flapped its wings and flew up from the surface, heading straight for Kang-woo's group. Its wings suddenly spun at a terrifying speed. Countless attacks were fired from its abdomen, forcing him to turn around and shout a warning. "That's a poison dart type attack." Echidna, who was behind him, immediately used her power. "Here!" Echidna erected a blue barrier to block the attack, a magic shield. Realizing the girl's strength wasn't enough, he shouted to give her more motivation. "Echidna, just hold on a little longer." Then he called out the names of the other two. "Miss Yeonju, Miss Hwa-yun." Both of them responded in unison. "Right!" He grabbed both of them and shouted, "Wings of the sky!" His brows furrowed as he yelled, "Let's go! Hold on tight!" As soon as he finished speaking, Kang-woo and the two women shot up into the sky. He rushed forward with wind-tearing speed, distorting the faces of the two accompanying him. The chain wrapped around a member's wrist as fast as lightning. Once everything was in place, Hwa-yun and Yeonju let themselves free fall towards the monster.
Hyun-woo landed first, screaming incessantly. Following him were Hwa-yan and Kang-woo. As soon as they landed, all three immediately clung tightly to the monster's body. Hwa-yan winched out her hand and spoke. Kang-woo, stand behind, lean forward. Here are the extra chains I brought. Hyun-woo made a cut on the monster's body and complained, "It's ridiculously slippery." Kang-woo gripped the anchor tightly and shouted, "Hyun-woo, you go to the right, and Miss Hwa-yan go to the left. We need to finish this before it dives underwater again." Having said that, he used all his strength to drive the anchor into the monster's body. The monster lowered itself into the water, letting out painful groans. It glided across the water surface, making the trio's mission much more difficult. Hyun-woo struggled to drive each anchor into the monster's body.
Immediately after, all three anchored themselves onto it simultaneously. The monster writhed in pain amidst the water. Baek Hwa-yan, holding her sword, shouted and asked, "What the hell is this?" Kang-woo silently analyzed the situation. It was thinking of escaping. Kang-woo shouted a command. "Everyone, hold on tight." The monster unleashed lightning all around, attempting to dive into the water to escape. After struggling for a while, it suddenly soared into the air. Gu Hyun-mo and the others clung tightly to the monster's body. Kang-woo grabbed the chains on its body and yelled, "This bastard is planning to return to the deep abyss. Wings of the sky, I'll try to stop it." Kang-woo shouted to ensure the other two heard clearly, "So remember to tie the remaining chains here." Baek Hwa-yan gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. "All right!" The monster roared, shooting up into the sky, while simultaneously discharging lightning around it. Destructive power, the authority of divine power, tore through the sky. Kang-woo threw a punch of absolute power at the monster. A massive source of power exploded, causing the seawater to be thrown up and curled into a vortex. Both Gu Hyun-mo and Baek Hwa-yan were affected by the pressure from that attack.
Kang-woo frowned and spoke. My attack was weakened because I used it underwater. I can't believe I could only launch it into the sky with that strike. He thought he needed to injure it more severely for it to work. Suddenly, he noticed something on the monster's body. That was it. His wings of the sky appeared, carrying Kang-woo soaring up at the speed of light. The monster trembled violently, its whole body numb. At this moment, Kang-woo had rushed straight inside its body. He looked around, his brows furrowing slightly. Hyun-woo looked with a puzzled gaze. Static electricity? Hwa-yan replied, "No, it's Alkiero's attack." Sparks and streaks of orange light began to radiate from around the monster. Below, Echidna seemed to be enduring the pain. Hwa-yan turned around and asked, "Have the chains been placed in position?" Hyun-woo examined his hand and replied, "Done." She said, "Then let's get out of here." Hyun-woo hesitated. "What about Kang-woo?" Hwa-yan raised her voice. "He is stronger than us. We need to leave, or we'll just get in his way." "Jump," she shouted loudly. As soon as the two jumped down, the monster's entire body in the air was affected by the attack, glowing brightly across the area. Hwa-yan looked back and calculated silently. Did he go inside its mouth?
She couldn't help but worry about Kang-woo. Inside the monster, a sturdy green bubble layer was enveloping him. Kang-woo laughed and said, "I guess this belongs to Echidna, huh?" She must have known her master was in danger. He couldn't help but secretly marvel, unable to believe she could maintain the magic shield for so long. Kang-woo clenched his fist. "Thanks to you." Outside, the monster's body was still riddled with anchors stuck into it. Suddenly, a patch of flesh caved deep inwards. Kang-woo used his bare hands to smash a part of the monster's body to break out. A thought flashed through his mind. "I feel like I've been granted more strength." The monster writhed in extreme agony. The water below splashed up violently. Kang-woo let out a long breath. His hands removed the chains clinging around him. Kang-woo shouted, "Yeonju, everything is ready. Pull." The monster lay still, not moving a muscle after the recent attack. Suddenly, a red weapon was swung out, striking the resting boulders. Yeonju screamed, "What the hell are you doing, you loser?" Her face was filled with excitement as she yelled, "Hurry up and get out of the way, you bastards!" A soft, ghostly laugh rang out gently. The collision of the surrounding rocks shook the entire ground. Yeonju flew up excitedly and repeatedly whipped her weapon. Holding the whip, she frantically lashed at the stone monster. "Come on, hurry up!" A violent noise echoed across the sea surface. Kang-woo furrowed his brows, trying hard to hold tight onto the monster. He thought that even after using both the authority of divine power and the authority of Iron Wall, he was still under this much pressure. At any cost, he must not let the chains slip. He cast his eyes toward the mainland, just a little more. Bound tightly by the chains, the monster struggled frantically on the sea surface. On the shore, the stone monster was toppled by the powerful struggling force of the sea monster. Kang-woo tightened the iron chain around the monster's body. It hadn't weakened one bit. Constricted by the chains, the monster struggled even harder. From beneath its belly, two spots of light gradually appeared. It fired a barrage of projectiles toward the mainland, but they were blocked by Echidna's shield. At the same time, the stone monster behind the little girl was slowly getting up. Kang-woo looked at the barrage hitting the mainland, unable to hide his anxiety. Did I underestimate it? It's stronger than I thought. At this rate, the stone golem will break first. Looking at Echidna struggling to hold on, he thought to himself, I need to find a way to weaken it. Kang-woo gritted his teeth and a loud shout echoed towards Yeonju's position. "Yeonju, use your chains!"
Standing atop the stone monster, she shouted back, "Are you crazy? You'll get hurt!"
Kangwoo shouted without a moment's hesitation, "Hurry up!" Yeonju gritted her teeth and channeled her magic. The ruby on her hand began to shine brilliantly. Special ability, red blood. Tentacles appeared on the ground, sucking up energy. At the same time, red chains tightened around Kangwoo's body, causing immense pain. Special ability, Galloway armor. Enduring it, Kangwoo groaned from the stinging pain. He thought, as expected, controlling legendary equipment was very difficult. A giant mass of iron chains shot straight down toward the sea monster's location, but it wouldn't be a problem if they could weaken the monster. The chains pierced through it, making it writhe and roar in agony. After a struggle, the monster finally lay still. They had succeeded. The chains simultaneously bound the stone monster on the shore and shackled the monster under the sea. Yeonju spoke in a provocative tone. "Come on, put some more effort into it, you rock." In her mind, she thought about the stone giant's unique passive, thick skin. She muttered to herself as she saw the chains were helpless against it. It was almost invulnerable thanks to this passive, so she had never bothered hunting in S-rank gates. The fact that the underwater monster hadn't been subdued yet made her even more uneasy. But I didn't think it would be useful in this situation. The monster underwater suddenly opened its eyes wide. It surged up with terrifying power. A deafening noise rang out. The monster on the shore was dragged along, lying motionless. Kangwoo, exhausted, sat on top of it, his eyes fixed on the scene. It worked.
"Kangwoo, Kangwoo!" Echidna ran over with a worried look on her face. "Are you okay?" Seeing the girl, Kangwoo couldn't help but be startled. He shouted loudly, "Echidna, it's dangerous!" Suddenly, the monster swung its body to attack the girl. Fortunately, Huayan rushed in just in time and used a sword strike to sever the arm that was attacking Echidna. It screamed in pain. Hyunwoo flew over, grabbed the girl, and retreated to a distance. He said, "I thought I was gonna die, that damn fish." Kangwoo jumped down, looked at the monster, and spoke. "Let's finish it." Echidna looked at him with sparkling eyes. He said with relief, "Kangwoo, you were safe." Hyunwoo looked at the girl in his arms and whispered, "You were the one in danger, kid." Kangwoo gave an order. "Yeah, Echidna, now use your magic to deal with the stone giants. They are tired, so they can't resist." The girl obediently obeyed. "Yes." Yeonju was still gripping the red chain and continuously whipping the stone monster hard. "Move, move it." Seeing she was still lingering, Kangwoo shouted, "Yeonju, stop playing with it, come here." Her whole body was soaked in sweat from exertion, her face flushed red. "I was just drawing its attention like you told me to." Kangwoo pointed at the monster and spoke firmly. "You two must finish it while it's on the water surface right now." One person spoke up. "All right, I'll go first." Another said, "It's very different from being underwater. We need to be quick." Huayan and Hyunwoo rushed forward, swords ready in their hands. A light flashed from the monster's body. It roared in extreme pain. The surrounding ground shook violently under immense pressure. The two of them gripped their weapons tightly and took a stance. In the blink of an eye, large streaks of light appeared on the monster's body. Yeonju jumped high, and countless chains appeared from her wrists. Chains! She threw a powerful punch that made the monster's blood splatter. It howled and used all its strength to struggle madly. Kangwoo's entire group retreated back. Hyunwoo commented, "Its scream is really annoying." Kangwoo's face turned cold, his gaze becoming sharp.
He thought even on land the battle wasn't any easier. They really were different. Well then, a pitch-black aura enveloped him, occasionally flashing with red streaks. 10,000 demon core. His eyes narrowed, his gaze turning icy. Mysterious gates appeared, surrounded by flames. Now he was turning his back. With this skill, I think just this much, he slowly took off his coat, is enough. The streaks of light wrapping around Kangwoo were the power of hell and the authority of Black Spear. Trident, his expression changed, the black sclera swallowing his glowing red irises. He thought, a little more, I need a little more power. A notification panel appeared. Used Kraken's Rage, demonic energy stat increased by 5. He laughed in excitement, his hand gripping something tightly. Authority of Fission. Kangwoo smiled diabolically, raising his hand to spin an object. He landed, the ground sinking slightly under the pressure from his feet.
Kangwoo had completely changed his form. In his hand, he held a sharp, deadly-looking weapon, having received an S-rank skill. Sensing the danger, Yeonju immediately glanced over. A loud shout made both Hyunwoo and Hwayun turn their eyes to follow. "Everyone, get back!" A terrifying power surged from Kangwoo's hand. Before they could react, the move from his hand was already aimed straight past them. The purple lightning spear flew from Kangwoo's hand and formed a vortex. A blinding light shone as if it wanted to blow everything away. The spear rushed straight at the enemy, causing it to scream in agony, shaking the heavens and earth. Yeonju's group shielded their faces from the wind force while watching his attack. She thought, "This, a flame engulfing the monster he just took down. Is this really something a Sixth Awakening Awakener can do?" Swallowed by the flames, the monster immediately exploded. Along with that, the system sound rang out a notification. You have successfully used 3 authorities simultaneously.
You have satisfied the second condition to reach the state of extreme demon transformation.
Kang-woo opened the notification panel to look, then gasped for breath, looking at his trembling hand. He asked himself, so this was the second condition of extreme demon transformation? He clenched his fist tight and told himself silently, back when I ruled hell, this would have been nothing, but right now it is this difficult. Kang-woo's eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying look. I still have a long way to go. He gritted his teeth and said to himself, more, I need even more power. Suddenly a call rang out, becoming clearer. Brother Kang-woo. A person asked, what was that attack just now? Yeonju approached, holding her sword, and said, I've heard you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be strong to this extent. She thought, did he really do this? Yeonju grabbed her shirt and asked, if you could use that move, why didn't you do it from the start? Kang-woo turned his head and replied, this is the first time I tried using it. He raised his injured hand and said stiffly, besides, do you see my hand trembling? This isn't an easy move to use. Hearing that, Yeonju immediately teased, oh, so if we fight right now, I definitely win, right? He asked back with a provocative tone, is the fighting spirit soaked into your blood or something? A voice rang out from behind. Kang-woo, I defeated those stone giants. Soa rushed into his arms and asked, so are we done hunting? Kang-woo looked at the girl and replied, yeah.
All right, good job, Echidna. Suddenly, his expression changed. Wait, now that I think about it, something appeared behind Kang-woo, something I haven't seen yet. The message confirming that we finished off El Quiero hasn't appeared yet. Suddenly, he exclaimed, everyone, get ready for combat. It's not over yet. Hwa-yin froze, eyes widening as she asked back, what? Gu Hyun-mo drew the dagger from his back and stammered, you mean… Yeonju looked up. What? The battle isn't over yet? Echidna tugged at his shirt, calling out, Kang-woo! He hugged the little girl tightly. That's right. He continued explaining to everyone, the confirmation message that we successfully hunted El Quiero hasn't appeared yet. Hearing that, the other two immediately opened their notifications to check. One spoke up, now that you mention it, I just noticed. Kang-woo focused on observing the surroundings. Impossible. When I first fell into hell, I thought I easily slaughtered demons from the 7th hell. Looking at the beast collapsing on the ground, he felt a bit puzzled. How could a monster from a gate that didn't originally belong to the demon race possibly… A sudden roar rang out, causing all team members to stare in astonishment. One asked, what on earth is this? Kang-woo observed the regenerating beast and made a guess. Demonic energy. Chunks of the beast's flesh were gradually reconnecting. The monster roared. Its tail whipped hard, sending dust flying blindly. Gu Hyun-mo tightened his grip on the dagger behind him and shouted, what is this? Don't tell me we have to fight round 2. But is it just running away? Suddenly, Chaeyeonju rushed in front of him and unleashed a move. That move bound the monster's body tightly, neutralizing it. Seeing the situation had stabilized, she immediately spoke up, I caught it. But before she could finish her sentence, she was dragged away by it. The people behind, witnessing the scene, hurriedly called her name, Yeonju, Yeonju. Suddenly, someone shouted, Chaeyeonju, the chains! She threw the remaining chains towards her teammates so they could hold her back. Everyone exerted all their strength to pull, but facing such a monster was indeed not easy. Kang-woo gritted his teeth and calculated inwardly, damn it, I've used all 3 authorities and the effect of Kraken's rage has also ended, so I don't have much demonic energy left. His train of thought continued, are we going to lose like this? What kind of attack should I release now? A voice rang out, leave it to me, Master Kang-woo. From somewhere, another monster suddenly appeared and charged forward. Everyone was astonished by the sight. Chaeyeonju froze and asked, is that a monster?
Someone said, no, that's Echidna. Suddenly, Echidna, in her beast form, opened her mouth and generated a terrifying power. Just when it seemed she was about to unleash that power, Echidna unexpectedly threw a thunderous punch, leaving the monster dazed. A thick mist suddenly appeared and knocked both of them back. Echidna's voice echoed from behind, stay put. She continued to pour her strength into taking down the monster. She defeated the monster in less than 10 seconds. The group of people standing nearby could only watch in stunned silence. The monster was slammed straight into the ground by Echidna without a shred of mercy. Witnessing that scene, everyone broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Behind the mist, the image of Echidna standing atop the monster looked incredibly majestic. However, that coolness didn't last long, as she turned back to fawn over him. Master Kang-woo, did I do well? Very good. The sound of the system rang out once again. You have successfully defeated the S-rank monster El Quiero. You are the highest contributor. Additionally, you have received a bonus reward for dealing the finishing blow. Your experience points are increasing significantly. Due to the level cap, all experience points you receive will be stored. He looked at the little girl running towards him and thought to himself, now it's definitely dead.
He continued to ponder, even though his level limit still hadn't been unlocked yet. Yeonju frowned slightly. That kid. I think I know why she could become Kang-woo's familiar now. Good job, Echidna. She looked towards the monster lying on the ground and asked, but what were those tentacles that appeared at the end? Is that a unique trait of the El Quiero species? One person said, I'm not sure.
In every monster hunt, I always share and gather information fairly, but this is the first time I've encountered something like this. Kang-woo kicked it with his foot. I don't think it's a trait. He stepped onto the monster's body and continued. I've met something similar before. Someone spoke up and asked, something similar? But why are you climbing on top of it? Kang-woo recalled past battles. Just when we thought it was dead, this bastard started thrashing around. He continued, and that resembles the behavior of demons when they turn into monsters. Seeming to understand, Youngju responded, so you mean this was caused by demonic energy? He replied, we'll know if we check. Kang-woo thought to himself, let's see. It should be somewhere around here. Truly disgusting.
He used his hand to create a slit on its body, and tentacles began protruding from the incision. Kang-woo reached deep inside the monster's body, his voice determined. So there must be something inside. His hand touched something, and the people around gathered to look. He said, found it. Someone asked, is there something in there? The object resting in Kang-woo's hand was a red gem. Another person asked, isn't that a jewel? Cha Yeon-ju crossed her arms, looked at the red stone in Kang-woo's hand, and asked, is that a jewel? Gu Hyun-mo glued his eyes to observe the stone. What is this? It doesn't look much like a magic stone. Baek Hwa-yeon focused on scrutinizing the object on Kang-woo's hand. She asked, is this thing the cause of all Kiro acting strangely? Kang-woo only replied, who knows? I'm not sure either. In his heart, he told himself, I'm certain this thing is the cause. He noticed this jewel contained a very high concentration of demonic energy. The flow of magic power emitting from the stone further strengthened his judgment. It seemed like a different version of demonic energy in the form of a magic stone. But it wasn't like a magic stone, which is formed naturally. The surface of this thing looked like a high-grade artifact. An image of a person suddenly flashed through his mind. I'm sure someone intentionally created this. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke up. Now I understand. Cha Yeon-ju was startled and turned around. What do you understand? Kang-woo replied, although I'm not entirely sure, he continued, but there's a high probability this is the doing of the demon cult. Yeon-ju exclaimed in surprise. The demon cult? He recounted his feeling when touching the jewel. Look at this jewel. It looks more like an artificial item than a magic stone.
Kang-woo continued speaking about the location of the item. The location of this thing was within my reach, not deep inside the monster's body. Based on the timing of the monster's appearance, Kang-woo made a speculation. It meant that someone had placed this inside Aokiro. He concluded, and it was because of the demonic energy contained in this gem that it lost control. If there is an organization capable of creating this, the highest probability is the demon cult. Baek Hwa-yeon cautiously agreed with that view. It is very likely. In this case, I think they are the most probable culprits. Kang-woo probably scratched his nose. That's just my hypothesis. Echidna standing below cheered for Kang-woo. You are so smart, master. Baek Hwa-yeon made a request to Commander Gu Hyun-mo. Can I ask you to start investigating the demon cult from Hwarong? The response came quickly from the other side. Yes, of course. Meanwhile, Kang-woo kept his eyes glued to the stone in his hand and whispered to himself, fascinating. Kang-woo licked his lips cunningly. I didn't expect those bastards from the demon cult to be able to create such a pure demonic energy stone. With greed rising within him, he thought to himself, if an item like this has already fallen into my hands... Yeon-ju hurriedly pulled something out of her sleeve pocket with a panicked look. Hey, let me take a picture of that gem. I'll have our guild investigate it as well.
Kang-woo hid his hand behind his back, secretly emitting a few bolts of lightning, the authority of lightning. Greed stirred silently within him. He couldn't let this slip away. A sudden loud noise rang out, shaking the ground and causing everyone to scream in terror, except for him. Cha Yeon-ju, standing next to him, shouted, What is this? Is this thing not dead yet? Baek Hwa-yeon cautiously observed the surrounding situation. No, I think it's just the phenomenon of the corpse's joints and muscles stiffening. Yeon-ju looked down and spoke up. Probably so. The status window also says it's dead. Park Yeon-woo let out a sigh. I was so scared I almost peed my pants. When she turned to call him, the gem had disappeared. Hey, Kang-woo, give me the jewel. Yeon-ju shouted and interrogated. Hey, where did the jewel go? Kang-woo was so frightened that his face turned pale, his limbs trembling. I don't know. It suddenly vanished, just like smoke, he stammered. What the hell just happened? Baek Hwa-yeon began to offer her guess. Do you think the demonic energy disappears once touched by human hands? In his heart, Kang-woo was silently rejoicing. I'll check to see how much I can devour. Yeon-ju sighed. What a headache. The system immediately displayed a notification. You have absorbed the demonic crystal using the power of gluttony. Your demonic energy stat has increased by 3 points. Kang-woo covered his jubilant expression with his hand. He thought, 3? It hasn't increased a bit even though I've killed over 100 ogres in the past 3 days. So I turned her head and asked Kang-woo, Are we going yet? Her question made him question himself. Did it just say demonic crystal? Seeing he didn't reply, she turned around and called him again.
Kang Wu, emotions surging within him again, hoped he could hide his perverted giggling face. There was still much more to come. In another scene, the sunset shone through the glass windows of the Hwarang Squad headquarters. Amidst the surrounding chatter, Echidna was lazily enjoying a deep sleep. Sitting in the office, Baek Hwa-yeon took out a green check and placed it on the table. "Here, this is the money left after the repairs," she said. Even after selling the corpses and magic stones, there's only about 10 billion won left. This was also the first time Alkiro had been captured, so they paid quite handsomely. Yeonju looked with hesitation before replying. "So you intend to split 5 billion for each of us? Thanks." Baek Hwa-yeon recounted the moment greeting her teammates. "Regarding the matter of the jewel, we will investigate if there are any similar situations at other gates. The Hwarang Squad will handle that." Someone asked, "So what happens if the jewel disappears again when we find them?" She maintained a vigilant attitude and reminded them, "We will need to capture that monster alive, or make sure that no one touches the stone." Yeonju listened attentively, missing not a single word. Kang Wu nodded in agreement. It seemed that because of him, they had to work harder. Suddenly, she announced, "And here is some good news." Both were startled and asked in unison, "Good news?" Baek Hwa-yeon excitedly revealed a piece of information. "We realized that a part of Alkiro's body can be used as material to craft legendary incremectament." She said, "They said they can craft a sword by refining the tailbone." Both of them exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" Their faces showed clear tension as they waited for the most important information. One said, "And they have already provided me with the estimated stats." She continued, "It will be an item that enhances strength or agility." Hearing this, Kang Wu's face immediately fell. "My main stat is demonic energy." Yeonju could only sigh. "My main stat is magic power." Yeonju asked, "Then wouldn't it be better if you used it, Hwa-yeon?" She smiled softly and replied, "Unfortunately, the awakening conditions are quite complex." Baek Hwa-yeon described it briefly. "It seems only players who possess internal energy can use it." Yeonju looked surprised and curious about that. "Internal energy? Like in martial arts?" Baek Hwa-yeon continued, "That's right. It is a rare stat among warrior players."
"Most are found in China, and in fact, not a single case has been discovered in Korea." Chaeyan-ju frowned in annoyance. "So that means it has no value. It would be better to sell it to China." Kang Wu interrupting, "Then I will take it." Hearing this, she immediately turned to ask, "You?" He closed his eyes and replied, "Yes." Then he looked forward thoughtfully. "If it involves an internal energy user, there is a player I know." From deep within a cave, voices echoed up. "Is there a passage like this in a rank B gate, even if it's a maze dungeon?" One person said, "I thought all the passages had been explored." A team member responded excitedly, "We are following your lead, Si-hoon, but do you sense anything?" He hesitated and recounted, "I just had an uneasy feeling about something." As soon as he finished speaking, Si-hoon's keen senses warned him intensely, making him flinch. He instinctively grabbed the hilt of his sword. "Everyone, get ready for battle." The people behind him looked bewildered. In the dark alley in front of them, strange sounds were echoing. That giant monster suddenly rushed out. Someone asked, "A merman? Didn't they say it was just a rank B monster?" However, behind it, there was an even more terrifying monster. That thing placed the merman on the ground. Si-hoon's entire team froze in that instant. Everyone stared wide-eyed without blinking. That frenzied merman roared.
It emitted a terrifying killing intent. The team's tanker quickly stepped forward at the commander's call. The monster threw the opening punch. That attack forced them to retreat. Someone exclaimed in shock, "Damn it!" Si-hoon hurriedly spoke up. "Attacking like that is too dangerous." Tae-soo in the front was still holding his defensive stance firmly. He said, "Thanks." He thought, "What the hell is this monstrous strength?" Its ferocious gaze forced them to be on high alert. It was completely different from ordinary mermen. Someone said, "We need to get support buffs first, then approach it carefully." Their commander continued to issue orders. "Tae-soo, after Seo buffs you, try to create an opportunity." He replied loudly, "All right." He called out another name, "Eunbei, try to distract it so Tae-soo can receive the buff." The girl immediately cast her magic. "Yes, okay." An electric orb shot straight into the merman's body, lightning flash. Its whole body convulsed, but it was accompanied by a resounding roar that sent chills down their spines. Si-hoon started moving to one side. "Over here."
That action attracted the monster's attention, its eyes tracking his every movement. Tae-soo and Soa coordinated to attack it from behind. He charged forward with his shield. "Come here!" A loud clash rang out between the monster's flesh and the surface of the shield. The merfolk became furious, turning to attack the tanker. Soa used her staff to release a beam of light. Her assistance revitalized him. He said, "Thanks, Soa." The monster's sharp hand raised high with a roar, unaware that Si-hoon was closing in from behind. His hands gripped the sword hilt tightly, and his gaze turned much colder. A fatal sword strike slashed through the monster's body, Cloud Dragon Annihilation. Its head was severed from its neck, marking the end of a well-coordinated battle. Tae-soo panted as he spoke. "I knew you could do it. You've never let me down." Soa asked worriedly, "Tae-soo, are you okay?" Eunbi couldn't stop praising her commander.
brother, just now you look like a main character in a manhwa. You really are the guardian of the world. He wiped his sweat and replied modestly, "It was nothing. It was all thanks to everyone's help." He also looked apprehensively at the head. "Anyway, what's up with this merfolk?"
You think? I think it is much more violent than others of its kin. The guy didn't mention anything about this. The mage girl also agreed. That's right, its veins are bulging all over its body, giving me goosebumps. I hate it. His eyes suddenly widened. He seemed to have realized something. A streak of red light was creeping from inside the monster's flesh. He asked, "What is that?" From inside the Hwarang squad headquarters, a voice echoed out, "Welcome, Kang Wu." In a dim room, Kang Wu was standing opposite a sword. The other person spoke. "The equipment is ready." At the same time, the system announcement rang out. Equipment information. Name, Anguello. Rank, Legendary, Pre-Awakening. Awakening condition, Innate stat, Internal energy user. Basic function, Light attribute. Attack, 700. Strength, 2. Agility, 2. Special function, allows the user to walk on water.
The notification clearly stated that this was a sword created from the tailbone of Alquiero, possessing immense combat power and capable of integrating light attributes into a single strike. Seeing him holding the sword, Bakwayan immediately asked, "How is it? Do you like it?" Kang Wu drew the sword, examined it, and replied, "I like it very much. If there's a chance now, I definitely take it out for a test run." Holding the sword, he turned back to ask her, "But is creating legendary equipment always this fast? It's only been about 2 weeks since we defeated Alquiero, hasn't it?" Bakwayan responded, "The hardest part was obtaining the materials, which we already accomplished. The rest is simple. Besides, these materials were still fresh and new. 2 weeks is actually considered a long time." Chayanju asked in astonishment, "Did you overdo it? It took that much time to forge it after all." Bakwayan winked. "Who cares? It was just the two of you protecting the citizens, and the results far surpassed the Hwarang squad." She smiled faintly again. "If we hesitated to support you now, it would be shameful." Chayanju scratched her head awkwardly. "You praise us too much." Kang Wu sheathed the sword and forced a smile while looking at both of them. "I just wanted to devour all the demonic energy." Suddenly, Bakwayan called out, "There's one more thing I want to tell you, Kang Wu." Kang Wu started, turned his head, and replied, "Yes, please go ahead." The girl crossed her arms and asked, "Don't you think it's time to stop using honorifics with me?" He was completely flustered by the unexpected suggestion. "Excuse me?" Bakwayan crossed her arms and stepped forward. "You speak very casually with Yanju, so it would be weird if I'm the only one using honorifics with you." Chayanju frowned and looked at him. "Come to think of it, why didn't you bother using honorifics with me from the start?" The other person continued, "We are now equal teammates. We stand on the same battlefront." Kang Wu scratched his head and replied stammeringly, "That's right." The young man then responded comfortably, "Then from now on, I will try to speak more casually." "You brat, Chayanju, isn't it because you were the one who spoke rudely to me first?" Kang Wu sneered. "Is that so?" Bakwayan smiled slightly. Suddenly he remembered something and asked, "Oh right, how is the research on that gemstone from last time going?" Bakwayan shook her head and replied, "The whole team has been working tirelessly, but there hasn't been any decent report yet." Yanju sighed. "Our guild is the same." Hwayan continued, "We've doubled our hunting efforts, but we still haven't found anything useful." Kang Wu hesitated, rubbing his chin, and thought, "Is that so? Strange. Could it be that the demon cult only planted the demonic crystal in Alquiero? Could my judgment be wrong?" Meanwhile, on the Red Cardinal Bishop's side, he stood up, his face clearly showing dissatisfaction, and questioned, "Alquiero has been defeated? What the hell happened?" The subordinate below replied in a clumsy tone,
"We are still trying to investigate, but when we arrived to examine the corrosion level of the demonic crystal, all that remained were traces of a bloody battle." Standing from above, his voice trembled with rage. "Then what about the demonic crystal?" The subordinate below tried to report the situation. "We are trying to recover it, sir, but there is no evidence left." A deafening crash rang out as the superior's hands slammed down in anger. The Red Cardinal Bishop's fury caused the table to snap in half. "Then what about the other demons?" With a terrified look, the subordinate below replied, "Most are still stable, sir." The subordinate carefully reported the situation. "I don't believe they have grasped my plan." From the Red Cardinal Bishop, a voice resonated. "I understand." Meanwhile, the subordinate could only silently curse in his heart. Damn it, that monster hasn't been defeated once in 5 years. Why did he have to choose this exact moment? He silently questioned in his mind, what kind of bullshit situation is this? He turned to ask the subordinate, "And how is the progress of the plan?" The subordinate answered with a hesitant tone,
"Because of that incident, there has been a significant delay." The Red Cardinal shot a sharp glare at him and questioned, "Then what if I try using a different method?" The subordinates prostrating below hurriedly intervened. "Red Cardinal, if we persist in proceeding with such a thing, the consequences will be—" From above, he asked with an incredibly calm demeanor, "Is the risk too great?"
I didn't say we have to do it right now. I just want to test a few things. One of the subordinates spoke up hesitantly. If we use that method, we could accelerate the project immediately, but it is still too dangerous regardless. The one sitting next to him also chimed in. That's right. Their words hinted at the image of a certain woman. If we actually resort to that measure, that global rancor certainly won't sit still. The Red Cardinal blurted out. What about the global rancor? The subordinate responded with a stammering tone. Pardon? His face was filled with murderous intent as he spoke. Are you hesitating just because you fear a global rancor? A wave of killing intent radiated from him, engulfing the space. Do you think I will also be afraid and have to skulk around in a safety zone? The subordinates, terrified, could only silently lament. Such terrifying killing intent. Amen. His hand remained clenched tight, only loosening after a while. Are there any fragments of demonic crystals left? The group hurriedly shouted. Yes, there are. The Red Cardinal issued an order. Feed them to the remaining monsters, as soon as possible, if the plan is delayed any further. Every word he spoke contained a threat. Then your heads will no longer remain intact on your necks. The subordinate bowed his head low and responded, Understood. He brought up the topic once again. By the way, who defeated Aokiro? One of them explained. It was Cha Yanju of the Red Rose Guild. The other man covered his face and sighed. Cha Yanju, huh? She's meddling in our affairs again, just like she did with Kim Jae-hen back then. His eyes glowed red, signaling that a decision had been made. If she has the guts to do it, she must have the guts to face the consequences. Prepare the shadows. Both men immediately voiced their concern. Do you intend to eliminate Cha Yanju?
But Cho Yanju is very strong. It would be difficult to take her down using only the darkness. However, their superior rejected that proposal. No, the target is not Cho Yanju. Confusion was evident on their faces. What? The Red Cardinal Bishop continued. There is a rookie she favors very much. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. His name is Kang-woo. We will take him hostage. Meanwhile, the target being aimed at was leisurely driving the car. That bastard. At Uijeongbu, the rank B gate area.
The atmosphere became lively as the expedition team just returned. Today was a huge haul thanks to you, Si-hoon. Si-hoon replied with a radiant smile. It was thanks to everyone's efforts. Eunbi spoke up with excitement. We hit the jackpot. Tae-soo was speaking but suddenly froze when an arm appeared unexpectedly. When shall we go next? He exclaimed in surprise. Kang-woo! That young man had been standing there waiting to welcome them for some time. Long time no see. The whole group walked quickly forward. How long has it been since we saw each other, Brother Kang-woo? Si-hoon asked with eyes full of affection. Brother Kang-woo. Eunbi also called out politely. Hello, Brother Kang-woo. He also responded. The hunting situation is still going well for everyone, right? You are all rank B now. Si-hoon could not hide his curiosity. Why did you suddenly come here without notice? The young man immediately pulled out the sword strapped to his back. Because I have a surprise gift for everyone. He gave a faint smile. For everyone or for Seiya? Tae-soo kept his relaxed demeanor and laughed. That would be great. But this time Kang-woo called someone else's name. Here, take this, Si-hoon. Surprise was evident on his face. Me? Standing right next to him, Eunbi also couldn't hide her astonishment. Ani. Meanwhile, the other person just focused on introducing the weapon. Yes, this is a sword named Alkiro. Kang-woo didn't forget to add, it is a legendary equipment. Only those with the innate internal energy stat can use it. They were all stunned with shock. Legendary? Tae-soo couldn't help but whine. I'm so jealous, Si-hoon. Meanwhile, the young man received the gift with a state of utter confusion. Brother, Si-hoon sadly expressed his feelings. I'm still not good enough to help you with anything, so I can't accept such a precious gift from you. However, his words were cut off midway. Whether you can or not is for me to decide. He looked up at him with his clear eyes. In the future, you will surpass thousands of other players.
It won't be long before you can fight against even the rankers. Kang-woo made a firm promise. You can prove yourself to me then. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears began to fall down Si-hoon's stakes. Joy surged within him as he gripped the sword tightly in his hand. Thank you so much. The scene looked exactly like something out of a martial arts movie. The mage girl in the group also felt happy for him. That's great. However, a worry still lingered in his heart. I feel so embarrassed. You treat me too well, Brother Kang-woo. Si-hoon lowered his head in sadness.
But I felt quite uncomfortable when I first met you. He could only swallow his true thoughts back inside because I am the protector of the world, and you are the bastard who destroyed the Gaia system, aren't you? The joy quickly returned to the young man, but those feelings had all disappeared. It sounds strange, but it feels like our souls are connected. Mentioning this, Kang-woo became even more awkward because I made you my subordinate, so saying we are connected isn't wrong. At the same time, Si-hoon reached out with both hands and called his name. Brother, his eyes sparkled like 1,000 stars. I, Kim Si-hoon, from now on will only listen to you and meet all your expectations. The presence of Seiya behind made Eunbi confused like sitting on a fire. Uni. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Si-hoon,
Inside, he silently prayed for a few things. Don't look at me like that. This weirdo is really strange. Can you let go of my hands now? Meanwhile, Sihun maintained his posture to search for an item. By the way, I have something for you. He took out a red-colored stone. The monster we defeated earlier was very strange, so I tried checking its corpse and found something like this. That innocent face had no idea about the danger coming from the red stone. Maybe this can't be considered a gift, but perhaps you might know something about it?
Kangwoo's hand immediately tightened. He looked at him with eyes as if the boy were the savior of his life. "Sihun, give me your hand. Let's be together forever." Kangwoo exclaimed with delight as he held the gem in his hand. "Where did you get this?" Sihun crossed his arms, resting his chin on his hand while looking at the gem, then spoke up. About the details. We were hunting in a gate as usual at that time. But that time, I had a very strange hunch." His words made Kangwoo ask again. "A very strange hunch?" Surprise was clearly visible on his face as the boy hesitated to continue. "At that time, I suddenly felt cold all over. Do you remember I told you before that I felt an unexplained repulsion the first time I met you? The feeling back then was kind of like that, just like the first time I met you." Sihun recounted the fierce battle with the bull demon. "Yes, when I followed that strange sensation, I found a giant minotaur. Its skin was pitch black, and it looked stronger and more ferocious than all the other minotaurs." Kangwoo hesitated before questioning. "And when you defeated it, that thing disappeared?" Sihun respectfully replied. "Yes." He silently pondered. "It must have been created by demonic energy, but does that mean this kid can sense demonic energy?" Still holding the stone, Kangwoo continued to ask.
Sihun, upon seeing Echidna in the hospital, recalled the moment of contact with him in the past. "Did you feel that strange premonition?" he probed with a hesitant voice. "That time, I didn't feel anything." Kangwoo examined the ruby in his hand for a long while. "Is that so?" There was a silent confirmation in his heart. "So he couldn't sense demonic energy. Then what similarity did that monster have with him? If it had been devoured by demonic energy, it would have become a demonic creature." A sudden idea flashed through his mind. He looked at Sihun and silently said to himself, "Gaia, this kid's reacting to me, a person who specializes in destroying fissure cores and monsters that have become fragments after being shattered, which are works of demonic energy, fissure creatures." A diagram of the connection between him and the recent monsters appeared in his mind. Mutant monsters, creatures from hell, demonic creatures. The reason is that this kid is the guardian of the world, so he will protect the system from being broken. An instinctive sense of resistance to everything of demonic nature rose up when he approached him. If that's the case, he placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and called out, "Sihun." He politely responded, "Yes?" A devilish smile bloomed on Kangwoo's lips. This kid could find... He smiled and started speaking. "Why don't we cooperate?" The demonic crystals that the demon cult had hidden. On the train, Taesu's group was fast asleep. The train system announced, "The next station is..." Sihun gazed intently at the scenery outside through the window. Outside, the girl accompanying Kangwoo asked, "Does that mean from tomorrow you will enter the gate with Sihun?" He calmly replied to her, "Yeah, I'm really sorry, but starting tomorrow you'll have to go hunting alone with Taesu and Eunbi." Walking ahead, Kangwoo spoke up, "Don't push yourself too hard. Since your level has gone up quite a bit, you should be fine with just the three of you." The girl walking beside him suddenly stopped and remained silent. Kangwoo continued speaking, unaware. "Even so, remember to be careful." The girl stood motionless on the spot with a pensive expression. The sound of her calling his name made him startle and look back. "Kangwoo?" The girl looked up at him and asked, "Tomorrow, when you enter the gate, can I and the other teammates go with you?" Her request made him pause and reflect. "With you around, Brother Kangwoo, it would be much easier for us to level up. And what if we could be of some help to you?" Kangwoo suddenly turned his head and spoke hesitantly. "Starting tomorrow?" Kangwoo continued to walk briskly. "We will be going to rank A gates. The monsters in there will be much stronger than the minotaurs you all met today." He raised his voice in question. "Are you confident that you won't become a burden when standing before monsters like that?" The girl hesitated and replied, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that." He immediately interrupted her. "I also plan to investigate the demon cult." His words made her even more troubled. "So at any moment we could become their targets. Moving in a large group would only make protecting each other more difficult." Suddenly, a hand reached out right in front of her face. Kangwoo glared and spoke, "Just like right now." At the parking lot, a group of people from the demon cult suddenly appeared.
Kangwoo stepped forward and greeted them. "You guys must be people from the demon cult, right?" The group of cultists approached with an arrogant demeanor. "We are not ordered to answer you. Just obey us, and you will receive a painless death." He curled his lips into a sneer. Kangwoo glared, asking coldly, "Why don't you stop blabbering and get off my car right now?" The cultists raised their scythes, rushed forward, and roared. "You are truly as arrogant as he said.
Do you think you can do whatever you want just because your boss is Cha Yanju? You are just a drop of sewage in the vast ocean. They fiercely charged toward him and Soa, yelling, "We will teach you a proper lesson." He cursed at them. Nonsense. Immediately after, Kang Wu picked Soa up and dashed to another spot, leaving the cultists stumbling in bewilderment.
As he set foot on the ground, he advised her, "Run as far away from here as possible." Soa replied in a shy voice, "Yes." Kang Wu reassured her, "I'll take care of those idiots and come back later." Lying in his arms, Soa rolled her eyes and suggested, well, I want to help too. Blessing of Light. The system suddenly announced, "You have received Blessing of Light. Strength +3, accuracy +3, innate demonic energy stat increased by 2. Kang Wu looked at his hand and muttered to himself, "Wow, she can even buff my innate stats. That's impressive." Soa warned in a hesitant voice, "Don't get hurt." After setting her down, Kang Wu glanced back and laughed. "Yeah, I can't get hurt. Don't worry, Soa." The demon cultist rushed towards him and roared provocatively, "You think escaping is that easy? We'll chop you into pig feet." Kang Wu rushed forward and grabbed their scythes. He looked at them and asked with a smile, "Who said I intended to escape?" A scythe grazed his cheek. Kang Wu's eyes followed the path of the scythe. Kang Wu pulled his body back to dodge the attack. Something suddenly caught his eye. The whole group simultaneously threw their scythes at him. Kang Wu dodged each of their attacks with lightning speed. So many chains, yet they didn't tank with each other. They continued to launch back and forth without a moment's rest. Their movement and actions made him suspicious. These guys are definitely not amateurs. They shouted at the same time, "It's over." Kang Wu smirked and channeled power into his hands, but still nothing compared to Yunju. He clapped his hands together, creating a shockwave.
His clap sent all their scythes flying to the side. The demon cult members looked at each other in bewilderment as their weapons were knocked away. How is this possible? The information the bishop gave them was wrong. Their bishop had underestimated this guy. They looked at each other, whispering, "We must report to the bishop immediately." Kang Wu immediately froze them in place and began his interrogation. "You think you can just leave whenever you want?" A streak of hellfire was released by Kang Wu as he glided past them. "1,000-year ice? You think I'll let you run?" Faint groans emitted from them as they were frozen stiff. Saya heard human voices, so she poked her head out to observe. "Don't turn into a monster this time, okay?" Kang Wu stood behind them and spoke up. "Now, why don't we have a little heart-to-heart talk?" He stepped forward and removed the mask of one of them. "First, take a breath of some warm air." His whole body trembled violently, sweat pouring down like rain. The cultist's eyes revealed sheer terror before his command. "Speak."
Suddenly, two giant eyes encompassed the entire space. Who ordered you to do this? Terrifying energy. Is it that damn red cardinal bishop? Too terrified, the demon cult member couldn't utter a word. A twisted smile appeared on his face. Kang Wu frowned at his smile and wondered, is he resisting? His groan startled Kang Wu slightly. "Demon." He turned his head to look at him, stuck out a tongue marked with a seal, and spoke, "Long live the demon cult." His tongue instantly burst into flames. Following that was an earth-shattering explosion, causing Saewa to hide behind a nearby wall. She frowned, frantically looking around. As the dust settled, a shield appeared. She immediately called out his name, "Kang Wu." From a distance, Saewa shouted in panic, "Kang Wu, are you okay?" Kang Wu used his hand to wave away the swirling dust. Perhaps he plans to keep hiding and skulking around without showing his face, Killing intent suddenly surged in his eyes. "Then I'll have to lure the bug out of its hole." A stammering voice rang out in the temple. They failed. A subordinate kneeling below reported, "We have confirmed that everyone we sent has died." The red cardinal bishop, resting his chin on his hand while sitting on the throne, asked, "Did Cha Yanju do it?" The subordinate prostrating on the ground reported, "Although not certain, given that they killed that many of our people, it is highly likely that only Cha Yanju could do it." He touched his mask and wondered to himself, is Cha Yanju really this strong?
"I didn't think we would lose this miserably." After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, "We lost a squad of elite troops." The red cardinal bishop asked the subordinate below, "So, how many fissure fragments have you collected?" "About 30%, sir," the guy answered honestly. 30%. The red cardinal bishop fingered the mask and spoke thoughtfully. "Not too bad. All right, dismissed." The subordinate obeyed and replied, "Yes, sir." After seeing the subordinate retreat, he calmed himself down. "Right, there is no need to rush." Placing the mask on the chair, he let out a long sigh. "Those bastards won't be able to sniff out the demonic crystal that quickly." Minhyuk smiled. "The god of time is on my side." Looking at the temple, he let out a delighted laugh. Everything is still going smoothly according to plan. At the parking lot, a call suddenly rang out. "Kang Wu." Ignoring the call, he continued to stride through the smoke and dust. "So you plan to hide in there and refuse to show your face, huh?" Anger was evident as Kang Wu bit his lip tightly. "Then I will make you crawl out here." Saya panicked and shouted, "Kang Wu, are you okay?" The explosion. Kang Wu took out his phone and called to reassure her. "Saya, wait a moment." He spoke cheerfully when he saw the line connected.
"That's right, Si-hoon." But deep down, he silently told himself, I feel guilty too, but I need to know for sure. In front of Seah, Kang-woo maintained a cheerful demeanor while talking on the phone. Do you remember the matter of collecting demonic crystals I mentioned before? We have to try a bit harder. Yeah, 6 p.m. at the gate. Feeling ignored, Seah gripped the staff in her hand tightly. He only hung up after finishing his instructions. All right, see you later then. He turned around and asked, Do you see now, Seah? Kang-woo explained in a hesitant voice, We don't know what the people from the demon cult do next time. I had no other choice but to keep my distance from you when we are outside, so... With an affectionate gaze, Seah praised him. You are truly thoughtful. Just like earlier, you were paying attention to my feelings. Her words of praise drifted to his ears with the wind. I want to become someone like you, someone who can repay everything you have done for me. Of course, to do that, I have to get stronger first. Seah gripped the staff in her hand tightly, her lips blossoming into a radiant smile. Just you wait and see. The next time we meet, you will be surprised by my new strength.
His cheeks suddenly flushed pink. Seah was truly an angel. He shyly turned around and walked away, saying, I understand. Let's go home then. Seeing him going in the wrong direction, she kindly reminded him, Kang-woo, the car is over here. 10 days later, an unusual gate opened. 3 gems were sparkling in his hand. Everything was progressing incredibly smoothly. Noticing Kang-woo's jubilant mood, Si-hoon asked, Brother, are we done for today? He put his arm around the boy's shoulder and smiled, replying, That's right, good job. The boy clenched his hands, his eyes tearing up like a puppy looking at him. I was helpful to Brother Kang-woo, he said to himself with some confusion. This kid's eyes, well, since he's obedient, I'll let it slide. He waved towards his car and invited, Then do you want to ride? You're heading home now, right? Si-hoon gently declined. No need. I plan to go to the hospital to visit my mother. Hearing that, he replied, All right. In his car, the passenger seat was piled high with items. He hummed a melody while driving. Echidna, seeing Kang-woo return, immediately rushed over to act spoiled. Kang-woo! He held up a bag and told the little girl, I bought ice cream. The girl asked in a curious voice, What is that? While leaning back on the comfortable chair, he silently pondered. I've collected quite a few demonic crystals, yet it's still too quiet. If the demon cult were acting, I would have received a call from Baekwayon.
Or perhaps they fled immediately. Nothing has happened since the last incident. Kang-woo interlaced his fingers, deep in thought. They are definitely plotting something in secret. While he was lost in thought elsewhere, his phone rang. The call from Hwa-yeon signaled that things were about to get troublesome. Kang-woo picked up immediately, but his train of thought didn't stop. I knew it. Baek-Hwa-yeon's voice came through from the other end. Ah, Mr. Kang-woo, it's me. We've investigated some suspicious activities at an S-rank gate near the port. Kang-woo asked, Is it the demon cult? Hwa-yeon frowned and replied, That's right. According to our intel, they are preparing for a summoning ritual. Yenju followed orders and blended into the crowd to gather information. Yenju and the Red Rose Guild have already set off, and a helicopter was following them closely. I will also be flying there in a military helicopter soon. From the other end, Hwa-yeon continued, I'll send you the address, so please head to the helicopter. He looked at Echidna, who was eating ice cream, and hesitated for a moment. Thanks to the demonic crystals, I have plenty of demonic energy. I'll take a more convenient route.
Kang-woo suddenly replied, No need, I'll go there myself. Hwa-yeon was startled and asked back, What? This is an emergency situation. Kang-woo rubbed the girl's head and answered, I already have my own helicopter. His eyes suddenly became deep and serious. Why would I need to borrow from others? Walking to a wide open space, Kang-woo looked up at the blue sky and thought to himself, This should be enough. Echidna ran over happily, thinking to herself, It's just Kang-woo and me. He called out her name, Echidna. The girl also excitedly responded, Yes, brother. He clenched his fist and made a request. Let's fly to the port. A blinding light erupted along with a loud shout of obedience. Yes, Kang-woo. Echidna transformed into a dragon and called his name, Kang-woo. While flying, she turned her head back and suggested, By the way, when we're done with this, can I eat more of that ice cream? He was startled and asked quietly, Ah, ice cream. I'll buy you a whole box, don't worry. Echidna roared in delight. I'll do my best, Kang-woo. All right. Seeing her getting too excited, Kang-woo immediately reassured her. Calm down. Sitting on her back, he whispered to himself. Now then, before anyone sees us, he placed both hands on her back to start casting magic. Authority of reflection. She asked curiously, Kang-woo, what did you do? Kang-woo hurriedly replied, It's a skill that makes us invisible, nothing to worry about. She didn't care much either, so she just replied, Ah, okay. Echidna glided with the wind, soaring past the villages. Sitting on her back made him sink into thought. The fact that I can't grasp the scale of the demon cult is really worrying. Kang-woo frowned and questioned himself. Just how far have they spread? Doubts about these acquaintances began to arise in his mind. Which guild had they infiltrated? Sitting on her back, realizing they had arrived, he spoke up. This place is suitable for landing. She obeyed and replied, Yes. After landing, he stood and observed the surroundings for a moment. Baek-Hwa-yeon had said she would contact the unit responsible for this area. We landed a bit far from the gate. Kang-woo gave the order. Ignita, transform back into human form. After a loop, she spoke up asking, Yes? Where are we going?
A sudden explosion rang out, causing Kang Wu to immediately turn back with a vigilant expression. Was there someone? Seeing a person made him wonder. He hadn't seen anyone, which was why he landed here. Did he use a stealth skill to hide himself? That strange man suddenly spoke up. Wait, don't attack. Chaman Wook looked and asked, is this really a dragon? That is, he saw a glowing object in the boy's pocket. He silently guessed in his heart, a demonic crystal. Kang Wu's vigilant gaze frightened him. He thought to himself as he recognized a familiar figure. It was the player who accompanied Bak Kang-hyun. His identity was recognized when he saw a familiar face, the guildmaster of Onuri, Chaman Wook. He spoke up to explain himself. I spotted a strange shadow, so I followed it.
He slowly stood up and spoke. But you are the one that Cheon-ju, an icy voice suddenly rang out. Enough! Kang Wu, with bloodshot eyes, questioned. Since when did I allow you to speak? He pointed at himself and tried to explain. I'm just trying to explain the situation. I know I look very suspicious right now, but... A blade was thrust out, accompanied by a warning. Hey, he said with a savage smile. I told you to shut your mouth. Minjong dropped his hands. Seeing that, he smiled triumphantly. I am sure there are people who possess demonic crystals but do not belong to the demon cult, he thought to himself as he sensed the other's change in attitude. But it is very strange for a guildmaster to be here. Should I listen to him? Minjong asked in annoyance. So you won't listen to me, will you? He drew 2 daggers and slowly advanced towards him. I have to use force to make you submit then. The atmosphere between the two was thick with the smell of gunpowder. A sword path was swung out, followed by a jump using the authority of super speed. Kang Wu rushed forward and slashed the scythe straight at Minjong's face, authority of the blade. He gritted his teeth to block the attack. Minjong immediately jumped back. The power of the attack made his face pale with fear. Too strong. Who is this guy? Kang Wu retracted his scythe and silently evaluated his opponent. He's not that strong either. If he was involved with a demon cult, he should be stronger than this. Kang Wu stood still and asked himself, if his guild has no dealings with the demon cult, then does that mean his words are true? He silently thought in his head, should I test him? Then he announced, Yeonju and the Hwarang squad are almost here.
Seeing no reaction from him, he immediately pressed on. If what you say is true, then I'll listen. Why did you go to the Hwarang squad? Minmook gritted his teeth and stared at him. Are you suspecting me? You're the one who is suspicious. You've become strong so quickly lately. Who wouldn't be suspicious? The sound of a dagger striking the ground rang out. He poured all his power into the dagger and charged at him. Another attack was unleashed. Sonic shockwave. He lunged forward with a ferocious expression. Momentum shift. Kang Wu just stood there and smiled faintly. He brushed past him and spoke. Hey, I was just asking because I was curious. Kang Wu grabbed his head and asked, a thief trying to provoke someone? You damn thieving guildmaster. Kang Wu stood aside and checked his phone. He scrolled through the messages on his device and muttered to himself, So Yeonju and Hua Yan haven't arrived yet. I still have some time. We'll be there in 10 minutes.
Kang Wu pressed the button to brew a cup of coffee. Handing the cup to him, he spoke, I've already paid. All of his assets have been stripped away, from money to demonic crystals. Kang Wu lifted his coffee cup and said, I'm not a patient person, so if you don't want to be misunderstood, you'd better start explaining. As he walked over with the coffee, he asked, Why did you come to Hwarang? Minjong replied with a stammering voice, Oh no, the Onuri Guild. He bowed deeply in apology. We tracked the traces of the demon cult on our own. He began to recount the story from the past. You've heard the saying, thieves should just shut up and tend to their wounds, haven't you? He recounted with a hesitant tone. Thieves should just shut up and tend to their wounds. It refers to someone who can't help their teammates at all. That's how thieves are usually treated. He recalled the events of the past, but we catch rumors and search for information very quickly. That's how we found out about the demon cult.
In Minjong's memories, the faces of his teammates appeared one by one. Standing nestled in the corner, he silently issued commands. Minjong and his teammates had turned a blind eye to pursue their own goals. We were determined. We decided that we would track down the demon cult without relying on the Red Rose or the government. We wanted to prove that thieves are not useless. Kang Wu stood in a corner, holding a cup of coffee, listening to his story. So, after noticing your unusual behavior, I followed you. You probably don't believe me. His words startled the boy. No, it actually made sense. Minjong couldn't believe his ears, so he exclaimed, You believe me? Kang Wu drained his coffee cup and thought to himself, What he said sounds reasonable. That's why I believe him. Yet he's making such a big deal out of it. After tossing the cup into the trash, he turned to leave. Isn't the legend of Hamju Yong similar? I don't know if this is enough to prove your worth yet, but good luck. Everything is fine now. Let's go. Echidna, sipping on her coffee, trotted after him. Yes. Minjong stared blankly after them. He called out to him. Wait. Kang Wu turned his head back. What now? To strike up a conversation, he walked quickly toward him. His strength was equal to the guild masters of the 5 great guilds in Korea. No, he was even stronger. Kang Wu appeared indifferent to his question. Why are you helping the government hunt down the demon cult? There must be a reason.
He replied to him, Isn't it too obvious? My reason is the same as yours. Minjong asked in surprise. Like me? Kang Wu said with a handsome face. Does a person still need a reason to protect kimchi stew? Ah, no. World peace? Saying that, he turned his back and walked away. I'm off. A feeling of admiration suddenly welled up in his heart. Oh, Kang Wu, he looks like a bad guy, but you really shouldn't judge a book by its cover. As he turned away, Kang Wu revealed a clear look of disgust. Furthermore, those guys from the demon cult are very suitable for absorbing demonic energy. Why did he have to stop to ask questions anyway? So annoying. He shoved his hands into his pockets and thought silently. Anyway, it seems that Thief Guild has no connection with the demon cult. He is too weak to be the cult leader. His eyes suddenly became sharp. If Minhyuk is looking for information about the demon cult, then the most suspicious person among the remaining guild masters is... Fragments of memories from the past were pieced together by him. The name that Cha Minhyuk and the guild master of Sail are keeping an eye on.
The name Big Kang Hyun of Hanu made him pay special attention. That man picked up the demon mask. A member of the demon cult was casting a spell on the crystal ball. Inside the cave, a call echoed. Priest Eutychus, a mysterious voice, spoke up. Is everything prepared? The subordinate standing before the magic circle replied, Of course, Red Cardinal Bishop. On the other side of the crystal ball, the Red Cardinal Bishop was silently watching. This summoning spell is the first step in our great plan. I will not accept any failure. His eyes became extremely cold. It must succeed at all costs, even if you have to use more sacrifices. The subordinate on the other end responded respectfully. Yes, Red Cardinal Bishop. A mysterious laugh rang out. The priest approached the crystal ball and began chanting an incantation. Please bring honor to the demon cult. He raised his voice to question. Hey, have you scattered the blood of the sacrifices yet? The subordinate replied, Yes, sir. The priest remained silent. He walked around the magic circle to inspect the situation. This ritual was especially important. We cannot fail. His hand traced a long line on the ground. The priest raised his hand and clicked his tongue. Just as I thought, this is still not enough. He called out loudly, Hey, you over there, come here. The subordinate answered.
Yes, that person approached slowly. Priest, what is the matter? Suddenly he stabbed straight into that subordinate. Witnessing that scene, the subordinates stood up in horror, their faces pale as they questioned the priest. What are you doing, sir? He frantically swung his knife and roared. There isn't enough blood yet. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not gathering enough tributes. Screams rang out, echoing along with the bodies lying scattered around the magic circle. Standing in the middle of the magic circle, he let out a roar. Please bring glory to the demon cult. The priest, holding the knife, wore a cruel smile on his lips. This should be enough. He pressed both hands down onto the magic circle. He muttered the incantations. Erako, Havit, Gala. A voice suddenly rang out. Yunju, Cha Yunju, Baekwayan. Kang Wu stepped forward and raised his hand to speak. We can enter the S-rank gate now, right? The other two turned their heads and spoke up. He really arrived just in time. He raised his voice to question them. What's the situation inside? Baekwayan turned back and replied. It doesn't seem very good. Looking at a certain area, she continued. It seems the demon cult is hiding in a cave, but the problem is there are too many caves inside, so catching them is almost impossible. A pit is emitting dark aura. I also heard that the entire area gives off an uncomfortable feeling. The sound of footsteps approached. So everyone is here. Yunwoo approached with a bright smile and greeted them. Oh, Huayan, how have you been lately? Brother Okangwoo? Miss Cha Yunju? Long time no see. Huayan asked him, how is the investigation going? He stepped forward to report the situation to her. Not very good, but we just heard an explosion coming from inside the gate. A hand tugged at his shirt and called out softly, Kang Wu. Echidna spoke with a voice full of worry. That gate. The little girl's words made Kang Wu pay attention. It reeks of blood. A bright burst of energy and barbaric laughter rang out. Success! It's a success! A huge fissure appeared right in front of the priest. He laughed in delight and roared, I have waited for this day for so long. Please show us your magnificent power. The prayer rang out at the same time the demon materialized. O existence who walks the path of eternity. The demon looked down and spoke in a majestic voice. Are you the one who summoned me?
Who dares to call upon me, Ogus, demon of the seventh hell? The priest prostrated himself, respectfully answering the superior. O great Ogus, this lowly human seeks an audience with the existence walking the path of eternity. The demon continued to ask, Did you summon me? He looked up joyfully to reply, Yes, master. The demon glared and interrogated, Why? He knelt on the ground and said, I wish for you to make the lowly humans bleed. A figure was hiding behind the demon, secretly eavesdropping on the conversation. Please lead your disciples on the path of eternity. If we can escape the shackles of life and death, we can dedicate all our loyalty to you. The young man hiding behind gasped into his radio. The demon burst into laughter. Ha ha! I like your greed, human.
The sound of the radio emitted from Gu Hyun-mo's waist. "Captain, I think you should hurry up." The voice from the radio continued. "It seems I found the cave, but the situation is very strange." Gu Hyun-mo picked up the radio and shouted back.
"This is Gu Hyun-mo. What's happening? Hey, answer me." Kang-woo spoke in an urgent voice. Instead of wasting time shouting, "I think we should hurry up," he continued while looking towards the opening gate. "They aren't even bothering to hide the scent of blood anymore." Everyone present looked up at the sky. The guard teams were panicked as they gazed upward. At the cave entrance inside the S-rank gate, under the light of the blood moon, a demon flew out of the cave to everyone's astonishment. "What is that?" The demon turned its head to observe. It landed heavily on the ground before everyone's eyes. Waves of heat radiated from the demon's body. Using you lot as sacrifices isn't bad either. The guard team reassured each other. "Don't be afraid, we just have to hold out until reinforcements arrive." Having said that, the group simultaneously gathered their strength to attack the monster. It emitted a thick, murderous aura and spoke provocatively. The frenzy of battle is truly stimulating.
It gently swung its weapon, causing the crowd to collapse like a domino effect. Hyun-mo was completely astonished by the scene unfolding before his eyes. The priest trembled with laughter and sheer excitement. "It's only the first summoning, yet we've obtained an existence with such amazing power. The dimensional wall is getting weaker, so next time we will be able to summon an even stronger demon. This country, no, this entire world will fall under the control of the demon cult." A blunt scythe covered in sticky bloodstains. It wasn't enough. The monster licked its blade and burst into laughter. Useless insects. The guard squads holding shields and staffs all turned pale. A hurried shout rang out. "Brother Hyun-mo!" Hyun-mo rushed forward with his weapon, ignoring everyone's calls. "Captain!" The demon swung its scythe and roared. Truly pathetic. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out. The heavy pressure forced Hyun-mo to step back, and he was knocked flying away. "He's too strong, damn it!" From behind, a voice spoke up just as a staff was raised high. "You wanted to act cool, but just one hit and you were blown away." Behind him, a girl used magic to pull him back. The team in the back spoke up, as expected of our captain.
Gu Hyun-mo turned around, a smile blooming on his lips as he spoke. "We've been waiting for you." Gu Hyun-mo raised his voice to announce to the whole team, "Everyone, is that really a demon? Do not fear. Let's show him our power." The group's instant obedience surprised Kang-woo. Yes. At the same time, Yeonju gripped her weapon tightly, ready for battle. Baek Hwa-yeon also drew her sword, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, and spoke. "If we had come here with my guild, things would have been easier. We can't do much. We should be glad we got in before the demon escaped the gate." Gu Hyun-moo's heroic aura completely overwhelmed Kang-woo. "We will stop him right here." The priest, wearing a face full of anxiety, walked behind the demon and asked, "Between Alkiro and the demon, I wonder who is stronger. O existence walking the path of eternity, show those humans your power." The demon turned its head and replied, "I was planning to do just that." Gu Hyun-moo also shot a sharp glare back at it, not backing down. The demon swept its gaze over Gu Hyun-moo's group and shouted, "You aren't even worthy of facing me. Is there no one stronger? Among you, is there no one qualified?" Its gaze shifted towards Kang-woo. To avoid that look, he quickly turned away. The demon's body froze as the system operated. Ogus, a demon from the seventh hell. Kang-woo turned away, sweat pouring down profusely. Damn it, why did a real demon actually come out? Kang-woo gritted his teeth, drops of sweat starting to fall. He scratched his head and began to ponder. Among the 9 hells,
the deepest level was the 9th floor, the dwelling of the existence that had become the ruler of that layer of hell, the Demon King's castle, the master of the Demon King's castle. The one who defeated the 7 great wonders, the rulers of all demonkind, was the great predator, the eternal lord, the Demon King. Kang-woo scratched his head, continuously avoiding its gaze. The moment it recognized him, the demon was so terrified that its jaw dropped and its eyes widened. The demon stared wide-eyed and screamed, "What? Why? Why is he here?" It panicked, its voice stammering, My lord!" Kang-woo covered his face with his hand, his eyes revealing clear annoyance, as he thought to himself, "There are so many demons. Why did the one that appeared have to be one that knows my face?" Seeing the demon trembling uncontrollably, the priest spoke up. "Excuse me." Hearing the call, it turned its head back. "Oh, great night." It slammed its axe down onto the ground and roared in anger. "Hey, human, send me back immediately." The priest, terrified, asked back, "What?" A wind hissed as the monster grabbed the priest, shaking him frantically and screaming to go back. I don't want to fight that monster. I'm going back to hell. Cancel the summoning and send me back to where I came from, now."
Being shaken until dizzy, the priest spoke up. "What is the matter? You cannot return, but please do not worry." The great Ogus glanced at the people below with a look of contempt, continuing, "Those people are merely weak mortals." The demon asked in a trembling voice, "Weak mortals?" After casting its eyes upon Kang-woo below, it asked again, "Weak?" The demon screamed, "You fool, you know nothing. You have absolutely no idea who you are facing."
Instead of a battle, everyone witnessed the scene of the demon and the priest arguing back and forth. Someone wondered, what is this? That demon is arguing with that cultist. Should we take this opportunity to attack? Footsteps approached, and a voice spoke up. No. A hand reached out, stopping Ba Kuai-yen. Kang Wu spoke. Leave it to me. It seems that demon has mistaken me for someone else. Ba Kuai-yen's eyes widened in surprise. Mistaken? He replied calmly, just as a skill flashed right in front of his face. Yeah, it got the wrong person.
Kang Wu stepped forward and asked, Are you Ojus? He glared at him, transmitting a command via thought. I order you, use only your thoughts to speak with me, so that others cannot hear. Blood drained from his face. Trembling violently, the demon knelt on the ground and spoke. Yes, I am Ojus, a demon of the seventh hell. Demon King, why are you in a place like this? He looked up, a secret smile blooming in his heart. Most of his power had been sealed, but if this guy was this terrified, it would be easy to resolve. He glared. You have disrupted my plan. The demon was so terrified he couldn't speak. He obediently sat cross-legged, timidly asking, your plan? Kang Wu gritted his teeth and shouted, Do not question me. Internally, he silently admitted, What a hassle. I don't have any plan. It's all just nonsense. Threatened, he fearfully shut his eyes tight. I apologize. He shoved his hands into his pockets, silently issuing a threat. Your sudden appearance has made everything complicated, but I will give you a chance to fix your mistake. Closing his eyes tight and sobbing, it said, I will obey all your commands, Demon King. Kang Wu smiled cunningly. That's how it should be. If you follow my orders, I will accept you as a familiar. Hearing the word familiar, the demon's eyes suddenly blazed with fighting spirit. A familiar, a glorious vision instantly appeared in the demon's mind. Becoming a familiar of the Demon King, who defeated the 7 great wonders, that was the highest honor, if I become one of his familiars.
I can receive a portion of the Demon King's power. The demon dropped its axe, prostrating itself in submission. Please, just give me the order. He crossed his arms, issuing a command with an authoritative voice. Very well. Defeat those people without using your weapon. Kang Wu pointed towards Cha Yanju, issuing a challenge. I want to see if you are strong enough. It immediately threw the axe away and charged forward eagerly. As you command. He silently mocked it. You should learn to use your own brain to think. Realizing the monster's strange attitude, Cha Yanju spoke up worriedly. Why is that demon acting so strangely all of a sudden? Did Kang Wu do something? Baek Hwa-yeon drew her sword, her voice hesitant. I'm not sure either, but... The girl frowned, readying her sword, and said, This is the perfect opportunity for us. She immediately swung a strike and shouted loudly, Southern Wind! Baek Hwa-yeon, after launching the attack, carefully observed the situation. She rushed forward, wielding her sword against the monster. As soon as it raised its claws, she immediately drew her sword and charged. Mustering all her strength, Baek Hwa-yeon roared and brought down a thunderous strike. The direct slash caused blood to gush profusely from one of its arms. The demon boiled with rage and growled, You! He angrily shouldered his axe and smashed down with earth-shattering force. Trashy insects. Yeonju drew her weapon and asked, Who are you calling an insect? Chains completely enveloped her body, condensing into red chains. Yeonju frantically unleashed her skills toward the demon, who recognized the intent behind her moves. The demon tensed up and roared, gritting his teeth as he glared and thought to himself, Damn it, this person is quite strong too. Even if I used my weapon, I'm not sure I could defeat her, but this is a trial the great Demon King has bestowed upon me. He used his full strength to shatter Yeonju's red chains. Baek Hwa-yeon seized the opportunity to rush in, with Gu Hian-mo also charging forward with a knife to support her. Under the relentless barrage, the demon howled in pain. As he was being beaten down, he cursed inwardly. So frustrating. Is it because I'm so used to wielding a scythe that I can't fight properly without a weapon? Did the Demon King see through my weakness? Glancing back at Kang Wu, he silently cried out for help. Demon King! The demon tried to compose himself. That's right. There's no way he would stand by and watch a mere human defeat a demon. He will transmit power into the scythe and give it back to me. I will use that power to wipe out these humans. Suddenly, a slash tore across his chest, causing him to cough up blood and question himself. Why?
Following that was a slash that split it in two from Kang Wu. He silently apologized to it. Don't hate me, okay? He flashed a contemptuous smile right in front of its face. Whoever believes in a scam has only themselves to blame. A notification rang out from the system. You have successfully defeated Ojus, the demon from the 7th hell. You ranked first on the contribution leaderboard. You received an additional reward for dealing the finishing blow. Your current level has reached the maximum based on the level limit. Surplus experience will be accumulated. The red cardinal bishop looked into the crystal ball and called his name. Oh, Kang Wu. The system continued to display the notification. Based on the level limit, surplus experience will be accumulated. Kang Wu let out a sigh and silently calculated. Since I hunted a demon from the 7th hell, I set my expectations a bit high, but it seems it still wasn't enough to reach level 60. Yeonju rushed over asking anxiously, Oh Kang Wu, what happened? The demon?
He turned his back to answer while secretly casting magic behind him. Yeah, it's dead. In the end, everything turned out fine, didn't it? Kang-woo silently told himself it would be a waste to leave the corpse behind. From his hand, a stream of purple demonic energy began to pour out, power of predation. The energy quickly enveloped the demon's body, as he thought to himself, before they notice. Yeonju ran up, terrified upon seeing the purple energy.
At the same time, the system chimed with a notification. Your demonic energy stat has increased by 3. Kang-woo licked his lips, turned around and asked, only 3 points? Oji's was too stingy. He thought to himself, oh well, the higher the stat value, the harder it is to earn points, so this much is probably fine. He glared while the sound of dripping blood echoed. Besides, he thought, after the 6th awakening, the seal of the 10,000 demon core had weakened. The stats didn't increase much, but the demonic energy radiating from it had completely changed in both quality and quantity. Everyone approached him and asked, it's strange. Do demon corpses disappear after death? Gu Hyun-mo dragged the priest closer and asked, hey, Hwa-yun, is this the red mask guy we need to find? The priest growled, while Hwa-yun just shook her head. No, he's just a subordinate. Gu Hyun-mo sighed. So that guy still won't show his face? He swung his hand and slapped the priest's cheek. I'd prefer to eliminate guys like this immediately. However, Gu Hyun-mo shook him violently, taunting, you trash, just you wait. We don't have strict controls like in Korea here, so we have plenty of ways to make you spill the truth. The priest was so angry he coughed up blood. You bastard. Suddenly, a voice cold as ice asked, bastard, huh? Gu Hyun-mo glared, every word filled with murderous intent. Hey, watch your mouth. Just thinking about what you did to my subordinates makes me want to strangle you. Kang-woo brushed up his bangs and called out, Captain Gu Hyun-mo. I understand how you feel, but there is something I must say to him to ensure he confesses. Hyun-mo was startled and replied, all right, Kang-woo, are we ready to move him out of here? He grabbed the priest by the collar and reported, of course, we have both cars and helicopters. The priest cursed silently in his heart. Damn it, damn it. Anger boiled within him. He didn't expect to be caught by such a mediocre bunch. If only that stupid demon hadn't acted so strangely. No, if only I had that demon's power. Suddenly, the priest's stomach bulged. Kang-woo crossed his arms and watched, seemingly detecting something unusual. He immediately shouted to warn everyone, get back! It looks like we won't be able to interrogate him. Hyun-mo flinched, and although he hadn't fully reacted yet, he immediately let go of him. Kang-woo explained, he has been exposed to too much demonic energy. His body is starting to mutate. He continued his explanation, and is gradually transforming into a monster. Yeonju charged forward with her weapon, blocking in front of Kang-woo. I'll handle him. She gripped her weapon tightly, swung it, and shouted, blood chains, imprison. Her artifact tightened around his body. Yeonju roared, using all her strength to throw him elsewhere. From high above, the force of Yeonju's chains caused the ground to crack open. The priest's body dissolved amidst the smoke and dust. Yeonju tightened her grip on the red chains in her hand, softly cursing, damn it. She pulled down her hood and asked herself, when will we finally be able to catch their leader? She lowered her hood, filled with self-blame. I should have controlled myself and kept him alive to interrogate him, but I got angry and then a gentle voice whispered in her ear. Kang-woo spoke softly. Who cares? You were doing very well. No need to worry. There will be more opportunities to catch them. She replied shyly. You really have no shame. Kang-woo opened the system panel, thinking to himself, I should check my status window first. Then he pressed a button on the system interface. Kang-woo's face suddenly rounded in astonishment. This? The system notification chimed again. Extreme demonic energy body, the first step to becoming a demon god. The final condition has been revealed. Condition 3, created demonic crystal larger than a certain size. Incomplete. A subordinate below offered a report to the Red Cardinal Bishop.
The summoning ritual was successful. Congratulations, Red Cardinal Bishop. Other subordinates continued to report on the situation. Thanks to that, our demon cult has received additional assistance. The Red Cardinal Bishop nodded on his throne, listening to every report. Now we can proceed with the plan. He shook his head, silently telling himself he didn't feel happy at all. His eyes slanted towards a direction. Unexpectedly, the summoned demon was defeated so easily. Suddenly he asked, how do they intend to help us? The subordinate bowed, reporting politely. Of course, with demonic crystals. The subordinate raised his hand and said, the amount of crystals we received is not only enough to execute the plan, but can also make you even stronger. The Red Cardinal Bishop sat, resting his chin on his hand, silently calculating. We summoned successfully, so they are being more generous, but the method of assistance is basically the same as before. How is that demon defeated so easily? Under the mask, a pair of furrowed brows appeared. Was it because of that bastard who dealt the final blow? A voice calling his name suddenly rang out. Oh, Kang-woo. The Red Cardinal Bishop gripped the armrest of his chair tightly.
The strongest in Hwarang should have been Red Rose, Cha Yongju. But the moment that demon saw Oh Kong-woo, it started behaving abnormally.
To me, that guy just looks like a child who knows nothing about the real world. Below, a subordinate stammered a report. Red Cardinal Bishop, I still have one more piece of news to report to you. He ordered, keep it brief. As soon as the report finished, the fire of fury inside the Red Cardinal Bishop flared up even more. It seemed that the rankers of the world, specifically Utsumi-gima, were starting to act with the help of the Japanese government. Amidst the astonishment of the subordinates, he calmly stood up. An earth-shattering boom rang out, causing that subordinate to vanish in the blink of an eye. Hidden behind the mask, he suddenly screamed furiously. How dare you speak of such a matter so casually? He screamed madly throughout the temple. It seems you all think that the demonic crystal being stolen, the demon we summoned being crushed like a bug, and having to face Utsumi-gima are matters that have nothing to do with you. The remaining subordinates hesitated to reply. We wouldn't dare. He radiated a deadly murderous aura. We will cancel all current plans and change our method. The subordinate hurriedly prostrated, stammering. Red Cardinal Bishop, the other method you speak of is... He strode down, ignoring the subordinate's report. That would make the whole world our enemy. He reached out, grabbed the subordinate by the neck, lifted him up, and glared threateningly. Do you think I don't know that? The remaining subordinates trembled like leaves, daring not to utter a half word. Don't make me repeat myself. Go take care of what we need. Prepare to use that thing in Jeju. A few days later at Isu subway station, a young man was suddenly attracted by something. His eyes widened in horror, his voice stammering. What is that? A spatial rift appeared before everyone's eyes. A gate? Meanwhile, Kong-woo lay supporting his head, looking at the ceiling, pouting and thinking. So peaceful. He rested his legs on echidna, his heart full of bored contemplation. Too peaceful. Sitting in the car with Si-hoon, he lazily said to himself, the demon cult has been completely quiet after the incident in Pohang. I could have collected magic stones after taking down that demon, but traveling with this guy is a bit annoying. The phone from Cha Yeon-ju suddenly rang. He spoke up. It's Cha Yeon-ju. Si-hoon's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise, and he exclaimed.
Brother? Kengo asked again, startled. Me? The red system notification rang out, causing Si-hoon to panic. A system window appeared. His car suddenly accelerated, speeding away. What is it talking about? Kangoo said. About that? From the other end of the line, Yeonju screamed furiously. Oh, Kangwoo, why didn't you answer the phone? She reported in panic. A gate has appeared in the middle of Gaisu. A swarm of monsters poured out, attacking the city and hunting down humans. Buildings are engulfed in a sea of fire. Just then, a familiar sound of footsteps rang out. A mother was leading her small child, frantically looking for a way to escape. The child's tiny feet tripped over a stone, falling flat on the ground. The mother turned back in terror, calling out her child's name.
Crash! A swarm of ferocious monsters rushed in, terrifying the mother. The daughter huddled in her mother's arms, crying loudly, Mom, I'm so scared! Si-hoon jumped down and signaled. He swung his sword to fight the herd of monsters, then shouted to the mother and daughter, Hide behind me! He bit his lip tightly, sweating profusely as he faced the hideous creatures. He wondered, did a gate open at Isu Station? This is bad. Everyone is turned into monsters because of the demonic energy spreading from the fissure. Si-hoon swung his sword, taking down the monsters one by one. The rescued survivors gathered to watch, cheering joyfully. It's a player! We're saved! It's Kim Si-hoon! He stood firm, shielding everyone from the entire horde of monsters. He panted from exhaustion and thought to himself, these monsters were just normal humans a moment ago. Suddenly, his face went pale as he heard Kang-woo's voice echoing from behind. Kim Si-hoon, listen. Everyone will die if they inhale the demonic energy. These dead people will turn into monsters. He recalled every word he had been warned about before. Once humans turn into monsters, they can never turn back into humans again. Understood? So just treat them like zombies, the living dead or skeleton soldiers. If you want to save those still alive, you must not hesitate. Si-hoon gripped his sword tightly, gritting his teeth as he replied, Yes, brother. He kicked off the ground, rushing towards the horde of monsters, but then suddenly halted. The system kept ringing with notifications. Special Guardian quest started. Kill monsters and destroy the fissure fragments. 1 of 2,789. Reward, increased EXP. When performed with other party members, EXP will also be distributed to the group. Guardian, prevent the impending large-scale disaster. He swung his sword valiantly, slashing furiously at the monsters. There were 2,789 of them. Si-hoon scanned his surroundings and thought, that means nearly 3,000 people have turned into monsters. Each of his strikes slashed straight down, taking them out one by one. No, I don't have time to think. The monsters began to flinch as they saw their kind being nearly wiped out. With a face cold as ice, Si-hoon unleashed fatal strikes. Luckily, they aren't very strong, probably D rank at most. Kim Si-hoon pursed his lips, his brows furrowed. Then, amidst the street chaotic with humans and monsters, he gently executed the Cloud Dragon Step.
A single sword path cleansed all the remaining monsters. When the move ended, his expression remained unchanged. Behind him, monsters fell one by one. Si-hoon's eyes flashed with killing intent. He silently urged himself to exterminate all the monsters. Faster. The cheering of the people only made him put more pressure on himself. Faster still. The system displayed a series of new notifications. You have entered the state of selflessness. You have acquired a special attribute, union of human and sword. Conditions for complete transition have been met. Si-hoon opened the system interface, panting from exhaustion. This is bad. Suddenly, another spatial rift appeared. There were too many monsters, and they kept increasing endlessly. He told himself, I can't handle this alone. Behind him, a voice called his name, Si-hoon. He wearily turned his head, then rejoiced to see everyone had arrived to help.
He shouted loudly, Taesu, Eunbi, and even Soa. Kim Si-hoon turned around completely to see more clearly. Everyone, you arrived so quickly. Everyone looked at the little girl with eyes full of gratitude and said, it was Echidna who helped us. Yeonju walked over and yelled in his face. Hey, she shouted at Si-hoon. Where is Kong-woo? He bowed his head, stammering in reply. Brother Kong-woo. As soon as the sentence ended, the scene immediately shifted to another fissure. We've arrived at the fissure. Cha-min-wook was startled and looked back. He put his hands in his pockets and spoke. Isn't that Kong-woo? Did you come here immediately after hearing the news? Looking at the bodies scattered below, he continued. As you can see, the death toll is too high.
Kong-woo glared, not responding with a single word. Cha-min-wook spoke softly. Anyway, it's good to meet you here, he continued. First, let's exterminate the monsters. Then we can deal with the corpses later. Suddenly, Kong-woo drew his scythe and slashed furiously at him. Cha-min-wook raised his hand to block the attack and asked in a low voice, Since when did you realize, Kong-woo? Kong-woo roared loudly. I have other things to do, Si-hoon. You go do what you need to do as well. Si-hoon turned his head and replied, I understand. Having said that, he immediately took to his heels and ran. Kong-woo stood silently observing. He gently leaped onto a nearby utility pole. Kong-woo focused his observation, closed his eyes and whispered, That bastard from the demon cult behind all this must still be nearby. There are too many dead people. He would never let this much demonic energy go to waste. His eyes suddenly flashed. I must find them. He cast a spell, the authority of observation. Kong-woo closed his eyes to let the technique scan deeper. Not here, he's not here either. No, he's not here. Suddenly he realized something. Recognizing a familiar figure, he thought to himself, That is Cha-min-wook of Onuri. Observing his murderous expression, he thought, we didn't reveal anything to him, yet he arrived quite quickly. Kong-woo crossed his arms and sighed. His information network is quite impressive. He looked serious, hesitating in his speculation. Anyway.
Watching Cha-min-wook's agile movements, he became even more certain. It seemed the boy knew where he needed to go. He wondered, did he have any information about the culprit behind this? He thought to himself, should I follow him? He continued to speculate, assuming the tracking device he planted on him was pointing in the right direction. Seeing Cha-min-wook hurriedly running while checking his phone, then hiding behind a car, he guessed further that he was near that strange gate. He could clearly see the look of fear on his face. A scream rang out, accompanied by a familiar back enjoying those screams. The man who had just screamed fell flat on the ground. The image of an angry Baek Kong-yan appeared, and he thought to himself, he is using demonic energy to kill people. Just as predicted, he called out his name, Baek Kong-yan. Baek Kong-yan's figure emitted a dark aura. I've been waiting for you. You were tailing me while pretending to be a friend. Baek Kong-yan turned his head and asked, But it seems you suspected me from the very beginning, didn't you, Cha-min-wook? Startled and with a face full of panic, the boy was quickly grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air by him.
Min-jung asked tremblingly, How? Min-hyuk smirked. How do I know? The evil path brings power far beyond anything you can imagine. He glared at him. How stupid. You really like playing the hero, don't you? You should have known your place and been more vigilant. His whole body began to tremble. Min-hyuk asked, Don't you like pretending too, huh? He curled his lips into a challenging smile. You're still angry because you lost to Utsumi Gima. You couldn't become a world ranker, so you got angry and acted like this. In the blink of an eye, blood splashed out and his body collapsed to the ground. Min-hyuk clicked his tongue, blue veins bulging on his face in anger. I should have infused demonic energy into him and made him suffer longer. From behind, a figure landed, Kangwoo's eyes flashing with murderous intent. Without a word of warning, he rushed straight in to attack Min-hyuk. Taken by surprise, he asked, Since when did you realize, oh Kangwoo? He shouldered his axe, took a few steps back and spoke, How long have I known your true colors? He raised a friendly finger in response. I can't waste time talking to trash like you. Come at me. He let out a laugh filled with rage. Min-hyuk flew into a fury, unleashing his power. Fine, I'll finish you off quickly. Kangwoo simultaneously released his latent power, authority of Iron Wall.
The eyes of the two men flared with fighting spirit as they immediately rushed into combat. Cha-min-wook shouted, Authority of Ice! He was knocked back, grinding his teeth in anger. Kangwoo used an axe to strike a thunderous blow against his arm. At a disadvantage, Cha-min-wook gritted his teeth in frustration. This guy, he's stronger than I thought. Kangwoo unleashed another strike, Authority of the Blade. Cha-min-wook raised his hand to block. Those watching from afar widened their eyes in shock at the sound of the terrifying collision.
Chaman Wook ground his teeth. He lifted an entire truck, roared loudly, and threw it straight at Kang Lu. Kang Lu merely stood still and observed. Then his expression suddenly changed. He gracefully dodged the truck. Chaman Wook seized the opportunity, leaping up to attack. Kang Lu gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "You violent bastard." A sky-shaking explosion rang out, accompanied by a shout, "Authority of divine power." Chaman Wook rushed forward with power surging in his hands, authority of destructive vacuum. He charged in and screamed, "Heaven break!" An earth-shattering explosion set the sky ablaze, sending Chaman Wook flying dozens of meters away. He panted heavily. "I finally understand." He watched as Kang Wu's footsteps gradually emerged from the smoke. "The one who has been hindering us all this time." He smiled and said, "It wasn't Cha Yanju." Chaman Wook glared, "But you." Feeling Kang Wu's murderous gaze, he asked, "Oh, Kang Wu, who exactly are you?" The city suffered terrible devastation, with buildings being swallowed by flames one by one. The sound of footsteps slowly approached. Kang Wu glared and asked, "What do you mean?" Chaman Wook sat slumped on the ground and spoke. "The one who hindered our plans wasn't Cha Yanju, but you. Do you understand now?" He laughed and said, "Cha Yanju is very strong."
She is one of the strongest people in Korea, but that implies nothing more. Chaman Wook gritted his teeth and laughed. I found it strange that she alone could interfere in so many matters to this extent. Watching the murderous figure approaching, he asked once again, "I will ask you one more time. O Kang Wu, who are you?" Kang Wu smirked, his face revealing a bloodthirsty look. "Didn't I already answer you?" He slammed his axe onto the ground and roared, "I don't want to waste time chatting with you." Chaman Wook raised his fist, straining his neck to retort. "Fine then, I also thought you wouldn't give up easily." He rushed forward with astonishing speed. "I will make you shut your mouth." In a corner of the city, suddenly there was a crash and a massive explosion. The two rushed into a frenzy of slaughter. A car nearby was also knocked aside. Kang Wu raised his axe and slashed ceaselessly. Chaman Wook was struck on one shoulder and let out a curdling scream. His eyes glared wide, catching a glimpse of a long-haired figure in a dark corner. A piercing shriek rang out. Chaman Wook raised his hand to examine it, then chuckled. "Again? Ah, no, this is actually good. You will be a perfect test subject." Kang Wu just glanced at him without saying a word. Chaman Wook raised his hand, veins bulging, and issued a challenge. "Come here." Chaman Wook raised his hand and declared loudly, "I have enough fissure fragments now." The ruby shattered into pieces. He raised his hand, letting out a satisfied laugh. Kang Wu glanced over. The shape of the fissure had changed. Streams of black smoke poured out, and the demons were drooling profusely. Chaman Wook laughed loudly in satisfaction. Kang Wu was startled, his face full of horror. All the demonic energy was rushing towards Baek Kong Hin. That bastard, could it be? Covered by black shadows, he burst into laughter. "Come to me." Demon wings and a tail gradually appeared. Kang Wu gripped the axe tightly, his face pale as he looked at the form before him. Demon horns also began to sprout. Chaman Wook's face also transformed into that of a demon. He inwardly swore, "Damn it." Looking at the form in front of him, he silently made an assessment. He summoned a demon into his own body, wings darting toward him as fast as a cut. Is this just the soul of a demon? Or is it? A rock behind Kang Wu shattered, making him slightly wary. The demon growled threateningly, staring at him. He clenched his nails tight and said, "So this is what it feels like. I am very satisfied." The demon stood up, laughing loudly. "Excellent," the demon shouted, its voice full of menace. "Then let's fight again." Kang Wu gritted his teeth, filled with indignation. How could such a crazy plan actually succeed? The demon swung its arm straight at him and raised a fist, shouting, "Die!" Its sharp claws thrust directly toward him. Kang Wu leaned his body, observing intently. It slammed a fist into the ground, sending stone debris flying everywhere. Kang Wu used a move to dodge, authority of the sky. Hovering in the air, he said, "I will finish you off within 1 minute." He cast a magic spell, attacking straight at the demon. Kraken's Rage. He dealt a fatal blow to its location. He continued to use magic, authority of divine power. Hit by the attack, it tensed its neck in anger. Kang Wu angrily asked, "It had no effect?" A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion rang out in a corner of the city. Kang Wu retracted his scythe, preparing for the next attack. He struck down directly, but the demon just bared its teeth in a sinister smile.
It laughed with delight. Kang Wu raised his scythe, but it suddenly vanished from his hand. He thought in horror. "What? My demonic energy is dissipating." He blurted out, "What is going on?" The demon grabbed him, threw him aside, and burst into laughter. "You fell for the trap. I knew this would happen. You are too hasty." It roared. "Perhaps you don't know, but this is the power of a demon." His hand was suddenly seized by it. "Behold my authority of sealing." Kang Wu was horrified upon hearing the skill's name. "Authority of sealing?" he stammered. "So that means—" It dragged him into the air. "That's right, your player power has been sealed." Kang Wu looked at the demon's arm tightening around his hand, a flame of rage igniting in his heart. I can't feel a shred of demonic energy in my body anymore. The demon stomped its foot hard on the ground, lifted him up, and laughed loudly. You can never escape my claws. The demon stomped on the ground once more, gaining momentum to throw him mercilessly. Kang Wu sat by the roadside, trembling from the tormenting pain. This is bad. It looked satisfied, raising a provocative voice. It's useless. How is it? Do you look good now? Huh? Oh, Kang Wu. It advanced towards him, a provocative smile on its face. I know arrogant brats like you very well. It looked at him with contempt, the blurry figure behind him making it want to hurl insults even more. You are all fools who think this world belongs to you.
They were all a bunch of arrogant, wicked, and self-satisfied fools. The demon's eyes flashed with a deadly light. It used its giant hands to tightly grip his head and lift him up. It is time for you to pay the price. He used his weak hands to hold onto its arm and shouted, Die! A figure rushed over in a hurry. Echidna dashed forward, using her tiny fist, and called out his name. Kang Wu! He was startled and glanced towards Echidna. The little girl extended her small hands and commanded, You there! Get away from Kang Wu! Suddenly, her demonic energy dissipated, leaving Echidna completely bewildered. Kang Wu communicated with the little girl through his eyes. My demonic energy has been sealed, so perhaps you cannot use your power either, since your power comes from my demonic energy. The demon turned around to look and laughed mockingly. Oh, you are the brat I saw the other day. It bared its teeth and grinned. It seems you are also close to O Kang Wu. After escaping its grasp, he had to listen to more mockery. I wonder what kind of expression he will make. It immediately grabbed Echidna and lifted the little girl up.
What if I crush you right in front of him? The little girl screamed, Let me go! Kang Wu stumbled as he picked up the dagger. Echidna turned back, urging him, Hurry up, Kang Wu! He approached with the knife, speaking with contempt. Looking at you now, even I feel embarrassed for you. The demon laughed maniacally. Your power has been sealed. What can you possibly do? Kang Wu decisively raised his hand, despite the demon's panic-stricken shout, No way! It watched in shock. Echidna also turned pale, as his arm hung loosely in the wind while fresh blood dripped onto the ground. You want to know who I am, don't you? He flashed a sinister smile that made even the demon pale with fear. Fine, let me tell you. Witnessing him cut off his own hand, the demon thought to itself, This bastard, he cut off his own hand to escape the seal. Kang Wu kept a stern face, channeling a burst of energy. I can feel the demonic energy flowing through my body again, but I've used too much authority and don't have enough demonic energy left. Kraken's rage has ended. I also lost an arm, so I'm still at a disadvantage. The demon threw Echidna to the ground, spitting words of contempt at him. You persistent bastard. You're already in that state. What do you think you can do? He frowned. I didn't want to use it, but I have no other choice.
Kang Wu smirked. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I knew there would come a day when I'd have to use it. A mass of slime enveloped his body. Under the blood moon and the ripples of the Black Sea, the authority most suitable for him, several gates appeared behind him as he glanced over. Power of predation. Kang Wu grasped a random gate, standing there pensively. The door creaked open. The 10,000 demon core opened the first door. Streams of black fluid flowed down, covering his body in a dark aura. The demon looked annoyed and stared. It curiously observed the mist covering Kang Wu's entire body. What the hell is that? It smugly snapped its fingers. I don't know what happened, but my claws have regenerated. It rushed straight at him with great momentum. Everything ends here. A hole appeared after blowing away a part of his body. It laughed triumphantly. I thought you had some scheme. Did you turn into a slime? Echidna lay writhing on the ground, calling his name in pain. Kang Wu! Suddenly, the demon was astonished to realize his body had regenerated to its original state. It looked at the slime in its hand. Suddenly, that slime surrounded it, sowing fear. What is this? Mouths? It was terrified to the extreme. No, it's countless mouths. Echidna covered her face in horror. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out, along with the sound of cracking earth and rocks.
Cha Minwick struggled in the quagmire, screaming and shouting, "Oh demon, please help me!" A pitch-black spear hovered in midair and emitted a sound. What is this? Cha Min would continue to struggle. Get me out of here. I can't lose like this. From behind the gate came a mocking laugh. The one who could corner the person who summoned me into the situation is truly interesting. I will personally see which bastard it is. Let me enter your consciousness. Cha Minwood closed his eyes and accepted his fate, muttering to himself, if something goes wrong, I might lose my body entirely, but there is no other way. He gritted his teeth and replied, fine. The image of a demon appeared with a creepy gaze and a delighted smile. Very well, then let me take a look at your situation.
At that same moment, one of his eyes flashed with an abnormal light, accompanied by a look of horror. A figure squatted down in front of him. The glaring face of Kang Wu appeared. That made him furrow his brows, revealing panic. The remaining eye stared wide open and spoke. Why? Why are you fighting against that monster? You should have fought against the 7 great archdukes, against Baal, or even Satan. Cha Minwook was terrified, stammering in reply. Monster? You mean Kang Wu's power is comparable to the 7 great archdukes? The eyes of the monster were tormenting him cruelly. That stupid head of yours. Kang Wu just stood still, attentively observing Cha Minwook being tortured by the demon's eye. He thought to himself, one of the 7 great archdukes, huh? The 7 great archdukes no longer exist. His ice-cold face silently listened to the words of the monster inside Cha Minwook. All of them were defeated by that demon king. He was dazed, asking himself, is Kang Wu a demon king? Kang Wu's sharp, cold gaze made him wonder. There's no way. Him being the strongest demon, the ruler of the 9th hell? A guy like him couldn't possibly be on Earth. Purple-black aura radiated violently from behind him, terrifying Cha Minwook. Impossible. Kang Wu's face broke into a savage smile, making him turn pale with fear. With an icy face, Kang Wu remained silent as he let his body and perceptions slowly sink deep into the water. What have I just done?
The appearance of a strange object gliding past his line of sight forced him to open his eyes to examine it. I don't remember anything at all. Not even who I am is clear. When turning back, he saw a mysterious arm tightly gripping him, causing him to choke on water and unable to keep his mouth closed. Kang Wu gritted his teeth, hurriedly flailing his arms to swim upward amidst his train of thought. I need to get out of here, but a door looming on the water's surface. What is it for? A strange hand from below grabbed his leg. Kang Wu immediately cast a furious glare back and continued to struggle towards the surface. I don't remember who I am anymore. As the darkness was about to completely engulf his body, Kang Wu could only stare helplessly. Just then, a voice calling his name echoed from the depths of his consciousness. Then why do I have to keep struggling? Wouldn't it be easier if I just gave up? Kang Wu! Countless hands rushed in simultaneously and grabbed hold of his body, but that very voice pulled Kang Wu back to reality, making him grit his teeth in fury. Kang Wu!
With strong will, Kang Wu braced himself and rushed forward, reaching out to grasp the door, while everyone looked on, screaming his name in tears. Damn it, In a daze, Kang Wu sat up abruptly upon hearing anxious calls. Kang Wu, are you all right? With a voice hoarse from exhaustion, he replied, I'm fine. At times like this, I have to risk my life just to look cool. Echidna suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, Stop joking around. Her voice trembled as she scolded him. I am your summoned beast, so I know that you almost disappeared. With tears streaming down her face, Echidna continued her reproach. You said you wouldn't leave me alone again. Kang Wu gently stroked her cheek to comfort the girl. All right, I'm sorry. He looked around, sighed, and sank into his own thoughts. Trying to open a door in this situation was a bit too much. Opening the door, a way to draw power from the 10,000 demon core. Even when I was in hell, I didn't use it much. Just one small mistake.
Kang Wu held Echidna and Sewa on his arms, his mind still preoccupied with calculations. So I would also be swallowed up. But usually if one opens the first door in hell, it wouldn't be a problem. A satisfied smile bloomed on his lips. It seemed that in the future, he couldn't use it carelessly. I can't die now. Right in my arms are the things I need to protect. Suddenly, the sound of the system rang out. You have defeated the demon of the 8th hell, Amdusius. The system once again issued a notification. There is a level limit, so the additional experience points will be accumulated. Your demonic energy stat has increased by 5 points. You have obtained the authority of sealing. Kang Wu looked up, opened the system interface to check, and could only give a wild smile. 5 points of demonic energy. He slowly stood up, telling himself, now my demonic energy stat has reached 103. Finally, I've passed 100. I heard that reaching 100 is the minimum standard for a world ranker. The authority of sealing is also quite useful. A hand gently touched him. It was Sewa, gripping her staff tightly, her brows furrowed as she channeled healing light magic. Kang Wu looked at his hand and smiled in appreciation. Look at this, the effect is really good. Sewa softly replied, I have reached the 5th awakening. His voice rose in shock. That fast? She raised her hand forward and began to explain.
Sihun received a special quest. After completing it, we all leveled up. Kang Wu gave a wise smile, shifted his gaze to Sihun and asked, Special quest? Are you doing main character stuff again? He looked straight at him and replied, Wait until everything here is handled. I'll explain it to you. So asked him with a concerned look, But Kang Wu, you're still having trouble moving, aren't you? Kang Wu scratched his head, answering in confusion. A little bit. She slowly approached, then So suddenly hoisted him up forcefully, surprising even him. I'll carry you home. He thought to himself in embarrassment. But this is a bit... Kang Wu's voice stuttered, struggling to speak. Thank you, but... Her overflowing chest was right in his line of sight. Kang Wu was so shocked his jaw dropped and couldn't close. So looked at him and asked, Can you walk? With a face flushed as if about to catch fire, Kang Wu burst into a delighted, lecherous laugh. I think it's very hard for me to walk. My body can't move, so I guess there's no other way. A manly voice rang out. No need to worry. Tae-soo immediately lifted him up, pulled him into an embrace, and laughed heartily. You still have me, Tae-soo, here. I'll take responsibility for carrying you home. Kang Wu's face suddenly turned pale. Oh my God, the smell of sweat is overwhelming. Kang Wu's voice trembled as he reminded him, Tae-soo, we go in different directions, so... He carried Kang Wu away with an incredibly enthusiastic demeanor, saying, You aren't allowed to refuse.
The incident at Gaisu shook the entire world. For the demon cult, this was the first time they officially revealed their existence to the light. For a long time, they had always hidden themselves behind a veil of darkness. Thus, the event at Gaisu became a turning point, allowing the demon cult to no longer need to hide their identity. Amidst the city with closely packed skyscrapers, under a clear sky with chirping birds, Kang Wu lay on the bed, grimacing as he let out a long yawn. 3 days had passed since the Gaisu incident. He sat up on the single bed, stretching and twisting his body to warm up. I've slept for 4 days straight, thanks to which my body is recovered. Echidna turned her head back, exclaiming with a voice full of joy.
Seeing his disheveled hair as he dragged himself out, Seo immediately raised her voice cheerfully. Kang Wu, you're awake. Brother Kang Wu, are you okay? He looked at him and replied, Sleeping this much was enough for me to recover. By the way, what is Cha Yanju doing here? She looked at him with joyful eyes and said, Yanju visited every day. She was really worried about you. Kang Wu rested his chin on his hand, smiling back. Is that so? He turned to ask Yanju, Really? She replied hesitatingly, I only came to rest at the apartment I bought. Seo looked at him with worried eyes, stammering, Kang Wu, are you really okay? Maybe you should rest for a little longer. He looked at her and replied, I'm fine. It's actually nice to have people worrying about me. While lifting a cup of water to drink, Yanju spoke confusedly with blushing cheeks. While you were asleep, the Hunnel Guild was officially disbanded. Kang Wu asked probingly, What about the demon cult people? Yanju hummed in response. We captured them, but before we could interrogate them, they turned into monsters. Since that day, the demon cult hasn't made any moves. He pointed at the map, speaking up. It seems we've mostly cleared out the demon cult within the country. We've received some reports from abroad, but they haven't revealed themselves to the public like they did in Korea. Yanju continued, We are still cleaning up the mess they caused in Korea. Interrupting her, Kang Wu picked up his phone and started operating it. All right, let me check the news. Kang Wu sat down on the chair, reading through each comment on the internet intently. Insane global-scale evil cult, the demon cult. Who are they, and what is their purpose? Dispatch Park Ul-hee, a hero has appeared. Dragon Sword Kim Shi-hoon. Dispatch Kim Chun-soo. Chinese Guild, 10,000 Sword Sect. Visiting Korea, do they want to recruit Kim Shi-hoon? Dispatch Lee Young-hee. Survivors continue to give testimonies. A new star has been born.
Yanju rested her chin on her hand, looking at him, and stammered a question. Anyway, now that the Gaisu incident is over, you don't intend to leave the demon cult matter alone, do you? He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Of course not. I won't stop until I've taken them all down. Yanju responded with a similar smile. That's how it should be. She threw him a provocative look and asked triumphantly, Everyone online is talking about Si-hoon. Don't go getting jealous and bullying the rookie, okay? Got it? Kang Wu waved his hand and replied, I would never do that. She widened her eyes at him and added, Oh, and also, a representative from one of the World Ranker Guilds has arrived in Korea. He turned to her in surprise and asked, World Ranker? Yanju continued, That's right. It's someone from the 10,000 Sword Sect. It's a Chinese guild. He fell into deep thought. The news reports said they came here to recruit Si-hoon.
Kang Wu rubbed his chin, lost in thought. He wondered if it was really true. The Gaia system was gradually losing its power. He couldn't predict what the demon cult would do next. After all, he had never even considered summoning a demon into a human body before. Kang Wu leaned back, his brow furrowed in annoyance. Could he only focus on making himself stronger? The level limit from his extreme demonic energy body still hadn't been lifted. If his level couldn't increase, he could only hone his skills. He suddenly realized something, his eyes fixed on the phone on the table, and an idea flashed through his mind. He wondered how to execute this most effectively. Kim Si-hoon? Should he take some advantage of their descendant of the war god? At the Red Rose Guild headquarters, Si-hoon pulled down his mask and cheered happily. Brother Kang Wu, you're awake. Are you okay? Kang Wu walked over, resting his hand, and smiled. I'm fine. How about you? The news keeps mentioning you. Si-hoon replied stammeringly. Please don't mention it anymore.
He annoyedly yanked the mask off his face. Every time I go out, people gather around. It's even hard for me to go hunting. Kang Wu silently thought to himself. That's understandable. Si-hoon spoke up. I also feel this isn't right. Kang Wu was startled and asked, Not right? Si-hoon spoke with a tinge of sadness. Yes, I wasn't the one who resolved that incident. It was you. I'm not the one they should be hailing as a hero. Kang Wu immediately put on a disgusted face and said, Don't say such terrible things. You just go ahead and be the hero. Si-hoon asked in surprise, Is it really okay if everyone doesn't recognize your achievements like this?
Kang Wu frankly expressed that if receiving attention from everyone brought no benefits, it would only be a nuisance. You don't like it either, do you? Hunting would become more difficult that way. He replied with a voice full of disappointment. That is true, but Kang Wu shook his head to refuse. Forget it. I don't want to become famous anyway. Si-hoon asked curiously, but why did you call me here? He crossed his arms, casting a meaningful glance at him. Kang Wu boldly made a proposal. I want you to teach me martial arts. At the training room, he reached out his hand and said, We will start right away. Kang Wu pulled his hat down low and replied, Okay. Si-hoon turned around and asked, First of all, Brother Kang Wu, what is your main weapon? He rested his chin on his hand, thinking deeply for a long while. I don't really know either. I just use whatever fits the situation. Si-hoon said, If you want to learn martial arts, it is best to choose a main weapon. Kang Wu revealed the weapon hidden in his hand. Is this okay? I use it most often. Si-hoon just silently observed without saying anything more.
Si-hoon picked up a sword, approached him, and suggested, Let's start with the sword. After all, most of my martial arts focus on swordsmanship. Kang Wu lifted the sword, looking at it hesitantly. A sword, huh? Never mind. Since I'm learning from the clown dragon sword art anyway, it seems the sword is the best choice. Si-hoon raised his sword to demonstrate. First, I'll teach you the basic techniques of the water dragon sword art. I'm sure you can learn it in just a day. I'll demonstrate first, and you just copy me. His gaze suddenly turned cold and sharp. Then Si-hoon dashed forward with astonishing speed, leaving Kang Wu wide-eyed in amazement. He spun his sword around and executed the water dragon sword art, 8th form. The power of the move shattered the surrounding rocks into pieces. Si-hoon slowly walked out from the cloud of white dust, calling out. That was the 8th form. Kang Wu asked curiously, Then what about the 1st form? He innocently replied, I thought that to get you interested, I should at least show you such a powerful move. I assume you saw all my movements.
Si-hoon smiled happily and asked, It's easy, right? He questioned himself inwardly, what part of this is easy? Si-hoon stood beside him, diligently guiding every single movement. Try to follow along. Just repeat what you see me doing, and it'll be fine. Kang Wu looked at him, asking in an annoyed tone, You just want me to mimic you? The boy clenched his fist, raising his hand to the sky to cheer him on. Yes, I'm sure you can do it. He could only think helplessly, This brat. Seeing Kang Wu using excessive strength, he immediately shouted, You're using too much force. He stood by the side, giving instructions. If you attack like that, it will take too much time to recover the momentum when swinging the sword upward. Kang Wu stood to the side, swinging the sword frantically. Si-hoon stood next to him, constantly shouting instructions. You need to use even more strength. Don't move your arm like that. Do it like this. Kang Wu panted heavily, unable to speak properly. Kim Si-hoon, He turned to vent his anger on the boy. You learned these things easily, didn't you? Si-hoon turned pale and asked, How did you know?
Kang Wu's anger flared up, but there was no way to vent it. That's why people say never try to learn from a genius. This was no different than telling someone to last hit a minion in League of Legends when its health is low. He bluntly threw the sword to the ground and declared in frustration, I give up. I'm not learning martial arts anymore. Si-hoon panicked and rushed over, grabbing his arm with both hands. Brother, why? I just want to help you. He hurriedly explained. Just as I thought, I can't help you because I'm still not strong enough. Kang Wu put his hands in his pockets and said, No, the problem here is quite the opposite. Let's just forget about this for now. I'm sure there will be another opportunity. Si-hoon extended his hands forward, creating a gentle breeze, and suggested, How about you learn a mental method? If it's this, I think I can teach you better. Kang Wu used his demonic eye to observe carefully. Circulating internal energy through the meridians via the dantian, this might be something I can actually do. Kang Wu obediently sat cross-legged on the floor. I'll give it a try. In his mind, he told himself, Since it's come to this, I should do everything I can. Red lightning immediately appeared around his body. The system instantly displayed a notification. Activated Ruler of Demonic Energy. Your control over demonic energy has increased. You have learned a mental method, Heavenly Dragon Mental Method. A red stone appeared, along with a notification from the system. You have successfully created a demonic crystal. The system's next notification appeared, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. You have obtained a hint regarding the final condition of the extreme demonic energy body. Si-hoon's call made him startle and look back. Kang Wu! He looked at the boy and silently called out in his surging mind. Si-hoon, my dear brother, I love you so much. The system's notification sound rang out again.
Extreme demonic energy body, the first step to becoming a demon god. Condition 1, reach 60 demonic energy. Condition 2, perfectly combine 3 or more authorities. Condition 3, create a demonic crystal larger than a certain size. Incomplete. Kang Wu looked at the stone in his hand, a smile never leaving his lips. He hadn't expected the final condition to be creating a demonic crystal inside his own body. He examined the stone and wondered, but is it similar to the demonic crystals that the demon cult uses? Kang Wu closed his eyes, thinking to himself, let's see. Although they are of the same type, the power contained within is different. If the demonic crystal the demon cult uses is an Americana, then this one is like an espresso of the same size. Kang Wu braced his hand and stood up slowly. Should I give it a try? Seeing this, Si-hoon asked with concern, Brother Kang Wu, why are you standing up? Are you not practicing the mental cultivation method anymore?
He stood frozen in place, watching Kang Lu walk away. Suddenly, Kang Lu raised his fist. A single strike blew away all the sandbags in the room, followed by him turning around and shattering the training equipment. Si-hoon stood nestled to one side, watching with an anxious expression. He was using the mental method. Watching each sandbag being torn apart, Kang Lu stood still and observed. One hit like that consumes about 1/3 of the demonic crystal. Si-hoon hurriedly ran over, exclaiming joyfully, "That's amazing, Brother Kang Wu. I didn't expect you to be able to do it after seeing it just once." Kang Wu laughed and said boastfully, "That move just now was easy to simulate. Plus, I stood still to let you see." He turned to ask him, "So is the mental method useful?" Kang Lu waved his hand, replying, "Yeah, it's very useful." Kang Lu said to himself with satisfaction, although it was quite a pity that the demonic crystal was still too small. But the more I practice, the more its size will increase. Also, it seems I don't need to sit down every time I practice. Si-hoon noticed his body emitting a red glow, causing him to rush over worriedly and suddenly shout loudly, "It won't work if you don't sit down while using it." Kang Lu stood stunned, not understanding what was happening. His expression also made Si-hoon freeze on the spot. "Are you okay?" Kang Lu crossed his arms and replied, "I am." Looking at Si-hoon sweating profusely, he muttered to himself, "If one doesn't sit cross-legged while using the mental method, I heard there would be a backlash."
Kang Wu chuckled softly. That was easy enough. Compared to controlling the 10,000 demon core, he rubbed his chin with satisfaction. Mental method, demonic crystal. This is a new possibility for development. Kang Wu reached out and asked, "For now, I want to focus on increasing the size of the demonic crystal. Is the mental method you just showed me the best one available?" He was startled and replied, "Yes, when using the power of the war god, you can learn other mental methods, but currently that is the best one." He walked over, patted his shoulder, and said, "Si-hoon, practicing martial arts is enough for today." Kang Wu smiled confidently, then proposed, "Next time, let's go to an S-rank gate." In the waiting hall, the atmosphere was bustling with voices and announcements that members of the Chinese Guild 10,000 Sword Sect had arrived in our country. As they stepped out to the car, Si-hoon bowed politely and said, "Brother Kang Wu, I can take the train home." He ignored the boy's words and just waved his hand. "What are you talking about? Get in the car." The car started rolling. While leisurely driving and admiring the view, he spoke up. "Hey, Si-hoon, I'm going to buy a car for you soon. Make sure to use it." Hearing those words, Si-hoon jumped, stammering in response. "I can't do that, Brother Kang Wu. You paying for my mother's hospital bills is already something I'm very grateful for, but even a car?" He closed his eyes and reassured his friend. "It's because I find it too troublesome. I'll buy you a decent car so that when I call, you can rush over quickly." Si-hoon shyly called his name, Kang Wu. Looking at his expression, he was speechless, only silently sighing in his heart. If it weren't for me, I don't know what would happen to him.
He was suddenly startled as the car sped along the road. At times like this, a car was nothing compared to the martial arts he had taught him. 2 burly men with fierce faces stood solemnly guarding the gate. Kang Wu stepped out of the car in annoyance. He calmly approached and asked, "Who are you?" The man with a scar on his face introduced himself, "Captain of the 3rd Division of the 10,000 Sword Sect, Nam Gung Jin." Si-hoon showed clear astonishment upon hearing the challenge from him. "The Sword Emperor wants to meet the Cloud Dragon Sword of Korea. Follow me immediately." Si-hoon stepped forward and asked, "Sword Emperor? Do you mean Sword Emperor Chanmu Jin?" He gritted his teeth angrily and said, "Do not carelessly call his name directly." His anger made the boy flinch slightly. Hearing him speak, Kang Wu revealed visible annoyance. "Just keep quiet and follow me," he continued in a low voice. "The plane is ready." Si-hoon looked back at him in fear and whispered, "Kang Wu?" He gently placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, then stepped forward to face the man and uttered a reproach. "You bastard, you haven't even learned Korean properly yet," he asked in a furious voice. "What?" He put his hands in his pockets and questioned him.
"Why are you speaking so casually to someone you've never met before?" Nam Gung Jin was so provoked that his blood boiled, veins popping out on his face as he asked, "Who are you?" Kang Wu immediately took a fighting stance and replied, "I'm Si-hoon's older brother, you brat." The man looked skeptical and asked, "Kim Si-hoon's brother, Kim Jong-hoon. I heard he was in prison."
Kang Wu sighed and replied, "In this world there are brotherly bonds thicker than blood." Si-hoon's eyes sparkled as he looked at him, Kang Wu. He deliberately ignored him. "I have no interest in you. The one the Sword Emperor wants is the Cloud Dragon Sword. Step aside." He continued to taunt him, causing veins to pop out on the man's face even more. "I also have no interest in knowing who the Sword Emperor is." He immediately released his power to intimidate him. "Watch your mouth." His threats made the boy unable to hide his anger. "Cloud Dragon Sword, if you don't want to see this small fry get hurt, then shut up and follow me." He clenched his hands into fists. "You?" Si-hoon stepped forward, shouting right in the man's face. "Don't speak so rudely to him like that." He spoke up defiantly. "Oh, you want to fight?"
Nam Gongjin tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Although the Sword Emperor had instructed him to escort the guest as politely as possible, he thought it would be better to teach these rookies a lesson. However, a hand stopped his attempt to draw the sword. Kang Wu leisurely walked over, issuing a warning. "Don't draw your sword." Terrified by the intimidation, Nam Gongjin muttered to himself, "Since when?" Kang Wu repeated his warning. "You there, if you draw it, you won't have a life to return with." Nam Gongjin was overwhelmed with fear by his aura. He hadn't expected to be suppressed by this guy's presence. He cursed loudly. "Bastard!" Anger flared up, causing him to immediately unsheath his sword. "Ridiculous! How dare you!" He pointed the sword tip straight forward, declaring loudly, "You're just a player from a small country." A loud clash rang out. Kang Wu had rushed in, his hand gripping the man's wrist tightly. "Is it because you're scared that you can only brag about the size of your country?" He looked at Kang Wu, trembling, stammering. "You, how can a bastard like you do this to Nam Gongjin of the 10,000 Sword Sect?" Hearing that, Kang Wu muttered the name, 10,000 Sword Sect. He gripped Nam Gongjin's hand tightly, dragged him toward Si-hoon and asked, "Hey Si-hoon, is there any kimchi stew shop nearby?" The boy hesitantly asked back, "Kimchi stew?"
His eyes suddenly flashed while his hands still tightly gripped the man. "Yeah, let's have a meal together and then happily send them off." The sound of people buzzing rang out in a small restaurant. A voice suddenly spoke up. "Madam, give us 10 servings of kimchi stew." "Okay, please wait a moment." Sitting at the same table, he excitedly patted the young guy on the back and said, "Hey, brat, it's mealtime, so let's eat together. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you guys go. Feel the greatness of Korea through your sense of taste." Nam Gongjin choked back his frustration, telling himself, "I, Nam Gongjin, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the 10,000 Sword Sect, was not only defeated by a Korean player, but also dragged around like a subordinate." The owner excitedly brought out a steaming pot and said, "Oh my, it looks like you guys have quite an appetite. You've been waiting a while, haven't you?" Placing the attractive pot on the table, she continued, "The kimchi stew is here." Nam Gongjin looked over curiously. His question caused the murderous aura on the man's face to flare up. "What is this mess?" Nam Gongjin dragged his battered body back to report, and the person claiming to be the brother of the Cloud Dragon Sword said this, "If you want to meet him, then come to Korea yourself." Mujin rested his chin on his hand and spoke. "So," he glared, raising his voice, "I told you to escort him politely, but you ended up fighting with the Cloud Dragon Sword's teammate," Mujin asked in a probing voice.
"And you returned here after losing a battle in front of the public?" Nam Gongjin, terrified, hurriedly bowed his head to admit his guilt. "I apologize." He gritted his teeth, secretly cursing in his heart. "Damn it, I didn't think things would turn out like this." Recalling the scene of being strangled made him regret it even more. Who would have thought he would go crazy over food? The shadow of a woman appeared behind the chair, quietly listening to the whole story. Mujin laughed heartily, the laughter echoing throughout the room. Mujin slammed his hand on the table, saying, "Interesting, but—" A blow sent Nam Gongjin flying away. The impact on his back made him scream in pain. Mujin stood up, angrily declaring, "You are expelled from the guild. The 10,000 Sword Sect does not need a bastard lacking the dignity of a martial artist like you." A woman's voice gently spoke up. "Father, are you going to Korea?" He turned around with a gentle voice, responding to his beloved daughter. "Yes, since they invited me like that, I have to go. There is no other way." 1 week after the visit of the shameful bastard from the 10,000 Sword Sect, Kang Wu refreshingly drank a glass of cold water. "I poured all my energy into the mental method to increase the size of the demonic crystal, while eating, sleeping, and even while going to the toilet. Just like that, I managed to increase the demonic crystal to the size of a fist."
Standing amidst the windswept plain, he thought to himself, "Of course, training this way will be effective. After all, I even used the mental method when going to the restroom. But I still haven't met the final condition for the extreme demonic energy body. Whatever, surely I'll achieve it one day." A sudden call made him glance back. "Kang Wu!" An announcing voice rang out. "Break time is over." Kang Wu raised his hand and asked gently, "All right, let's start again. Are you ready?" Echidna rushed over, calling his name affectionately. "Kang Wu!" Soa spoke up excitedly. Yes, we've rested enough. Yoonbi whined. I want to relax a bit more. Echidna dashed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around him and calling out incessantly, Kangwoo! Kangwoo! The little girl looked up, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. You must not overexert yourself, master. If you need my help, you must tell me. Kangwoo looked at her and smiled, then encouraged everyone. All right then, once we find a target, we'll start immediately. Everyone responded to him enthusiastically in unison. Yes, sir. Kangwoo stood silently observing the surroundings. He thought to himself, let's see, one is separating from the pack. He suddenly spotted a grotesque monster turning its back to him. There it is. He pointed at it and shouted, Hey, Echidna! The little girl valiantly dashed forward. Yes, please leave it to me. Kangwoo frowned, muttering, If we attract the attention of too many monsters, it'll be troublesome. Kangwoo ordered an attack using the authority of silence. Yes, sir. The girl immediately stood at the monster's feet and initiated the strike. A purple light enveloped her small body. The monster screamed miserably as it was hit, drops of fresh blood falling on the green grass. The nearby monster seemed to catch the scent and turned to investigate. A bright red light struck directly at it. Kangwoo stood below and ordered, Go! Hearing the command, everyone charged forward simultaneously. Okay, Echidna smiled and asked him, Master Kangwoo, did I do well? Soa also charged forward with a golden aura surrounding her body. Yoonbi, I'm getting ready.
Unbi muttered a string of ancient incantations. After finishing the chant, she raised her staff and shouted, Lightning Spear! Sihun observed the mob of monsters being surrounded by raging blue lightning. He raised his sword to eyebrow level. His eyes flashed, initiating the fifth form of the water dragon sword art. After destroying the giant monster, Seiya immediately leaned over to check on them. The giant ogre was truly strong. Unbi cheered happily, but we managed to defeat it.
It's an S-rank monster. Seoa bent down, praising the little girl. It's all thanks to you weakening it. Tae-Soo stood behind them, laughing heartily. But anyway, we did it. Kangwoo stood silently with a slight smile on his lips. The important thing is not leveling up, but gaining experience and practical combat skills. He turned around, catching sight of Sihun's sparkling face. I don't know about the others, but Kim Sihun still looks fine. He should join a special training class. Kangwoo burst into laughter and made the suggestion. Let's gather up and attack another one. Seoa turned to cheer enthusiastically. All right, here, Tae-Soo, he responded excitedly while casting healing magic. Healing magic? Oh, thanks. Suddenly, the roar of a beast rang out, causing him to immediately switch to a state of alert. Seeing the herd of monsters rushing madly, he said, Damn it, they must have smelled the blood and came here. He scanned the situation, 3 at once. Kangwoo frowned, raising his hand, intending to unleash a move. How troublesome. I have to step in. Authority of Black Spear. A streak of light slashed across the herd of monsters, startling him. One by one, they were sliced in half by that golden line of light. A mysterious figure spoke from behind the corpses. It took me quite a while to find you.
The next words from that person made him somewhat annoyed. Are you the older brother of the dragon sword? He calmed himself down. That person, Chunmu Jin, laughed loudly as he approached. Very nice to meet you. I am Chunmu Jin of the 10,000 Sword Sect. I want to apologize to you for what happened last time. Everyone panicked upon hearing him speak. Ah, you probably don't understand Chinese. Chunmu Jin turned his face, signaling the interpreter. Tell him. The interpreter, his face pale, spoke up. Lord Chunmu Jin wishes to apologize to you for the previous incident. Kangwoo crossed his arms and replied, You can just speak Chinese. Chunmu Jin answered in surprise. Oh, you know Chinese? He spoke up in response. Besides, I think anyone can just apologize with words. The man burst out laughing and said, That is true. Chunmu Jin clasped his hands together and spoke. I apologize for what happened before. My subordinate was disrespectful. He closed his eyes and continued. This is not the time to show off. He bowed respectfully before Kangwoo and his friends. Both Sihun and the interpreter gaped in astonishment. All the members of his team were also bewildered by this action of his. Kangwoo listened intently to every single word of his. I have expelled the one who was rude to you from the guild. This is my fault for not strictly managing my subordinates. Chunmu Jin bowed and said with a voice full of sincerity, I promise you, such a thing will not happen again.
Kangwoo's face darkened as he smiled and asked, You promise me? Chunmu Jin remained in his bowing posture, accepting the blame. The fault lies mostly with me for not properly educating my subordinates. I promise you, something like this will not happen again. Kangwoo licked his lips dangerously. You promise me? He looked up and replied with certainty. Yes, I promise. Kangwoo smiled slyly and sighed, replying, All right then. He told himself inwardly that he wouldn't push it any further. Kangwoo shoved his hands into his pockets, calculating silently. I would be the one at a disadvantage. If I mistreat potential allies, it will be my loss. I'll listen to him. He asked probingly, So, what brings you here?
Qian Mujin stated his purpose directly. I came to witness the Cloud Dragon sword. I saw the video of him fighting in Gaisu. He glanced at Shihun and asked, "What is there for you to see in him?" The old man smiled and replied, "There is something I must verify." Shihun looked blankly as he heard him speak. "I want to know how the Cloud Dragon sword learned the martial god's martial arts." A small hand gently tugged out his shirt and called his name. Kang Wu, Kang Wu. Echidna shook his arm and asked, "What is a martial god?" Kang Wu looked surprised. "You know Chinese?" The little girl shook her head and replied, "No, but I can understand it using magic." He voiced out, "Oh." A cry of joy rang out in his heart. This kid could speak Korean naturally as soon as she was summoned. He asked, "Can you use that magic on others?" Hearing him say that, the little girl's eyes sparkled even more. "Of course." Kang Wu made a suggestion. "Then use it on Shihun and the others." As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl used magic to envelop everyone. "Okay."
Kim Si-hoon looked at his hand curiously. "This is—" Hearing him speak, Chon Woo-jin couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh, so he can speak Chinese too?" Kim Si-hoon hesitated. "No, this is—" Echidna placed her hands on her hips, looking proud. "It's all thanks to my magic," she boasted arrogantly. "I can communicate with others thanks to this spell, even without knowing the language. It's not that hard." Chon Woo-jin patted his interpreter on the shoulder and burst out laughing. "Oh my, looks like the interpreter I brought is out of a job then." He composed himself and spoke seriously. "Anyway, this makes things much more convenient. I will repeat the question. Cloud Dragon Sword, where did you learn the martial god's martial arts?" Hearing that, Kim Si-hoon was startled. "How did you—" Kang Wu patted Echidna's head and asked curiously, "I want to know too. How can you tell that the martial arts he's using belongs to the martial god?" He placed his hand on his chest and said, "How could I not know?" Chon Woo-jin declared proudly, "My clan are the descendants of the martial god." Kang Wu, descendants? If that's true, the martial god must have existed on Earth a long time ago. Kim Si-hoon asked tentatively, "So you knew martial arts even before awakening as a player?" He nodded and smiled in response. "Yes, although before awakening I couldn't reach the level I have now." Countless thoughts began to arise in his mind. So that means his martial arts level increased significantly after awakening? Pre-existing skills plus awakening? Pre-existing skills plus awakening? The demon cult also existed before players appeared. Kang Wu smirked and probed. "Anyway, after finding out about the origin of his martial arts, what do you plan to do?" His question made the old man freeze on the spot. "Do you plan to eliminate him to keep the martial arts solely within the family?" Chung Moo-jin pursed his lips to suppress a smile, then burst into laughter, as if what he said was incredibly amusing. "You've been reading too many martial arts novels." Kang Wu could only helplessly tell himself that he didn't want to hear that from someone who looked like he had just walked out of a martial arts novel. Chung Moo-jin slowly stepped forward. "I want to clarify something. My family's martial arts manual has been buried for centuries." He clasped his hands behind his back and made an offer. "However, the Cloud Dragon sword art of the Cloud Dragon sword that I saw in the video was truly graceful. If you help me restore the sword art," he asked with a serious tone, "I will teach you martial arts. What do you think?" Kang Wu turned to ask for Si-hoon's opinion. "Si-hoon, what do you say?" He suddenly turned to look at him. Si-hoon hesitated, lost in thought. I want to become stronger, so that things like that won't happen again. No, even if they do happen, I want to be able to save even more lives." Kang Wu looked at him with affectionate eyes. He gently pushed him forward with sincere words of encouragement. "Go talk to him again." Kang Wu's voice rang out warmly. "It's true that you want to become stronger. You also said you wanted to meet my expectations." Si-hoon, with tears in his eyes, called out his name. "Kang Wu." Hearing his cheesy words, Sarah Ah immediately emitted a bone-chilling murderous aura. "I will try my best." "Are you okay?" In the car, Chun Moo-jin and his daughter sat in separate corners looking out the window. The atmosphere was silent without a word exchanged. He took the initiative to speak. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. He recalled the calculated handshake. "It's decided then. I hope to cooperate with you." Kang Moo pointed his finger, stating the condition. "You remember the condition, right? The restoration of martial arts and the teaching will take place in Korea." Despite the condition, he still asked, "Anyway, it seems we will have to stay in Korea for a while. What do you think?" Sarah closed her eyes and spoke. "I'm fine. I also wanted to visit this place someday," she said while touching her lips. "And I'm also interested in a man." Hearing this, Chun Moo-jin was startled. His face went pale as he asked back, "What? A man?" His daughter's interest surprised him greatly. She always said she wasn't interested in those weaker than her. Who could it be? The Cloud Dragon Sword? Deep down, he was silently praying, hoping that she and the Cloud Dragon Sword would end up together. He sighed and said, "The Cloud Dragon Sword also seems like a good person." It is possible that the soul of the martial god resides within him, but to be able to use the Cloud Dragon sword art so perfectly and realize the essence of martial arts on his own, he must have certainly been blessed with the martial body of the celestial realm, the sacred body. Qian Moo-jin spoke in a sweet voice. "Suyen, what do you think? If you like him, I will arrange for the two of you to be together." She replied, "It is true that the Cloud Dragon sword sparks my interest, but..." Qian Suyen blushed and spoke, "I am more interested in O Kang Wu."
Hearing his daughter speak, he was shocked. "Oh, Kang-woo," she obediently replied, "Yes." Recalling his cold demeanor, anyone can apologize with words. Her heart raced once again. He demanded an apology from the Sword Emperor. "It has been a long time since I met someone so strong." Chanmu-jin was a bit disappointed.
He frowned in annoyance. Isn't it the Cloud Dragon Sword? The plan has deviated a bit. Kang-woo is certainly strong, but in 10 years the Cloud Dragon Sword will be able to catch up to him. Then Se-yeon will switch to liking him, but by then it'll be too late, far too late. Mujin felt more headache the more he thought about it. I feel bad for that young man, but the Cloud Dragon Sword would suit Se-yeon better. I want to see my daughter get married before I die. He turned to ask his daughter's opinion. "Se-yeon, father thinks the Cloud Dragon Sword." She answered bluntly, "I don't like anyone weaker than you, father." Mujin could only smile forcedly. Understood. Amidst the sound of the car engine, a challenge rang out. Let's see how strong he is. The next day, at the Red Rose Guild building, Kang-woo crossed his arms and asked impatiently, "What?" He raised his voice. "You want to fight me?" Mujin reached out his hand, indicating agreement. "Yes." Standing in the middle of the training room, he asked, "A duel?" Facing the question about the sudden reason, Mujin replied with a smile, "I want to test your strength. Of course, I won't ask you to fight me for free." He continued, "In the future, I promise to use the name of the 10,000 Sword Sect to help you once." While Si-hoon kept signaling with anxious eyes, Kang-woo just crossed his arms, lost in thought with a pensive expression. "This is also a good opportunity. After all, I want to test the power of the demonic crystal. If the opponent is a world ranker, I can fight with all my might." He smiled and replied, "That proposal isn't bad." Kang-woo reached out with a confident gesture, accepting the challenge. "Then let's begin. I hope you can satisfy me." Sparks flew as the attack hit the floor. After the authority of Iron Wall was summoned, Kang-woo immediately rushed forward to attack Mujin's position directly.
The piercing sound of two weapons colliding rang out, causing Chanmu-jin to frown slightly as he parried the blow. He used force to push him away, while Kang-woo gripped his scythe tightly, allowing himself to be flung back a few meters. Chanmu-jin immediately seized the opportunity to rush in, an action that forced Kang-woo to reflexively raise his scythe in defense. The blade in his hand grazed past his face. The sword was quickly retracted before slashing horizontally across the neck of Kang-woo, who was displaying a mysterious smile. A sharp object suddenly thrust straight towards his eye, forcing Chanmu-jin to instinctively tilt his body to dodge. After a loud explosion echoed, Chanmu-jin retreated backward to avoid the cloud of dust. Kang-woo held his weapon, the corners of his lips curling up into a smile as excitement welled up inside him. That was dangerous just now. The demonic crystal is truly amazing. He caressed his new weapon, grinning provocatively. The most outstanding thing was the speed. Authority of Hellfire, authority of Black Spear.
Double strike. His speed in utilizing authority had improved. He gripped the weapon tightly in his hand. Second was adaptability. He shifted his feet to the side. Even without using any body enhancement authority, his strength was equivalent to when he used one. He gathered his strength and threw the weapon straight at Chanmu-jin. The old man's sword point was immediately pointed towards the sky. The moment he raised his weapon, a giant dragon with a majestic appearance instantly appeared. A solemn look was evident in his eyes. Chanmu-jin unleashed the blue dragon first form, aiming the sword point straight at Kang-woo's weapon. A crack immediately appeared on his weapon. The sound of the weapon shattering into fragments whizzed past the old man's body. He snapped his fingers. Third, the fragments suddenly emitted light, causing Chanmu-jin to be astonished. Kang-woo pointed his finger forward, and a massive explosion was generated. A cruel smile bloomed on his lips. It was the power of destruction. When demonic energy condensed, it too became a type of weapon. Si-hoon, startled, called out to him, "Sword Emperor!" Su-yeon also spoke up with a panicked and worried expression. "Father!" A shout suddenly echoed through the space. "Stop!" A blue aura enveloped Chanmu-jin's body. His laughter began to echo. "It seems I have underestimated you too much."
Witnessing that scene, the smile on his lips suddenly faded. The killing intent sent chills down my spine. So that madness helped Kang-woo realize one thing: the true power of a world ranker. Chanmu-jin pointed his sword at him with a mocking tone. "Now I will fight seriously." Kang-woo also released his true source of power. "I want to feel that power. You should have done this from the beginning," he shouted. "Authority of the blade, authority of hellfire, authority of destruction." The burning flame was crushed by his hand. With the large blade in hand, Kang-woo revealed his belligerent face. A praise suddenly rang out. "Bold young man." Chanmu-jin asked, "Who are you?" Kang-woo replied with a smile. "Didn't you investigate me already? What you found is probably all correct, so just make your move. If you wish, then obedience is better than respect. All right, then I will—" He was suddenly so surprised he couldn't speak. Yeonju's phone ringtone rang out, breaking the silence. Kang-woo said, "Sorry, but I have to take this call for a moment." Chanmu-jin replied, "It's okay, go ahead and take the call." Kang-woo answered the phone. "Hello, what's up?" A question rang out from the other end of the line. "What's up?"
Yeonju snapped angrily over the phone. Hey, I told you to wait at the guild gate. Why haven't you come out yet? Standing at the parking lot, she vented her anger with scolding words. Captain Bae Kwai-yun just returned from Japan and called us. That's why I told you to drive me to the Hwarang squad base. On this end of the line, he replied helplessly, I'm not your driver. Besides, you have a car too. She raised her voice to order him. If you don't like it, then return the car to me. He answered in a helpless voice, I'm coming right there.
Kang Woo glanced at Shan Mu-jin, who seemed to understand immediately, smiled and said, We will handle everything here. You go ahead. Hearing that, he clearly showed excitement. Oh, thanks, I'm counting on you. He let out a sigh of disappointment. It's a pity we couldn't finish this fight. Cheon Soo-yeon spoke with an infatuated tone. Kang Woo is really strong. Kim Shi-hoon said, his eyes sparkling with joy. Isn't he? He was speechless, stepping aside and wondering to himself, should I be pleased to see those two getting along so well? Although I'm not sure if this counts as getting along anymore. Cheon Mu-jin rubbed his chin, lost in deep thought. However, I had intended to threaten him a little.
But it seems I must postpone that intention until I find out his true identity. I might be mistaken, but I felt a very cold energy. A fragment of memory suddenly rushed back into his mind. It reminded me of an ocean full of malice. I felt like it would swallow everything. Is there any existence that could make such a person feel fear? The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Hwarang squad. A voice rang out. Succubus? Sitting inside the meeting room, Cha Yanju asked, You mean the type of demon that sucks the vitality of men? Bae Kwai-yun replied, Yeah, I heard that the demon cult in Japan is trying to summon a succubus. Someone asked a question, causing Jang Han-jae to rub his head. What is the name of that demon? He hesitated to speak. Its name is... That name made him sweat profusely. Lilith. He thought, oh, Demon King, Queen Succubus, Lilith. The scene returns to a few minutes earlier at the Hwarang headquarters, where golden sunlight shone on the glass windows reflecting the blue sky. Jang Han-jae crossed his arms and began to introduce himself. Nice to meet everyone. I am the captain of Hwarang Squad 3, Jang Han-jae. Kang Woo stepped forward, decisively reaching out his hand. I am Kang Woo. Meanwhile, a radiant smile blossomed on Cha Han-ju's lips. Long time no see. He nodded slightly. It has indeed been a long time. He said, Please sit. He sat down while listening attentively to his words. It seems a great commotion has occurred in Korea. Kang Woo's eyes did not forget to follow this person.
At that moment, Jang Han-jae clasped his hands together, his expression becoming heavy. I apologize for not being of any help. He didn't answer, but simply focused on observing, silently speculating in his mind. As strong as Bae Kang-hyun, he looked like the type of person who wouldn't bleed a single drop even if stabbed. Hearing him say that, Yeonju nodded in agreement. Her finger pointed straight at him. We couldn't prevent all civilian casualties, but thanks to him, everything was resolved satisfactorily. Jang Han-jae spoke gently in a calm voice. I also heard from Hua Yen. Thank you. A second later, hearing this, Cha Yanju turned to him curiously. So what is the matter? He spoke in a cold tone. I have an issue I need to discuss with everyone. She narrowed her eyes, suspicion evident in their depths. What do you need to call us here to discuss? Before she could finish her sentence, Jang Han-jae emphasized something that made her startle involuntarily. This matter involves the demon cult. His expression suddenly tensed, his hands clasping tighter as he mentioned the mysterious group. Just like in Korea, the demon cult forces in Japan are preparing to summon a demon. Hearing that, she immediately imagined magic circles and cultists whispering prayers. Summoning a demon? Like when they summoned Ojis? Hearing this, Jang Han-jae nodded in confirmation. That's right. But this time the scale is much larger.
Yeonju rubbed her chin, filled with concern. I did hear that the demon cult forces in Japan are much larger than in Korea. At this moment, Bae Kwai-yun, having listened to the conversation between the two, voiced her question. Did the Japanese government ask us for help? Jang Han-jae looked over and affirmed firmly. The media doesn't know the news yet, but the situation is quite serious. Just then, Yeonju suddenly mentioned a name that was both important and puzzling. But Japan has the world ranker Utsumi Gima. Do they really need our help? Jang Han-jae calmly explained. In Japan, except for Gima, there aren't many players who have proven their capabilities yet. Another reason is that Korea has already dealt with the demon cult. Yeonju sighed, her hand wearily rubbing her forehead. The incident in Gaisu only happened recently, yet they are already planning to summon another demon. She muttered dejectedly to herself. I wonder which demon they plan to summon this time. While they were chatting, no one noticed Kang Woo, who was sitting quietly to the side. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, forming a peculiar smile. A demon, huh? That's great. Kang Woo licked his lips, looking thoroughly interested. The images of the two previous monsters suddenly flashed in his mind. These past few days, my demon energy stat hasn't increased anymore, but if I can devour a few demons like last time, it will go up a bit more. I could incite them to summon a demon and then feast on it.
Curiosity flashed in Cheonju's eyes as she asked Jang Han-jae, Do you know what kind of demon they are planning to summon? He spoke slowly, hesitating as if trying to piece together fragments of memory. That demon is... Jang Yunjae's words rang out. That voice cut through Kangwoo's joyful train of thought, causing him to startle briefly. Succubus Queen is its name. Che Yunju raised an eyebrow, her tone exuding boredom. A succubus? Is that the type of demon that sucks the vitality out of men? He nodded, giving a firm confirmation. The demon that the demon cult in Japan is trying to summon is a succubus. The conversation continued, each word cutting into his consciousness like a knife, making Kangwoo's head spin, cold sweat pouring down endlessly. What was the name of that demon? Its name. Right at that moment, Jang Yunjae spoke in a hoarse, deep voice. It is Lilith. At the same time, a chair crashed to the floor, followed by a scream. A piercing shriek rang out, tearing through the tense atmosphere, scared the living daylights out of everyone. Che Yunju turned around, her brows furrowed in annoyance. What the hell? You scared me. What is it? Is something wrong? Right then, Kangwoo suddenly stood up, slamming his hand hard onto the table, his lips trembling as if muttering something. At any cost. Che Yunju tilted her head in confusion, her gaze drifting down to Kangwoo's hand, which was subconsciously clenching until he turned white. What did you just say? At that very moment, Kangwoo looked up. His glowing red eyes flashed with an icy, murderous aura. I will stop this summoning ritual. At any cost. Memories of his days in hell suddenly flooded back. Everything appeared clearly as if it had only happened yesterday. Lilith, during his time in hell, she was one of his closest subordinates, along with Balak.
Both were the Demon King's right-hand subordinates. If Balak represented power at the level of a great wonder, then whenever he faced Kangwoo, he would always rub his hands together in excitement. Your Majesty Demon King, where should we destroy today? In contrast to the brutal Balak, Lilith led the Demon King's legion with her superhuman intellect, and she often acted coquettishly. Oh, Demon King. She considered herself his official wife. Lilith whispered, her tentacles constantly wiggling in front of Kangwoo. Tonight, I will come find you in bed. Every time he saw her, Kangwoo felt as if he was suffering from trypophobia.
He let out a scream and turned to run away. After being defeated by a great wonder and losing all his power, it was thanks to Lilith's help that he could overcome that crisis, and so he swore to marry her. However, he was no different from hunted prey since then. After getting married, almost every night Lilith would break into his bedroom. The tentacles stretched out, searching, "Oh, Demon King, where are you?" And he had to risk his life dodging her tentacles to escape. Kangwoo thought with determination, I cannot go back to a life like that. Determination sparkled in his eyes. For Earth, we must stop this demon summoning at all costs. This made Cha Yanju frown when she saw that exaggerated expression. What's wrong with him? Witnessing this scene, Zhang Henjie also nodded appreciatively. Just as I heard from Baekhuayan, your sense of justice is very strong. But the suspicion in her had not dissipated. Did you eat something indigestible? Kangwoo did not reply but chose to ignore it directly. He turned to Zhang Henjie and asked curiously, First of all, can you tell us the situation in Japan? Hearing this request, he laughed and warned, You must not disclose this to anyone. As the atmosphere suddenly became tense, Zhang Henjie lowered his head, emphasizing each word heavily. Currently, Kurosaki Yuri has been kidnapped by the demon cult.
As soon as the words fell, Baekhuayan sprang up as if there were springs under her buttocks, her face revealing sheer astonishment. Kurosaki Yuri? Cha Yanju also couldn't hide her surprise, hurriedly confirming, Is that true? The conversation continued in an atmosphere filled with tension. Why did the demon cult kidnap her? We still don't know the reason. However, contrary to everyone's worry, Kang Li just leaned over, whispering into Cha Yanju's ear, Who is Kurosaki Yuri? She froze, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. You don't know her? Cha Yanju let out a soft sigh, her gaze drifting aimlessly into the distance, as if recalling old memories. That was the day the terrifying incident occurred 5 years ago. She slowly recounted the strange red circle that appeared in the sky, spinning as if it wanted to swallow all the surrounding light. An SSS rank gate appeared at Sapporo Station. Right at that moment, from within, a gigantic hand with sharp claws reached out. Monsters flooded out, dyeing the streets red with a sea of blood. At that time, powerful monsters spilling from the gate slaughtered countless Japanese citizens, and their entire nation nearly fell into a state of paralysis. In that moment of despair, when everything seemed to have sunk deep into hell, that was when she appeared. The heavenly maiden Kurosaki Yuri.
The one who pulled the entire country back from the brink of destruction was none other than her, the granddaughter of the Japanese emperor who brought immense support to the players in Japan. By pushing the horde of monsters all the way back at Hokkaido, she saved Japan from the verge of collapse. At that time, Hokkaido was still a forbidden zone, but thanks to that event, she became a pillar of the Japanese nation. Che Yanju turned and emphasized, Not only that, her power is astonishing. He asked curiously, What is her ability? She replied, A skill that not everyone possesses, divine possession. It is an ability that allows others to possess the power of gods from Japanese legends.
Utsumi Gima's snake eyes were also created thanks to her ability. After hearing her detailed explanation, Kangwoo rubbed his chin, his face looking thoughtful. Everything was gradually piecing together in his mind. The demon cult kidnapping someone with the divine possession ability must be related somehow. He suddenly started. A thought just flashed through his mind. Legends, countless names appeared one by one in Kangwoo's mind. Now that he thought about it, the names of the 7 great wonders, Lucifer, Satan, Belial, Leviathan, Beelzebub, Mammon, Asmodeus, were quite familiar because they came from the story of the 7 deadly sins. Kangwoo pondered and made a deduction. If the fact that those names were passed down as myths is due to the influence of another world, then perhaps Kurosaki's power implies that it is not just divine possession.
A bold hypothesis suddenly sprang to his mind, the ability to summon the power of existences from another dimension. He narrowed his eyes as the pieces gradually fell into place, thinking, if that's the case, I understand why the demon cult wants to summon Lilith. So the reason they targeted her is because Lilith's ability involves illusion and domination. The demon cult's goal is that very power. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kangwoo turned to Jang Hinjae and asked, "How many people can we mobilize?" The man clasped his hands together, his demeanor extremely calm. The Japanese government wants to conceal the fact that the Heavenly Maiden has been kidnapped. We must act in secret, so the maximum is 7 people. Hearing the number 7, he smiled slightly and raised his hand to count on his fingers. So that's 4 of us here, plus Captain Gu Hyun-mo makes 5. That leaves 2 spots. He looked up and asked, "How will we travel?" As if the plan was already mapped out in his head, Jang Hinjae immediately announced, "A plane is waiting at the airport." But that didn't seem very reasonable, so Kangwoo spoke up casually, causing Jang Hinjae to startle slightly. "The airport is too far. I'll ask Echidna."
His words made the man frown, his mind filled with doubt. Just then, Echidna, a black shadow tearing through the wind, soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Echidna's speed rivaled that of a jet fighter. On her back, she carried a giant purple sphere, a large membrane wrapping tightly around them like a safe cocoon. The wind whistled past their ears as she circled in the air. Chan Yanju, curious, tapped lightly on the membrane. She smiled with amusement and asked, "Since when did you prepare this?" Kangwoo crossed his arms over his chest and said calmly, "I've had to ride on Echidna's back before, so I thought it would be great if I could ride with more people." At this moment, Baek Hwa-yun called out worriedly, "Team leader Gu Hyun-mo." Jang Hyun-jae also looked over, and witnessing him trembling with his hand covering his mouth, he couldn't help but sigh. There's no other way. Just try to endure it for a bit. Echidna glanced at the person struggling on her back and threatened, "If you dare vomit on me, I'll throw you down to the ground." A voice suddenly rang out, catching his attention. Kangwoo. Soa placed her hand on her chest, a look of concern flashing in her eyes. "Is it really okay for me to go? Wouldn't it be better if Si-hoon or Tae-soo went instead?" Mentioning those 2 names, he shook his head with a firm voice. "No, this time your help will be very useful, Soa." Then, the memory of her skill suddenly flashed in his mind. "Because you have the Grace of Light buff. My demonic energy stat has already reached 100, so if I get buffed on top of that, the effect will be immense." After flying for a while, Echidna exclaimed excitedly as their destination was very close. "Kangwoo, we're here."
However, when Seoa looked down at the scene below, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was Sapporo. Looking down from high above, Kangwoo observed the streets that were once bustling, now reduced to nothing but a pile of ashes. It was a truly desolate sight, but he had to stop after moving just a few meters. A monster appeared, followed by another, with thick horned shells and sharp spikes hiding in the darkness. Observing from Echidna's back, he realized, so this is... Kangwoo recognized an undeniable truth. This was a city that had failed to control the monsters. The scene before him made Kangwoo stand silent, his gaze pensive as he looked down. In front of him, the teleportation gate was swirling violently, demonic energy spreading throughout the station. Had the summoning ritual already begun? Daring not to delay any longer, Kangwoo withdrew his sharp gaze and turned to the group behind him.
Seeing them still struggling from the bumpy ride, he called out, "Captain Jang Hyun-jae, are they planning to hold the demon summoning ritual at Sapporo Station?" Over here, Soa was still looking towards Gu Hyun-mo with a worried tone. "Do you want a buff?" Meanwhile, Jang Hyun-jae heard his name being called. He frowned slightly and nodded as a confirmation. The Japanese government thinks so too. Hearing this, his eyes became sharp, scanning the chaotic scene below. "We don't have much time." Then he looked down at the crowd gathering below to assess the situation. "Let's join the Japanese team first." The scene shifted to the Sapporo base in Japan. At that moment, a man looked up from below, the corner of his lips curling into a meaningful smile. "It seems our guests have arrived." Hearing that, Prime Minister Iwamura looked surprised, squinting to scan the surrounding space. "Where?"
Just as the curious question ended, a pair of legs radiating intense demonic energy slowly touched the ground. At the same time, Kang Woo's group also landed at the Sapporo pace one by one. Seeing his group, the guard immediately raised his gun with a wary attitude. "Who are you?" But Iwamura stepped forward, waved his hand to stop him, and smiled warmly. "Captain Jang Hyun-jae."
He quickly stepped forward, extending both hands to shake eagerly. "I didn't think you would arrive so quickly. Thank you." Jang Hyun-jae calmly squeezed his hand in return. "It's nothing, Prime Minister Iwamura. Our two countries are neighbors, so helping each other is only natural." These words made him laugh delightedly. "I am always surprised to hear you speak Japanese so fluently." Seeing them chatting animatedly, Kang Woo couldn't understand anything, so he tightened his hold on the little girl in his arms and ordered, "Echidna, use your language magic." The girl nodded slightly as demonic energy spread out, creating invisible ripples in the space. Yes, that action successfully attracted Iwamura's attention. He pushed up his glasses, his sharp eyes glancing behind, and asked, "Who are the people behind you?" Jang Hyun-jae turned around, his tone calm but unable to hide his pride. "They are the players who agreed to help us with the mission to subjugate the demon cult and rescue the hostages. I can assure you that they are very strong." Amidst the atmosphere filled with Echidna's magic, Yeonju suddenly widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Why can I understand Japanese all of a sudden?" The girl smiled smugly, patting her chest. "It's all thanks to my magic." Meanwhile, Soa instinctively looked around. Where did those two go? Ignoring their noise, Iwamura fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "If you say so, I will trust you." A second later, a person suddenly stepped forward, speaking in a calm voice. "Prime Minister, may I greet them?" Iwamura suddenly realized he had forgotten to introduce a very important figure. He paused slightly, then quickly nodded. "I apologize. Come over here." With a bright expression, he stepped forward, reaching out to strike up a conversation. "It is an honor to meet everyone. I am Utsumi Gima, world ranker Utsumi Gima." He flashed a friendly smile, turning towards Jang Hyun-jae. "First of all, I want to thank you for agreeing to help us this time." Hearing this, Kang Woo also observed the newcomer and wondered, "Is that Utsumi Gima, one of the world rankers?" At the same time, Gima's eyes flashed, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone as if assessing them. "I didn't expect you to be so active in aiding another country."
On this side, Kang Woo was also observing more closely and suddenly noticed something unusual. It appeared to be the Eye of Surtur. Not long after, Gima slowly walked towards the group with a much more relaxed expression. "I feel very relieved to see everyone." Kang Woo hugged Echidna tightly and replied calmly, "No need for such pleasantries." However, his eyes could not hide the seriousness. He smiled slightly, quickly bringing the conversation back to the main topic. "We don't know when the demon summoning ritual will take place, and shouldn't we know more details about this plan?" Upon receiving this suggestion from him, Gima narrowed his eyes. The fan in his hand waved gently, covering half of his face as he gave his assessment.
"You're right." Immediately after, a fierce whirlwind suddenly rose up, sweeping through the area, dragging dust and countless debris flying chaotically. Then, at this moment, Gima waved his hand. The wind around him condensed, swirled, and gradually took the shape of a giant map appearing behind him. "Now I will explain everything." A while later in Sapporo, the place was submerged in a chaotic scene with swarms of monsters flooding the streets, constantly screaming in fury. Echidna cupped her hands together. A surge of purple demonic energy rolled violently within her small palms. In the blink of an eye, the little girl launched that source of power straight at the abominable creatures, causing them to scream, clutch their necks, and cough violently as if burning from the inside, raising their hands and writhing as if begging for help. In a corner, Kang Woo and Soa silently observed the situation. He stood still, his cold eyes sweeping across the battlefield, watching his two teammates sweeping through the enemy forces. He recognized a golem demon from the second hell. There was also a ferocious red monster with its muzzle bound tight by magic chains, constantly writhing to escape, and a Cerberus from the third hell. After observing everything, Kang Woo's brows knitted slightly. How did the demon cult summon and control them? Down below, Cha Yeonju was exerting all her strength, gripping the chains on the monster tightly, gritting her teeth and shouting, "Hey, oh Kang Woo, what are you doing? Why aren't you helping us?" Cha Yeonju's harsh tone made him sigh to himself. Whatever, that's not important right now. Then he immediately spoke up to give instructions.
"Soa, use the Grace of Light buff." Soa received the order and quickly complied. "I got it, Kang Woo." She immediately activated the Grace of Light skill. The system instantly notified him. "You have received the Grace of Light. Your physical and magic resistance stats have increased by 300. Your unique stat, demonic energy, has increased by 3. He observed with interest the streaks of blessing flowing into his body. "Just as I thought, the effect of this buff is much higher." His current demonic energy stat was 106. Kang Woo excitedly clenched his fist, feeling the source of power surging through his body. Then I should try it out right away. He utilized his skills, Authority of Hellfire, Authority of Fission. In just a split second, a fierce magical fire was unleashed, engulfing the monster in a firestorm. The creature roared in agony, its body twisting as it was incinerated bit by bit. Even Cha Yanju had to grit her teeth, pouring all her strength into creating a shield to withstand the destructive force, feeling the scorching heat sweeping over her flesh. The power is truly terrifying.
But right after that, she suddenly stopped as a thought flashed through her mind. Wait, this won't do. Anger flared up, and Cha Yanju spun around, shouting furiously, "Kang Wu, Hansoa, have you two lost your minds?" Baek Hwayan, sitting blankly there, could only give a wry smile. Cha Yanju continued to scream incessantly. "There are still people around here. Why did you use that move?" He didn't care about the rage in front of him at all. Kang Wu crossed his arms over his chest, the corners of his lips curling up smugly. "Do you see it now? You are very useful for this mission." Soa stood beside him, her eyes beaming, unable to hide her excitement. "With such terrifying power, we can definitely wipe out the monsters around the station." However, Kang Wu frowned slightly. "But I've been feeling strangely uneasy this whole time." A sound suddenly echoed in his head, like an echo from memory. Here is their plan. The image of Utsumigima standing in front of a map appeared, the fan in his hand tapping lightly on the surface. "Currently, Sapporo is teeming with monsters from the demon cult. We plan to split into two teams, the Korean team and the Japanese team. The demon cult has no information about you, so your presence there will throw them into confusion." He glided his hand across the map, stopping at 2 points marked in red. "We will take advantage of that confusion, and one person will infiltrate the ritual."
Hearing this, Jang Henjie narrowed his eyes in curiosity. "Alone?" Utsumigima nodded slightly without a hint of hesitation. "Of course, I do not intend to push such a dangerous responsibility onto you all." He even placed his hand on his chest, his voice clear and full of confidence. "I will be the one to undertake this mission." Recalling Utsumigima's arrogant image made Kang Wu extremely annoyed. He crossed his arms, his brows furrowing slightly. Disgust welled up inside him. He said that, but he probably just wanted to play the hero. And when is that Utsumigima guy going to arrive anyway? On the other side, Cha Yanju, having been tricked into silence by Kang Wu, was fuming with rage. "How dare you ignore me? You two just stand there and wait." Realizing the situation seemed unfavorable, Seiya frantically tugged specifically at his arm to warn him, "Kang Wu, Yanju is coming over." However, he paid no mind and remained immersed in his own train of thought. "We need to find out where the ritual is taking place, so that guy can stop it." Just as Cha Yanju was cracking her knuckles preparing to deal with the two of them, a violent explosion rang out, shaking the entire area and making her jump in surprise.
Her heart, beating in her chest, almost fell out. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she watched the column of black smoke billowing up. "What is that?" Kang Wu also looked up. He couldn't help but be speechless inside. That guy Gima really knows how to make a grand entrance. Then he stepped into the red circle beneath his feet, thinking deeply. I should prepare to follow him. Red patterns spread across the ground, radiating a powerful demonic energy. But at that moment, Soa looked surprised, her eyes widening as she gazed into the distance. "Is that Gima?" Cha Yanju also muttered annoyedly. "He's late." Only Kang Wu didn't reply at all. His eyes glowed red and veins popped out on his face from the tension. This area is full of demonic energy, so it's hard to see clearly. He immediately activated his detection skill, Authority of Observation. After scanning for a while, Kang Wu finally spotted Gima moving past a pack of monsters. There he is. Is that where the ritual is taking place? But suddenly, Kang Wu's eyes flashed brilliantly and a ghostly blue light erupted. Sharp blades of energy tore through the air, slashing away the monsters blocking the path. Just as I guessed, it's really strange. It pierced through them one by one, destroying them in the blink of an eye. Even though they had caused so much chaos, Kang Wu watched Gima glide past the monster corpses like the wind and felt filled with suspicion. Why haven't we seen a single member of the demon cult Yankel?
A second later, he smirked with amusement, realizing how it was. Seiya, standing behind him, felt confused and bewildered by Kang Wu's vague attitude. "What do you mean? Kang Wu?" Cha Yanju was no exception. She crossed her arms over her chest, looking impatient. "What are you talking about? Tell us." "Easy, no need to rush." Kang Wu calmly raised his hand, scanning the surroundings. Judging by the amount of demonic energy around here, this place is definitely where the demon cult performed the summoning ritual. No sooner thought than done, he clenched his hand. Summoning power, authority of divine power. Then he tightened his fist, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Authority of destructive vacuum. If it's not up above. Kang Wu poured all his strength into the strike, smashing it hard into the ground. The shockwave spread out, cracking the earth into pieces, making both of them scream in panic. He roared, "Heaven break!" Cha Yanju, caught off guard by this action, glared angrily and shouted, "You lunatic, what the hell are you doing?" Seiya gaped, calling his name in panic. "Kang Wu." After his act of self-destruction, Cha Yanju hurriedly approached him.
She anxiously observed the giant hole that had just been created, her eyes reflecting concern. "Hey, are you okay?" Before Kang Wu could answer, Seiya chimed in, speaking in a gentle yet emphatic tone. "Kang Wu, are you all right?" Below, a masked figure stood frozen like a statue after Kang Wu's heaven break.
Two subordinates of the demon cult immediately drew their weapons, alert to the extreme. "Who are you?" The other could not hide his shock. "How did you find us?" Seeing them in a state of panic and fear, Kangwoo and his teammates looked down, all casting sharp gazes that flashed in the night. A ferocious smile slowly appeared on his face. Guessed correctly. A red mask flew off, rolling on the cold ground, surrounded by scattered bloodstains, the remnants of the recent battle. Sewa rushed over. Her voice was full of worry, seeing him standing silently between two corpses. "Hey, Mr. Kangwoo! Kangwoo!" Cha Yenju also approached cheerfully, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "So you found the demon cult hideout. Let's go together." Sewa quickly added, unable to hide her eagerness. "Brother Kangwoo, I'm coming too." But unexpectedly, Kangwoo spoke up, making them pause. "Neither of you can follow me." He jerked his chin upwards, referring to the ongoing battle. "There are still many monsters up there. Someone needs to distract them." The two glanced at each other. Although reluctant, they had to admit he made sense.
"That is true, but—" Echidna suddenly appeared by his side with a tone full of worry. Kangwoo was slightly surprised and turned to look at her. "What's wrong?" Echidna pursed her lips tightly. Recalling the moment he had lost control before, she seriously warned, "You cannot be like last time again." After speaking, she held up her pinky finger. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. "Promise me." That reminder made Kangwoo pause. Thinking about the demonic energy reserve, he silently calculated, "I probably won't have to use it this time." Then he smiled and nodded in agreement. "All right?" As the words fell, his feet gradually left the ground. In the very next second, Kangwoo activated a skill, and a pair of wings appeared from behind his back. Authority of the sky. In the blink of an eye, he shot forward like an arrow. "I'm off." The scene shifted to two guards of the demon cult. They were panicked upon seeing a black shadow rushing towards them. "Who is that?" The other one hurriedly shouted, "Stop him quickly!" At this moment, a sharp blade flashed from Kangwoo's sleeve. As he passed them, his sword path tore through the air, and with every slash, an enemy fell. After clearing the entrance, Kangwoo glanced at the corpses lying scattered at his feet, and silently made a judgment. They seem weaker than the demon cult in Korea.
The demon cultists trembled, raising their hands as if trying to hold him back. "No, we cannot let him pass here." This raised a suspicion in him. Why were they risking their lives to this extent? While Kangwoo was deep in thought, a sound suddenly rang out. Are these guys loyal knights or something? Shouts erupted from a basement flashing with red light. A person with a fluttering cloak and a female demon logo glowing like an LED billboard continued to shout, "Come, everyone! Finally, the day has come for us to worship our true God." Standing on a high platform, Akima raised both hands, demonic energy swirling around Kurosaki Yuri, his voice echoing like a show host. "We no longer need to yearn for what is on the other side of the screen." His call made the demon cultists below so excited that they roared like a swarm of bees from a broken hive. "Our faith will transcend even this dimension." Below, arms were raised high, spirits blazing. He continued passionately, "Our target is Lilith, the succubus queen." The group of believers boiled over as if they had just received a morale buff. "Please do your best, Cardinal Akima."
"Even if we have to die, we will have no regrets." But amidst the fanatical crowd, someone standing at the back suddenly started. He rolled his eyes in surprise when he recognized a stranger's silhouette. "Red Cardinal Bishop, there is an intruder." At that moment, Kangwoo was on one side, waving his hand as if shooing away flies. "You guys just continue." Looking at the crowd who were enthusiastic to a strange degree, he was left speechless. "Give me a moment to think." Inside his head, he was still guessing. Are these guys members of the demon cult? Kangwoo glanced at a guy in the crowd. This person was wearing a smile full of excitement. "Please just leave it to us." He was confused. They were people of the demon cult, so they should have been filled with greed and madness. They kept chanting ceaselessly, "Please continue the summoning ritual." Kangwoo glanced at the fanatics. His gaze stopped on the items hanging from their swords. "Oh well, actually, this is no different from greed and madness." Then a pair of feet slowly approached. Each step pressed down firmly on the ground. "No, how can I just stand and watch without doing anything?" Hearing this voice, he looked up in astonishment to listen. A love blooming, amidst depression and crisis. He tightened his grip on the red leather whip in his hand, speaking eloquently. Wouldn't such a love burn even more intensely?
From behind, the believers screamed resonantly, as if they had just witnessed the truth, truly worthy of a Red Cardinal Bishop. The one leading these lambs was the Red Cardinal Bishop of the Demon Cult's Japan branch, Akima. Seeing the ridiculous appearance of the demon cult, Kangwoo furrowed his brows with a hesitation that was hard to hide. "You guys, you want to summon Queen Succubus because—" "Don't tell me." While he was speaking, the man interrupted. Kangwoo was puzzled, and he said, "Doesn't every man in this world crave lust?" Akima looked slightly smug. Then he imagined a demoness so seductive that she would make one blush with excitement. No, even more than that, this was something everyone wanted. Hearing these ear-piercing words, Kangwoo lowered his head, muttering as if asking himself, "Craving?" A second later, he spoke up again, filled with annoyance. "You guys are craving lust?"
Hearing this, Akima burst out laughing, with an air of pride as if he had just been praised for some noble ideal. That's right. The sentence wasn't even finished when Kangwoo disappeared from his old spot, activating the authority of superspeed and rushing forward. Our belief. And then in the very next moment, his knee slammed straight into the opponent's face. You people. Kangwoo watched Akima's figure being flung far away with a look of utter disgust.
After staggering for a few rounds, his body collapsed to the ground. Do you guys only know how to think with your lower halves? The believers stood frozen in shock, their eyes widening as if about to pop out of their sockets. Their throats began to emit disjointed sounds. The Red Cardinal Bishop? He had defeated the bishop with just a single strike. He continued, "Don't underestimate hell like that." At that moment, the recollection of the succubus's true form made Kangwoo's eyes widen and veins bulge on his forehead. It's not what you imagine at all. However, the demon cult members paid no heed. In their minds, only the order to eliminate the hostile existed, and they rushed forward. Stop him! Protect the Red Cardinal Bishop! With no intention of dodging, Kangwoo kicked straight out, sending the leader flying like a kite with a broken string. Immediately after, the others rushing in were gifted a sky-shattering uppercut by him, causing them to collapse like tattered dolls amidst a scattering rain of blood. Only the two most loyal ones remained, standing guard to protect Akima. He stubbornly shouted, "Don't stop, just keep moving forward." Akima struggled to prop himself up. His face was swollen, but his shout still echoed with inner power. You are no match for him. He raised his hand to signal, straining to speak in a majestic voice. Everyone run, I will hold him here. As soon as his words ended, the subordinates were mentally shaken. Bishop, we cannot do that.
Akema Ichigo took a deep breath and used a fanatical enthusiasm to reassure them. Don't worry, even though my body may fall here, our faith, our dreams, will last forever. The subordinates were moved to tears, some even sniffling as if listening to a heroic speech, in stark contrast to the nausea Kangwoo felt. He crossed his arms, looking with utter disgust at the fanatics before him. What complete nonsense. You kidnap people to use as sacrifices and call it faith? It's ridiculous. Kangwoo's uncooperative attitude turned Akema Ichigo's shame into anger. He clenched his fists, saliva flying as he shouted, "Do not insult our faith!" But just a second later, he froze before Kangwoo's knife-sharp gaze approaching him. If that faith is so important to you... Without a moment's hesitation, he simultaneously unleashed power from the authority of the blade, authority of explosion, and authority of destruction. Next, he roared and threw a terrifying punch, concentrating all his power into the giant blade rushing forward. Then go die for it! Realizing the direction of the attack, Akema Ichigo's face instantly turned pale as he rushed forward. No, he was aiming for the spatial fissure, because there was no other way for him to dodge in time.
He was forced to use his body to block the blow, but the terrifying power of the strike pierced through him, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood and collapse in agony amidst the wailing of the fanatics. "Red Cardinal Bishop!" The demon cult members screamed in panic when they saw him crumble to the ground. "Bishop!" One of them gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it!" Then he yelled, "I will fight him. The rest of you take the bishop and—" Before he could finish his sentence, Kangwoo's lips curled into a cold smile. "Hey!" Murderous intent erupted, bringing with it a heavy pressure that blanketed the area. The darkness behind his back spread out like a beast stalking its prey. "All of you, get lost now." They immediately bowed their heads in obedience and responded in unison, "Yes, sir." The demon cult members hurriedly complied. They frantically supported Akima up and fled without daring to look back once. Kangwoo muttered softly as wings suddenly unfurled behind his back. I wanted to kill them all too, but... He dashed towards the wide-open space-time door, leaving the panicked Toltus behind. Can't waste time on those lunatics. Standing before the swirling spatial rift, Kangwoo raised both hands and frowned in calculation. This is a bit dangerous. He focused all his strength, gripping at two edges of the space and exerting force to close it. If I combine the energy from the demonic crystal and the authority of divine power, he strained to pull the two pieces of space-time closer together, causing the rift to gradually narrow. An indescribably evil smile appeared on his lips.
All right, Kangwoo gripped the edges of the spatial rift that was gradually closing. Just keep doing this. However, things didn't go that smoothly. Right then, a pitch-black tentacle suddenly shot out from inside the rift. Damn it, it slithered forward and tightly constricted Kangwoo's arm. My king! Following that, a horde of other tentacles surged out, latching onto his arm as if they never wanted to let go. His expression changed, his whole body stiffening like a stone statue. This feeling! The tentacles writhed and pulled harder, attempting to rip the rift open again. From within the pitch-black void, an eerie voice echoed out. I'm coming there right now, my demon king. That haughty tone sent a chill down Kangwoo's spine, sweat pouring down like rain. No, don't come here. Kangwoo gritted his teeth, constantly dodging the tentacles whipping at him from the rift.
Damn it! Just one tentacle is nauseating enough, and now a whole bunch are coming at once. He tried to struggle free, but even the power of the demonic crystal hit rock bottom. But then he hesitated for a moment. I have to summon the Demon World teleportation gate. Just then, the memory of Echidna's warning flooded back into his mind. You shouldn't do that again. It will be dangerous. Kangwoo frowned. That's true.
The terrifying moment of being wrapped by Lilith's tentacles was also replayed in his mind. It's true that I don't want to meet Lilith again, but I also don't want to risk my life to stop her. A stream of pitch-black demonic energy began to surge from his body. So now, then Kangwoo roared, releasing all his power and using the authority of gluttony to slam the gate shut. Just doing what I can is enough. A series of ghostly jaws appeared from within his magic. They madly gnawed at the tentacles trying to hold on. The thing causing the fissure now is demonic energy. I just need to absorb the demonic energy using the authority of gluttony and transfer it to the demonic crystal. The stone inside Kangwoo's body vibrated violently and grew powerfully, simultaneously triggering the system notification. The demonic crystal was large enough to meet the conditions to obtain the extreme demon transformation. Lines of information quickly appeared before his eyes. Extreme demon transformation, the first step to becoming a demon god. Condition 1, demonic energy reaches level 60, complete. Condition 2, perfectly connect 3 or more authorities, complete. Condition 3, form a demonic crystal of a certain size, complete. Immediately after, the stone inside Kangwoo shattered into many pieces. All conditions to achieve the extreme demon transformation had been completed. At the same time, his body began to change, and the system also sounded a notification. Your body is transforming. Kangwoo showed a look of annoyance.
Why does this have to happen right now? He gritted his teeth, his eyes turning bloodshot, while his pupils turned black, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. No, since it has come to this, I should take advantage of it. He used all his strength to tighten the fissure even more. If I concentrate all the demonic energy from the demonic crystal into this rift right now. Finally, Kangwoo succeeded in closing the fissure tightly within the palm of his hand. Let's do this. However, a terrifying repulsive force exploded from the fissure the moment it closed, flinging him away. Just like that, Kangwoo's body crashed heavily onto the ground. He panted incessantly, but deep down he quietly rejoiced. It closed. It took almost everything to reach this point. The system chimed as he groggily looked down at his hands. Extreme demon transformation completed. All stats increased by 5 points. Meanwhile, he pondered silently and realized something. Is this the extreme demon transformation? Aside from feeling the demonic energy of the demonic crystal spreading throughout his body, he really didn't feel too much change. Right at this moment, a new notification appeared, startling Kangwoo. Due to the achievement of extreme demon transformation, the 6th transcendental attribute has been fully illuminated. Feeling the source of power surging within his body, Kangwoo immediately jumped up with excitement. Wonderful! The 6th transcendental ability has always been a mystery. Finally, I've unlocked it. The content of the information was displayed as follows. 6th transcendental ability, Demonic Nightmare.
Effect. Can create a piece of equipment with the characteristic of accepting external power to forge itself. The more power used in the crafting process, the stronger the resulting equipment will be. However, to create equipment of legendary rank or higher, you need to add materials of that corresponding rank. You can only create one piece of equipment with rare characteristics, and if you create any additional equipment, the previous one will be destroyed. Scrolling through the information, a question arose in his mind. Legendary rank or higher? Kangwoo closed his eyes, recalling the high-end items he currently possessed. Materials of the same rank mean I need at least one piece of legendary material to start, but right now I only have epic rank equipment. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait a minute. Kangwoo turned his head, looking at Kurosaki Yuri, who was still comatose on the stone pedestal, and muttered softly, "Legendary equipment." Then Kangwoo placed his hand on the pedestal and slowly stood up. He looked at her with thoughtful eyes. Heavenly Maiden, did it mention that I could craft legendary equipment using the Divine Possession ability? Immediately after, memories of Gima's eye skill came flooding back. That must be it, because the equipment used by the world's top hunters was created by it. While Kangwoo was still muttering to himself, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. I should take her out of here right now. At that moment, a pair of feet hovering in midair appeared. Following that was a deep and steady voice. So, the area where the summoning ritual takes place is located down here, not up there. That person was none other than Utsumi Gima. He smiled and floated in the air with a puzzled look on his face.
But what's going on here? He looked at Kangwoo and frowned curiously. This doesn't seem to be the operation area for Korean players, so what are you doing here? At that moment, Kangwoo carried Yuri up and nonchalantly shrugged. Just as you can see. He tilted his head and gave a faint smile. I'm here to rescue the kidnapped Heavenly Maiden. Utsumi Gima landed on the ground with a gaze full of scrutiny and suspicion. You mean you left your designated area without notification? He confirmed again with a puzzled look. Isn't our role supposed to be creating a diversion? Since I came to the basement, can that really be called leaving my area? He narrowed his eyes, his tone becoming sharper. If so, you should. Before he could finish, Kangwoo stepped forward and cut him off.
There weren't any demons up there, so I came down here. Besides, I couldn't just report to you based on some suspicious information." He sighed and shook his head wearily. "I'm just trying to prove my contribution, that's all." Not wanting to waste any more time, Kangwoo strode past Utsumigima. "Well then, I'll be going first." A smug smile played on his lips. There was no reason for him to care about that guy. As he walked away, he muttered happily to himself, "I wonder if I can ask for some legendary equipment as payment. 1 or 2 pieces, or maybe 3? Suddenly a sound rang out, making him startle. Emergency! Utsumigima clutched the white crystal ball in his hand, his voice extremely serious, requesting support from all squad members. He shouted as if a great catastrophe was about to befall them. A member of the demon cult has infiltrated the Korean player forces. Utsumigima calmly uttered a slanderous accusation, causing Kangwoo, who was holding Kurosaki Yuri in his arms, to freeze in bewilderment. He has currently kidnapped the Heavenly Maiden.
Current location is the basement corridor, requesting immediate backup. Under the night sky, behind a cold iron door located somewhere beneath Tokyo. Kangwoo was currently handcuffed, sitting on the ground in a detention area exclusively for players. A voice rang out explaining the situation. It was a mamma suppression device. That person was Gojo Satoru. He tapped a fan against his lips, his face revealing evident amusement. "I'm using this to prevent you from escaping before the trial." Hearing this, he looked up with a stunned expression. "Trial?" The man narrowed his eyes and confirmed with a triumphant tone. "That's right, the trial is tomorrow." Fushiguro Toji imagined a scenario where he was disguised as a demon to control Yuji.
"This trial is for you, you demon cult rat, the one who kidnapped the Heavenly Maiden to steal her energy." Then he placed his hand on the iron door and dropped a sarcastic remark. "You can request a lawyer, but I guess no one here wants to defend you." Suddenly, Kangwoo spoke up. "Hey," he muttered, "there are 5. This made Utsumigima frown in confusion and turn around. "What?" Kangwoo smiled a demonic smile. "The number of mistakes you made." Kangwoo emphasized once more. "You have made 5 mistakes." Hearing this, Utsumigima burst into laughter, raising his eyebrows in contempt. 5 times? You have quite an imagination." He looked at Kangwoo with pity for someone about to be banished to hell. "It's sad that you only say such useless things. You look quite comfortable." Then he slammed the door shut and didn't forget to drop a final sentence. "Hope you can stay like that when the trial begins." Kangwoo curled his lips. "Trial? I have to hurry." Flashback to the time Kangwoo was arrested. Cha Yanju was stunned. "Oh, Kangwoo, what happened?" Baek Hwa-young also exclaimed in panic. "Kangwoo!" after hearing the accusations of Utsumigima.
Cha Yanju could not suppress her rage. "What are you talking about? He is a spy for the demon cult? That can't be him." He laughed. "It really is a surprise, isn't it?" Utsumigima calmly dragged Prime Minister Iwamura along, his tone calm but full of implication. "I didn't believe it either, until he kidnapped the Heavenly Maiden. I didn't think the demon cult's reach in Japan could extend to another country, but I witnessed it with my own eyes, and Prime Minister Iwamura saw it too." Contrasting with the tense atmosphere surrounding them, Kangwoo just smiled as brightly as a flower. However, Cha Yanju still couldn't hold back her anger. She raised her hand and activated her skill. "You bastard!" Baek Hwa-young also gripped her weapon tightly and took a threatening step forward. "Keep spouting nonsense and see what happens." Seeing the situation, Kangwoo hurriedly spoke up to reassure them. "Yanju, calm down. I'll be back." But she was still boiling with rage and roared furiously. "How the hell can you come back? They just want to take you out to clean you up right now." He continued to soothe her. "Calm down. Have I ever told everyone that everything would be fine and then broken my promise?" Hearing this, Cha Yanju froze for a moment before suppressing a sigh. On this side, Soa looked worriedly at Kangwoo. "Will you really come back?" Kangwoo nodded with an incredibly determined look. "Of course, so everyone please wait here with Echidna, and that is a promise." Reality pulled him back. Kangwoo took a deep breath. "So I have to prepare everything right from now." Then his soul quietly separated from his body, using demonic energy to blend into the darkness. That stream of energy slithered through the iron bars and crawled outside like a ghost. Utsumijimu's first mistake. Outside, purple rays of demonic energy began to condense, swirl, and gradually take shape. In the next moment, Kangwoo's figure appeared. He crossed his arms over his chest with an incredibly majestic posture. That was because the mana suppression device did not work on him, since demonic energy and mana were fundamentally completely different. At this point, he took a deep breath and began to mutter, "I should continue. It's time to use a greater grudge to repay old debts." Amidst that scene, Kangwoo's figure suddenly blurred. Purple wings spread wide, and in the blink of an eye he was gliding across the night sky of Tokyo. It was also time to return killing intent with killing intent. The next day at the Tokyo courthouse, the crowd had gathered in full force, ready for the trial.
Utsumijima was seated, but seemed annoyed and clicked his tongue in irritation. He didn't expect the trial to take place so late, hoping it would end quickly. In his mind, he was still delightedly imagining walking hand in hand with Miss Kurosaki down the aisle. When would this end?
I will become the hero who saves the beauty, and if I'm lucky, I might even have a chance to marry her. He couldn't suppress a triumphant smile as he imagined that scenario. His gaze swept to the opposite side. Let's see, over there right now, Kang Woo's group was radiating murderous intent, looking as if they were ready to eat anyone alive. In contrast, he appeared completely calm, even letting out a long yawn out of boredom, looking as relaxed as if he were on a stroll. They looked quite angry. One day wasn't enough for them to accomplish anything. Ignoring them, Utsumijima turned to look at the position of the supreme authority with absolute confidence. Of course I had prepared everything and bribed the judge, but something was wrong that made Utsumijima surprised, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Judge Nakano Kaito. He had helped me a lot in the past. At this moment, the man's face was pale, and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. Then the trial will begin. Witnessing this state, Utsumijima couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why is he shaking so much? He doesn't look very well. Is that why the trial started late? At that moment, Nakano Kaito tried to swallow his saliva, his voice hesitating as if something was choked in his throat. First, let the prosecutor present the statement for the defendant, Oh Kang-woo. A man wearing glasses stood up and nodded with a very serious expression. Yes, the defendant is a Korean citizen who participated in the rescue operation. He pushed up his glasses and flipped through the documents in his hand, as if reading a financial report. Throughout the rescue, he went against the prearranged strategies and went underground where the demon summoning ritual was taking place to assist. After Jima arrived and defeated the demon cult, Mr. O kidnapped Miss Kurosaki and attempted to flee. As soon as the accusation ended, a scream full of rage rang out.
You bastard! What kind of nonsense is this? It was Cha Yanju. She was so angry that she slammed the table, causing a murderous aura to flare up violently. Oh Kang-woo committed kidnapping? Don't speak such nonsense. Seeing this, the people around hurriedly tried to stop her. Even so, she could not tolerate this slander and continued to scream, "Don't stop me!" Kurosaki Yuri ignored the chaos and continued speaking. The defendant seems to have no defense lawyer. As soon as the sentence ended, Echidna quickly raised her hand.
I want to be the defense attorney. However, he paid no attention to the little girl and instead directed his gaze straight at Kang-woo. Do you have anything you want to say? Behind them, Soa raised a finger, signaling Echidna to stay silent. Meanwhile, he simply smiled and replied, I do not belong to the demon cult. This blunt answer made Kurosaki Yuri freeze for a moment. Is that all? Kang-woo didn't think much of it either, and answered, yes. Witnessing this straightforward exchange made Utsumijima so delighted that he almost burst into laughter. Is that really all he has to say? This guy is stupider than I thought. The judge continued with the interrogation, coughing a few times to maintain a stern expression, then let the witness give their testimony. His lips unwittingly curled into a triumphant smile upon hearing these words. I've won this trial. Of course, how could I lose? A second later, he recalled his perfectly detailed plan. The witnesses here are all here to support me. In his memory, Utsumijima had grabbed the communication crystal ball and pretended to be in dire urgency. I am underground. I need reinforcements. Anyone who isn't on a mission. My first witness is the most influential person in Japan. He glanced at the man who was trembling with fear and looking confused, while secretly thinking about a dramatic plan. Prime Minister Iwamura. What? Why does he look so pale? Did the judge have some issues yesterday too? Utsumijima looked at him, shrugged, and gave a faint smile. Probably just old age. As for Prime Minister Iwamura, he bowed his head, his hands clasping each other tightly. Today, his voice was filled with apprehension and hesitation. I want to reveal the truth that has been hidden for so long. Hearing those words, he looked up, narrowing his eyes, his heart skipping a beat. This wasn't what was agreed upon, was it? At this moment, Iwamura tried to squeeze his arm tight, as if to hold on to the last bit of composure. He tried to utter each word, but dared not raise his head, keeping his face downcast. Accompanying this was a voice emphasizing every word in utter terror. Utsumijima threatened me. The words struck like a thunderclap, leaving him stunned and wide-eyed. What? This also caused the entire courtroom to erupt into chaos. Whispers began to rise like a broken beehive. He accused the defendant of belonging to the demon cult to hide his own motives. Not stopping there, Iwamura continued to speak clearly, as if wanting to carve each word into the air. Just like me, player Oh Kang-woo is also a victim of Gima's malicious schemes. Hearing this, the blood rushed to his head in anger. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Utsumijima roared and slammed his hand on the table. However, in just a split second, he shot up and took a deep breath, trying to compose himself.
Prime Minister, what are you saying? Hiding the motive? What do you mean? That extreme rage only strengthened Iwamura's determination to expose the truth. He suddenly shouted, his voice choked with emotion, "Utsumi-gima, actually." The entire courtroom fell into dead silence. Utsumi-gima was stunned. His eyes widened as Iwamura hesitatingly revealed his true identity as a member of the demon cult. However, things were not so easily accepted. Immediately, someone in the crowd stood up abruptly, holding onto the chair unsteadily. Prime Minister, taking this opportunity. The reporters also rushed forward like a pack of hungry wolves hunting for news. Is that true? Is it true that Utsumi-gima saved the Heavenly Maiden? Facing countless camera lenses, Iwamura bowed his head low, his hands still tightly clutching his arms, and affirmed once more, Utsumi-gima is the one who planned the kidnapping. I hid the truth because he said he would use my family as sacrifices if I disobeyed him. Not stopping there, Iwamura pointed at Kang-woo and explained clearly, Oh Kang-woo, the person sitting there, is the one who truly saved the Heavenly Maiden.
Utsumi-gima had provided false information to conceal where the demon summoning ritual was actually taking place. At this moment, unable to endure it any longer, he roared, Don't speak nonsense. Utsumi-gima swept his gaze over the faces that were gradually changing expressions and tried to vindicate himself. Everyone, Prime Minister Iwamura is trying to frame me. He is not thinking straight. How could a person working for the nation like me belong to the demon cult? He doesn't even have any evidence. However, it was unfortunate for him as Iwamura interrupted. There is evidence. Without hesitation, he raised a transparent bag containing a dark red crystal. This stone had been infused with demonic energy. He turned toward everyone present in the courtroom, gritting his teeth and emphasizing every word. A demonic crystal. Saying that, Iwamura continued to jerk his chin toward Utsumi-gima. As everyone knows, demonic crystals can only be created and used by those belonging to the demon cult. This thing was found in Utsumi's private residence. Hearing this, he was like a block of ice, his whole body stiffening. A demonic crystal. That thing is very hard to obtain. His mind reeled. If I had a stone like that, I would have used it to frame Oh Kang-woo already. Why would I keep it in my house? Unable to let this situation drag on any longer, Utsumi-gima hurriedly spoke up in rebuttal. Leaving aside the fact that you searched my house without permission, where did you get the evidence that the stone was in my house? He waved his hand, trying to regain control of the situation. This is just a one-sided accusation from... Suddenly, a pair of female shoes approached the witness stand, and a clear voice rang out. Nice to meet you. A girl in traditional Chinese attire gently stroked her hair with a calm demeanor, but her eyes were incredibly sharp. I am the person in charge of investigating the allegation that Utsumi-gima is a member of the demon cult. I am Chan Suyeon. The atmosphere in the courtroom suddenly became as tense as a taut string due to the whispers. Is she from the 10,000 Sword Sect? Why is Chan Suyeon here? After finishing the introduction, Chan Suyeon raised her hand to signal the person standing behind her. The Prime Minister asked the 10,000 Sword Sect for help and said he wanted to reveal the truth about Gima. That is why early this morning we investigated Utsumi's residence. An iron box was opened, emitting a pitch-black aura, and the result was... Chan Suyeon crossed her arms, her sharp gaze sweeping over him, along with a series of items radiating gloomy demonic energy. She decisively declared, We have found evidence proving Utsumi-gima belongs to the demon cult. Everyone can look at the demonic crystal and the items imbued with demonic energy that we found at his residence. Just like that, she, along with the collected evidence, quickly made an affirmation. In the name of the 10,000 Sword Sect, I swear to speak only the truth. Utsumi-gima was a member of the demon cult. On one side, he burst out laughing after hearing the resolute words of Chan Suyeon. Then, as if gone mad, he placed his hand on his forehead and raised his voice loudly. That's truly ridiculous. But deep down, his heart was burning with anxiety. Damn it, if this goes on, I'll be convicted as a member of the demon cult without being able to defend myself. A second later, he tilted his head again, his eyes sharp as razor blades, and appeared completely calm. So what? Utsumi-gima continued to offer rebuttals. I already told you, these are one-sided accusations. Isn't this part of the 10,000 Sword Sect's plan to control Japan? A series of calculations began to whirl in his mind. I have to stall for time. He secretly calculated the plan mapped out beforehand until he can safely leave this place. A person with a cloak covering their head spoke up, cutting off his eloquence. Brother Utsumi. She slowly pulled down her hood, then frowned with a sorrowful expression. Give it up. That person was the Heavenly Maiden, Kurosaki Yuri. As soon as they heard that voice, the reporters were startled and recognized her. Miss Kurosaki. The girl standing next to her looked bewildered. I heard she was in the hospital, so why is she here? At this moment, Kurosaki no longer wanted to remain silent. She stood up straight, turned around, her face showing no sign of wavering. As the main figure in this incident, I came here to say a few words. She recalled the moment she was saved by Kang-woo. Kurosaki had vaguely heard his voice.
Although I don't remember the details of everything that happened that day, I am certain of one thing. Utsumi Jima is not the one who saved me. That Korean player was the one who saved me. After speaking, Kurosaki bowed respectfully. Her attitude was extremely sincere, without a hint of pretense. Being kidnapped was my fault, so I want to apologize to the citizens for causing everyone worry. They frantically waved their hands. That's not your fault. That's right. The ones to be blamed are those from the demon cults like Utsumi Jima. At this moment, Shansuyan crossed her arms and tilted her chin toward Nakano Kaito. Your Honor, everything seems quite clear now. Why don't you arrest Utsumi Jima? He was so engrossed in watching the drama unfolding that he forgot the current context. He started when he heard someone call his name. I understand. Nakano Kaito did not hesitate to bang the gavel repeatedly. I order the arrest and investigation of Utsumi Jima.
He was speechless upon hearing the verdict. What is this? Not only did he fail to frame anyone, but now he himself was being targeted. Prime Minister Iwamura, Yuri, and even Chun Sung-yeon? Are you people trying to accuse me? However, another thought flashed through his mind as he looked towards Kang-woo. This was definitely not a coincidence. There was definitely someone behind this. He imagined Kang-woo's face wearing a demonic smile, and silently speculated, does this mean that all of this was planned and unfolded in just a single day? Realizing the truth behind it, Utsumi Tila immediately unleashed his ability, causing the wind to rise violently. Don't make me laugh. The swirling wind wrapped around his body, lifting him into the air. Then he let out a scream, shot straight up into the sky, shattering the glass windows and fleeing. Don't make me laugh. This incident caused the crowd to fall into chaos. Gima has escaped. Catch him! Chayanju could no longer suppress her rage. She screamed, that bastard! Seething with anger, she clenched her fist tight and turned to shout, Hey, O Kang-woo, we should give chase too. However, as soon as she turned around, she saw no sign of Kang-woo, only a shattered handcuff remaining on the ground. Where did he go? The scene shifts to the peaceful sky of Tokyo.
The place was still twinkling with starlight as if no incident had occurred. The streetlights flickered, illuminating the bustling crowd below. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept past. The wind carried a black shadow fleeting through the night. That person turned out to be Utsumi Jima, who was running for his life. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted in fury. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Where exactly did it go wrong? He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice a streak of light rushing towards him at a terrifying speed. Even so, I can still leave Japan. Before he could escape his chaotic thoughts, the streak of light exploded, engulfing him in a sea of blazing fire. Right then, Kang-woo appeared. He clasped his hands behind his back, calmly observing his body spinning, rolling a few times, and then slamming hard onto the ground. Utsumi Jima lay sprawled on the ground. His entire face was planted straight into the dirt. His breathing became intermittent, and his whole body ached terribly. Who dares? A slow voice rang out, pulling Utsumi Jima out of his burning rage. Have you finally figured it out? Hearing the voice, he staggered to his feet, his body still unable to recover from the thunderous impact just now. Bastard! Opposite him, Kang-woo stood there, a fireball swirling in his palm, as he quietly muttered, You made 5 mistakes. The fire in Kang-woo's hand flared up intensely. Accompanying it was a fierce energy swirling into the center of the sphere. He locked his gaze onto Utsumi Jima. Do you realize it now?
At this moment, Utsumi Jima was still gritting his teeth, his voice growling. Don't make me laugh. Perhaps I was in a rush to accelerate the plan and overlooked a few things. His sharp eyes swept over his opponent as he retorted. But there is no way there are 5 mistakes. Kang-woo caught him off, the corners of his lips curling into an amused smile. First, a fireball burned fiercely in his palm, its crimson hue reflecting in his confident eyes. The mana suppression device has no effect on me, so you couldn't bind me. Having said that, he clenched his fist, causing the flame to extinguish, leaving only a few flickering sparks before they vanished completely into the air. Second, in the blink of an eye, a dark red stone appeared, dark light radiating from within it like a ghostly lamp. The demonic crystal that you thought only the demon cult could create, I can create it too. Utsumi Jima was utterly astonished to witness this scene firsthand. His breath suddenly hitched as he realized something. Don't tell me, the thing found in my house was... Before he could finish, Kang-woo calmly spoke the rest. Third, you chose people who were too ordinary to be the judge and witness. This reminder left Utsumi Jima completely stunned. The images of Iwamura and Nakano Kaito with pale faces and uncontrollably trembling hands suddenly replayed in his mind. Naturally, ordinary people don't have the skills to endure it. Unable to accept this harsh truth, he loudly questioned, What did you do to Prime Minister Iwamura and Judge Nakano Kaito? Facing this irritability,
Kangwoo didn't care at all and just leisurely stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Utsumigima with a casual air, as if evaluating a fool. Relying on ordinary people, truly a stupid choice. He clicked his tongue, muttering as if reprimanding himself. I used the authority of intimidation instead of other skills. Not giving him time to react, Kangwoo continued. Fourth, you assumed I was a nameless player with no support whatsoever. At that moment, the memory of the 10,000 Sword Sect suddenly flashed in his mind. The steady voice of Chanhua Jin echoed in his mind again. In the future, I promise to help you at least once in the name of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Thanks to that promise, I was able to ask Chan Su-yang to search his house. Saying this, Kangwoo pressed his hand hard onto the wound on Utsumijima's shoulder.
This action caused blood to seep out even more, soaking a patch of his clothes. Fifth, if you thought about using me, immediately a wicked smile bloomed on his lips, his gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced straight into Utsumigima. Then you should have realized the difference between a dog and a demon, right? Every word he uttered was like a knife cutting deep into his pride. Those were his 5 mistakes. Unable to endure it for another second, he immediately leaped high into the air. A surging source of energy began to converge on his palm. Swirling blue lights radiated waves of terrifying pressure. I will kill you, Utsumigima screamed. Then he poured all his power, throwing the stream of energy down towards Kangwoo like a raft descending from the heavens. I will tear you apart. Facing this outburst of rage, Kangwoo did not move at all. He just stood still, listening to every scream filled with hatred. And make your death even more painful. Just like that, a terrifying explosion shook the ground of Tokyo. Shockwaves spread in all directions, sweeping away everything in their path. At this moment, Utsumigima was also wearing a triumphant smile. His breathing became rapid in his chest. I should have done this from the start. However, his joy did not last long. A heavy sound echoed amidst the ashes, making his spine run cold. The dust and smoke faded, revealing a figure still standing tall in the same spot. I had such high expectations for you. Kangwoo stood beneath a protective shield.
Defensive authority, magical lights were sparkling on the surface of the barrier. He curled his lips in sarcasm. But you disappoint me greatly. This sentence echoed through the desolate space, sharp as a knife, cutting deep into Utsumigima's pride. Disappointed? He didn't need to think and nodded immediately. Yes, the idea you chose wasn't bad. Utsumigima clenched his fists tight, his teeth grinding together. What did you say? On the opposite side, Kangwoo didn't rush to answer. He stretched his shoulders and slowly rotated his wrists. Every joint cracked as he warmed up his body. On the outside, he looked quite good, but he was secretly controlling everyone. Usually I quite like people like you, but... Then Kangwoo revealed a bored expression. You disappoint me too much. Your mask came down too easily. Kangwoo continued his provocation. Your idea and plot were quite good, but you're a bit stupid. If you hadn't made so many mistakes, you might have won. Utsumigima then raised both hands above his head, energy beginning to swirl and gather as he muttered, disappointed? Being looked down upon ignited his rage, and his suppressed power erupted violently.
You moron, you bastard, he shouted, then unleashed a massive tornado aimed straight at Kangwoo. How dare you judge me? His eyes flared with angry flames, his breathing becoming ragged as he awaited the moment his opponent would be crushed. A soft chuckle suddenly rang out from behind. Kangwoo had moved behind him at some point, his tone full of mockery. And that habit of swearing whenever you don't know what to say, such predictable reactions are so boring. Then Utsumigima clenched his fists, a fierce aura beginning to swirl around his arms. Kangwoo watched him charging in, and the corners of his lips curled up into an amused smile. Yes, that's better. Without any hesitation, both rushed at each other. Yet Kangwoo didn't forget to tease his opponent. That pathetic effort of yours, it looks pretty good. Their fists collided, creating a shockwave of aura that tore through the surrounding space. They moved ceaselessly, spinning from the ground and launching into the air together. Each of their strikes seemed to tear the very air apart. The two entangled like a frenzied storm, spiraling straight up to the top of the tower. When they reached the highest point, they separated, standing opposite each other in a moment of extreme tension. Kangwoo crossed his arms over his chest, his tone incredibly casual. Hey, do you know any good sushi restaurants? After this, I want to go eat sushi with a friend.
Then he glanced at Utsumigima, his face showing not a hint of tension. I'm in Japan, after all, so I have to take advantage of the opportunity. He panted, so angry he was speechless. You... High above, whirlwinds were coiling, roaring like a beast waiting for its prey. He screamed, just what are you...
Utsumigima's arms spread wide, while gusts of violent wind roared behind him. He shouted loudly, "How long do you intend to mock me?" The scream echoed in all directions. Simultaneously, pillars of whirlwinds hissed and rushed towards Kangwoo like arrows of death. "I will kill you! Forget about a slow and painful death." His voice dropped low, filled with hatred. "I will give you the worst death possible." Kangwoo chuckled. "It seems you're really angry." Facing the opponent's fierce attack, Kangwoo didn't flinch at all. He just gently took a step, and his figure glided away like the wind, easily dodging every attack. My bad. You are better than all the enemies I have ever faced." The smile on his lips did not fade. Amidst that chaotic scene, Kangwoo still looked like an outsider.
Extremely leisurely and full of defiance. "I'll take you out for sushi after this." In the blink of an eye, Kangwoo moved as fast as a tornado and appeared right behind Utsumigima. He clasped his hands together, swung them over his head, and aimed straight at his opponent. "It ends here." But at that very moment, Utsumigima's eye suddenly flashed with a brilliant blue light resembling a divine flame. Kangwoo was startled as he felt a source of power rising. He hurriedly glanced back and saw a gigantic pillar of light tearing through space and crashing down. Just like that, Kangwoo was smashed into the ground, while dust and smoke rose blindingly. Sitting amidst a pile of ashes, coughing a few times, he looked up with a hint of caution. "I never thought I'd live long enough," he muttered towards a gigantic and majestic silhouette, "to see a god." Utsumigima placed his hand over his glowing eye. He could feel the power surging inside his body. Gritting his teeth, his mind was racing at an incredible speed. "I can only maintain Susanoo for 1 minute. I must kill him within that time." The very next moment, Utsumigima commanded Susanoo, "Kill that bastard." A voice suddenly echoed from midair. "Hold on, no need to rush into a fight."
Susanoo observed Kangwoo thoroughly before making his judgment. "I certainly understand his power," he nodded. "So you are the creature mentioned." Kangwoo stood up, gently dusting off the dirt on his clothes, his expression remaining as calm as water. "What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying at all." A hesitation rose within him. Should I use the authority of translation? He raised his arm into the air. "Power of the sea god, bestowed upon you." The sky suddenly darkened at Susanoo's voice, and a razor-sharp blade slowly materialized in the void. Earth-shattering power from the giant ancient divine weapon roared as it appeared from space. "Now I will test that power." Kangwoo's face showed absolutely no sign of concern. Dark-colored spiritual energy surged and gathered in his palm. Authority of Black Spear. A black spear containing still weak demonic energy appeared in an instant. A magical aura radiated from the spear tip while he was silently calculating. Authority of Fission. Double impact is not enough. It still won't be enough. Every step Kangwoo took deepened into the ground, creating jagged cracks. A little more. I need something even stronger. A strange smile opened on his lips, his eyes glowing red like fire in the deep night, gleaming with infinite danger. If so, then... From the opposite side, Utsumigima burst into laughter, cold and arrogant, his eyes filled with the complacency of someone who believed victory was already in his grasp. "That is the price to pay for showing off too much. Today you will die." Every word he uttered carried weight, as if nothing could shake it. "No one can save you." However, when Utsumigima's gaze swept towards the ferocious tornado, his confidence gradually vanished, replaced by a flicker of panic. "It seems the wind is getting stronger. Why is it getting stronger and stronger?" As the whirlwind surged high, a black spear sharp enough to cut through space gradually revealed itself. "Don't tell me that wind is..." Kangwoo focused his entire mind to unlock the potential power within his body, the energy of raging storms. Kangwoo continuously executed moves to amplify his power. Authority of Black Spear, Authority of Fission, Authority of Earthquake, Authority of Storm. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, feeling waves of energy spreading throughout his body. Adding this authority at the last minute isn't bad either. Susanoo stared intently at Kangwoo's swirling purple spear blade. His gaze was filled with recognition. So that is the power of demonic energy. Very good. Without a moment's hesitation, without a word of warning, he tightened his grip on the blade in his hand. He raised his weapon high. Come! Like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky, Kangwoo instantly left his original position. "I told you already!" He rushed forward. He unleashed a devastating strike with the black spear, aiming straight for Susanoo's blade. "I don't understand what you are saying at all." The two divine weapons collided violently. A massive surge of energy erupted at the point of impact, followed by a terrifying explosion and blinding light. An intense pillar of light shot straight up into the sky from the top of the tower, powerful enough to make the space light up as if the sun had appeared in the middle of the dark night.
Cha Yunju stared up at that light, stunned in amazement. Sitting beside her, Seah softly moved her lips, calling his name, Kang Wu. Meanwhile, Kang Wu stood tall in the center of the energy storm. He gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress the excruciating pain. Damn it, am I still not strong enough to face a god? I'm getting injured more and more. He glanced down in surprise at the wounds on his body and realized his blood was far from normal, black blood. A second later, Kang Wu recalled the scene of his transformation and began to deduce. Did demonic energy mix with my blood when I obtained the demon body? Unlike normal demonic energy, it condensed like energy from a demonic crystal. A strange, calculating smile bloomed on Kang Wu's lips. If that's the case, with the demonic energy flowing in his blood, the black blood from his wounds gathered into a whirlwind, wrapping around him like a shield to increase his power. I'll make it explode. Witnessing this scene, Susanoo suddenly spoke as his body gradually rose higher, his voice still cold and resounding. Just as I thought, the prophecy was not wrong. Kang Wu didn't waste a second, swinging the black spear to pierce through Susanoo's body. This fatal blow caused the god to vanish instantly, as if he had never existed. A halo of light descended heavily from the sky onto the tower, followed by a withered hand.
That cracked hand weakly reached out, whispering, "Help me!" Utsumi Gima, with his dilapidated body aging rapidly, was gasping for air in short breaths. Damn it, I didn't expect Susanoo to drain my vitality and magic to the point of death. He crawled clumsily, panic seizing his mind. I could have fought back with the power supported by the eye, but now, if I don't get Yuri and restore my power, I'm going to die right here. Kang Wu hovered in the air, looking down at Utsumi Gima with contemptuous eyes. It seems summoning a god comes at a very high price, doesn't it? But just as his scream rang out, an incident occurred. A flame suddenly flared up and rushed forward. Bastard! Kang Wu just glanced at his scorched hand, then asked in a cold voice, "Have you still not realized what is happening?" Having said that, he descended to the ground and looked at Utsumi Gima, who was screaming in agony. You shouldn't have killed innocent people. If it weren't for your interference, I would have obtained a mythic rank item, and you would have saved the country. Wouldn't that have been better?
Kang Wu bent down, his tone devoid of any pity. Since things have turned out this way, I should at least take your mythic rank item. Utsumi Gima panicked as he saw Kang Wu's hand approaching. Wait, if you take it from me now, I'll die. Do you need a mythic rank item? I'll ask Yuri and you'll get more than just one. Tears streamed down his face as he begged in despair. Do you need this eye? When I meet Yuri, I'll give it to you. Don't you want to see me again? I promise I won't appear in front of you anymore, so please. Kang Wu held the pupil in his hand, his eyes shining with unusual interest. All right, I'll put this to good use. Hearing that, Gima let out a sarcastic laugh. Sorry I can't go eat sushi with you. Utsumi Gima's face began to disintegrate. He cursed, "You bastard!" before his body completely turned to dust. He didn't forget to resent him. Until the very end, you still intend to make a joke out of me, huh? Just then, the system issued a notification. This item has been imprinted. You cannot use it. Kang Wu observed it, disappointment clearly visible on his face. So it can't be used. Kang Wu closed his eyes. The image of the god Susanoo that Gima had summoned reappeared in his mind. If the Gaia system weakens, will gods like him appear?
Perhaps he wasn't completely healthy or in his peak condition, but I didn't expect him to be this strong even in such a weakened state. He dejectedly crumpled it in his hand, mumbling, "If the gods appear in their true forms, how am I supposed to fight them?" Kang Wu was startled when the data stream appeared again. Demonic spirit, the second step to becoming a demon god. Condition 1, Condition 2, demonic spirit, demon god. He immediately put the item he just received into his pocket. According to the message, do I have to become a god to fight against other gods? How annoying. Kang Wu lazily stretched and shrugged. Can we go back now? Not bothering with anything else, he jumped onto the railing, turned his head, and said, "Hey, you two." Then he walked away, not forgetting to leave a reminder. You two clean this up. Chan Su-yan and Chan Mu-jin stepped out together. He stroked his beard and pondered for a long while. So, what he showed us that day wasn't his full power. His pensive gaze followed the young man's retreating back. That immense power seemed to be the result of effort and experience rather than just talent, but he was indeed very skilled. He suggested, "If you want, I will arrange a marriage for you."
Chun Su-yan gently shook her head. "No, I will return to China today." Chun Mu-jin was briefly surprised. Why go back so early? She leaned her hand on the railing, speaking calmly. "I want to train." Then Chun Su-yan slowly watched the receding figure, her lips curling up slightly. If he has no talent for martial arts, then I just need to fill in what he lacks, right? She narrowed her eyes, her gaze holding both interest and a hint of provocation. Besides, right now, watching that figure fly towards his group of friends, she involuntarily sighed. It seems sneaking in will be a bit difficult.
The moment Kangwoo landed, Cha Yanjui immediately rushed forward with a face full of frustration. Hey, oh Kangwoo, where have you been? He pouted, crossing his arms. I just went to handle everything. She was so angry her face turned red. If you're going somewhere, at least tell us first. Unable to suppress her annoyance, she continued to question. And another thing, you knew that Gima guy belonged to the demon cult from the start, right? Why didn't you tell us? Kangwoo tilted his head to the side to dodge. I only found out when I went underground. He silently told himself, actually, that guy hadn't been with them from the start. Then he clicked his tongue and continued. Anyway, everything still went in the right direction, didn't it? Kangwoo's words were like adding fuel to the fire, causing blood to rush to her head. What? Fury flared up. She immediately rolled up her sleeves, ready to lunge in. That's not what's important.
Sewa hurriedly placed her hand on her shoulder, using a gentle tone to reassure her. Yeonju, calm down. Just as Kangwoo said, everything is worked out fine. Sewa lowered her head, her eyes hiding a hint of unease. It's just... She glanced at Kangwoo and continued, causing him to freeze for a moment. We were afraid that things wouldn't turn out well. He looked at Sewa, seeing her biting her lip tightly, her eyelashes trembling with tears. She looked sad. If I don't answer properly, it's going to be bad, he thought. Sewa, if that's the case... Then Kangwoo suddenly rushed forward, spreading his arms to embrace her. Honey. Holding her tight in his arms, he whispered affectionately. Honey, I'm back. Sewa blushed deeply, unsure of what to do. Kangwoo, Echidna, was squeezed so tight she had to flail her arms wildly for help. Kangwoo, Sewa, I'm stuck. He remained nonchalant, his voice full of anticipation. I want to hurry back and eat the kimchi stew you prepared so much. Sewa chuckled softly, her tone both reproachful and gentle. Kangwoo, you really are. Kangwoo continued to act spoiled. Honey, you'll put lots of meat and sausages in it, right? She nodded happily. I'll add ramen noodles too.
Let's go back quickly. Standing nearby and witnessing the whole incident, the blue veins on Cha Yanju's forehead throbbed continuously. Oh, Kangwoo, that bastard. Is he planning to slip away like that? Meanwhile, Soa was still sandwiched between the two, struggling pitifully like a cylindrical, sticky rice cake. Kangwoo, I can't breathe. Suddenly, Kangwoo's expression changed. There are a few things I don't understand. Soa, blushing in embarrassment, gently pushed him away. Kangwoo, you can let go now. The image of Kurosaki Yuri standing up as a witness suddenly flashed in his mind. The scene at the court drifted through his thoughts, making his face darken, causing him to miss what she was saying. Why did Kurosaki Yuri help me? I didn't use any authority or threaten her. Then a memory suddenly rushed back, the moment he carried her away while she was still unconscious. She said she woke up when I saved her, but there's no way I wouldn't have noticed. A thought flashed through his mind, causing Kangwoo to frown. Does she have some grudge against Gima? Just then, Cha Yanju suddenly pinched his cheek, pulling him back to reality. Hey, kimchi stew is good and all, but since we're in Japan, we have to go eat sushi. She frowned, pinching harder, and ordered, Follow me, I know a delicious place. How long are you two planning to hug each other? Kangwoo cried out in pain. Hey, let me go! And Soa, who had been squeezed tight between them, coughed violently as if just released from the Reaper's grasp. Han Soa couldn't hold it back anymore and burst out laughing. This is the first time I've seen Cha Yanju like this. She blushed, her voice unable to hide her annoyance. Everyone shut up, follow me. Meanwhile, the little girl on the side sobbed and complained. Soa, you're really mean. From the distance, a sound unfamiliar to them echoed back.
Milady, Jian Suyan's subordinate stood there, placing his hand on his chest and bowing in invitation. I will escort you back. Kurosaki Yui turned back with gentle eyes, flashing a graceful smile. Thank you. She narrowed her eyes, her gaze still lingering on Kangwoo's group. Let's go. Now a wave of regret was welling up inside her. I can only watch him from afar. At this moment, Kangwoo was happily chatting with his group of friends. Hey, let go of me. However, Cha Yanju couldn't suppress her irritation and snapped. I don't like it. I won't let go. She turned and walked away without hesitation. Don't worry, I'll visit you soon. The reflection was no longer Yui's, but had transformed into Lilith. The one silently supporting Kangwoo was none other than Lilith, the one who always harbored a deep longing for him, the Demon King. 1 week later, at an apartment complex, sparkling sunlight shone down on the building, while Kangwoo raised his hands in joy, his face beaming like the sun. Finally home. Echidna, standing next to him, couldn't help but cheer. Home! Meanwhile, Cha Yanju was exhausted, staggering as she walked, her voice weak as if it were about to drop off. I'll go back to my apartment and rest.
Sewa shouted excitedly, while Yeonju only waved mechanically. Yeonju, get home safely. Having said that, Sewa's eyes followed her with a look full of anxiety. She looks quite tired. Kangwoo didn't seem to care much, just clicking his tongue to let it pass. It's understandable. He frowned as he watched. Was she working very hard back in Japan? In Kangwoo's mind, the image of the press conference they held resurfaced.
The fact that he and Chunmu Jin had disposed of the demon cult member Gima had been widely announced. Whether he was a member of the demon cult or not, Japan had lost a hero. The questions from the reporters were sharp as knives. Those questions made her grit her teeth, unable to hold back. It wasn't hard to realize why there were so many people in Japan who hated Korea. Anger flared up uncontrollably. Chun Suyan was so furious she counterattacked, forcing Mujin to rush in and intervene. "Please calm down," she said. "I will be the one to stand up because I am the focal point of this incident." But thanks to Yeonju, she had taken the criticism and hatred on her behalf as the representative. Kang Woo stood aside smiling, uttering praise. In matters like this, she is quite thoughtful. Seiwa, seeing him standing motionless, approached and called out, "Kang Woo, let's go back." He turned his head, instructing softly, "You go back first. I still have work to do." Seiwa looked at him with puzzled eyes. "You still have work to do?" Echidna standing next to him also tugged gently at his shirt and wondered.
Kang Woo, where are you going? Can I come with you?" He nodded and looked at the little girl. "You can come along. We're going to a rather quiet place." Echidna tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "A quiet place?" Then she asked in surprise, "Why are we going there?" He reached into his pocket and muttered to himself, "Nothing important." Then Kang Woo took out Utsumi Bima's eye and observed it intently for a moment. "I just want to create a weapon." Blinding light illuminated everything. A dreamy, lush green grassland, as if stepping out of a painting, appeared before their eyes. A pair of steady feet landed on that land, as Kang Woo and Echidna quickly descended together. Both raised their hands to shield their eyes from the glaring light, then looked around at the scenery. He smiled slightly. "This place will do." He scratched his face, opened the system window, and frowned slightly. "Let's check the skill again." The content displayed. 6th Awakening Attribute, Creation of Demonic Art, rank SSS. Effect: you can create weapons using the power of an authority. The more authorities you use during the creation process, the stronger the item will be. To create a mythic or higher weapon, you must use a material of equivalent grade.
You can create an item using the creativity of demonic art. If you make more, your old item will be destroyed. Kang Woo rubbed his chin as he looked at the series of information. The more authorities used, the stronger the weapon becomes. He recalled the battle with Susanoo. I used Gungnir in the previous FUT. Right now, I can only use 4 authorities simultaneously. Images of the weapon upgrading from 4 to 8, then 16 flashed through his mind. When using 2 authorities at once, the amount of demonic energy required doesn't just double, it increases exponentially as more authorities are added. 2 authorities would require 4 times the demonic energy, and 4 authorities would require 16 times. He narrowed his eyes, sinking into thought. I'm not fighting right now. If I just focus on using the authorities, I might be able to use up to 5. A clear voice pulled him out of his train of thought. "Kang Woo," Ikina looked up, her round eyes full of curiosity. "Can I help with anything?" He was startled, smiled, and instructed the little girl. "Help me ensure that no monsters or people come near. I want to focus." She happily replied immediately. "Okay," Echidna hummed cheerfully. "I will set up a barrier." Kang Woo turned back, muttering, "First, let's practice a bit." He extended his hand forward, starting to consider. "I should start with what I'm most familiar with." Instantly, a mysterious purple energy surged violently, erupting around him. Creation of demonic art.
The system rang out. "You have used the creation of demonic art." Streams of magic rose from the ground, gathering and swirling towards Kang Woo. They merged into a giant mass of energy, gradually forming a purple sphere. Inside it, a bright red core began to burn. The system displayed instructions. "A furnace has been created to craft high-ranking weapons. Please insert a material of equal quality." Without hesitation, Kang Woo lightly touched the energy mass. The system displayed, "No materials have been used yet. The created weapon can reach the maximum rank of legendary." He continuously infused essential nutrients into it. Authority of Black Spear, Authority of Hellfire, Authority of Fission. Gay Bulk, a weapon slowly taking shape in Kang Woo's hand, bore a bright red color like Hellfire. The system simultaneously chimed with a congratulation. Successfully created the unique Gay Bulk. Kang Woo examined the brand new spear in his hand, his eyes revealing admiration. "This isn't as strong as what I can create with my authorities, but it definitely contains the power of the authorities." He turned his head, his gaze pausing on the rock behind him. Then, a bright red crack suddenly appeared on the rock's surface, and in the blink of an eye, Gay Bulk had pierced through it without any obstruction. Looking back to admire the scene before him, with fragments falling profusely, leaving a gaping hole amidst the dust, he muttered in a calculating tone, "It contains about 20% of the original authority's power."
Gripping the spear tightly, Kang Woo sank into thought. The missing authority could be supplemented by the authority of body enhancement, so it wasn't bad. However, a clear voice suddenly rang out, cutting off his train of thought. "Kang Woo, The gray smoke and dust made Ekina cough violently, but she still tried to get closer. What kind of weapon are you planning to create? Kang-woo immediately shook his head. I'm not sure yet. He suddenly remembered Sihun and his weapon, a hesitation rising in his heart. Should I take this opportunity to create a main weapon like Sihun? Doing so wouldn't allow me to switch weapons and change my fighting style. Suddenly Ekina explained, Kang-woo. Then she excitedly made a suggestion that startled him. Then how about creating a weapon that can change its shape? That idea echoed in his mind, haunting him throughout the long night. A weapon that can change its shape. At this moment, Seo was also brought here.
Seoa, I'm starting now. She nodded, gripping the staff in her hand tightly with a determined look. Yes, the gem at the top of the staff immediately shined brilliantly at her summons. Grace of light. Kang-woo took out the eye. Thanks to Kraken's rage, his current demonic energy was at 116. This time, I will use the Eye of Susanoo. While calculating, Kang-woo infused a mass of swirling purple energy into it, causing the surrounding space to tremble continuously. Creation of demonic art. The system displayed. A material had been extracted from a mythic rank weapon. Not stopping there, Kang-woo continued to infuse the spiritual power of both wind and fire. I will add the authority of storm that I used earlier. And there was more. Echidna's words echoed in his mind. If it is a weapon that can change its form, then you can change your moves depending on the situation. Kang-woo gritted his teeth, his eyes darkening. His pupils glowed red like burning coals. I will add this authority in, the authority of transformation. The system continuously signaled. You have used 5 authorities. A line of text appeared. You have fulfilled all conditions. In 10 seconds, a mythic rank weapon will be created. Blue veins bulged clearly on his forehead, demonic energy surging through his veins. 10 seconds. I just need to hold on for 10 seconds. The system began the countdown process.
10. Kang-woo maintained a surging flow of energy like turbulent waves, absorbing every trace of demonic energy. However, the number on the screen gradually decreased. 9. 8. He gritted his teeth. Can I really only reach the mythic rank? The image of Susanoo suddenly flashed in his mind as the numbers continued to tick away. 7. 6. Mythic rank items have some limitations, but they can summon even gods. The system continued to count. 5. 4. From what Kang-woo knew, a weapon like that was already incredibly powerful. But if I gather enough fragments, could I create something similar to the spatial rift I created when using the Archduke's Hell weapon? I can't wait any longer, as time is running out. 3. 2. He hurriedly raised his hand high, his red eyes gleaming with determination. If that's the case, Kang-woo's hand moved nimbly. He drew complex magic characters. 1. He thought, this is still not enough. His face darkened as his hands traced in midair, constructing a new skill. From the darkness, blurry, sharp fangs appeared. Not enough, he shouted. Power of predation. The system vibrated. Power of predation added. Immediately, the energy flow transformed, and the destructive power multiplied manifold. The space began to tremble. The system announced, conditions have changed. A transcendental rank weapon is being created. Seoa gripped her staff tightly. Her eyes revealed clear worry. Kang-woo. Echidna hurriedly raised her hand to shield herself, but her call was also swallowed by that blinding light. Kang-woo. Suddenly, a halo of light flared up intensely, illuminating the entire space. A moment later, the light began to soften, receding like calm waves after a storm. Kang-woo stood firm, breathing heavily, while Seoa and Echidna remained silent. Their eyes were all looking upwards without saying a word. He looked up, the corner of his mouth slightly curling into a smile. Here, in front of Kang-woo, was a giant sphere. The sphere bore sparkling black patterns, clear as crystal. He swallowed hard, wondering, is it a transcendental rank item? The system rang out, the sound clear and decisive. You have successfully created the key of the demonic energy sea, transcendental rank. Kang-woo approached the sphere, his eyes unable to hide his admiration as lines of data appeared before him. You have reached the pinnacle of the creation of demonic art. Your demonic energy stat has increased by 2, and you can no longer use the creation of demonic art. He paused, placing his hand on it, his heart filled with uncertainty. So the creation of demonic art was given to me just so I could create this? As Kang-woo's hand made contact with the sphere emitting a blinding light, the system immediately issued a notification. Imprinting complete. The content displayed on the screen made him unable to take his eyes off it. Item information. Item name, Key of the Sea Demon Force. Grade, Transcendental. Imprinting complete. Classification, Growth. It will become stronger every time a certain condition is met. Basic effects, Unique stat +3. Tenacity. Transformation, not yet unlocked. Special effects, not yet unlocked. Kang-woo was astonished to the extreme, unable to believe what he was seeing. Growth type? The orb seemed to read his thoughts and immediately displayed more information. Explanation of Effect 1. Tenacity. Cannot be destroyed by any physical, magical, or mental attacks. Explanation of Effect 2. Transformation. It can transform into any weapon that has been registered as a skill, able to use 34% of the power of any weapon created by authority. Kang-woo slightly furrowed his brows in amusement. Weapons registered as skills? Then he infused spiritual energy into the orb and ordered it. Transform. Instantly, wind rose turbulently, and the orb turned into a long spear. The spear with a mysterious purple hue was resting in his hand. Double strike? Kangwoo held it high and observed. It was actually quite good. The power was quite similar to the gable he had once created. He swung the spear strongly towards the ground and continued to order, "Transform, magic heavy sword." In the blink of an eye, the spear transformed into a blade glowing red like fire, shining brightly. Seeing this, Kangwoo looked on contemplatively. Its transformation speed could compare to the speed at which he used demonic crystals. His eyes flashed with light, and the corners of his lips curled up into a smile.
Finally, transformation, Gungnir. However, a second later, the blade retained its shape and the system immediately displayed a new notification. In its current state, it could only transform into weapons created by a maximum of 4 authorities. Kangwoo paused slightly, but did not seem too surprised. Just as I thought. Right now, Gungnir is a bit too much. This isn't its final form either.
Weapon creation going smoothly? Kangwoo waved his hand. Yes. Then he raised his hand, showing off the jewelry sparkling on his finger. I can freely change its shape like this. Suddenly, Sea's face darkened. Echidna saw this and panicked. A ring? Unaware of the shift in the atmosphere, he continued to carelessly fiddle with the item. This shape is probably the easiest to carry around. Kangwoo laughed cheerfully, his laughter echoing in the night sky. Now let's head back. A week later, at an apartment building bathed in bright sunlight, Kangwoo frowned, staring intently at the system. Your current rank has been restricted. He was annoyed. I can't get rid of it. Kangwoo sat on the bed and sighed, retracting his weapon. I thought the key to lifting the rank restriction was the demonic energy stat.
So I tried combining many different authorities and transforming them, but just as I thought, I was only wasting time. Looking at the sparkling ring on his hand, his gaze became pensive. I have to level up and acquire another attribute, just like the creation of demonic art. Then I might be able to weaken the seal of the demonic energy sea. Kangwoo closed his eyes, bringing his hand to his nose in deep thought. I struggled a lot to remove the rank restriction. If this keeps up, should I give up on leveling up and find another way to develop? A vast world map appeared in his mind, with Russia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Mongolia, and China. A specific region made him pause. Now that I think about it, Yanju mentioned the traces of the demon cult were found in Russia. Should I ask them to summon a few demons for me to devour? Never mind. In such a vast country, how could I possibly find the demon cult? Suddenly, his stomach rumbled loudly.
I focused too much on the restriction order, so I haven't eaten anything yet. He licked his lips hungrily and stood up to eat. As he excitedly thought about the delicious food, a sudden image appeared in his mind, a hot pot filled with wriggling tentacles. It's just Seowa's kimchi stew, right? Kangwoo started in panic, shouting as if he were being slaughtered. Echidna suddenly asked worriedly, Kangwoo, what's wrong? He tried to compose himself, looking back to see it was just a normal pot of soup, so he forced a smile. It's nothing, I just saw it wrong. It was just a coincidence that there was octopus in the kimchi stew. He bowed his head, clasped his hands together, imagining the image of the angel Seowa holding the pot of soup with a gentle smile. For a moment, I mistook the kimchi stew Seowa cooked for Lilith's terrifying tentacles. Repenting, Kangwoo noticed a stack of suitcases neatly arranged by the chair. He frowned in confusion. Now that I think about it, where is Seowa? Also, what's with the luggage? Echidna stepped forward, replying calmly. Seowa went to an A-rank gate in Ichen with Taesu, Shihun, and Yeonju. The little girl quickly pointed to the pile of stuff. The luggage and the octopus were brought here by Che Yeonju last night. He was surprised. Yeonju? The little girl nodded, starting to recount the story. Yes, last night Seowa saw her struggling to carry the pile of suitcases and couldn't help but be curious. Yeonju, why are you bringing all your luggage here?
Cha-Yeon-ju hurriedly replied, Yuri sent some items and $30 million, so I brought them here. Seowa's eyes widened. $30 million? Then Cha-Yeon-ju recounted the message from Miss Kurosaki Yuri. I want to apologize for the troubles that occurred. If you need help, please contact me anytime. I am willing to help Kangwoo no matter what. She told me to say that. Cha-Yeon-ju intended to continue, but suddenly stopped, shocked to the point of nearly biting her tongue. It seems she really likes Kangwoo, that bastard. I didn't expect even a princess to like him. Soa suddenly changed her tone, cold as a winter wind that just blew past. That's really lucky, isn't it? Yeonju shuddered, stammering, Soa, your expression. Soa blinked, her voice full of innocence. Ah, what about my expression? And Echidna, who was holding Soa's hand, suddenly trembled, her face pale without a drop of blood. After hearing the story, Kangwoo turned to look at the pile of luggage, his eyes wide with surprise. $30 million? It's true I saved her, but this is too much money. It's like being rewarded with a whole house just for saving someone from drowning. Kangwoo frowned, staring at the pile of objects as if they could answer him.
Why did she send me an octopus? Truly hard to understand. Suddenly a sound rang out, interrupting his train of thought. Shocking news, the announcer was enthusiastically reporting. The first visit of the Sword of Justice, Alex Osborne, the world-class S-rank Sword of Justice Alex Osborne, will be visiting Korea. He continued with a dramatic tone. Alex Osborne stated that he is coming here to visit Kim Shi-hoon, who has become world famous thanks to his assistance in the Gaisu incident. Echidna plopped down on the chair and asked pleadingly, "Kang-woo, can I watch TV?" While listening to the news, he immediately pulled out his phone, his expression contemplative. Is he coming to meet Si-hoon? Should I find out who he is? Kang-woo scrolled quickly through his phone screen. Sword of Justice, Alex Osborne, 29 years old, British, world S rank. Videos of him rescuing civilians flooded social media. He is a world-famous hero, known for always swinging his sword for the weak. According to information online, 2 months ago, after the accident in Gaisu, he revealed that he had also been fighting against the Demon Cult for a long time. A month ago, after the Demon Cult's activities were discovered in Europe, he attacked their base and stopped their operations. Surprisingly, in that attack, not a single person was killed.
Kang-woo clicked his tongue, making a judgment about the two of them. Simply put, is he kind to everyone, and also weak enough to let his enemies survive? It seems he would get along very well with Si-hoon. Is that the reason he came to Korea, to meet Si-hoon? Kang-woo frowned as he imagined Si-hoon leaning into Alistair's embrace, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Without hesitation, he threw on his jacket and walked straight out the door. Echidna, you said Sewell went to the A-rank gate in Icheon, right? The little girl nodded. Yes, Kang-woo, where are you going? His face darkened, his voice low like rolling thunder. To hunt the golden sun. The little girl excitedly asked to come along. Sounds fun, I want to go too. Sunlight pierced through the glass window of the cafe, glittering like scattered gold fragments. Kang Tae-soo waved excitedly to call out, Kang-woo, over here. Kang-woo walked in, smiling faintly. You could have just kept hunting. He laughed heartily. Since you said you were coming, how could we do that? We were thinking of taking a break anyway. Kang-woo pulled out a chair and sat down, his eyes scrutinizing. What's up, because of Alistair? Kang Tae-soo stammered. You know too? We only heard about it because some players recognized Si-hoon and mentioned him. Kang-woo raised an eyebrow, glancing to the side, not paying much attention. Incidentally, he looked at Si-hoon and saw his face beaming, smiling to himself like a cat that had just stolen a treat. What is that expression? It looks disgusting. He frowned and asked, Is there a problem? He scratched his head shyly, unable to hide his delight. No, it's just that I can't believe it. I didn't expect the Sword of Justice to come to Korea just to meet me. Kang-woo glanced over, his tone probing. Do you like him that much? Si-hoon's eyes lit up as if he had just discovered treasure. Of course, he is the Sword of Justice after all. A sword wielded to protect the weak. That's so cool. He pouted, muttering inwardly. Sword of Justice. What's so cool about that? Kang-woo spoke in a disgusted tone. Whatever. Is your leveling going normally? Hearing that, he replied immediately. Ah, yes, Kang-woo announced. I reached level 60.
Kang-woo froze, his eyes widening as if he had just heard a thunderbolt from the blue. What? He asked again in surprise to confirm. Then what about the level restriction? Eunbi, who was hugging Echidna, turned around and explained with a look of amusement. I heard that Si-hoon isn't subject to those restrictions. Tae-soo and I have also had that restriction lifted.
Eunbi was furious, her face flushed red as she shouted, This is a scam, a scam! The little girl screamed in rage, while Si-hoon could only scratch his head and smile sheepishly. Moreover, because Si-hoon had cleared everything before she could even cast her magic, she was the only one still stuck around level 50. He was the only one not subject to the level restriction. Kang-woo crossed his arms, feeling annoyed as he heard this, his face sullen. I'm also struggling with that, but is he not subject to any restrictions? He looked at him, cursing silently. This talented bastard. Si-hoon quickly changed the subject to diffuse the tense atmosphere. By the way, what should I do now? Should I go to the airport to meet Alex? Just as Kang-woo was about to answer, a figure suddenly appeared at the glass entrance, making him startle. No need. The door opened. Light rushed in like a wave, illuminating the entire space. Si-hoon immediately jumped up, a radiant smile on his lips like the morning sun. Are you the Sword of Justice? A voice rang out, deep, warm, and full of confidence, followed by a cheerful laugh. Nice to meet you. Are you the Cloud Dragon Sword, Mr. Kim Si-hoon? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, I am Kim Si-hoon. Kang-woo glanced over, his cold eyes clearly assessing. A world ranker, truly living up to the reputation. He carefully observed the blue energy enveloping Alex's entire body, the righteous aura evident in every step, and the stable maintenance of his magic source. Kang-woo glanced down at the sword hanging at his waist. Of course, I'm not sure if that's all he has, or if he's hiding his true power. I can't be too certain. Alex approached Kang-woo's group's table, placed his hand on his chest, and bowed in greeting. Nice to meet you. Then he looked up, introducing himself clearly. I am Alex Osborne. Kang-woo furrowed his brows, silently evaluating. This guy is stronger than Utsumi Gima. Osmone shook Si-hoon's hand with a friendly smile. It is an honor to meet a Korean hero like you. This made him freeze for a moment. Honor? Immediately after, he responded enthusiastically.
I'd be even more honored. Kang-woo bit his lip, his eyes glistening as if about to cry. Kang-woo, his hands clenched tight, trembling with anger as he witnessed Si-hoon wagging his tail happily at Alex Osborne, feeling like his own child was running away from home with a boy. "You've never said anything like that to me." Unable to endure it any longer, Kang-woo's face darkened as he jerked his chin. "So what is a world ranker doing all the way out here?" Alex Osborne turned around, looking surprised. "And you are?" Si-hoon introduced him cheerfully, but he pouted, turning his head away with a sulky expression. "This is Oh Kang-woo. To me, he's like a brother." Alex Osborne laughed as if he had just realized a universal truth. "Is it the brotherhood that everyone often mentions in the papers?" Alex Osborne turned towards Seiya and the others sitting there, flashing a radiant smile. "It seems those beautiful ladies over there are also teammates of the Dragon Sword." He was about to continue speaking when he suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. A gloomy wind from nowhere rushed in, freezing his entire body. "If you don't mind, could you leave?"
Kang-woo cut him off, killing intent, surging like a hungry tiger. "So annoying. Just state the reason why you came here to meet Si-hoon right now." He quickly sat down, forcing an awkward smile. "What a pity. I wanted to become friends with your teammate." Sensing the wariness from the other side, Si-hoon hesitated slightly as he turned back to call out, while Kang-woo decisively ignored him. "Shh, I understand why you're still vigilant. I haven't told you my objective yet." "Kang-woo," he bluntly retorted without thinking. "That bastard is deliberately flirting with Soo-yeon." Osborne frowned, his face becoming solemn as he spoke. "Si-hoon, I have something to ask." Each word was suddenly emphasized by him, creating an invisible pressure that made both Kang-woo and Si-hoon startle involuntarily. "How do you know about the existence of the Guardians?" The story Si-hoon had once recounted suddenly flashed in his mind, about choosing Guardians to increase the power of the Gaia system.
"They are individuals chosen by the system for the mission of saving the world," he exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth gaping in disbelief. "You are also?" Osborne affirmed. "Yes, I am also a Guardian." Silently grasping the situation, Kang-woo tilted his head, a smirk flashing across his lips. "So there isn't just one Guardian?" His tone was dripping with sarcasm. "Leaving aside how you know Si-hoon is a Guardian, did you come here because you want to save the world together with other Guardians?" He nodded with an extremely serious attitude. "Yes, something like that." With a solemn tone, Osborne spoke words full of weight. "I want to recruit Si-hoon into the group of Guardians." Kang-woo raised an eyebrow, his hand resting lightly on his chin. "The Guardians?" He raised his hand, his face filled with pride as if introducing a world-famous product. "We aren't famous yet, but I guarantee that the Guardians are humanity's hope." Next, he played his decisive trump card. "And if you join," the following sentence was like a sharp knife stabbing straight into Si-hoon's heart. "You will never have to feel despair again." Osborne continued, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through every thought of the person opposite him. "I saw your expression in the video at Isu Station. When you had to kill the monsters, you were scared, helpless, and sad. I understand. After all, those monsters were innocent people." His fist clenched tight, his tone becoming more determined than ever. "But if you were stronger, you could save everyone." Osborne painted a promising future. "If you are strong enough to capture them without hurting them, then we can find a way to turn them back to normal." Si-hoon narrowed his eyes, full of curiosity. Strong enough to capture them without hurting them? How? The blissful moment of being blessed by the Saintess was replayed in Osborne's mind. "We Guardians have a way to increase our strength. I also became stronger thanks to that method." With overflowing confidence and excitement, he continued the story. "Thanks to that, I was able to fight against the demon cult in England on my own."
Kang-woo raised his eyebrows slightly. The mocking laughter of Utsumi-gima and Akima still echoed in his ears. It made sense. Even a world ranker couldn't stop an entire demon cult alone. If that were the case, Utsumi-gima wouldn't have asked for help from Korean players. He turned to look at him, thoughts wandering in his mind. If Si-hoon gets stronger, it's good for me too. Meanwhile, Alex Osborne continued to persuade diligently, looking no different from an enthusiastic insurance salesman. "Si-hoon, we need you. We need a Guardian to protect everyone." He swallowed dryly, his face clearly showing hesitation. "Will you join us?" After a moment of consideration, Si-hoon took a deep breath and looked up, speaking firmly. "Oh." Alex Osborne let out a heavy sigh of despair. His heavy, lonely footsteps echoed through the alley.
His appearance was pathetic, just like a dog chased away by its owner. He hadn't expected to be rejected, but immediately a gleam of determination sparked in his eyes. "But I will still persuade him." Silently following from behind, Kang-woo whispered a curse while half his face was hidden in the shadows. Stubborn bastard. The scene inside the cafe was suddenly recalled. Alex Osborne had looked straight into Si-hoon's eyes, his voice full of sincerity. "Will you join us?" Si-hoon appeared hesitant. He opened his mouth slightly, about to respond, but at that very moment a purple aura began to wrap around his legs. Just as he raised his voice with determination, "I will join the..." The moment he was about to finish his sentence, his heart was suddenly gripped by an evil force. Why would you join the Guardians?
Kang Wu smiled wickedly, like a devil leisurely playing with a puppet in his hand. Do you think they can really save everyone? Isn't Alex trying to deceive you? Sihun's lips moved, but his eyes had now turned a glowing red. Will join. The system displayed a notification. Authority of command has been activated.
You have successfully manipulated the actions of your messenger of demon slaying. He lowered his head, uttering a refusal. I apologize. I've thought about it, and I can't decide yet. Kang Wu blinked, unable to hide his confusion, as he exclaimed, Sihun? Alex froze, his knuckles turning white from clenching them tight, while trying to force a smile. It's all right. I was planning to stay in Korea anyway, so if you change your mind, give me a call. Witnessing that scene, the corners of Kang Wu's lips curled up in satisfaction. Fortunately, he had prepared beforehand. From a dark corner, he continued to hide, silently observing Alex. It was fine for Sihun to respect Alex, but he could not share the same irrational ideals as him. He thought about Alex. That man was a saint who wanted to save everyone. Kang Lu was determined. If he wanted to survive, Sihun's sword had to be stained. He couldn't let the two of them meet. Alex suddenly turned around, his eyes scanning the surrounding space. Who is it? Kang Lu was startled, his heart feeling like it was about to jump out of his chest. Was he discovered? But right at that moment, a black shadow leaped down from above. The demon cultist roared fanatically and rushed straight at him. Die, Alex Osborne. Sharp long claws covered in demonic energy swung down, and Alex immediately drew his sword. The light from the blade flashed brilliantly, tearing through the night like a bolt of lightning. The attacker roared, unleashing a powerful strike. Pay the price for interfering with our plans. Alex blocked the attack. The moment sword and claw collided, sparks flew. Did you follow me all the way from England? Before the words were finished, his weapon swung up to counter with a clean slash. The opponent growled in frustration. Give it up. This time I will put you in your place.
Immediately, the two rushed at each other, sword and claws clashing continuously, painting chaotic streaks of light and shadow in the night. From a corner in the distance, Kang Wu crouched down to observe. This time, he focused on the demon cult member and quickly formed a conjecture. It seemed like he was one of the members of the European demon cult, the place Alex had attacked a month ago. He glanced over at Alex and realized that this guy had clearly been attacked by them several times already. A spray of blood shot into the air. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. This would come to an end soon. Without needing to expend much energy, Alex could so easily overwhelm his opponent. The difference in ability was too great. Was it because he was a guardian? The man panted heavily, gritting his teeth with eyes full of hatred. Kill me. Kang Wu shook his head, his face full of boredom. The ending was duller than he thought. However, just as he thought everything was about to conclude, Alex spoke up. No. Alex's attitude was extremely serious, his sword blade still pressed against the man's throat. All lives are precious, and your life is no different. Then Kang Wu's face darkened terrifyingly. This bastard, what is he saying? Alex eloquently persuaded. Leave the demon cult.
Wash away your sins and live a new life. The demon cultist looked weary. You're talking nonsense again. Meanwhile, Kang Wu's mind was filled with indignation. Is he crazy? So all this time he just lets them live like that? While he was still evaluating, the demon cultist silently pulled out a grenade hidden in his shirt. Not only that, it was the action of a loser who only knew how to release mass murderers and then spout nonsense warnings. He didn't bother caring, just sighed with contempt and threw the grenade down. He mocked the way he tried to persuade him, telling him to pay for his sins and start a new life. A thick smoke rose, obscuring the entire vision. Alex coughed violently, losing his guard. I will take revenge for this humiliation later, he shouted loudly when he saw a civilian coincidentally passing by, stopping. He didn't flinch, his face showing utter contempt. You think if you say stop, I'll stop? Alex shouted, warning the girl in front. Watch out! But it was too late. The demon rushed forward, a powerful force throwing her against the wall. He clutched his painful shoulder, glanced around, and uttered a bitter growl.
Just my luck. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned tail and ran, leaving behind a trembling Alex walking towards the fallen girl. Just you wait, Alex Osborne. He knelt down, his trembling hands gently touching her blood-stained face. No, he whispered, then hugged the girl's body tightly, letting out a miserable scream like the protagonist of a tragedy. How could this be? Why did it happen like this? A voice suddenly rang out, breaking the mournful atmosphere. What the hell are you doing? Alex started and looked up sharply. Kang Wu stood there, head slightly tilted, with a look of pure curiosity. Why didn't you kill him when you confronted him? He stepped closer, his gaze sharp as if wanting to gouge into Alex's heart. If you had done that, this girl wouldn't have died. This is your fault. Doing this is no different than killing her yourself. Alex placed his hand on his forehead, closed his eyes, and let out a sigh as if he had just witnessed something unbearable. All lives are precious. Even if it is a member of the demon cult, His life is still a life. I cannot risk killing him. That stupid ideal of yours just killed an innocent person, and you can still spout that nonsense? Alex blinked, his face wearing an innocent expression. What are you saying? An innocent person died? He slowly opened his eyes wide, his eyebrows slightly furrowing. What? Just as he finished speaking, the girl's body in his arms gradually vanished into thin air. It's true that I lost to a demon cult member, but there were no casualties. Alex smiled and shrugged. In his hands now remained only an empty set of clothes, lying limply on the ground. Look, there's nothing here. At that moment, a wicked smile slightly curled on Kang Woo's lips. His emotions shifted from helpless disgust to unusual excitement. It feels both funny and somewhat interesting, Kang Woo thought to himself.
I knew this guy was a bit crazy, but I didn't expect him to be this neurotic. He let out a regretful sigh. To have let a demon cultist slip away, it's truly shameful. Without hesitation, Kang Woo crossed his arms and spoke slowly. Hey, let me ask you something. He looked up, quickly replying, yes. He smirked, his dark red eyes flashing with a cold glint. So you have no intention of letting Si-hoon go, do you? Without hesitation, Alex sat up and nodded in agreement. Right, of course. There aren't many guardians after all. Hearing this, Kang Woo almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Before he could interject, Alex continued with an incredibly serious expression. I understand that you consider Si-hoon like a brother, but this is very important for international relations and humanity. His hand clenched tight, showing intense determination. Si-hoon needs to continue to develop.
He is destined to save many lives. Alex turned and strode away, waving his hand as if nothing major had just happened. Well, I'm off. As he walked, he casually threw back a remark. Kang Woo, you should also try to persuade Si-hoon. He stood motionless, his eyes following Alex's receding back, repeating that sentence in his mind. Destined to save many lives, huh? He turned his head to look at the pile of clothes on the ground with a gaze full of disgust. What nonsense. He just wants to turn Si-hoon into someone like him. The image of Si-hoon and Alex fighting side by side appeared in his mind, bringing a feeling that was somewhat of an eyesore. I used my power to force him to refuse, but as long as Si-hoon respects Alex, I cannot force the two of them apart. No, this could be an opportunity. It seemed a special plan had just sprung to mind. Kang Woo slightly curled his lips in a smile. He said Si-hoon needs to continue developing, right? He narrowed his eyes in calculation. Yes, that's right. Without hesitation, Kang Woo released a stream of aura to track Alex, a sense of amusement rising within him. I should help him. With that thought,
amidst the sparkling night lights of an apartment complex, Alex sat silently on a chair, the soft light casting shadows on his contemplated face. He silently recalled the skeptical question Kang Woo had posed earlier. Why didn't you kill that demon cultist when you caught him? If you had done that, this woman wouldn't have died. Alex closed his eyes, clicking his tongue softly as he whispered words of self-justification. Perhaps this matter was a bit difficult for him to understand. He was not a guardian, so how could he easily comprehend the conviction that one must save everyone? His hands clenched tight, his eyes opening with determination, as if he had decided never to back down. But Kang Woo would soon understand. I will continue to persuade him. A sudden scream tore through the quiet space, making Alex jump. He sprang up from the chair, his gaze directed out the window, trying to pinpoint the direction of the sound. A woman's scream? Where? The sound became increasingly distinct. Someone save me! Without a doubt, Alex quickly made his judgment. On the rooftop, high above the wall, under the starry night sky, a figure shot up from the ground, flying as fast as a bolt of lightning. Without hesitation, Alex leaped down to the ground and shouted loudly, "Stop right there!" He anxiously looked around, hoping nothing bad had happened.
When he looked up, his eyes met a person standing opposite him, arms spread wide in a welcoming gesture. "Who are you?" the voice rang out, gentle yet full of conceit. As expected of the Sword of Justice, you arrived truly fast. With a skillful disguise, Kang Woo stood there enthusiastically in the guise of a demon cultist. "It's only been a few hours and we're meeting again. Aren't you happy? Stop frowning." Alex rolled his eyes, searching. "You probably aren't tired yet either. But where is that woman?" He smiled, his hand gently adjusting the mask. "Her?" Then he threw his head back, feigning a trembling female voice. "Help me. Someone please help me. The Sword of Justice is trying to kill me." Alex frowned in anger, his gaze turning icy. "You tricked me?" Kang Woo burst into a laugh filled with contempt. People always say that those who get tricked are usually the stupid ones. He took a step forward with a patronizing air, pretending to be curious. "That's right. I have something I want to ask you." He was annoyed, dropping an indifferent reply. "What is it?" Kang Woo's mocking gaze made him startle. "I remember while escaping, I killed a woman." The image of Alex clutching the girl's corpse with her pale face suddenly flashed back, a lingering moment of remorse that could not fade. Seizing the opportunity, Kang Woo continued to drop provocative words that made the veins on his face bulge with anger. "Even though I killed someone, you don't intend to kill me either, do you?" Quickly regaining his composure, Alex coldly denied. I don't understand what you were talking about. In that alley, there were only the two of us.
Kang Wu burst out laughing, pointing his finger straight at him. Look at this! A bastard who calls himself the sword of justice yet ignores the dead. His tone became icy, dripping with contempt. What kind of crazy person calls this bastard a hero? Furious, Alex's hand immediately grasped his weapon. If what you say is true, Alex drew his sword, the light reflecting off the cold blade, matching his rage at that moment. Then from now until the end of your life, I will make you atone for your sins. Kang Lu maintained his arrogant look, his hands coldly clenching into sharp claws. So in the end, you still don't plan to kill me, huh? He paused for a moment, his eyes seeming to read his opponent's every thought, then continued to ask with curiosity, Is not killing me really that important? He gritted his teeth, growling every word while gripping his weapon tight. Someone like you could never understand. Behind Alex, a faint symbol appeared, representing the faith he was still obstinately clinging to. How noble is this faith in saving people? He shook his head as if witnessing something unbearably ridiculous. Faith my ass. Stop talking nonsense and come at me.
He clicked his tongue, channeled strength into his legs, and pushed off the ground to gain momentum. Then Alex rushed forward like a wild beast pouncing on its prey. There was no other choice. His sword tip stabbed straight towards Kang Wu decisively and coldly, without a hint of hesitation. However, he did not tremble at all. He only smiled slightly and pointed at his own neck with a provocative gesture. Immediately realizing the intention, his arm nimbly shifted, changing the sword's path in the blink of an eye to attack from the side. He gritted his teeth, fury flaring violently in his chest. Damn it, I intentionally changed the direction of the attack with my hand. He went berserk, screaming and cursing. What kind of foolish action is that? Just as Alex let his guard down, with a movement as light and fast as lightning, Kang Wu ducked down. I knew you would do that. He clenched his hand into a fist, then delivered a heaven-shaking punch to his stomach. You are the one who is. The powerful punch sent Alex flying backward, his body tumbling back like a ball uncontrollably, doing the foolish act. He widened his eyes in horror, a sudden sense of unease rising in his heart. Alex was stunned to witness red-hot fireballs from Kang Lu's hand, rushing straight towards him. Fire! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, the world shaking amidst the thick smoke and dust. Alex quickly retreated, skillfully escaping from the scorching smoke.
His face was still frozen in shock, disbelief written all over it, his mind filled with doubts. Since when did he possess such ability? Half doubting, half believing, he watched Kang Wu rushing up, the sword in his hand swinging over his head. He was definitely the demon cult member he had met during the day. Did he get this strong in just one day? He continued to fight while quickly analyzing the situation. I have to deflect his weapon to the side first. But right at that moment, an action from Kang Wu astonished Alex. He withdrew his weapon as fast as lightning, leaving his opponent no time to react. Alex gritted his teeth, trying to break the speed of his attack. I must divert it. This action inadvertently exposed a fatal opening, creating an opportunity for him to close in. What the hell are you doing? Seizing the moment, Kang Wu immediately launched a counterattack at him. Is this a joke to you? The powerful punch left him unable to defend, knocking him backward. He screamed in pain as if his soul had just been torn apart. He was too strong. He seemed like a completely different person. That strange feeling. A strong shock in his mind forced him to stop and reflect. Wait, a completely different person? Suddenly, Alex turned to stare at the mask. A vague speculation immediately rose in his mind. There was only one method that could help someone suddenly become stronger in the demon cult. Alex held his face, trying to regain his composure after the thunderous punch. You bastard, he growled, his eyes filled with anger and suspicion. Are you a demon? Kang Wu just silently looked at him with cold, glowing red eyes, revealing no emotion. The light from both their weapons flashed violently. Blinding rays tore through the night, and every time Alex's blade clashed with Kang Wu's sharp strike, sparks flew like fireworks. Alex moved in diagonal lines, his gleaming sword swinging with great power as he pressed closer to his opponent step by step. You devil, surrender and be bound. Without stepping back, Kang Wu just sighed slightly and raised his hand horizontally, firmly blocking the attack. Even knowing I am a demon, he still doesn't kill me but only thinks of capturing me. He looked up at him with a bored expression and thought to himself, as expected, this bastard has no right to be a guardian.
Time rewound to that late afternoon when the reddish-orange sunset cast shadows of figures upon the old walls. After escaping from Alex, the demon cultist limped over and slumped down behind a mottled wall, gasping for breath. Running this far, I should be safe, right? Before he could compose himself, the wall beside him suddenly exploded into pieces. He didn't panic, he just spoke calmly as if chatting. "Stop attacking, let me recover first." He stood up, his fingers extending, transforming into long, sharp claws gleaming with a red hue. "Alex, you're really persistent today." But when the smoke cleared, the person appearing before him was a complete stranger. Kang Wu stepped out, coughing a few times with a dissatisfied look. Why hide in a place like this? Surprise flashed across the cultist's face as he frowned. "Who are you?" Without waiting for an answer, he sneered as if he had found his own answer. "You must be a member of the Guardians." Hands in his pockets, Kang Wu strolled forward with a calm demeanor, as if taking a walk in the park.
"You know the guard team? Great, I have something to ask." The demon cultist smirked, raising his hand provocatively. "Do you think I'll talk?" He smiled slightly, and at that exact moment the ring on his hand suddenly flashed and transformed. No, of course not. A dark red layer of armor quickly enveloped his right arm, transforming into a sharp gauntlet with long claws carrying the authority of sealing. That was the reason. Combined with the transcendental strength skill, Kang Wu's eyes flashed with a murderous intent that seemed to want to burn everything. "I'll just have to make you want to talk." A thunderous punch landed straight on the demon cultist's stomach, sending him falling backward, fresh blood spraying from his mouth. He grinned, baring his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his expression remained full of defiance. Then he raised his demonic hand covered in black aura to show off with eyes full of disdain. "Fast, but you're just a fool. Once you step into range," before he could finish his sentence, his face suddenly froze. "I will kill my demonic energy." The demon cultist looked down at Kang Wu's hand firmly pinned to his chest, feeling every stream of demonic energy being drained mercilessly. "What?" He tilted his head, looking at him, asking in a tone as light as if he were chatting. "So, do you want to talk now?" The demon cultist tried to hold on, clinging to his last bit of pride. "Don't make me laugh." Before he could finish speaking, a punch landed squarely on his face. "Do you think I'll open my mouth just because you do that?" Kang Wu nodded with interest, infusing a stream of pitch-black demonic energy into the opponent's body. Power of enslavement. No need to speak. However, the system rang out a notification. The target's soul resisted the power of enslavement. He closed his eyes and sighed. "I just wanted to keep things simple, but I guess that won't work." The demon cultist struggled, his bloodshot eyes staring at the arm buried deep in his mouth, suddenly feeling a scorching heat. Kang Wu infused the authority of hellfire directly into his body. The temperature skyrocketed, as if burning his soul, causing him to let out a blood-curdling scream. Following that, he decisively pulled his hand out, dragging along a few broken teeth and a stream of dark red blood. The demon cultist collapsed, his whole body trembling and screaming in agony. Meanwhile, Kang Wu gently flicked his hand to clean the remaining blood off his fingers. "So, qualified to talk yet?" Seeing him not respond, Kang Wu added, "Or should we go again?" Terrified, tears streaming uncontrollably, he panicked and spoke up. "No, I'll talk. Are you satisfied?" Kang Wu knelt on one knee, looking straight into his face. "Good. Tell me everything about the Guardians." He tried to stay calm, asking curiously, "Why? You're no better than me, being a Guardian." Kang Wu smiled, his finger lightly grazing the flame burning in his hand. "Want to try again?" The cultist panicked, shaking his head furiously. "No, I'll talk." The demon cultist tried to visualize the number of members in that organization. "From what I know, the Guardians are a collective known as Protectors, with at most 10 people. Among them is an extremely powerful person. Leading the Guardian team is a woman with the ability to search for Protectors. That's all I know." Hearing the demon cultist's words, he closed his eyes, and Alex's image flashed in his mind. So that ability must be how Alex found Kim Si-hoon. With that ability, she could have tracked Si-hoon multiple times. The conversation dragged on until dusk fell, the weak sunlight fading behind the doorframe. "What about the inherent abilities of the other Guardian members?" He replied, "Besides Alex, I don't know anything else." The demon cultist kept his head down, not daring to look straight at Kang Wu. "That's all I know. Will you let me live?" He crossed his arms and nodded. However, Kang Wu smiled slyly, appearing to weigh a deal. "A trade is made when both sides have something to exchange. I can let you live." The demon cultist looked at him with apprehensive eyes. His fear looked ready to burst. Seeing this, Kang Wu continued to probe. "But what do you have for me?" Losing his patience, he spoke up. "Nothing? Then I guess I have to kill you." He gaped, his teeth jagged from the earlier punch, tears flowing ceaselessly as he screamed in despair.
"Wait, I will confess everything I know." The demon cultist's eyes gleamed with the hope of survival as he began to recount everything ceaselessly. Every word he uttered was like a plea, begging for a chance to live. Kang Wu sat there, quietly closing his eyes, the corners of his lips slightly raised as if he were enjoying a play. A long while later, when the demon cultist had confessed everything he knew, he finally stood up.
I don't know much more, but wow, this information isn't bad. He still hoped for an escape, asking imploringly, "So, will you let me go?" Kang Wu was slightly surprised, then burst into laughter as if mocking him. "Why should I do that? You don't have any information left for me, do you?" He froze, his face changing in panic. "What?" Kang Wu paid no mind, simply continuing. "By the way, thanks."
The demon cultist laughed in despair, realizing he had been tricked from the very beginning. "You planned this from the start, didn't you?" And as his pupils dilated, reflecting the image of Kang Wu raising his hand, a hellfire burned furiously. He screamed in indignation, "You devil!" The fire flared up violently, burning down the entire house, leaving only the silhouette of a person in demon cultist attire walking out. Kang Wu held the mask, muttering to himself, "I got what I wanted." He smiled cunningly, as if enjoying the moment of victory. Let's get started. Back in reality, he still walked lazily, not rushing at all against Alex's attacks. Knowing he could follow the plan was thanks to that demon cultist, and he knew what kind of person this guy was now. He raised both hands to the sky, startling him. "All right, stop it," Kang Wu shouted, using his hand to knock away Alex's sword, then complained, "So boring. Facing you is annoying to death." Immediately, he used his hand to strangle his neck in the blink of an eye. Alex struggled, coughing hoarsely. He tried to pry Kang Wu's hand off his neck. "Let go!" he grumbled. "You're so ridiculous." Kang Wu's eyes sharpened. The image of Mujin suddenly appeared in his mind. Is the world ranking reserved for the stupidest people in the world? Aside from Chung Mujin, is there any other normal world ranker? He looked at Alex, grabbing his arm, gritting his teeth, resisting in vain. "You must have a reason not to kill. Probably a story that would make people cry if turned into a movie." The words he uttered were like sharp knives. Every single word of his made Alex even more furious. "But so what? Will the world disappear if you close your eyes? Or will everything that happened disappear if you turn your head?" Trying to force out a sound, Alex could almost bear it no longer. He continued to mock. "Are you trying to use your ability to make it as if it didn't happen? Like the innocent body you disposed of today?" He gritted out each word. "Shut up!" He smiled with satisfaction, his eyes glinting with a cunning light. "You swore. You look more like a human now."
Admit it, kid. Giving Alex no moment of peace, Kang Wu continued with words full of sarcasm. "What you are doing is simply self-satisfaction. You are only doing it for your own personal benefit." He was extremely furious, but his body couldn't do anything. "You!" Alex screamed, mustering all his strength to resist. "What do you know?" He didn't care and tightened his grip on his wrist even more. Enough chatting. It's time to yield the stage to the main character. While he still didn't understand his meaning, a terrifying explosion occurred right next to them. From within the thick dust, Si-hoon appeared, sword in hand, with a worried face. "Alex, are you okay?" he panted, explaining. "A rat interrupted us."
"Who are you?" Seeing Si-hoon arrive, Kang Wu turned his head and changed his tone. "Who am I?" He began his grand introduction without a moment's hesitation. "I am Death and the Revelation, the father of those in rage, and the very incarnation of wrath." He placed his hand on his chest, his red eyes glowing and a proud smile clearly visible on his face. "I am Satan." Even though he couldn't believe what he had just heard, Si-hoon couldn't help but speak up. "Satan, are you a demon too?" Kang Wu maintained his posture, one hand tightly gripping Alex's neck, while the other shrugged slightly. "You could say that." He turned back, increasing the pressure on Alex's neck as a challenge. But does that matter? Si-hoon could no longer keep his cool, shouting in extreme tension. "Stop it!" He laughed brazenly, looking at Si-hoon as if enjoying the moment. "You look troubled. Is this guy important to you?" Si-hoon looked incredibly tense, his hands gripping his sword tightly. "I don't have to tell you." He silently called out Kang Wu's name, recalling the moment at home when he received an urgent call from him. "Si-hoon, Alex is being attacked by the demon cult. I'm busy and can't go. You must go immediately," he hurriedly asked with immense worry. "Kang Wu, are you okay?" A light cough came from the other end of the line, trying to reassure Si-hoon despite the weary voice. "I'm fine. Hurry up."
Those words only made him more confused, his mouth incessantly calling out the name Kang Wu, Kang Wu. Si-hoon stood there, watching Alex struggling in panic, and called out in despair. Si-hoon's mind was in utter chaos right now. Since he was also attacked by the demon cult, he couldn't help himself. "I must defeat an opponent who can gain the upper hand against Alex Osborne. I know this is impossible, but I can't just stand still." He quickly left his position, but still. In an instant, the phantom of a giant dragon appeared faintly behind Si-hoon. "Blue dragon sword art, blue dragon rage. I must stop that demon."
However, Kang Wu indifferently raised a hand, easily blocking his attack without moving an inch. He teased with a sarcastic tone. Is that all you have? You're too weak. He gritted his teeth, a feeling of resentment and disappointment surging in his chest. I'm weak? Sihun went mad, raising his weapon high above his head. The dragon phantom behind him roared in fury. I know that too. Compressing a massive source of power, he once again executed the blue dragon sword art. Swinging his sword, blue dragon slash. But with just a gentle movement, Kang Wu used a small amount of demonic energy to neutralize the attack, easily pushing Sihun hard against the wall. Enveloped in a purple aura of demonic energy, he muttered. I don't understand, he muttered, his red eyes flashing with mockery. Surely you feel the difference between our powers. He continued to rush forward, a whirlwind of fighting spirit rising within him, but Kang Wu mocked him again. Why are you so stubborn? After successfully neutralizing Sihun's attacks, he continued to probe. Doesn't Alex Osborne not know you at all?
He was so furious that the blood vessels on his face bulged out like blue veins. Is saving a stranger that strange? He flashed a mocking smile. It should be called stupid instead. But deep down, he was overjoyed. That's right, well done. Kang Wu observed the battle with interest. A mischievous smile played on his lips as he created a barrier using demonic energy. God, that's right, this is combat. Exactly, Sihun is much better than Alex. He watched as his sword strikes broke through the defense without hesitation while evaluating every move. Sharp swordsmanship, containing nothing but killing intent. He noticed the sword blade grazing his mask and realized, instead of using swordsmanship to defeat the opponent,
Kang Wu stumped his foot hard on the ground, releasing a violent burst of energy. Naturally, if you were to fight Alex right now, the boy would certainly lose. As expected, his aura exploded, sending Sihun flying, but that was merely a difference in basic technique. His demonic energy quickly materialized into sharp spikes thrusting towards the boy. A level 60 player like Sihun managed to disappear in time to dodge all the attacks, but he could not land a hit on someone at level 120 like Kang Wu, whose stats were far superior. Refusing to admit defeat, he attempted to attack from behind, but could not bypass the keen sensitivity of the demonic energy. Sihun would become stronger. As they fought, Kang Wu mused to himself. The heavens had bestowed upon the boy talent and power, and furthermore he possessed a passion for martial arts. Sihun unleashed a continuous combo of moves, his figure moving like a phantom as each blade sliced through the wind towards Kang Wu. He had an excellent master in the Sword Emperor, Chan Mu-jin. He raised his head, not moving an inch. To him, every movement seemed too slow. There was only one thing left. Unafraid, the boy continued to rush forward, quickly closing the distance Sihun needed. However, right at that moment, he suddenly froze, startled as he realized something. Suddenly, Kang Wu reached out his massive hand towards him, and the boy could not dodge in time. His hand snatched Sihun's entire face. Without a sound, using only brute force, he mercilessly threw Sihun against the wall like a puppet. I will give him that. Sihun cried out in pain, fresh blood spurting from the corner of his mouth, his limbs seemingly drained of all strength. Kang Wu stood there, observing him with satisfaction, not forgetting to add a taunt. Good effort, but no matter how hard you try, that is all you can do. He continued to provoke him.
Are you angry? It seems you've lost all your composure. Kim Si-hoon gritted his teeth, clutching his face and growling through his clenched jaw. Damn it, shut up! He was annoyed, fully aware that he was no match for him. Stop spouting nonsense and just end it. But instead of ending the fight as Kim Si-hoon expected, Kang Wu continued with a look of surprise. I'm not going to kill you. His hand, choking Alex, suddenly glowed red, and a powerful aura emitted as if it wanted to crush everything. Why should I end something this interesting? Kim Si-hoon shouted. What are you doing? Alex's entire body looked as if it were about to shatter into pieces. His neck was so red that blood seemed ready to burst from his mouth at any moment. But Kang Wu didn't care. I like you. Your rage and that hatred make me tremble. It excites me and gives me chills. The veins on Alex's body became deformed, as if his life was being drained away, while he tried to call out Kim Si-hoon's name. While he kept rambling, I'm impressed by your will and fighting spirit, Kang Wu didn't stop talking. And so, right at that moment, Alex's head exploded in front of Kim Si-hoon, just as he finished his last sentence, run. The image of Alex shattering right before his eyes left him stunned, completely not knowing what to do. His body trembling violently, he stuttered softly, and then, in an uncontrollable rage, Kim Si-hoon shot up, rushing straight towards Kang Wu. He screamed, his mind no longer clear, only one goal remaining. Revenge. You bastard! However, just as he took another step, his staggering body suddenly collapsed to the ground. Kim Si-hoon looked up, his eyes filled with hatred. Damn it, I can't move because of that last attack. He stood opposite with a look full of excitement. That's right, that look. Eyes filled with hatred and loathing. That is the desire that leads to life.
He tried to open his eyes, but everything around him had become blurred, and right at that moment, Kang Wu began his speech again. That rage and hatred will become your motivation. Keep tossing and turning and pondering, and remember me. He emphasized every single word before the boy gradually faded away. I am death in the apocalypse. I am rage in hatred. I am Satan. Swallow your anger and become stronger, human. Use hatred as your motivation to grow. Then he closed his eyes tight, and darkness completely enveloped him.
But he could still hear his terrifying laughter, along with the grand concluding words, "Kill me." Seeing that Si-hoon had fallen unconscious, Kang Wu breathed a sigh of relief. He finally fainted. He took off his mask, muttering to himself, but then felt a wave of nausea rising in his throat. Why did that bastard Satan talk like this? Imitating his way of speaking gave him goosebumps. He glanced at it, thinking to himself, "Anyway, I hope this will be a source of motivation for Si-hoon, something Kim Si-hoon is currently lacking." He observed his face with hope for future growth. He recalled the moment young Hoon was beaten black and blue, gasping for air on the ground, while Jae-hoon was sealed, his limbs tied tight in the dark dungeon. After Kim Young-hoon and Kim Jae-hoon were kidnapped, there was nothing to push Si-hoon to improve. Kang Wu pondered over Alex's mysterious organization. Question marks kept popping up in his mind. Now, when we don't know if the Guardians are allies or enemies, Si-hoon needs to be pushed to become stronger. Are the remaining Guardians like Alex? Looking at Alex's corpse, the determination within him became even firmer.
He has to kill the enemy himself. As he was muttering to himself, the system suddenly appeared. I also need to quickly remove this damn level limit and become stronger. Data poured out in a long stream as if the bottleneck that had existed for so long was finally cleared. You have defeated a Guardian. The system energy used to limit your level has weakened. Your level limit has increased to 69. Applying accumulated experience, you have gained 10 levels. You have achieved the 7th awakening. Not only that, the most important section also popped up a notification. Extreme astonishment seized him at the stats that had just skyrocketed. Your stats have increased. Strength 11, Agility 9, Vitality 8, Wisdom 4. What the hell? Kang Wu froze, his eyes gleaming with stupor after contemplating the information. The condition to remove the restriction is killing a Guardian? No wonder it didn't reveal it. A chaotic mess of thoughts was churning in his mind. Wait, the level limit is 69? I thought that after removing the level 59 limit, there wouldn't be any restrictions until level 89. His face suddenly darkened as he turned his head back. But I have a new level limit at level 69, and the condition to remove it is killing a Guardian? Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, his eyes fixed on Si-hoon with a venomous look, a calculated judgment flashing in his mind. That means... The smile on his lips gradually lost its human quality as he looked toward Si-hoon, who was lying motionless on the ground. Can I kill a Guardian to remove the level limit? So, a cruel idea suddenly sprang up in his mind, causing the atmosphere between the two to sink into a suffocating silence. I just need to kill them? Kang Wu hurriedly snapped out of his train of thought, shook his head vigorously, and decisively threw his cloak onto the ground. It probably isn't that. That would be a very stupid choice.
The recent arduous battle had taught him a lesson in caution. He didn't know what kind of existence would invade Earth, so there was no need to reduce the number of Guardians. If Alex hadn't had a negative influence on Si-hoon, he would have spared him. A few seconds passed. Kang Wu focused his entire mind on studying the system window. Well then, let's see what the 7th awakening attribute he just received is. As his finger glided lightly over the screen, the information line appeared. O Kang Mu, level 69, rank 7 awakener. Let's see. Soul Collector. This attribute is rank EX. Other statistics continued to be displayed on the system window. First awakening attribute, Power of Predation, rank F. Most of the attribute's power was sealed. Second awakening attribute, Insatiable Hunger, rank C. Third awakening attribute, Demonic Craving, rank A. He read on. Fourth awakening attribute, Ruler of Demonic Energy, rank A. Fifth awakening attribute, Summon Demonic Beast, rank A, unavailable.
The personal stat parameters were displayed clearly. Attribute of the 7th Awakening Awakener, Soul Collector, rank SS. Strength 54, Vitality 45, Intelligence 49, Demonic Energy, Unique Stat 113, Agility 37. He continued to delve into more detailed data through the system window. The attribute of the 7th Awakening Awakener, Soul Collector, rank SS. Attribute effect, linked to the Power of Predation. You can completely absorb the soul of a demon and increase the quality of your own soul. This line of information surprised Kang Wu slightly. The stronger the demon's soul, the higher the efficiency. Was this an attribute linked to the Power of Predation? He closed his eyes, carefully visualizing everything in his mind. The Power of Predation absorbed the target's vitality, demonic energy, and authority. It even devoured the soul, but previously, it just chewed and swallowed without much efficiency.
Kang Wu's eyes suddenly darted to one side as if he just remembered something, so now it adds the energy to completely absorb souls, and also, at that moment, a new system window appeared, forcing him to deduce very carefully. Demon Soul, the second step to becoming a demon god. Condition 1, Condition 2.
Kang Wu suddenly recalled his awakening process not long ago. Demon Soul. I don't know what these two conditions are, but it seems they are related to the 7th awakening attribute. He thought, I was still wondering what the 6th awakening attribute, creation of demonic art, had to do with the extreme demonic energy body. But he began to link the events with the moment he saw the mysterious sphere, which looked like the key of the demonic energy sea, something only a person wielding 6 authorities simultaneously could obtain. The Soul Collector is probably also related to the Demon Soul. Kang Wu unconsciously licked his lips in excitement, and the image of a person suddenly popped into his mind. Never mind, I just need to hunt a few demons and verify it myself, he thought to himself. It seems I'll have to trouble Cha Yanju for a while. Meanwhile, in a distant place, the girl lying on the bed let out a soft groan. Did I overexert myself? I suddenly feel a chill. Back to Kang Wu, he half closed his eyes to focus, trying to channel power into his palm, causing a thick, dark red liquid to gradually condense. So far, the attribute remained stable. The space around where Kang Wu stood had completely changed, as the seal of the 10,000 demon core weakened after the 7th awakening. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his brows knitted slightly. I can use the Heavenly Dragon mental method to condense demonic energy. For now, this is enough.
Streams of demonic energy began to spread across his face. Now that I have completed the extreme demonic energy body, I can absorb everything so fast, it feels as if I myself have become a Dantian. Before long, demonic energy engulfed the area beneath his feet. Perhaps because the deepest part is still sealed, the quality of the demonic energy is still very poor. His whole body remained motionless to sense the flow of demonic energy while silently making judgments. His gaze turned somewhat warily toward the source of the energy. If I continue to absorb the demonic energy of the 10,000 demon core like this, my entire body will become the 10,000 demon core itself. Kang Wu stood motionless while countless 10,000 demon cores with jagged teeth closed in. I feel I can summon demonic energy from the abyss. Sharp teeth were right above his head, yet he showed no reaction. Just a little more, just a little more. Then his eyes suddenly snapped open, his mind struggling to regain clarity. I just need to expand the 10,000 demon core a little more. No, I can't. A few seconds later, Kang Wu clenched his fist, causing the illusion of the 10,000 demon core to instantly vanish. After a struggle, wiping sweat from his forehead, he felt something unusual. Let's stop here. I don't understand why I keep getting caught up in these temptations today. Just then, the system window appeared once again. You have converted demonic energy from the 10,000 demon core into your demonic energy stat. Your unique stat, demonic energy, has increased by 8. Although a bit sluggish, Kang Wu clearly showed a satisfied expression. Oh, the stat increased by 8. It seems I've unlocked quite a bit.
He suddenly realized something while he was busy deducing, then turned his eyes to the system window. Then the demonic energy stat. What is this? Agility 49, demonic energy unique stat 120, wisdom 37. The entire stats at that time were as follows: strength 54, agility 49. Glancing through it quickly, Kang Wu silently compared it with his previous stats: vitality 45, demonic energy unique stat 113, intelligence wisdom 37. He thought when he checked the status window, the demonic energy stat was 113, but it had increased by 8, so shouldn't it be 121? He crossed his arms, his face clearly showing confusion. While he was still considering it, the coat behind him suddenly emitted a fierce aura. Why is it 120? Only then did Kang Wu realize the anomaly and personally check the Kraken's rage. The system window continued to display information. Has your stat reached 120? The following lines of information were displayed. The quality and efficiency of the stat have increased significantly. Stats added from epic rank equipment or lower will not be applied to stats above 120. He reflexively looked down at the outfit he was wearing and revealed a slightly disappointed look. So if the stat increases to this point, it won't be added from equipment anymore? The hand pulling the hem of the coat suddenly stopped, as Kang Wu seemed to have realized something. Why was such important information only revealed now? If that's the case, this epic rank equipment has become useless garbage now.
His eyes, hidden beneath his hair, betrayed no emotion, but the corners of his lips curled into a confident smile. Wait, the information is only being revealed now? Ah, so that explains it. He observed the corpse lying on the ground while making deductions. It wasn't that no one revealed it, but rather that they couldn't. After all, perhaps no one has managed to raise their stat to 120 yet. Even a world ranker is only this strong. A fierce flame erupted, mingling with Kang Wu's cold voice. It's understandable that no one has reached this level yet. After finding a way to destroy the evidence, he calmly adjusted his clothes. Should I go back now? I've been back on Earth for half a year. Kangwoo's gaze suddenly shifted to the sky, his heart swelling with stirred emotions. So it took me 6 months to reach this level. Half a year, he whispered in admiration as he gazed at the endless void filled with tens of thousands of twinkling stars. The scene shifts to a few days later. It had been quite a while. In the training room of the Red Rose Guild, under the brilliant morning sun, 2 auras clashed, creating crackling sounds. Si-hoon unleashed a barrage of attacks with astonishing speed, but they were all easily neutralized by Chun Mu-jin. With his expert eye, he still recognized a distinct change in Si-hoon, right until the sword in the boy's hand was knocked into the air by a strike. The sword hit the ground with a clatter. Chun Mu-jin spoke coldly, but Si-hoon replied decisively. "Stop here for today? I can still continue."
Hearing that, he smiled briefly, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke sarcastically. The young man, although exhausted and out of breath, still appeared stubborn. He turned his cold eyes towards Chun Mu-jin and declared he could still continue. With that body, I have to. This attitude truly made it impossible for him to underestimate the boy. Become stronger. That fierce look was enough to make the blood of any martial artist boil. With those thoughts in mind, Chun Mu-jin looked in a certain direction. His martial arts are improving rapidly, but I'm a bit worried. Seeing Kangwoo casually leaning against the wall, he also took the opportunity to ask for his opinion. "Hey, I plan to go hunting with the Cloud Dragon Sword. Is that all right?" He suddenly frowned in speculation, but that wasn't what Chun Mu-jin wanted to hear. "Monster hunting? Are you planning to go to the Suwon S-rank gate?"
This answer surprised Kangwoo slightly and made him vaguely recall the gate he had once faced. "I want to go to Shanghai." Shanghai. Seeing his hesitation, the old man explained, "Isn't there an SS rank gate there, just like the one in Hokkaido? Is it too soon? Mere training isn't effective anymore." Chun Mu-jin added another suggestion. "I think it's better for him to fight monsters, level up, and gain actual combat experience." At this point, understanding the plan, Kangwoo nodded in agreement, secretly calculating while glancing at Si-hoon, who was exhausted and resting his hands on his knees. "I'm also considering not bringing any communication devices, so he wants to conduct closed training. Going hunting?" Kangwoo carefully assessed the situation. The training method proposed by Mu-jin was probably the best way to help Si-hoon improve. He wanted more strength, and hunting would be more beneficial than mere training. He slowly walked closer with calculations in his mind. This gesture surprised Si-hoon. "Perhaps I should give him a little more motivation." "Brother!" At that very moment, Kangwoo suddenly hugged him tight and called out earnestly, then emotionally berated himself. "Si-hoon!" Seeing that the other was completely off guard, Kangwoo continued his act. "Because I was too weak, Alex had to die." Si-hoon looked equally panicked. "No, it's not true. It's all because I was too weak." Kangwoo continued to plead and then delivered the decisive blow. "Si-hoon, let's try our best to become stronger together. We must avenge his death." These emotionally charged words truly moved him to the point of tears. "I think that is also what Alex would have wanted," he firmly affirmed. And not only that, Si-hoon also made a promise to Kangwoo. "Brother, I understand. I will definitely become stronger and avenge Alex myself." Hearing this answer, he immediately changed his attitude. Opposite him, Chun Mu-jin witnessed the entire scene and couldn't help but laugh. It was just as predicted. A few days later, on a clear morning, Kim Si-hoon set off for Shanghai with Chun Mu-jin. Kangwoo lay listlessly on the sofa, unable to hide his disappointment. What heartwarming brotherhood, while he had nothing to do. His phone suddenly vibrated while he was deep in thought. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. To use the soul collector attribute, there must be demons, but he still hadn't discovered any demon cultists. Hopefully Yeonju had found something. "Hello, Yeonju, what's up?" A hurried voice spoke from the other end of the line. A few seconds later, he dejectedly followed the instructions, but didn't forget to voice his question. "Did you find people from the demon cult?" The voice on the other end shouted, "Hey, Oh Kangwoo, turn on the TV quickly!"
His question made Cha Yeonju slightly irritated. "TV? What for? Are they showing their faces on TV? Just turn it on." Kangwoo's eyes suddenly widened in shock, while Cha Yeonju's slice continued to ring steadily in his ear, revealing a piece of extremely critical information. The demon cult had carried out a large-scale summoning of demonic beasts. The images of the demons appearing on the screen left Kangwoo stunned into silence. Furthermore, Cha Yeonju added another detail, that it wasn't just that. Realizing there was no reaction from the other end of the line, she suddenly raised her voice. It seems they also summoned a large number of demons. "Hey, Oh Kangwoo, are you listening to me?" On this side, a sly smile bloomed on his face. With a heart pounding with joy, Kangwoo's eyes were glued to the TV screen, drool dripping down with craving. It was time. His heart was screaming. Time to feast on a big meal. While on the other end of the line was still Cha Yeonju's urgent tone. "Hello, hey!" The next day, at the Red Rose Guild, Cha Yeonju was focusing on dealing with piles of towering paperwork. Suddenly, a noise rang out, immediately capturing her full attention. Upon seeing Kangwoo, she took the initiative to greet him. "You're here." Han Soa bowed shyly behind him, while Echidna sniffed her nose as if smelling something. He did not hesitate for a moment and went straight to the main topic. "Hello, Yeonju, I heard the news." He let out a soft exclamation as he recalled the chaotic scene in another location. But what exactly happened? The offices around here are in chaos right now. The urgent voices from that time seemed to still echo in his mind. Che-Yun-ju heard this and replied in a deep voice. Contact the Chinese side and confirm the location of the demon cult immediately. Where is the countermeasure meeting taking place? On the plane. Gather at the plane first. You know it too. On this side, Echidna was still approaching the bookshelf with great interest, while Kang-woo continued the conversation. A large-scale attack is happening in Vladivostok, he asked, and she answered frankly. Then, thinking of the swarm of demons, Che-Yun-ju had to sigh wearily. Are there a lot of them? We still don't know the exact figures. This information truly astonished him to the point where he had to cover his mouth with his hand and mutter, but deep down he was ecstatic. There must be at least hundreds of demons attacking, along with an unbelievable number of monsters. 1 million. He tried to keep his facial muscles tight. Oh, demon cult, I am so proud of you guys. How did you know I needed demons that you offered yourself up as a hearty meal like this? Kang-woo feigned concern and was immediately answered by her. But seeing Che-Yun-ju hesitate, he spoke up. Is there much damage? Fortunately, there aren't many fatalities, but the problem is, Han-soa immediately offered a guess, which was instantly confirmed. It's that the monsters will continue moving, right? Yeah, that's right. Just a few seconds later, Che-Yun-ju presented the movement direction of the demons with a worried look. The monsters are moving quickly to the Manchurian plain. If they head towards China, it's fine. But if they change direction down to Korea, then...
Hearing these words, he couldn't help but feel troubled. A great battle was about to take place, as North Korea had collapsed on the day of the catastrophe. He asked, and Che-Yun-ju replied almost immediately. So surely they will immediately advance into Korea. What about China? They offered an alliance with us first. However, what really concerned Kang-woo was that they wanted to end everything in the Manchurian plains before the damage increased further. So have they made a decision yet? At this point, Che-Yun-ju let out a weary sigh once again. There is a strategic meeting in Harbin, so they want all the guilds to participate. We are gathering at the plane now to fly to Harbin. Most of the guilds have already left. Her eyes suddenly sharpened as she glanced in a certain direction. After a moment of hesitation, Che-Yun-ju spoke up with emphasis. So I also wanted to ask if you wanted to go. The little girl on the side, who was engrossed in her books, suddenly stopped when she heard her name being mentioned. Che-Yun-ju also casually asked for his opinion. Together with Echidna?
Hearing that question, Kang-woo calmly answered instead. Sewa, are those two okay? And what about Dragon Sword and the others? Si-hoon is already practicing with the sword. His hand gently placed over his chest as he spoke slowly. Besides, I don't intend to call anyone else, even if it gets too dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrogant smile suddenly appeared on Kang-woo's lips as he confidently declared, as the one in the top position. This attitude immediately made Che-Yun-ju fall silent, not knowing what to say. Well, I'm enough on my own, right? True, but true in a troublesome way. Not long after, they arrived at the Players' Support Center in Harbin, China. Kang-woo led the group, looking around as he walked, and exclaimed. He then struck up a conversation with Su-yun, who was walking ahead. It's cleaner inside than I thought. I didn't think you would be the one guiding us yourself. Seeing Kang-woo initiate the conversation, she touched her finger lightly to her lips with a graceful gesture. By the way, thank you for helping Sewa that time. Well, it was my promise anyway. Taking this opportunity, he asked, which made Su-yun sigh and speak in a weak voice. I heard you were helping Chanmu-jin with private training. You must be very busy now, right? Very busy, especially when I have to demonstrate the lessons my father assigned to him.
Her eyes suddenly became strangely uneasy. It's just that my uncle makes me more worried. Since father isn't here, he took his place to participate in the meeting. Kang-woo raised his voice naturally. His majestic demeanor made her involuntarily feel a chill. Uncle, huh? That's right. Have you heard of the demon sword, Chanmu-yun? She offered an explanation. He's not very famous because my father's shadow is too large, but he is also the vice-sect leader of the Heaven and Earth sect and ranks among the top martial artists in China. She added, however, he doesn't have much affection for Korea. Hearing that, Kang-woo immediately chimed in sarcastically. Wow, everything is going quite smoothly, huh? This remark immediately killed her mood, and she retorted in an affected tone. Walking behind them, Che-Yun-ju seemed to realize something and let out a cry. A brawl was taking place right in front of them. At that moment, one of the two people being blocked spoke up angrily. Hey, you called me here, so why aren't you letting me in? The voice gave Che-Yun-ju a sense of familiarity, and upon realizing who it was, she called out. Being called out to while in a fit of rage, the girl glared back and shouted, That person is that Ji-hoon.
This girl is a member of the Sale Guild, Guildmaster Song Hyun-ju, and the young man next to her belongs to the Onuri Guild, the new Guildmaster Cha Min-wook. What part of me looks suspicious? Song Hyun-ju's eyes revealed clear skepticism, but immediately softened when she saw clearly who was standing behind, her tone becoming much gentler. Cha Min-wook, standing next to her, shyly spoke up. Is that Yeonju? You arrived quite early.
"Hello, Guildmaster of Red Rose." Seeing that the two of them were still here, Cha Yonju looked puzzled. At this moment, Song Yonju finally had the opportunity to openly complain. "Why didn't you go inside?" she recounted. "Let me tell you, they have all lost their minds. We all came here, but they said we couldn't attend the meeting and told us to wait and go to their designated location later." Just hearing this was enough to make Cha Yonju feel frustrated. She mercilessly scolded the tall man blocking the door. He glared down with a menacing look. "What? Are you crazy? Step aside. Lord Chan Muon is in the middle of a meeting right now." After a moment of hesitation, he coldly issued a warning. This statement made Cha Yonju furious. "You cannot go in there. When the meeting has a result, I will notify you later. If you do not obey orders, we will reconsider the alliance between China and Korea." She immediately rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight, but Chan Suyon immediately smiled brightly to intervene. "Reconsider? You bastard. Yonju, wait a minute." In the blink of an eye, her eyes became full of aggression as she questioned the guy. "What is the meaning of this? They came to help stop the demon invasion. Step aside." She also threatened in response, but he calmly spoke with an extremely arrogant expression. If father knew about this, the very next moment, a voice full of sarcasm rang out from behind. "When Chan Mu-jin is not here, Chan Mu-wan's orders are the top priority."
This incident took Cheon Suyon by surprise. Then she spoke hesitantly. "Is that so? Kong-woo, I'm sorry. I will contact you right away if there is an emergency." However, Kong-woo didn't care much at this moment. He just walked straight up to the guy. The distance was so close that he could smell the other person, but Kong-woo still maintained a gentle attitude and asked, "It's fine. So we really can't go in?" However, the old man insisted on not yielding. He realized that this could no longer be resolved with words. "Chan Mu-jin ordered me not to let you in until the meeting concludes." His face gradually turned gloomy as he questioned, "So what if we just go in?" Seeing that, the guy replied in a low voice. Then
he immediately flew into a rage and punched straight towards Kang Woo, simultaneously causing the meeting room door to explode. The situation inside the room became chaotic. "Let me take you straight to the hospital." This chaotic scene made the red-haired guildmaster gasp in astonishment. The terrifying aura made another guildmaster extremely panic. "What is it? What is happening?" Behind the thick layer of dust and smoke, a pair of legs slowly stepped in, accompanied by a deep, husky voice. After taking down the guard, Kang Woo led his group striding in proudly. "Excuse me, is this the meeting room?" A man immediately sprang from his seat with a voice full of fury. The bald man rushed forward with speed like lightning and shouted, "Which bug is this?" However, Kang Woo, in a domineering manner, stopped him with just one hand. Immediately after, he slammed the bald man hard onto the ground. "Daring to interrupt this solemn meeting? Old Baldy, just stay put there." Just a single move was enough to show the massive gap in strength, making everyone even more astonished. One second the bald man was aggressive, the next he was lying trembling on the ground. He was even mocked by Kang Woo, who then nonchalantly stepped over the two flattened bodies lying on top of each other. "I guess you don't have anything left to lose anyway, since you're bald." At that moment, the bald man's muscular body became a meat cushion for Kang Woo to sit on. He even crossed his legs. "By the way, what do you think you are doing?" He acted friendly, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Cha Yanju closed her eyes tight, listening to him ramble on. "Continue the meeting, everyone."
He continued. Then the old man spoke in a cold voice. "The support team you requested has arrived, hasn't it? We should continue the meeting, right? Too many cooks spoil the broth." Kong Woo, showing no respect, immediately retorted sarcastically, "Stop babbling those proverbs you picked up somewhere, and look at everyone's attitude." Finally, unable to endure it any longer, the old man opened his eyes slightly and glared. He still replied with his arrogant attitude. "How insolent." "Insolent, huh?" he said. "I'm getting a bit of a headache because of an old man like you. All right, since we're here, I'll say a few things about Chan Mu-yen." The old man immediately raised his voice in a stern warning. "What are you saying?" Kong Woo spoke while holding a pen to illustrate vividly. A remarkably talented older brother, and a younger brother whose talent was not inferior at all. He continued the story. And then the younger brother spent his whole life in jealousy, obsessed with his brother's shadow, knowing he could never surpass him. Then he snapped the pen apart as an example and continued his suggestive story. However, later on an opportunity came while the older brother was away, he recounted, and with an army of monsters looming, the younger brother sought a way to achieve a great merit, to prove that he was not inferior to his brother.
Having said that, the pen was immediately thrown straight at the map behind Chun Mu-yeon's back. Kang Woo then slowly emphasized his words, looking at the pen firmly pinned between several circular dots, and spoke in a disdainful voice. Therefore, that younger brother will prepare the support forces in the rear. Next, Kang Woo did not hesitate to mock him, thereby making the older brother unable to complete the job well, a loser struggling to escape his older brother's shadow. Facing his teasing, the man had shown no expression from the beginning, even when Kang Woo firmly asserted that this was the true nature of Chan Mu-yeon.
but it seems the last sentence exceeded his limit of endurance. Chan Muyan gritted his teeth in anger, then directly exploded in rage, roaring loudly, What do you know to be spouting such nonsense there? But that didn't silence Kang Wu either. All right. Immediately after, he waved his hand as a signal. I knew you would say that. No personal opinion, no joy or even emotions. It's just too obvious. Accompanying that was a smirk. He arrogantly raised his voice to provoke. All right, don't sit there holding back your anger. Come at me. At this moment, the man was finally provoked to the point where his whole body emitted murderous aura after hearing these words from Kang Wu. What are you waiting for? He provoked. Under the harsh sunlight, 3 groups of people gathered neatly on the field. Cha Yanju held a loudspeaker in one hand, her brows slightly furrowed, her face full of nervousness and worry. Don't waste time like that.
Standing behind, Kang Lu felt strange and showed curiosity, which immediately made Cha Yangju scream in anger. Hey, why are you so tense? It's not like you at all. Isn't it your fault? The more she thought about the past, the more annoyed she felt, recalling Kang Lu's arrogant attitude when he challenged Cha Yangju that day. If you hadn't said those things back then. He provoked him, causing Chang Muyan to immediately jump up from his chair after hearing him continue to ramble. All right, now it's time for you to relieve your anger. Come here, come here. Along with the illusion of a beast, he held a long sword and aimed straight at Kang Wu. Watching through a screen is just a waste of time. Yet he remained calm, looking at Chan Muyan threateningly. You arrogant brat, I'll beat you until you can't open your mouth. He glared and roared, but then suddenly fell silent. A pen had pierced straight into his glabella, accompanied by a cold voice. I will kill. You're too noisy. The power of that strike caused him to fall flat on the ground, to everyone's horror, while Kang Wu kept a friendly smile on his lips.
Outwardly, he appeared that way, but every word he spoke carried killing intent. Okay, let's just do that. We can't be in the same boat anymore, so just fight. Looking at Chan Muyan rolling his eyes back, missing a few teeth and lying unconscious on the ground, Kang Mu interestingly made a firm declaration. However, operating independently works. Back to reality, Cha Yanju rushed over, grabbed him by the collar, and tried to suppress her emotions. All right then, let's go our separate ways, if you've taken command like that. Immediately after, Kang Mu could only force a smile before her erupting rage. Why don't you command them yourself? Why assign it to me? How could I? Cha Yanju pointed towards the Onuri Guild and shouted. Over there, Cha Minwook was trying his best to cheer on his teammates. You can command these guys, right? Just do it. But he brazenly tried to make excuses and was immediately scolded by her. Usually the one who causes trouble cleans it up. You bastard, you caused this mess. Song Hyunju of the Sail Guild was also boiling with anger upon hearing their conversation. So you just give the orders. How cute. It's so lively. Cha Yunju spoke helplessly. This time, it was his turn to retort. I can't. Why not? You give orders just fine. John Hyunjae of the Hwarong squad also had to sigh in expiration at this scene. On this side, Kang Mu tried to quickly excuse himself. I still have things to do, but his words only made her more furious.
She questioned him, but Kang Wu only smiled apologetically and resolutely refused to answer, pondering with a bit of apprehension in his heart. What else is there to do in war besides fighting? That is a secret, he thought to himself. I can't say that I went around eating demons. Just as the tension peaked, an earth-shattering scream suddenly rang out. From the distance, pitch-black shadows appeared, their shapes indistinct. As the distance closed, they were horrified to realize it was a ferocious horde of monsters rushing towards them. They are here. Their overwhelming numbers made everyone flinch. Why are there so many? It's just like 5 years ago, that day of the disaster. It can't be. Even so, seeing the tension about to explode, someone shouted loudly, even if we all rush in and can't beat them, let's charge together. Cha Yanju took the initiative to encourage everyone's spirit through a megaphone. This time is different from the day of the disaster. We already have the power to fight against the monsters. She proceeded to assign tasks to each team. Majors, prepare to chant your spells. Tankers, block the attacks and then retreat to the rear. Her words made the warriors feel somewhat confident, but that confidence only lasted for a mere few seconds. Immediately after, their faces fell again, annoyed by Cha Yanju's awkwardness.
In this critical situation, Cha Yanju spoke up to try and salvage the moment. Next, we will set up a V formation to lure the monsters inside, and then... Her words made her blush with embarrassment, while Kang Wu enthusiastically clapped and cheered from behind. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. Yanju, if you speak like that, they won't understand a thing. Cha Yanju slowly stepped forward and handed the megaphone to Mr. Hyunwoo. I'm really not suited for giving orders, so why don't you do it? This action seemed to lift the burden off her shoulders, and she immediately flashed a refreshing smile. I'm not commanding anymore, so I'll speak more comfortably. The pressure seemed to have lifted. She walked proudly among the warriors to encourage them. Don't overcomplicate things. Just think of this as an EXP forming event. She used humor to soothe the atmosphere, and these words of encouragement finally took effect. This will be an opportunity for us to gain a large amount of EXP. The warriors were finally able to smile and chat happily. Taking advantage of the momentum, Cha Yanju continued to eagerly call out, "An EXP event, she's right, let's level up, come on everyone." After observing for a while, Park Hyunmoo silently exclaimed in his heart, "Ah, is there anyone here who isn't on our side? Good heavens, and yet she said she couldn't do it."
He watched her attentively with admiration, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. On the other side, spiked chains were summoned by Cha Yanju as she clicked her tongue softly. With just a few words, she had made the players less anxious and even boosted their morale. "I don't need to give any orders." She boldly announced the rules of the battle. "Whatever, just remember 3 rules when fighting. First, don't let anyone get hurt. Second, no one is allowed to die." Cha Yanju suddenly dashed forward, not forgetting to shout in a steely voice. "And finally, third, all that EXP will be mine." Then monsters of all sorts of gruesome shapes, bearing jagged teeth, rushed forward in unison. A strange seal appeared in their cruel, bloodshot eyes. It turned out they were being controlled by a mastermind behind the scenes. He was just silently lost in thought. Judging by the unusual movements of the monsters, this person was the Dark Envoy Anton Shimovich. He felt quite reassured about the progress of the battle. "I don't need to observe anymore." The next second, he carefully speculated while thinking about the system protecting the Earth. It was all crystal clear now. The Gaia system, the guardian of this planet. He thought, it is the thing that the demon cult has spent years trying to destroy, and now it is weakening. This also meant their power would increase.
This thought made Anton Sinovich feel even more gloating. Just then, a giant foot approached, accompanied by a booming voice. "The time for our official move isn't far off, human." Even so, he didn't bother turning back to look at the two-horned demon, only speaking up to remind him, "It is not yet time for you to reveal yourself." The 5th hell demon, Uta, asked anxiously. The thought of the monsters fighting outside made him feel restless. "How much longer do I have to hide them? Can't I just show up and kill a few humans?" Then he clenched his fist, declaring decisively, "My subordinates say their bodies are in great pain. I, Uta, will prove that humans are just humans." He had just finished speaking when Anton Sinovich poured cold water on him. "Ah, save that for later." This made Uta shout in confusion. "What?" Ignoring that harsh reaction, he replied calmly. At this moment, Anton Sinovich was holding a piece of paper with Kang Woo's picture on it, and his voice rang out with interest. "We have other things to do." Then he began to recall the past. "There is someone we need to meet. Previously, Bishop Akima was executed in Japan. He was a summoner like me." He continued the story. "After hearing they were attacked, I received news from a believer. The human bearing the mark of the eye was acknowledged by him, and it is quite interesting." Kang Woo's arrogant gaze from that time was deeply imprinted in Anton Shimovich's mind. A look full of madness and death was what saved a mage, the punisher of the demon cult. To him, nothing else mattered, and he had only one purpose. "When I looked at him with those eyes, I felt it," he muttered obsessively, looking up at the mass of black energy he had created hovering in the air. "He is the same kind of person as me," he said. That dark hand immediately plunged into the ground amidst Anton Shimovich's excitement. "What he wants, what he desires, I know it all. Since then I intended to bring him into the demon cult, and now I hear he is participating in this battle." He continued speaking, while Uta, after hearing his ramblings, bared his sharp teeth. "Just wait a little longer. We will meet him soon." The demon tried to suppress his anger and issued a warning. "You're crossing the line. I've heard you say that since the moment you summoned me. I am a demon human." Hearing this, Anton Shimovich immediately humbled himself to soothe him. "Don't order me, Uta. I apologize, but don't act so rashly." But that still didn't appease his anger. Uta's warning made him hurriedly explain. Immediately after, he expressed sincere concern. "Is eating humans also a rash action? You're just a human after all." "No, that's not it," Anton Shimovich replied loudly upon hearing that. "I just don't want you to do something foolish and end up becoming a traitor to the demon cult." "What?"
Having said that, he raised his hand with sharp claws, his voice full of rage ringing out, "You dare to make the demon Uta from the 5th hell submit to you?" While he was shouting loudly, his hand was stopped by a stream of power. Uta glared fiercely at the black aura of Anton Simovich wrapping around him. Truly a madman. Immediately after, he was horrified to realize that sharp claws had gripped his head tightly. The one who was arrogant just a moment ago now had to resign himself to bowing his head before Anton Simovich. He continued to read his book calmly, his steady voice ringing out, "What is it, Uta?" Then he questioned arrogantly. With his head pinned to the ground, the demon could only glare in fury. He refused to surrender, instead cursing back. "Have you submitted to my words yet, you?" Hearing that, Anton Simovich immediately closed his book and warned in a low voice,
As soon as the words ended, black blood splattered amidst the horror of the other monsters. They flinched upon hearing his voice. Damn human. Unfortunately, I believe... At this moment, Anton Simovich's face revealed clear cruelty as he coldly spoke, that you will always obey my commands. Then the ferocious monsters rushed forward, but suddenly flashes of light appeared, slashing into them. Chayanju had unleashed her power. With sky-high momentum, she rushed forward. A monster unexpectedly swung its claws at her. Fortunately, Baekhuayan appeared in time and dealt with it.
Upon being reminded, she blushed and responded shyly. This made Baekhuayan unable to suppress a laugh. Yeonju, remember to secure an escape route. Goodness, I know. Moon Young-ho, standing behind, also chimed in with admiration. We came here to help, so don't get so angry. Yeonju, you ran away too fast. A few seconds later, he frowned, looking into the distance. Before them, a horde of monsters was lying in wait. Seeing this, Baekhuayan couldn't resist the urge to tease. However, it's not over yet over there. She teased, which only made Yeonju more embarrassed and shout, If Kangwoo were here, we would be more certain of victory, right? Yeonju, who needs that stinking guy doing shady business anyway? But unexpectedly, he had been quietly standing behind the two of them for some time, forcing a smile. Kangwoo, like a ghost, silently observed the whole situation. I'm still right here, you know. Witnessing the team fighting rhythmically with the effective support from the Sail Guild and Soa, he silently concluded that the players here were all safe. Observing the battle situation, Kangwoo realized that Red Rose, Hwarong, and Onuri were sweeping through the monsters effectively, signaling a victory within reach if they maintained this formation. However, his lips pursed tightly as an obstacle suddenly arose. A query from the past suddenly returned to his thoughts. Were these hundreds of demons summoned by the demon cult? Seeing them remain motionless, he looked around and silently asked a question. Why haven't they made a move yet? Why? Is their purpose not to wage war? Then what are they aiming for? At that moment, Kangwoo called out, Echidna! The little girl immediately responded, Yes? Immediately after, he ordered, Go to the Sail Guild and protect Soa. Echidna replied with a confident assurance, even though the red stains on the ground made her skeptical. Understood. I guarantee no one will touch a hair on Soa.
Didn't you say we had to wait for the demons to appear? As the ground where he stood began to change, Kangwoo spoke up to answer the little girl's query. The plan has changed. The little girl couldn't help but flinch when a dark hand suddenly rose from the ground. What is that? Anxiety welled up in Echidna's heart as she watched the hand continuously drawing obscure symbols. Kangwoo, what is that hand writing over there? Glancing at it, he immediately understood everything.
It turned out this was the reason he could sense the existence of demonic energy but couldn't pinpoint its source. At that moment, the opponent had written clearly, I want to talk. Kangwoo instantly understood everything. This made him slightly curl his lips, drawing a smile full of interest. So this was an invitation to a party. Elsewhere, Anton Simovich appeared full of doubt, his hand unconsciously stroking his beard while deep in thought. Did he receive my message yet? The archdemon standing next to Anton Simovich seemed just as curious. So what should we do now? Who needs to be killed, sir? He let out a delighted laugh. Don't be so impatient. You will officially meet him after this battle. That patience truly made it dissatisfied, revealing clear annoyance. Do we still have to stand here and wait? We are demons. Demons are supposed to live in blood and flesh, aren't they? He immediately shot at a look full of warning. I said don't be impatient. Do you not understand? Facing that sharp and ruthless gaze, the archdemon was so terrified that it immediately prostrated itself on the ground to beg, I sincerely apologize, human. Witnessing that scene, Anton Simovich feigned tolerance while glancing at the remaining demons as a reminder. All right, you guys over there, does anyone want to come out? Their entire bodies couldn't stop trembling. No, human. We will obey and stay put. Their submissive attitude sent him into deep thought, his hand unconsciously stroking his beard again. A thought flashed through his mind amidst the fear encompassing most of the demons. I just need to call him out for a private talk, but how should I challenge him appropriately? Anton Simovich began to outline a plan as he visualized Sewa's appearance in his mind. The easiest way now was to take a hostage. It seems they mentioned a woman living with him. Capturing her seemed feasible. No sooner thought than done. So today. However, a sense of unease suddenly rose up, causing Anton Simovich to turn his head back, while the archdemon also couldn't hide its confusion.
Is something wrong, human? He muttered to himself while gazing into the distance. Then a sudden light flashed, terrifying Anton Simovich. Wait, he's coming here. How did he find my location? It doesn't matter. That object flew past them at an astonishing speed, creating a powerful earthquake. If he refuses my request, I'll just kill him right away. Kangwoo's voice rang out amidst the thick smoke and dust, asking a blunt question. You wanted to talk? This familiar tone piqued Anton Simovich's curiosity. You can speak Russian? Kang Wu just clicked his tongue and gave a perfunctory answer. Just consider it possible. Saying that, he looked into the distance, observing the monsters in a fierce state. He made an assessment after glancing at the lowly demons. These are all low-level demons, from the 5th hell or lower, maybe the 6th. None of them know me. Now Kang Wu wanted to get straight to the point. What exactly do you intend to say? Seeing him go straight to the point, Anton Simovich also spoke the truth.
I want to make a deal with you. You have awakened the demon's grace, haven't you? Hearing him finish, Kang Wu asked back with curiosity. Grace? The other party immediately confirmed and began to explain in detail. That's right, the exclusive grace that only the demon cult can bestow. Just like that, Anton Simovich started preaching. Humans will eventually die. No matter how much wealth you accumulate, how many lovers you have, or how strong you are, you will not escape death. He continued to praise demons with blind worship. But demons are different, because they are not limited by lifespan. If anything, they are only bound by desire or the need to feed. Hearing that, Kang Wu understood everything. So what are you trying to say? Anton Simovich replied instantly with a determined tone. The demon cult possesses the ability to turn humans into demons. His next sentence actually made him laugh, but Anton Simovich did not stop his seduction. I know you quite well. What you want is power, supreme authority, and eternal life. Think about it. Why should a powerful person like you have to sacrifice yourself among these mediocre humans? You can become a transcendental true demon, stepping out of the cycle of life and death.
I can grant your body power and eternal life. At that moment, he reached out his hand as an invitation, and in response to that gesture, Kang Wu threw out a mocking remark without any reservation. So, do you want to join us? You say you know me very well? Without a moment's hesitation, Anton Simovich immediately affirmed. That is correct. I see within you a hunger and craving for power. We are very much alike. Only I can understand you. Hearing those firm and decisive words from him, Kang Wu finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. He clutched his forehead, letting out a terrifying laugh, and Kang Wu's subsequent words made the demons even more terrified. You really are funny. Even if you called your mothers to look, they probably wouldn't know who I am either. He kept mocking Anton Simovich as his laughter grew louder. And what was that? You understand me? You will grant me eternal power and immortality? You will turn me into a demon? Ridiculous. Then his expression suddenly changed, and he raised a voice cold as ice to question him. How dare you lie about knowing me?
A gleam of murderous intent flashed in Kang Wu's eyes as he stared straight at Anton Simovich. You damn old man, you don't know shit about me. That gaze caused his entire body to stiffen. Not stopping there, Kang Wu unleashed his power without any restraint, shattering the ground beneath them. The ground is cracking, dodge it! Following that was the ear-piercing scream of the archdemon as it fell, throwing the horde of demons into chaos. As for Anton Simovich, he was stunned into silence, witnessing it all. He couldn't believe what was happening. His mind instantly fell into panic as his eyes widened. On this side, the ground continued to tremble incessantly. Chayanju also sensed this abnormality and hurriedly shouted, "What is this tremor?" Nakwayan was equally astonished when she realized it originated from that direction. But in the very next moment, Chayanju was horrified to the point of staring wide-eyed. She screamed aloud upon seeing the anomalous sight before her eyes. What the hell is that thing? Even so, she quickly realized the situation in her mind. That stinking brat, he said earlier he had something else to do. This made Chayanju even more uneasy, while over on Anton Simovich's side, he was also staring with extreme disbelief. Kang Wu, are you okay? Impossible.
The side of the ground cracking open to reveal the scorching lava flow beneath made sweat pour off him like a bath. Is this the authority of a lowly human? At this moment, Anton Simovich recalled in shock. He glanced into the distance. I heard that world rankers often change the surrounding terrain when fighting, but that was just a figure of speech. Anton could not help but worry at the scene unfolding before his eyes. He silently imagined rocks falling into a sea of magma. I've never seen anyone turn flat land into a mountain, or even a volcanic plateau like this. Anton had another thought as he witnessed the scene, while Kang Wu looked down from above. Aside from monsters, the thing before my eyes— Just then, a sense of unease rose within him as a book appeared in his hand. Is this the ability he possesses? No, that doesn't matter. With the Book of Nightmare in hand, he tried to stabilize his mind. As long as I possess this power from the demon Dharma, he sank in thought. Even if he is a world ranker, I can still easily capture him. Then Anton suddenly turned around, casting a sharp glare at the demons. What are you standing there for?
He roared out the order, and as soon as the words left his mouth, a demon leaped forward, followed by others. Didn't you want a bloody fight? Kill him. What are you waiting for? They rushed forward one after another with savage laughter. Finally, it's time to play. Die, human. Seeing those small fried demons rushing in, Kang-woo didn't even put them in his eyes.
He merely let out a sigh, squinting in disdain, and exclaimed at the sight of the demons rushing in as if they had been starving for lifetimes. Good grief, really? He shifted his gaze to Anton Samovich, who was intently chanting a spell. He could guess the man's next move in this attack. It was merely altering the terrain, a meaningless performance. It wouldn't affect this battle at all, or so the man probably thought. Witnessing the scene, a sinister smile appeared on his lips. There's no way that's real. Burst! As soon as he finished speaking, the lava flow beneath began to surge, and a demon was suddenly swallowed by it. A second later, he gently snapped his fingers. Kang-woo's commanding voice rang out clearly, causing the ground to instantly crumble and collapse. Countless fragments of earth and rock fell, dragging the demons down with them. By inertia, they were all submerged in the sea of lava, creating a chaotic scene, and Anton Samovich's horde of demons could only sink amidst agony and hopeless pleas. "Help me!" one cried, but it was pushed down by another demon. "Get lost, weakling!" Another demon rushed out from the crowd and announced his name. "I am a demon of the sixth hell, Lakunbala." He even triumphantly boasted about his achievements, briefly introducing himself. "I have 4 arms used as 4 weapons." Not giving him a chance to speak further, Kang-woo simply swung his sword, wiping out the demons. Not stopping there, another demon who was tired of living spoke up. "I am Satan, the king of the sixth hell."
Another demon who didn't value its life rushed forward. "I come from the fifth hell." Dealing with the last 2 demons, he calmly waved his hand, simultaneously activating the power in his palm. He directly used the authority of shockwave to push the demons down as lightly as a feather. After finishing off the small fry, Kang-woo looked into the distance with cold eyes. The chaotic scene below truly made him feel disgusted. Are there still that many left? Just then, a large but hollow demon tried to climb up, seeking its own death. Kang-woo gripped his weapon tightly and made a decision as the situation was nearly settled. It seems he is sending out demons that haven't appeared in the battle yet. Reducing their numbers is what matters now. In that case, I will use the authority of the blade as the base. Instantly, the sword was thrust straight into the ground, and Kang-woo unleashed an ultimate move combined with 4 other authorities. Quick as lightning, he released power over a vast range. On this side, the climbing demon was still staring blankly. That is, its body was shattered before it could realize what was happening. What kind of power is that? Just like that, countless other demons suffered the same fate of being skewered, causing the scene to instantly become chaotic with loud screams. "Run! Save me!" Only then did that demon remember and connect the events. I have heard of this before. The great evil rises, darkness covers the earth, thousands of blades surround everything. It recalled the great war between humanity and the 7 princes in the 9th hell. Now Kang-woo created a black vortex with a plan in mind. The demon suddenly realized something as it watched Kang-woo exploding with power. It thought they would run, recalling the story of the Demon King wiping out Baphomet's army in a single breath. However, that speculation was incorrect. Standing there, he simply gave a cold smile. There is no way I am letting my precious stats get away. His terrifying expression made it shocked to realize the truth. Why did the Demon King, the incarnation of hell, appear here? Under the dim twilight, Anton Samovich on the other side was in an equally struggling situation. Damn it, who is that monster? He recalled what happened earlier. I lost an arm while trying to finish chanting the first spell. Immediately after that, Anton Samovich thought about the slash across his waist while chanting the second spell. He looked up, understanding everything as he observed Kang-woo's expression. When I thought it was just a coincidence and looked at him, I saw him smiling while looking right at me. He gripped the book in his hand tightly, his inner mind surging with turbulent waves. I have never experienced a fear this terrifying. Even with the demon Dharma before, it didn't pressure me this much. However, while he was lost in his delusions, a powerful and brutal force struck Anton Samovich's back. Right, this is just a dream. There is no way such an entity can exist. Right at that moment, a foot with sharp claws stepped forward, and after a vicious ambush, Anton Samovich collapsed to the ground. With eyes wide in horror, he still dared not accept reality, his mind still hovering in the illusion he had created himself. This is just a nightmare. Immediately after, Kang-woo's voice rang out, terrifying Anton Samovich to the core. I told you, don't act like you understand me. A guy who doesn't even know what kimchi tastes like dares to act like he knows everything? Do you even know what kimchi is? He tried to compose himself, sat up, and shouted in denial. This is not reality. Seeing Anton Samovich like that, he asked curiously, "What are you saying?" Ignoring Kang-woo's inquiry, Anton Samovich channeled magic into the book. That's right,
Once I kill you, I will escape this nightmare.
Saying that, he displayed a stream of dark power and roared, "Die!" After launching the attack, Anton Simovich couldn't help but be shaken and suspicious. Did I kill him yet? But then Kang Woo's voice rang out once again. What did you say? Did I kill him yet? Huh? Just as he finished speaking, sharp claws emerged, showing that Kang Woo was completely unharmed. He even stood amidst the swarm of evil spirits and mocked. Now isn't the time for you to talk about dying like that. Seeing him safe and sound, standing firm on the ground, the man dared not say another word, and only hurriedly begged for mercy. Please, spare my life. Hearing that, Kang Woo looked extremely satisfied. Right, exactly. You should have said that from the beginning. Next, he didn't hesitate to recount old stories to Anton Simovich. But surely you've heard countless pleas like that. For that old body to accumulate so much demonic energy, you must have slaughtered countless lives, haven't you? A question from him made the man's face darken. So, have you ever spared their lives? Saying this, Kang Woo suddenly burst into laughter, while Simovich struggled even harder. My God, I didn't expect to be so similar to you on this point. Earlier you said you and I were alike, right? I have to admit that statement is somewhat correct. Please. However, Kang Woo kept a radiant and honest smile until the very last moment. To be honest, I've never spared anyone's life either. And just like that, a sound shaking heaven and earth rang out in the dark night, along with rocks falling into the surging lava.
Suddenly, a black shadow swept across the mountaintop, just as Kang Woo was savoring the feeling of leveling up. The Soul Snatcher ability had been activated. 237 demon souls had been absorbed. He smiled slightly as his feet touched the ground, accompanied by a notification from the system. The Soul Snatcher effect has been deployed. The system's voice continued to ring out. Class rank can be increased through soul absorption. You have a hint regarding the first condition of the demonic mind. Now the system report panel appeared, making him exclaim with a face full of satisfaction. Demonic energy had increased by 4. Truly a wonderful meal. Returning to the system, Kang Woo stared at the screen and silently calculated in his head. I had a great meal with it, so what now? What else is there? Demonic mind. On the system screen, a line of notification was still clearly displayed. The second condition to become a demon god. Condition 1, class soul upgrade completed. The system continued to issue notifications. Demonic mind. The second condition to become a demon god. Condition 1, class soul upgrade completed. Condition 2. At the same moment, Kang Woo suddenly realized something. He squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, I know it. This is related to the 7th awakening. I'm not sure how many more demon souls I have to collect.
But gathering them wasn't all that difficult. A second later, he happily tapped a point on the screen. Why don't I check my demonic energy points now? Let's see how much they've increased. He began to monitor his own stats directly. Right, I reached 120 points compared to the last time I checked. Kang Woo suddenly felt a bit nostalgic. From the time of 116 points without wearing a cloak to now 120, did it only increase by 4 points? He placed his hand on his chest to calm himself down. This thing really is trash for a legendary rank item. Should I even be happy about it? Ign also stated that my soul rank had increased. Kang Woo began to sense the demonic energy within his body. Let's see if there's anything different. The result was somewhat surprising. There were no notable changes, but if I had to say, there was. A second later, his eyes snapped open, looking straight ahead, realizing the seal on the 10,000 demon core was weakening, and he slowly stepped forward. He assessed. I've never become weaker upon awakening before, but now I'm definitely weaker, even if just a little. Even so, the demonic energy deep down remains the same as before. He reached out his hand to test it. The effect of Soul Collector is much better than it thought. While true, if it prevents leveling up, it surely must be better. Immediately after, a black shadow flashed by. And now Kang Woo gathered all his power into his palm. Time to convert demonic energy into points. The system displayed a notification as soon as Kang Woo's hand clenched tight, filling him with immense satisfaction. Demonic energy had increased by 1. This was it. Kang Woo rejoiced as he grasped it firmly in his hand. The increase from 120 to 121 was only a single point difference, but he could feel a significant amount of demonic energy right now. I guess even if this is difficult to increase exponentially, its effectiveness won't be any less significant. A moment later, a pair of wings appeared behind his back. This was truly a harvest beyond expectations. Kang Woo immediately flew into the sky with a judgment in mind. The battle with the demons would end soon. I should head back. When he opened his eyes again, an exclamation escaped his lips. Oh my God. Beneath Kang Woo was a landscape where earth and molten lava blended together. I guess I still have to fix this place up a bit. After the battle against the horde of monsters in Manchuria ended with the player's victory, countless monster corpses lay on the ground. None of them could hide their joy after the battle. It's finally over. My 7th awakening. How long has it been since I got a new ability?
At that time, television was also broadcasting news about this event, and it was the first major battle after the day of the disaster. This news quickly attracted the attention of the general public. Citizens throughout the city turned their eyes to the screens, and it was obvious that the whole world was focusing its attention on it. Even Kang Tae-soo and Cha Yang-ju were happily watching from home.
The situation in Korea had improved, and naturally the whole world rejoiced as the first confrontation with the demon cult had been successfully repelled and halted, while the remnants on the battlefield gradually settled down. The scene shifted to a landslide area sometime later, where a miraculous gate suddenly appeared. Just like in Hokkaido, another SSS rank gate had opened. At this moment, Kang-woo and Echidna had arrived in Vladivostok, but he couldn't hide his dejection despite reaching his destination. Just getting here had been incredibly difficult. Upon seeing a familiar figure, Cha Yan-ju immediately greeted him aggressively. "Hey, Kang-woo, where did you go off to by yourself?" Facing her grumpy attitude, he just lazily stretched and answered perfunctorily, "I just went to take care of a few demons." Hearing those words, Cha Yan-ju became even angrier. "Just you alone? There were at least nearly 100 of them there." As soon as she finished speaking, Kang-woo patted his chest and boasted about his achievement, exactly 237 of them. This number truly left Cha Yan-ju somewhat stunned, but she quickly recovered her usual expression. "How is that possible?" Forget it, I won't pry." Putting aside the issue of quantity, Kang-woo didn't forget to mention the most important matter. What about China? Cha Yan-ju frowned and recounted the event. Chen Mu-jin left without saying a word. He might be heavily injured.
Cha Yan-ju apologized for that. Hearing this, Kang-woo approached her and said, "More importantly, Yan-ju, I have a request." His words made her exclaim in surprise. "What?" Kang-woo straightforwardly made his proposal. "When you return to Korea, I want you to immediately check for signs of the demon cult's movements in other places instead of Russia." Hearing that, Cha Yan-ju felt it was a bit strange. Will they make a move? But they suffered serious losses too. Seeing her confusion, he had to admit, "I don't know, but it's better to be careful." His rare maturity unexpectedly made Cha Yan-ju blush. "If that's the case, it's a bit, but we did handle a big case this time." Then Cha Yan-ju cleared her throat and shouted, "When we get back, do you want to go to the Nest Cafe?" Just then, someone's call interrupted their conversation.
"Kang-woo, it was Echidna," the girl happily boasted with a smug look on her face. "I protected Seiya just like you said." Seeing that, Kang-woo ceased his praises and turned to Yan-ju. "Good job, the work went smoothly, didn't it? Yan-ju, did you want to say something earlier?" Caught in this awkward situation, she could only try to evade. "No, forget it, it's not very important." Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct, "Since I will stop at Vladivostok on the way back, when you are ready, return to Korea immediately." Ironically, Cha Yan-ju seemed quite hesitant. "Vladivostok, isn't that the origin of the demon cult incident this time? Are you looking for traces of the demon cult? If so, I want to go too." Kang-woo's immediate reply pushed Echidna into extreme fear. "No, I just want to try summoning one more time." As soon as he finished speaking, the girl put on a pitiful look with teary eyes. "Kang-woo, are you planning to throw me away?" He hurriedly denied it. "No, that's not it." However, Echidna was still somewhat sad. At this moment, Seiya spoke up to comfort her. "Don't worry, don't you know Kang-woo's preferences?" Witnessing the scene between the two of them, Kang-woo reflected. "But if he summons someone stronger than me, then he thought to himself, "I intended to go summoning alone."
But in the end, I had to bring this kid along to help her calm down. Then she pleaded, "Kang-woo, let me go with you." He had to relent. All right. After that, Kang-woo slowly walked towards the magic circle, his eyes scanning around to assess the situation. Anyway, there was a complex magic circle drawn here, but I didn't see anything remarkable. A light suddenly flashed. Perhaps this is just a normal magic circle that the demon cult uses to summon a large-scale gate at times like this. Immediately after, he activated the authority of insight. Rows of eyes appeared behind his back, and he began to observe the surroundings with this powerful authority. He thought to himself, using the authority of insight allows me to analyze a specific target, but it can't analyze this entire magic circle. He slowly closed his eyes. Can humans actually do this? Well, it doesn't matter much. I don't intend to stop anyway. After thoroughly considering everything, Kang-woo said gently to Echidna, "What is the point of this demon summoning, Echidna? Let's enter the gate." The little girl happily nodded in agreement. "Okay." Inside, the stone pillar suddenly shook. A monster appeared abruptly and fiercely bared its fangs and claws at Echidna. The little girl held out her small fist. "Don't think I'm easy to bully just because I'm small." Echidna's fist suddenly swelled up rapidly. She shouted as she struck the monster, "Stay away from Kang-woo." After defeating the monster, she became even more excited. Kang-woo, I did very well, didn't I?" He felt that the kid was happier than before. Then Kang-woo turned back and encouraged himself as he headed towards the center of the shrine. "Anyway, Echidna is doing a great job protecting me." Simultaneously with the system notification, Kang-woo reached out with both hands and pulled hard. "I have to get to work, creating a necessary fissure for the summoning, no matter which demon is summoned."
As a massive flow of power was unleashed, he also began to consider his options, since he was the root of that summoning power. Therefore, rather than raw power, the most important thing was still obedience to commands. He calculated, though it would be even better if it were powerful as well. Among the intelligent ancient demons, I will choose Orobus or Valak. Kang Wu opened his eyes wide in anticipation and nervously told himself, although I haven't met him before, Halphus should be fine. Come forth, Halphus. Once again, the system continued to announce that due to the influence of the demonic energy from the 10,000 demon core, a deeper fissure would be created. The notification quickly vanished, followed by a spatial rift becoming increasingly visible. Due to the weakening of the Gaia system, the rift from the outer dimension could not be stopped. Another notification rang out amidst the chaos, and less than 5 seconds later, the system completion was finalized. A spatial gate connecting to the Urnor continent had opened. Demon summoning successful. A demon maid then appeared at the gate. Its identity and information appeared accordingly. Demon King of Urnor, Vandang, rank SS, has been registered for summoning. On this side, Cha Yanju gave a friendly smile in response. I told you there's no need to be so formal. We are the same age. Even though she had offered, So-Ah had no intention of changing her way of addressing her, and hurriedly explained, for me, talking like this is comfortable enough.
Are you planning to go back? Mentioning this, Cha Yanju couldn't help but let out a sigh. Yeah, too much work. For some reason, Se-Wa suddenly felt worried about him. Anyway, will Kang Wu be okay? Seeing her anxious demeanor, Cha Yanju could confirm one thing and told Se-Wa, gosh, you were really born to worry about others. He just went to do a summoning. According to Cha Yanju's judgment, did she think he was going to face a demon king or something? And true enough, facing Kang Wu right now was indeed a demon king. A massive stream of dark spiritual power poured out ceaselessly from the demon king, enveloping the entire space. Facing him, he suddenly felt a sense of anxiety and asked himself, where did my bird of peace go? According to what Kang Wu had imagined before.
It wasn't just him who felt confused. Even the other party felt the same. Wasn't this the moment when an impressive monster was supposed to step out? What's with that skeleton? Where am I? Seeing him still bewildered, Kang Wu took the initiative to suggest, things are a bit complicated, so why don't you introduce yourself first? His words successfully caught the other's attention. Introduce myself? Interesting. As the Demon King introduced himself, his peculiarly shaped necklace began to glow. I am the Nightmare Messenger of Urnor. Deathly aura radiated intensely from him, filling the space. King with the dead, master of magic, and with this appearance and power, I am none other than the Demon King Vidal. Kang Wu still felt this character was a bit unfamiliar. Why did he talk like Satan, Demon King Vidal? However, Echidna standing beside him exclaimed in surprise, Vidal! Her expression told him a few things. Echidna, do you know this guy? She hesitated before answering based on what she knew. Yes, he's a very powerful lich from the northern continent, the land of death. The people of that continent call him a Demon King. Vidal seemed surprised that he was so famous and responded with amusement. Oh, you know me? Then this makes things easier. He stepped closer to them and didn't forget to ask. I will ask again. Where am I? Is this the Urnor continent?
On the opposite side, seeing that he seemed puzzled, Kang Wu was willing to explain. This is not the Urnor continent. I have summoned you. Vagan truly felt that the words he just heard were hard to believe. You summoned me? Kang Wu affirmed once again. That's right. I need a summon. Based on his tone, he guessed the intention. You intend to use me, Demon King Vagan, as a familiar? Kang Wu had to compliment his sharpness. Basically yes. You catch on quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of Vagan's mouth curled up into an unpredictable, sinister smile, and immediately after, he stood there laughing maniacally like a madman. Not only that, but he also kept muttering incomprehensible words, making Kang Wu think that Vagan had mental issues. Interesting, very interesting. If the summon is mentally unstable, then things will be difficult. The truth behind that bizarre smile was not mental instability, but rather that he was extremely furious. Vagan roared, screaming while releasing a massive wave of power as if to demonstrate his might to them. How dare you? A human dares to use me as a familiar? Even as Vagan raged like that, Kang Wu's expression remained unchanged.
He calmly faced him. Having finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned cold as ice. Well, technically I'm not human. Explaining it is a bit too complicated. Anyway, it is true that I want to use you as my familiar. In return, if you are loyal to me, I will repay that loyalty. Kang Wu understood clearly that he himself had to follow certain rules of hell. He recalled the moments with Balak. Kang Wu once had a thought. Back then, sometimes I felt Balak's excessive loyalty was very annoying. Meanwhile, he appeared extremely excited to carry him on his back. I will take you to safety. Not only Balak, but Lilith also troubled Kang Wu.
He had to scream when he saw her occupying his bathroom, and the way she clung to him was enough to haunt him. As a demon king, even though the two of them sometimes made Kang-woo displeased, he still responded to their loyalty with worthy rewards and trust. The reason he acted that way was because that was the role of a monarch. At this moment, Vidal struck his staff heavily against the ground, his voice full of disdain upon hearing him mention those words. Loyalty? You, a human, have lost all sense of fear. Seeming to have no patience left, he quickly summoned magic circles. Humans who know no fear are very suitable for a beating. At his command, an army of dry bones in full armor appeared. Rise! The summoned entity is showing hostility towards the master. The effect of the contract is weakening. Vidal's mighty army had now completely surrounded the two of them. Connection with the summoned entity is weakening. Forced command cannot be used. The scene seemed threatening, but Kang-woo at this moment only cared about something else. So things didn't happen like they did with Echidna before? Vidal now looked exactly like a lord of the dead. He raised his staff high and ordered the entire army. Watch, feel it. Immediately, all weapons were raised, pointed straight at Kang-woo.
And tremble in fear. Hearing him speak so eloquently, Kang-woo simply snapped his fingers gently. This is my domain, Demon King Vagan. He directly activated the authority of Shockwave, shattering his army, to the point that even Vagan himself could not have expected it. He was forced to admit a truth. A mere human possesses quite a bit of power. Witnessing his counterattack, he decided to use the orb on his staff. However, with this orb, the army Vagan summoned was much stronger than before. Can you withstand the Death Knights? The knights strictly obeyed his orders, charging forward on horseback one by one. Charge, my knights! Kill the miserable human who dared to mock Vagan! This time, Kang-woo decided to step back. Hey, he really knows how to surprise me. Death Knights. But the stage belongs to the little girl. He thought to himself. Well, this is a good opportunity. Should I leave them to Echidna to handle? He asked. Echidna, do you want to face them? The little girl showed no hesitation, immediately accepting the task, and her demeanor suddenly changed. Yes, I will face them. The innocence from moments ago had completely vanished. It's rare for me to get a chance to show off. Echidna rushed towards Vagan's army of knights with a force like a hurricane. Kang-woo will praise me. At this moment she had transformed into a beastly form. Her body consequently became abnormally large, not flinching at all before the knights who were aggressively swinging their swords. With just a light flick of her head, they were crushed into dust. And this appearance astonished Vagan immensely. A demon dragon?
Even so, he maintained his arrogant tone until the very last moment. So you aren't completely a fool who doesn't know his place, but you remain just a mediocre fledgling. How pathetic, human. You couldn't move me, yet you forced me to move myself. And now I will make you despair right at the stage you have reached. He hadn't even finished his sentence before he lost sight of Kang-woo. The only sound left was his voice ringing out from behind his back. Let's fix that way of speaking of yours first.
Since when did Kang-woo approach an attack? Referring to oneself in the third person is stupid as hell. Although his sword thrust forward, it couldn't touch Vagan, and that was why he had such a mocking attitude. Nice surprise attack. But unfortunately, it turned out Vagan had prepared a defensive layer beforehand and confidently boasted. In the past, even the hero Xenos couldn't penetrate my shield easily. However, that smugness didn't last long, because he would have been stabbed if Vagan had been even a few seconds slower. At that moment, Vagan panicked and realized, did he just pierce through my shield? While he was still stunned by what just happened, how exactly can a human possess this kind of power? Kang-woo used the authority of speed to close in on Vagan. Kang-woo's wording made him even angrier. Even Satan would be annoyed. I can't let my summoned creature act like this. As a dignified demon king, how could he accept being called that by someone else? Who are you to call me a summoned creature? Every sharp sword strike from Kang-woo showed absolutely no sign of stopping. Meanwhile, Vagan tried to fight back, but it seemed all in vain. Even so, he had to acknowledge Vagan's speed, but by this point, cold sweat began to pour out of him in fear. He is fast.
Damn it, I can't beat him. There's no other way. Vagan had no choice but to reach for his necklace. I have to use it. I never thought I would use this thing here. As the item in his hand was activated, a pitch-black vortex gradually took shape. From the deep, bottomless abyss, the usurper of immortality descended. Kang-woo only smirked coldly at the unfolding scene. He sensed that the fissure concealed an unfathomable danger, radiating an energy similar to the day Satan descended in the past. However, the moment a strange voice rang out, Kang-woo's eyes could not hide his astonishment. The owner of this voice was another demon, a guardian of destruction, possessing a ferocious appearance and a massive physique that made others wary. Who dares to summon me, a demon of the ninth hell? As he looked into the distance, a realization flashed. A guardian of destruction? Is there a fight? Is my opponent that demon dragon? Vegan hurriedly explained, "No, O great existence of the demon world." Hearing this, he turned a questioning gaze towards him. "Then who is my opponent?" Without a moment's hesitation, Vegan pointed straight at him and replied, "That human controlling the demon dragon. Please, Lord, kill that enemy." The word human piqued the curiosity of the demon from the ninth hell. A human who can control a demon dragon?
The object it longed to admire was none other than Kang Wu, the one reigning above all. The giant guardian's hands pressed firmly against the ground to inspect. As he approached to observe, he vaguely felt something unusual. The moment he recognized the familiar silhouette, his eyes lit up with extreme excitement. Wait, isn't this the Demon King? The demon's ferocious gaze vanished completely, giving way to a respectful demeanor as he greeted Kang Wu. "Oh, Kang Wu, it has been a long time. Demon King, I thought it was a stranger, but it turns out to be family." Kang Wu also greeted him back. "Yeah, long time no see." At this moment, only Vegan remained bewildered, understanding nothing of the situation. He thought a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering battle was about to break out, but unexpectedly it turned into a warm reunion. This development was completely beyond Kang Wu's imagination. He awkwardly asked, "How have you been lately?" With such a friendly face right now, it was hard to imagine he was a demon. Hell remains just as it was before. The relationship between Kang Wu and him seemed extremely close. The Guardian of Destruction did not hesitate to quickly report to him. Actually, the demons have been a bit restless lately. Hearing that, Kang Wu immediately asked, "The demons?" He then reported clearly, "Yes, Halfas and the other ancient demons are looking to expand their territories." This was indeed new news. Those ancient demons are making a move? From his report, Kang Wu gradually surmised that the ancient demons would build and reside within their own territories. They almost never left those places. He wondered, now that I'm no longer there, are they targeting my vacant position?
The Guardian of Destruction added, "Balak is investigating the specific cause." Seeing the two of them chatting intimately, Vegan could not suppress his curiosity and spoke up. "Sir Guardian of Destruction, what are you doing?" With an impatient attitude, he hurriedly urged the other, "Kill him quickly." He even opened his mouth to utter words of contempt towards Kang Wu, such as, "that weak and pathetic human." And the price to pay for the slip of the tongue was a thunderous blow from the Guardian of Destruction. That punch sent Vegan flying backward, slamming hard against the wall, his body suffering extreme pain. Just as Vegan was about to ask, "Why?" the other warned him sternly, "Weak and pathetic? Hey, you bag of bones, watch your mouth." The Guardian of Destruction solemnly declared, "This person is my master and the king of hell."
A strange phenomenon began to appear on his shoulder, looking as if it was gradually fading away. Kang Wu was concerned as he saw the spot spreading day by day. "What's wrong?" The Guardian of Destruction guessed. "It seems the summoning time has ended, hasn't it?" Before parting, he didn't forget to give him a mischievous smile as a farewell. "Well then, I'm off. Your Majesty Demon King, I will send your regards to Balak." Kang Wu absolutely did not welcome this goodwill from the Guardian of Destruction. He immediately waved his hand to refuse. "Never mind, just tell him to never come here, and that will be enough." Before his figure completely vanished, Kang Wu's final thought about him was, "The Guardian of Destruction always likes to act cute in front of me, which is why he's been scolded by Balak so many times. He hasn't changed a bit." After the conversation with the Guardian of Destruction, Kang Wu's gaze shifted to Vegan. By the way, his sudden action of kneeling down surprised him. "What are you doing?" Perhaps Vegan's mindset had changed after the Guardian of Destruction's warning. "Oh, great Demon King." The loyalty of the summoned creature had increased. He didn't even hesitate to utter somewhat cliché words. "The moment I met you, I knew you were the master of the demon realm." Vegan's sudden change in attitude also surprised him. "Stop lying." He continued to speak ceaselessly. "I didn't expect you to take a lowly being like me under your wing. I, Vegan, am so moved that I want to cry."
Kang Wu had no intention of exposing this clumsy act. He thought, how could a skeleton cry? What a dull joke. However, another aspect had to be considered. There was a question he needed answered. How were you able to summon a demon from the ninth hell? Hearing the interrogation, Vegan immediately raised his head and hurriedly replied, "The ninth hell? Ah, are you referring to the ancient demon?" As he spoke, he held out a ring in front of him. "I was able to do so thanks to this ancient artifact called the blood of the evil god." This was the first time he had heard this information. Evil god? Who was that? After the recent battle, he had fully understood. It is the evil god Lucifer. He is the origin of all demons existing on the Airnor continent. Kang Wu's face immediately showed profound boredom and deep skepticism upon hearing that name. Lucifer? Lucifer of Pride was the name of one of the 7 great archdukes in hell. He asked himself, was this a coincidence? Even though Vegan had affirmed it, he still felt there was something not quite convincing. It couldn't be like that. Demons would use a tool from hell to open a way to earth. They could resurrect as long as the vessel containing their soul remained intact.
From there, he imagined a possibility. If one of the Hell vessels had come to the Urnor continent, it would be just like his arrival on Earth. He pondered again. It was possible that Lucifer had revived and was being called by the name Evil God. This posed a challenge for Kang Wu himself. If Lucifer had recovered all of his previous power, it would be very difficult to defeat him at this moment. That feeling of uneasiness quickly vanished, thinking, but now I can use Soul Collector to absorb souls. The 7th Transcendental Awakening attribute, SSS rank Soul Collector, combined with the authority of Gluttony, could completely absorb demon souls and raise the owner's soul rank. The stronger the absorbed demon soul, the greater the effect. The thought of absorbing the souls of the 7 great archdukes hiding within the Hell vessels made Kang Wu unable to suppress his desire. Just like what he had done until now, he would be able to devour them and become stronger. He then questioned him more thoroughly. So, is Lucifer currently in Urnor? Facing this question, Vaughan could only state, I'm not sure either. Hearing this, Kang Wu couldn't hide his confusion. You don't know? I thought Lucifer was ruling Alan. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, answering his question. The evil god is currently missing. Kang Wu curiously turned his head to look. He disappeared? The person who had just spoken was Ekdidner. Ah, but Master Kang Wu. After the battle, the girl returned and looked at him with a face full of grievance. She exclaimed resentfully, If the battle was over, you should have told me.
You forgot about me, didn't you? This made him feel helpless. Not at all. Kang Wu hurriedly picked up the little girl and comforted her, afraid she would start rolling on the ground throwing a tantrum again. I don't like you anymore. All right, I apologize. Even so, while comforting the child, he didn't forget to press for more details about the earlier topic. If you've calmed down, can we continue the unfinished conversation from earlier? Echidna slowly recounted the story. Ah, yes, this is an ancient legend, she continued. At that time, a circle was created in the sky. From there, to stop the actions of the evil god, the archangels descended from the heavenly realm to this place. Hearing this, Kang Wu immediately probed for more information. An ancient legend? Archangels? Do you know how long Lucille has been on this Urnor continent? He saw the girl shake her head and reply, I'm not sure either. I just know it happened a very long time ago. Based on the scant information she just provided, Kang Wu felt that the timeline seemed to have some discrepancy. Comparing it with the events that had taken place, he realized he had only been back on Earth for half a year.
Even if a Hell vessel was accidentally swept to Urnor, the time difference couldn't be that significant. He pushed that suspicion aside and turned to Echidna to learn more. Whatever, it doesn't matter if the timeline doesn't make sense. The important thing is the resurrection of Lucifer. Are there still archangels on the Urnor continent? The little girl wiped her tears and explained clearly. No, after fighting each other, both they and the evil god disappeared. He thought that knowing that much was more than enough anyway. So that's how it is. After finishing his inquiries, Kang Wu intended to carry the girl and leave when he suddenly remembered. Everything is over, so let's go. Oh, Vaughan, do you have any magic to conceal your body? Coincidentally, he possessed exactly what Kang Wu needed. Of course, I, Vaughan. As he uttered a few more words, have the ability to blend into the darkness and dominate the night, he received a warning knock on the head from Kang Wu. The hit was so hard it felt like his skull was about to dent. He cried out in pain, My skull! Kang Wu warned coldly, I told you earlier not to talk like that anymore. He suddenly asked an unrelated question. Oh right, can you eat and drink? For a walking skeleton like Vaughan, the answer would naturally be, I don't need to eat, but I still can. But why do you ask, sir? To answer his curiosity, Kang Wu's face beamed with excitement as he exclaimed,
Great, let's go. Time to eat kimchi stew. Time flew by, and 3 months later, on a day with clear blue skies and beautiful sunshine. Lying on his bed, Kang Wu was filled with mixed thoughts about the past 3 months. He and his teammates had traveled across the world to stop the demon cult and search for a legendary item to replace his damaged coat. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he felt, as neither goal had been very successful. It is true that without comparison, there is no pain. The others had gained much more than he did. The first candidate to spark his jealousy was Cha Yanju. Cha Yanju had finally overcome the barrier of the 9th awakening stage, also known as the limit of talent, to reach the 10th awakening stage. Now she could be called a world ranker. Not only her, but both Baek Hwayan and Guyan Mo had also reached the 9th awakening stage. The remaining members of the team showed no signs of falling behind either. He thought he didn't even need to mention Han Se-ya or Kim Shi-hoon, as those two had always been very talented. They had successfully broken the barrier of the limit of effort and advanced straight from the 7th awakening stage to the 8th. The female mage Unbi had also become stronger and easily surpassed the limit of effort. What troubled Kang Wu was,
their growth speed was unbelievable, but developing that fast also had its downsides. Once, Yunbi even lay flat on the ground throwing a tantrum just because, you two plan to go hunt that monster by yourselves while my level is lower than yours? Let me level up too! Level up! But anyway, this was also necessary. Thinking about them, he genuinely couldn't help but wonder how much stronger Si-hoon had become. Amidst his train of thought, a voice echoing from the door pulled him back to reality. Kang Wu, are you still awake?
Hearing the call, Kang Woo hurriedly sat up. Yeah, come in. The person who arrived was Cha Yanju. She had stopped by to ask if he was free. Kang Woo smiled and replied, I can always make time for you. But for some reason, his smile suddenly faded. Seeing her just standing there with a complicated expression, Kang Woo couldn't help but ask, Yanju, what's wrong? She blushed shyly, stammering as she spoke. Her body language was so tense that her lips unwittingly pressed tight, and her hands had clenched into fists at some point. Well, Cha Yanju hurriedly closed the door to Kang Woo's room. Her somewhat ambiguous action made him even more confused. What is it? Cha Yanju slowly walked to the bedside. She spoke softly. Recently, I just reached the 8th awakening stage. Kang Woo obviously knew this very well. Yeah, I know.
She didn't even dare to look straight at Kang Woo, only turning her back to him and continuing. Since then, something very strange has happened. Just as he was about to ask further, something strange, Cha Yeon-ju suddenly took off her shirt. The moment the shirt was thrown forcefully onto the bed, this action startled Kang Woo. He hurriedly covered his eyes with one hand, while the other waved continuously to stop her. Yeon-ju, why are you suddenly taking off your clothes? Wait, this progress is too fast. Kang Woo was overthinking a bit. Cha Yeon-ju taking off her shirt was only to show him a strange pattern appear in her back. Kang Woo's eyes were now glued to her snow-white back. Being stared at like that, Cha Yeon-ju became even more shy. Don't stare like that. Facing such exquisite beauty, Kang Woo had to try hard to compose himself to overcome this challenge. He tried to repeat the thought in his mind. Calm down. Cha Yeon-ju came here to ask for my help. He was already struggling internally, and now hearing her call his name, Kang Woo, he wondered how he could endure this, even if her body was beautiful. Seeing him remain silent for a long time, Cha Yeon-ju had to call out one more time, Kang Woo. Only then did he truly regain his senses. In awkward situations like this, just a confident smile would make everything all right. Ah, sorry, my vision suddenly got a bit blurry. What is your ability after the 8th awakening? Cha Yeon-ju carefully recounted. It must be called the Wings of Light. Kang Woo asked further, his hands slowly moving towards her back. Aside from this seal, has there been any other change in your body? Cha Yeon-ju was originally answering very calmly. I don't feel anything different, you don't need to worry. But the moment their skin touched, she flinched. Kang Woo also corrected Cha Yeon-ju's previous statement. No, I have to worry. He gently closed his eyes, focusing intensely to sense it. Let's see, have I seen this before? He was completely unaware of how nervous Cha Yeon-ju was sitting across from him. Kang Woo, his mind at this moment was entirely focused on finding an answer to this strange phenomenon. The seal of angel wings. This seal reminded him of a story he had once been told. I once heard Echidna talk about the celestial realm. I can do it. After careful consideration, Kang Woo decisively used, in that case, authority of protection. Through this special authority, he created another seal on Cha Yeon-ju's back. It has the ability to monitor her health status and even protect her in critical situations. Using it also made him hesitate. I didn't want to use it because it consumes a lot of demonic energy, but right now it's the only thing I can do. The first stage was considered temporarily complete.
Kang Woo just wanted to remind her of one detail. If anything strange happens, she should let him know. So-ah didn't quite understand his meaning yet, so she hurriedly turned back and asked, what is it? Facing her was his extremely serious expression. Kang Woo emphasized once again, tell me, even if it's something normal like having a nightmare or something, okay? Witnessing his worried expression, an indescribable feeling suddenly surged in So-ah's heart, making her gaze gradually become more affectionate. All right, does he really care about me that much? I know I shouldn't let emotions control me, but Kang Woo, So I hadn't even finished expressing her feelings when she was interrupted by Echidna. Swa-ani, are you here? The little girl's sudden appearance startled both of them. Because she was still half asleep, she didn't initially notice the awkward atmosphere enveloping them. Fortunately, before she could ask any questions, he quickly pulled a blanket to cover her completely. Kang Woo, what's wrong? What are you two doing? He broke out in a cold sway and replied, nothing. And So-ah was just as nervous. Echidna, do you need something? The reason the little girl had come looking for her turned out to be, Swa-ani, I'm hungry. Hearing this, she didn't know whether to cry or laugh, but quickly replied, wait a bit, I'll go make breakfast. As the three of them enjoyed the cozy family atmosphere together, Kang Woo's eyes suddenly turned towards the nanny standing nearby. The person he was paying attention to was Vaughan. It had been 3 months since he arrived here. He seemed very engrossed in his work. He recalled that time 3 months ago when he first arrived. He gave him a taste of kimchi stew. Since then, Vaughan had shown an intense passion for this dish. What a wonderful dish. Please teach me how to cook it. He was taught how to cook it by Yeonju and decided to stay here as a butler. The only thing about him that made Kang Woo place a big question mark was, but who would let him wear a pink apron and one with a rabbit printed on it at that? Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang, making everyone curious. Kang Woo quickly got up to open the door. He boldly guessed that only Yeonju would come at this hour. The person behind the doorbell took the initiative to greet him. Long time no see, Brother Kang Woo. He realized it wasn't Yeonju. He couldn't hide a surprise. When did you get back?
Yeonju, who was standing nearby, quickly invited, "Do you want some breakfast?" His appearance surprised him even more. Even though he was just standing still, Kang-woo could feel it. He thought to himself, it seems that training really worked. His aura is much stronger than before. Suddenly, Shihoon's eyes filled with tears. He choked up and called his name, Kang-woo. Immediately after, he rushed over and hugged him tightly, as if they had been apart for a long time. "I missed you so much." This display of affection made Kang-woo feel embarrassed for him. "Hey, let go of me right now. Aren't you ashamed?" Shihoon apparently knew about the situation. "I heard a battle happened while I was away, didn't it?" Witnessing the two of them being so intimate, Echidna couldn't help but speak up to remind them.
"You were indulging Sihun's childishness." The young girl's eyes quickly darted to the side, as if seeking agreement. "That's right, Sister Yeonju. Who would have thought she would encounter her face filled with jealousy and spite?" "I want to hug him too. I want to hug him too." Soa was terrified witnessing that scene. "Sister Yeonju, calm down. You're still holding a knife in your hand." Hearing her mention a knife, Sihoon's eyes immediately became alert and turned to look at Yeonju. His hand was ready to draw his sword, simultaneously pushing him aside. "Brother Kang-woo, step back." Before he could even understand what was happening, his figure had vanished. A monster? It turned out Sihoon had seen Vagan and mistaken him for an enemy. "How dare you intrude into Brother Kang-woo's house?" Seeing someone rushing towards him with a sword, the Demon King instinct within him rose once again. A human? His dodging speed was truly remarkable, and the reason he resisted so fiercely was not because he was greedy for life and afraid of death, but because, how dare you stop me, the great Vagan, from folding laundry? After a moment of bewilderment, Kang-woo finally began to understand the situation. Wait, if the two of them fight, Sihoon versus Vagan.